year is 2027. There are currently 12 different navies blockading the Strait of Hormuz. Tariffs are at 500% on every country, from every country. Welcome to Trump's planet Earth. Why? Oh my God!
You know what that
Racist!
is?
Racist! Islamophobic! Racist!
No.
Apologize.
I'm just really excited.
Yeah, well...
You're the Islamophobe for telling me to stop.
Oh, so you're a Muslim now?
Hey.
Are you a Muslim?
Yeah. Today I am.
Because otherwise it's cultural appropriation, which would make you the racist.
Yeah, I am.
You would be.
That's a nice house you got there.
Yeah, you wish you
It'd be a shame if someone firebombed it.
What the fuck?
What happened with that?
What do you mean?
The firebomber DM'd you?
Well, he just emailed me this manifesto. I don't know why.
Jesus.
But he emailed like...
News organizations, White Nervosa, you said, I think, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like the fact that he emailed White Nervosa makes me think that he found the contact info on the bottom of, like, is it like White Leaf, that website they have that... Like, I feel like there must be emails at the bottom of that site or something. I didn't check.
Yeah, that guy seemed like a schizo.
Oh, so you don't think...
No, I don't think
is a
Sam
threat.
Altman deserved a firebomb.
Wow.
Now, I have a idea.
About what?
Okay, you know how you guys raised a bunch of money for for the digital ground game, yeah?
No, what about it?
Okay, what if
What if?
you bought some robots and then we had DDGers who could control them 24/7 and they go and knock on doors?
Holy shit. Like on
Yeah, now we're
Segways? Like the
thinking.
Dan bots?
No, there's like the humanoid ones that like walk and shit too.
Aren't those like $4 million each?
They're like $13,000.
There's no shot that you can get a fully functioning robot that
Someone
can
linked
walk
one
and do...
yeah.
No.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it in my history. One sec. Unitree G1. Right here.
I want to see it in action. I don't believe.
Me too.
What can this thing even do?
I could knock on a door, I guarantee that. These fucking clankers keep showing up at my door telling me to vote.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. We got Donatello. 1 second. Oh! What? What? This isn't real. Show it jerking somebody off. Can we get some value add in here? What the fuck?
I'll send it to the marketing department. I'm gonna get them on it.
God damn it.
God, that's gonna be the future, isn't it? There's gonna be fucking robots around trying to hand you pamphlets and shit.
Maybe. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Wait, somebody link my notes for the Tim Miller convo.
A new puff piece at the tower, Steven.
Yeah, I saw. I wonder if I can write puff pieces.
You're doing Darius Discord debates today? About what?
I don't know. Just randoms that can come in, apparently.
Oh, nice.
Hold on. Wait, what's link my Tim? Oh,
Wow, guys, what's
shut
up?
up. Okay. All right. Let's knock our dailies out of the way.
Oh man, today's a huge content day for you. Khanna did a Jubilee.
Ugh. God,
Epstein.
Hate him. Oh, my fan base. Why is my fan base still left? I just need to grow up to be a conservative. Fuck.
Oh, you fuck that Cutle up.
Shut the fuck up. I'll fuck you up, bitch.
I won today.
Oof, okay. Oh, come on. 8.81. What? 5 cents? Well, is 1 cent 1 hertz? They're the same thing, right? Actually, I don't actually know. It might not be. No, it's not. I don't think it is because they just call it a hertz. Oh, actually, okay.
What a bad showing today out of you.
Really? 47 out of 50?
Yeesh.
Fly, paper. Oh, wait, I'm not streaming here. Hold on. Fly, paper, take, cast, troll, project, pocket, angle, shed, position, Russian, cuff, rag, radiate, stance, and belt loop. Take, angle, position, stance. Boom! Opinion, perspective, yeah. Okay. Project, shed, radiate, cast. Boom! Things on pockets, pants. Pocket, cuff, belt loop. Ooh. Oh, fly, your zipper. Is there a white... Is white Russian a drink? White paper? White rag? Oh, doll. Paper...
Paper doll? Paper doll?
Oh, yeah, you've never heard of a paper doll? Or a troll doll?
Russian doll. Troll doll, maybe. Paper doll?
Maybe. 35-year-old man presents to the emergency department for a feeling of food being stuck in his throat. Ooh, we got a little bit of indigestion. Oh, fuck. That's just a symptom. God damn it. It's so much easier when House does it.
For food being stuck in his throat. I would say that's something with his windpipe being closing.
Oh, my God. Gastric something. Cancer, for sure. Okay. He reports a history of seasonal allergies and intermittent asthma since childhood.
It's lupus. Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know anywhere near enough diseases for this, so... Esophagitis, is that a real thing?
Throat closing.
GERD. There it is. Over the past several months, he has been self-treating his current symptoms of heartburn with antacids.
Without effect.
Doesn't that cause... I feel like I've seen commercials. Like if you eat too many of these, but I think it's actually for GERD. I think it's that. Just tell me the goddamn answer. Hernia? How? Lumbar... no. Physical exam is unremarkable except for mild tenderness to palpation of the epigastric region. He's got stomach cancer. What? There's no way that's right. Hold on. Real doctors are not allowed to participate, okay? I don't even know what this... What does itis mean? Disease of? Esophagitis means disease of the esophagus? Is that what that means? Or is that inflammation? Oh. Eosinophilic. What the fuck does that word mean? A condition characterized by high levels of... Oh. Eosinophils. Oh. Obviously.
Eosinophil.
I feel like my favorite houseism is when there's like a disease that pops up and it's like a disease that's been diagnosed like 4 times on the planet, but they somehow have an encyclopedic knowledge of... I remember that one episode where House is like, where are the pills? And it's like, oh, I don't know. And it's like, wait, what kind of dog was it? And it's like, it was a border collie. And it's like, and the border collie is related to the German collie family, which has the mutation on the A18 gene, which makes them susceptible to this medication, which means the dog died. And it's like, there's no shot. Wait, did you go to school for everything? You remember, he also speaks like 12 languages. How do you know every single medical fact? Wait, honestly though, the one narrative thing where this like his amount of knowledge is kind of dumb is, you ever notice that like House with a Team is almost like playing with them, like 30% of the episodes, like, after you're done wasting your time with these retarded tests, why don't you go ahead and test the nasal cavity? And I'm like, oh, why? And then they test, and he's like, let me guess, you probably found this. It's like, oh my God, we did. And it's like, okay, well, if you know everything, why not just like diagnose the guy? But then as soon as his team is gone, the patient comes in, and it's like, oh my God, he's got a sore throat and a fever. And House is like, oh, I can't figure out anything. I need a team. And he's
he needs
like,
his team to call retards.
I guess.
That's what he needs.
Jesus. God damn it. I'm going to get triggered watching this. Oh, yeah, true. That time as well where the guy's like, I was at a festival in Brazil and I ate Brazil nuts or whatever. And House is like, they're Costa de Brazilios, not Costa de Años. That's a 40-day blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, obviously, of course. Oh, duh. Obviously. Obviously.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau. This Sunday, Hasan Piker, someone I'm sure no one has a strong opinion about. Hasan stopped by the studio to talk about his move into electoral politics. He recently hit the campaign trail to stump for Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, and to talk about, well, everything you've seen in the news about him lately. We ended up talking about the many statements he's made that have sparked a discussion inside the Democratic Party about whether candidates should associate themselves with him and his audience. We also debated his views on Israel and Hamas, how he thinks about the words he chooses, and his theory of political organizing.
His theory of political organizing. Bruh. Oh my God. Ezra wrote a fucking slop fest article today, too.
Can we read that?
A pig slop article. Wait. He's Jewish, not pig slop. Pick a different word, sorry.
Ooh.
Fuck. I fucked up.
It's all right.
Wait.
Dan's Jewish, too.
Yeah, but I can be anti-Semitic towards Dan. It's different.
Well, I mean, he deserves it, yeah.
Exactly.
It's a conversation you need to hear for yourself, so we will get right into it. But before we do, please consider becoming a Crooked Media subscriber if you haven't already, so that you don't miss out on any of the great content we're putting out for our friends of the pod. Subscribers get our new extra episode of Pod Save America called Pod Save America
Pod Save
Only
America
Friends.
the ex-Obama people?
Yep.
Ugh.
Other subscriber-only shows like Polar Coaster with Dan Pfeiffer, access to all of our excellent Substack newsletters like Pod Save America Open Tab.
Did you know Hasan did a lot of work with Ossoff and Warnock in private because he didn't want to be publicly associated with them for backlash? Or so he claims in this? First of all, why are you spoiling? But secondly, that's just a fucking lie. Hasan was roasting Ossoff and Warnock back in the runoffs. I remember this distinctly because when Warnock's team put out a fucking feeler for playing Among Us, Hasan tried to clout jump onto it. And it was fucking hilarious because he was just roasting them like the month before. God, it's so cringe.
Ad-free episodes of all your favorite Crooked Pods, and you get to feel good about supporting one of the few independent, proudly pro-democracy media outlets left in Trump's America. So head to crooked.com/friends and subscribe. All right, here's Hasan Piker. Hasan, welcome back to the show.
It's good to be back.
You've somehow become the most argued about figure in Democratic politics over the last few weeks. So I'd like to have a conversation about why that is hopefully more nuanced and useful than much of the...
Well, here's the question. What kind of a conversation are we setting ourselves up for? Is this going to be a challenging conversation where we ask questions and follow-ups? Or are we going to have a PR slop fest? That's the question. Here we go.
Discourse?
Yeah. I mean, I goes to show how serious we are as a movement, as an opposition party, this is the primary focus.
Central to the discourse.
Yeah.
Just a quick recap to set the table for people who, lucky for them, maybe, haven't been following along. A few weeks ago, Third Way, centrist Democratic think tank, published a Wall Street Journal op-ed calling on Democrats to stop engaging with you. They describe you as anti-American, anti-woman, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. Their evidence is a long list of things you've said, which we'll get into. They also specifically singled out a few Democrats, us, for inviting you to Crooked Con last year, Ro Khanna, and Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed, also a former cricket host who a few of us have donated to and who you campaigned with this week, which fueled even more controversy. Now, you and I scheduled this conversation weeks ago. I'm sure some people have had enough Hasan Piker discourse, but I do think it's an important conversation to have because, like, you know, even though you and I have different politics, we've actually debated our disagreements on this show. I think there's value in doing that in person in a format that's not mediated by algorithms or a fucking 5-minute cable hit. So with all that said, here's where I want to start. I think the rallies with Abdul this week were the first time you've been a featured speaker at a candidate's actual campaign event. And I wonder how you, self-proclaimed...
Why is his mic off? Who's doing the audio mixing for this? Hasan is like responding, but the mic is turned off, or they don't have the channel unmuted for the mix. Do you hear it in the background?
I can't see the screen. I've just seen cats right now.
Oh my fucking god, Moot! Are you serious right now?
Yeah, swap me.
Are you fucking serious right now?
I've defeated the squirrels, by the way.
You've been...
Oh, what'd you do?
Different seeds. The squirrels don't like these.
Oh, nice.
A featured speaker at a candidate's actual campaign event. And I wonder how you, self-proclaimed Marxist anti-imperialist, decided to be a campaign surrogate for a Democratic candidate, even one as progressive as Abdul. What was your thinking there, and like what has made you get more involved in Democratic politics?
So I've been very involved in Democratic politics for years at this point.
Oh my god.
But with AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, who I'll be interviewing later today. But I've never actively, I guess, stumped for a candidate. And
I'm just curious. I just need to look up real quick. How many times is that word going to be said on this?
What does stumped mean?
Stumps
like gone to bat for?
Campaigned with. Oh, we're only going to get one? We're only going to get one actively? Okay. Actively.
I didn't even realize, maybe I'm too I'm not old school enough to understand this, but for me, the difference between Abdul coming on my stream, which I've done many times prior to this, and me like going to Dearborn and us working out together and eating kebabs, is probably more significant than me going on a rally and like talking for 5 minutes in front of a live audience. I
can't. I feel like everybody. I'm not trying to have a big head. I just feel like all of these people are retarded or don't understand. I hope, is this John or what's the name of the guy? The difference between somebody going on your stream is that the appearance is that you're endorsing him. But when you go to his rallies, the appearance is that he's endorsing you to some extent. This is like the difference. This is how these interactions work. They're not just like interchangeable because of like audience size or platform size or whatever. The other guy
rally and like talking for 5 minutes in front of a live audience. So I never thought of that as like this major new step. I guess it is. Because the DC bubble was like freaking out about it, where they're like, how dare you do this? This is the most devastating thing anyone's ever done. And I like the guy. That's the reason why I did this. Like, I trust him. I think he has a lot of great policy opinions. I think he is much more responsive to the needs of the base than some of the other Democrats that I've been very upset with for many, many years. And I think he's exactly the type of guy that the party needs to have more of. My goal has been very clear since Zohran. When we linked up during the primary, it was a very crowded field, and he was able to like cut through that noise and become a beloved mayor of New York now.
He did it.
Oh my God.
I want to get people into positions of power that I align with politically, even if we don't 100% agree. I even have disagreements with Zohran from time to time. I'll text him some stuff. I'll be like, yo, cut this out.
Oh my God, it's so cringe. It's so transparently cringe too. Holy shit. Oh, you can also tell how like you can tell how inconsiderate he is of all the people that he's associated with too. Like, you can talk to any politician or any large campaign, anybody that I've associated with or affiliated with or not, like anybody that I've worked with, like all of my conversations come with a heavy, like, what is the optimal way to move for your campaign so that I'm not like a liability? Because there's always something that I'm like aware of, like what is a way that I can be associated or affiliated with this or help with this without being a liability to your whatever it is that you're doing. The idea that Hasan is like so fucking cloud obsessed that he has to attach himself to fucking everything without a fucking care in the world about how it might impact another person's campaign. The fact that like right now he's catching all this heat is like, oh yeah, I'm texting Zohran every single day. Yeah, we talk all the time. Like why? Like it's like there's zero consideration for the people around him. It's just like a clout opportunity to jump to the next clout thing.
For him.
Yeah, it's so cringe. Holy fuck.
What are you doing? At the end of the day, I understand that like politics is in some ways the art of the possible, right? Like I see that. My expectation is never going to be someone coming out and advocating to seize the means of production. I'm a reformist. Many to my left, which does exist for those of you out there, there are people who are further to the left than me who will say bourgeois elections are unnecessary, and all you're doing is taking away revolutionary potential and feeding
Is this
it
him
back
pivoting
into
to
the
try to seem like
Democratic
a
Party or
centrist?
shepherd.
He always
Or not
does this
centrist,
when
but,
he's
like,
mask
middle or-
on. Yes.
Yeah.
When he has best friends that he goes out to eat lunch and dinner with every fucking day who don't ever disclose it and are always jerking each other off in the background. They let him come onto their show so that he can stain wash his reputation by coming on and literally doing the exact opposite of what he says on his streams. This is the joke that, I don't know if you caught this when Dan was saying this, when he's like, oh, I just want single payer healthcare. This is what Hasan does when he's in front of the normie dipshits. Like PodSaveAmerica and these other people, as he goes on, he's like, "Oh, I'm just here to vote for I'm just a reformer, guys. Like, I think that we should just make incremental progress and blah blah blah." And then on his own stream, it's like, "Incremental progress is the tool of the capitalist to control you and to make you comfortable with your current environment, and it's to destroy revolutionary potential in America, which is why you can't be content with the two-party duopoly." It's like Jesus Christ, like it's. But like if you spend any time, well, no, you'd have to spend a lot of time, I guess, to understand how it works. But it's so annoying. Holy fuck.
For the Democrats and therefore a reactionary, a social fascist even. But all of that stuff is going to break the brains of your audience. I shouldn't even be getting into that. Yeah, I think if someone wants to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, if someone says no to unnecessary like endless wars and advocates to bring our productive output back home, to work on ourselves, in some ways not a dissimilar message to the lie that MAGA told about isolationism and no new wars and being the peace president. If someone actually identifies with that and wants to advance that agenda, I'm going to be there for them.
Just to broaden it out, because I do think it's useful for people who don't know and are now wondering, like, what's he up to? What does he want? Like, what is your theory of political change? Like, how do we get from where we are now? What is the mechanism to get from where we are now to the world that you want?
Oh my God.
Great question. So I am a firm believer that one of the biggest issues in the United States of America, which is the heart of empire, one of the most capitalist countries, is a proto-capitalist country before capitalism and industrial revolution even happened, is the idea that most people do not have class consciousness. Most Americans don't understand that they're a working class and that there are people who generate most of their revenue, most of their net worth off of capital accumulation. But the overwhelming majority of Americans, and the 99%, as Bernie likes to call it, they don't do that.
There needs to be a word developed for that. Actually, I don't know when the petit bourgeois, I don't know why that term came into existence, but it describes this like class of people who are so good at selling this concept of class politics, because what it does is it allows Hasan, somebody who at one point maybe still is making 7 figures, 8 figures a year, it allows him to sell himself as being more similar to the firefighter making $50K a year than to the small business owner who's part of the capital evil owning class who might make 90 to 150K a year. The 90 to 150K a year, because they're a capital owner, is the enemy and in the oppositional class to somebody like Hasan, who's just a poor laborer, working man, part of the proletariat, who's making millions and millions of dollars a year. It's it's an inversion of everything you know to be true socially, but it's because it's using an old framework of analysis. This stupid Marxist, like, capital owner versus capital worker person. Ugh.
They get a regular wage. They're not business owners, or even if they're business owners, they oftentimes operate their own business. So like the overwhelming amount of money that they're making, that they're putting in their pocket, is coming from their own labor. And they don't identify with that at all. They're hopped up on American exceptionalism, American individualism. So my goal is to instill class consciousness in people and help them identify what would be more help them identify who is actually causing harm to them. And in my assessment, it's the billionaires and the corporations who actually control the levers of power in this country.
Has he answered the question?
Yeah, make people have class consciousness.
Okay.
And not the vulnerable populations, the marginalized communities that the Republicans very effectively take people's frustrations and redirect them towards, right? It's not a trans person or a Guatemalan migrant that's like raising your rent. It's your landlord. It's not a trans person or a Mexican undocumented immigrant that's working in a field that is responsible for why your grocery prices are going up. That's greedflation.
Whoever does the audio for the show, when the other person is responding, you have to have the mic hot. I don't know why they do this. Oh my God.
And corporate consolidation, that's at the heart of that issue.
And when you think about your own show and your own audience, like, what do you think actually changes people's minds? Like, what has worked for you?
I mean, talking to them and explaining to them exactly what I'm explaining right now, which is that, I had this conversation with Theo Vaughn where I felt like, a light switch came on in his mind when we were having this back and forth.
He's
when I said exactly this thing about, it's not a trans person that's like hurting you at all, but isn't it weird that the Republicans are constantly angling it in that direction and never really talking about big corporations and big pharma and that direction you at all, but isn't it weird that the Republicans are constantly angling it in that direction and never really talking about big corporations and big pharma and all of these capital owners, all these very powerful people.
His politics are so old too. He made the same mistake when he was debating Charlie Kirk. The populist Republicans have moved off of this like ultra pro corporate platform like in 2016. But okay,
people that basically run the show in an almost bipartisan manner. And when I have that conversation with a lot of regular Americans, ordinary Americans that haven't put a lot of thought into it, they go, "Wait a minute, that does kind of make sense."
Yeah,
I feel like that's not only do I think that that's true, but I also feel like it's a very effective way to try to unlock people's class consciousness.
Yeah, and sort of build coalitions of people who are different. You have over 3 million followers on Twitch, 1.75 million on YouTube. I saw that you've done something like 20,000 hours of live streaming that is all off-the-cuff political takes and responding to viewers in real time, which I imagine must be like constantly fighting with people in your mentions real time.
Yes. No, exactly.
I mean, so like
Yes, the Twitch chat, one of the most heavily moderated against Twitch chats in the entirety of the internet is just like fighting through your Twitter mentions. Good one. Good, true. So true. Jesus. It's like watching a bunch of retarded children stumble through a forest with a blindfold on. It's insane to me that people get paid to do this. Oh my God.
I am not surprised that you've said some stupid and offensive things.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're just stupid and offensive. It's not ideologically bad. It was just stupid and offensive. Oh, now we get to do this segment. So why don't you go ahead and sane wash? Yeah, why don't you go ahead and sane wash every single thing you've said because it was just edgy and out of context. LOL.
I'm even less surprised that you've said stuff that sounds even worse when it's clipped out of context.
Oh, slop.
Here's what I'm wondering. As you've grown your audience and influence, and as you've gotten more directly involved in electoral politics, do you feel a responsibility to choose your words more carefully, or at least in ways that are less likely to be misconstrued?
Yes and no. So yes, because obviously I don't want to cause any harm to any of the candidates that I'm associating with or this movement that I am obviously a part of. What I like to call the left flank candidates or the Bernie-crats, people who are more responsive to the needs of the working class folks all around the country. I don't want to ever be a burden to them because being associated with them is not beneficial for me. The way that DC media...
Oh my God. Not beneficial for me to mention about how I'm on my bed texting my best friend Zohran every single day, but it's not beneficial for me. Jesus Christ. Didn't he just say earlier in this podcast that it's more beneficial for like these guys to come onto his podcast than for him to go to their rallies and shit too? Like, oh my God, I don't know.
Perceives the situation as like, oh my God, he went out to stump for Abdul. All of a sudden, he's like a legitimate political force. I'm like, I've been
I am a legitimate political force. I'm helping this guy.
doing that already. Like I was infinitely more effective sitting at home and just talking shit.
Yeah.
Right. Than I am sitting in front of a live audience with like 600 people. Although that's still good, and I enjoy it personally. But like, and I do that for candidates that I trust, candidates that I want to endorse and fight for. But I'm already fundraising for a lot of these folks, right? Small dollar donations from all around the country.
Who? When? When? What?
He's probably talking about Progressive Victory now.
When? Yeah, that they barely raised any money for with like 20,000
Yeah.
people involved. Like, when is he fundraising for these people? What?
I keep flooding into all the campaigns
Flooding.
that I work with.
They're flooding
But,
in.
Yeah, I am cognizant of that. On the other hand, one thing that I'm thinking about is, well, this medium lends itself so perfectly to being clipped out of context. And I think we are now in a media environment where that doesn't matter as much. I mean, Donald Trump's the president, right? Like, he is the president. It's not just his words that are messed up, that galvanize some of the most reactionary forces in this country and normalize some of the most heinous, most toxic, repulsive types of politics. I mean, he campaigned on saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Like, that's unbelievable. That's white supremacy through and through. And he won. So on the one hand, I think that we are now existing in a very different media environment than the one that like MS Now, New York Times, and CNN want to exist in. I think that kind of stuff is over. Like, you're a vulgar person as an independent content creator. I think most people don't care about that. Most people care about like who you are and what your values are and what you represent. And I've been able to withstand these kinds of smear campaigns on even the independent side far before I ever drew the ire of RNC research department. So, and as a matter of fact, they're using a lot of the same clips that I've had to deal with that are circulating on the internet anyway. So it's not, it doesn't bother me that much. It doesn't do anything to my audience. My audience knows what I stand for. They're listening to me for 8 hours a day. They know exactly what my values are. I'm sure it might stop some people or maybe cause them to second guess whether or not they want to be charitable to what I have to say. And that's a problem. But at the end of the day, most people that see that stuff go, wait a minute, I have the capacity I have free will. I have the capacity to think critically. What's going on here? Why is the Republican Party saying this, claiming that this guy is racist or claiming that this guy is a misogynist? When I know what the Republican Party stands for, let me go check him out. And I think a lot of people do that, and then they check me out, and then they realize, oh, they were just lying. Like, that's that simple.
And I have experienced this myself and have thought about it over the last couple of weeks because I'm like, if I did not know you, if I hadn't interviewed you before, if I hadn't like
Wasn't personally friends with you,
familiarized
touching your dick
myself
every day
with your
while we
content, which I
sit
came
in a
to probably
circle and jerk
later than
ourselves off
most,
over about how enlightened we
and
are.
I just read the coverage of the last couple of weeks, I would be like, oh yeah, he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah. To be fair, I am an asshole.
Yeah, but you're an asshole, and I think in different ways than you are being portrayed.
Yeah. I'm an asshole to bullies. Like, I bully bullies. I'm an asshole to reactionaries across the board. I'm an asshole to Nazis.
Oh my God, bro. This is like what's your biggest weakness in an interview? And it's like, my biggest weakness is that I care too much and I try too hard. Like, what's your biggest flaw? I'm a big asshole to people
To bullies.
that are bullies.
It doesn't matter to me. If you're right wing, if you're a Nazi, if you're a reactionary, I'm not going to be nice to you. Yeah. And I don't think we should be nice to them.
This is like a living am I the asshole thread. It's like today I punched a 7-year-old and am I an asshole? And then the thread is like, so I was at the park and I saw a 7-year-old psychopath with a lighter in his hand and a whole bunch of 3-year-olds that were tied to the ground who were all doused with kerosene. And the 7-year-old was running over to light all of them on fire. And the only way that I could stop him from my wheelchair was to punch him as he ran by me. Am I the asshole for doing this? My God.
They're not nice to us. They're not nice to random uninitiated people. They're not nice to entire swaths of the population. So yeah, if that's your ideology, if that's your worldview, I find that to be very damaging. I find that to be very toxic. I find that to be violent and dangerous. I'm
You're
going to fight
actively
back.
hurting us.
I'm going to use some mean words every now and then.
What? Oh, mean word. Not the mean words.
Well, and it's less the mean words, right? Because like at least for me, because I was looking through the the hit list, which I want to get into here.
All right.
Or at least some of them. Because there's some where I'm like, that was clearly taken out of context, whatever. There's some where I think like the underlying point is still worth debating or talking about. So the one I've seen just about everywhere is, I think this is the most common one, is your comment that America deserved 9/11.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Which you watched back in 2019 by calling it inappropriate, a poor attempt at satire, and said that you meant America the government, not Americans as people.
Of course.
But do you still think that America as a country deserved 9/11? Because saying America or any country deserved to be attacked, to me, is different than saying you understand why they were attacked and what actions might have contributed to that attack. Like, I get the blowback argument, but that is different than deserved. Deserved is like a more of a normative kind of.
Yeah, that was me responding to Daniel Crenshaw, ironically enough, on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was making this ridiculous argument that, like, we have to go out and fight these people all the time because they hate us because they ain't us. And I was like, that's insane. That's not the reason. Like, and this was actually echoed by Robert Kagan, one of the godfathers of neoconservatism, just last week, where he came out and was like, yeah, actually, we have been messing around in the Middle East for, upwards of 60 years, and that's precisely the reason why 9/11 happened, and that's precisely the reason why these guys say death to America and Iran, for example. So, like, that was exactly the same sentiment that I've addressed a million times over, but of course, in this moment, it was a heated response, an impassioned response, and people will consistently use that against me over and over again. Some people hear that and they think, I understand exactly what's going on here. Some people hear that and go, how heinous. Oh, my stars and garters. I am clutching my pearls. I don't even want to learn what this is about. I don't want to understand what he's saying. His name is Hasan. He must be Al-Qaeda.
I mean,
and that's fine.
You also can, like,
he didn't answer
bring
the
it
question,
to the present.
by the way.
Yeah,
like,
no shit. He's not going to. Remember for the bloop bloop bloop. How do I only search for titles? The search in this thing is too powerful. Okay, wait. Same team. Lots of yes and, lots of layup questions, essentially zero disagreement on substance or rhetoric. The goal here is to essentially spread the talking points for everyone else to carry forward. There's going to be no follow-ups. There'll be no anything. It's literally, the goal of every question is just to give Hasan the ability to kind of whitewash or sandwash his platform. That's it. So it'll be like a question so that you can kind of do your PR, marketing, advertising, and then they move on to the next thing, and that's it.
Yep.
I have a very real fear right now that because of what Donald Trump has done in Iran, he has increased the risk of terror attacks on Americans abroad and maybe even here. And God forbid one of those happens, we will know that it could be a result of, or at least Donald Trump will have contributed to that.
It will 100% be a direct byproduct of everything that we've done. It's
like
impossible not to recognize it at this point.
Yeah, and it's very easy at that point for me to say, oh, now we know what led to that versus, yeah, you know what, we deserved it. Like, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, I understand.
Civilians don't deserve to die. I mean, I'm anti-civilian murder. I'm anti-civilian death.
Put that down.
Brave.
That's like one of my first principles is that I'm anti-imperialist. I'm anti-war for that reason.
I wonder who, when he says anti-civilian death, are there any Israeli civilians? I feel like he's using that word pretty intentionally there, but the host will never call him out on that, but that's okay.
Because I don't want civilians to die. I don't want random people to die. I don't even want people to go out and die in the process of trying to kill people.
PodSaveAmerica, brought to you by Simply Save. If you're anything like, how can set up an army or Simply
Enjoy life in the high country. I want to stay in the theme of violence just for a minute because I think it connects to another comment of yours that's been circulating. This is one from January. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state of Israel.
I stand by that.
Well, so I will
Okay. Well, so not out of context. Okay.
say this is the one
But
that
he's about
bothered
to run
me most when I
interference for
first
him.
heard it.
What?
He's about to run interference. For
Oh,
him, I
he
feel
is.
like.
He just said it. This is the one that bothered me the most when I first heard it. That's what he just. Okay, here we go.
From January, Hamas is 1,000 times better than
Yeah.
the fascist settler colonial apartheid state of Israel.
I stand by that.
Well, so I will say this is the one that bothered me most when I first heard it, and I remember having a reaction to it when I first saw it in January, because I think even if you believe what happened in Gaza is genocide and what's happening in the West Bank is apartheid, those are different claims from Hamas is 1,000 times better, because like Hamas is an organization that has massacred, raped, kidnapped civilians on October 7th. They've also been catastrophic for Palestinians by almost every measure. Governance, corruption, they made choices they knew would result in mass civilian death of their own people. So my question is, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solid...
Oh my God, the amount of workshopping is shameless. Holy fuck.
solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
Wait, is this true? Hold on. Hasan's dad bragging about how he made most of his money landlording and raising rents? No.
You didn't see this yet?
School.
No.
And he was in New Jersey. He was in real estate.
So from your hometown of Kilis, that little town, he happens to be in New Jersey
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
He's in real estate, and he talks you into this thing?
Yeah, Coldwell Banker. He was working for a Coldwell Banker. And he said, there is this office building, 50,000 square feet in middle Eatontown, and it's really cheap, dirt cheap, and we can buy it. It's no time we can make a lot of money. So,
Did that turn out to be true?
no.
Shocking. It turns out it was hard to get rich quick.
That's 50,000 square feet building, only 1/3 is rented, and they were paying unbelievably low. The total gross income of the monthly income of the building was about $5,000. Expenses of building was about $20,000 a month.
So you're losing $15,000 a month on top of what you paid for the building?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get in a fight with your friend?
No, it was too late because I was in the middle of it.
So you didn't know what you were getting yourself into?
No.
Here we go again. You didn't know what you were getting yourself into when you start the manufacturing business, now this. So how'd you get out of this hole?
I have one thing that I will tell every single kid, disadvantaged families and everybody, you never give up. You work, work, work until all the barriers are open. I realized after I bought the building, I came in and I made a little office for myself, and I look at all the leases. My God, this is really terrible. This is going to kill all my money. Everything will be gone, and I will be in trouble. I will go bankrupt. I start to read all the leases, which I never read the list before. And every day I start to come 7:30, 8 o'clock until 6, 7 o'clock. Saturday
Whoa!
included.
He said the meme.
One of the leases was for one of the biggest tenant, which was a private school. Okay? In that list, there was a clause. It says, if this building is sold, the new owner can renegotiate the lease. I said, that is something unusual. That's beautiful. Is it true? I took to one of the lawyers and said, yeah, that's right. So I wrote a letter to the people. They were occupying almost 25, 30% of the building, and they were paying something like $3,400 a month. It's impossible. I wrote them a letter. I said, that's it. Either you get out of the building, which is a big risk, because if they get out, I'm in trouble. I'm finished. Or I'm increasing your monthly rent to that time around $6,800 or something like that, maybe almost twice as much. He said, you are crazy. I said, okay, it's your turn. You do it. He took me to court.
Okay, this is a high stakes poker for you.
Yes.
Because if they leave, you're in a world of hurt.
No, they couldn't live because they have laboratories and this and that.
Wow. No wonder Dan hates Hasan so much. Because Hasan's dad fucking outdid him. Okay, sorry. Anyway, back to the landlord hater.
Because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party that frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would.
Oh my God, no, he's not. Wait, he says now he's a lesser evil voter? How many times he said I would never vote for the lesser evil? Oh.
Well, did you not catch this on the first one? He literally says here he'd vote for Hamas over Israel.
Wait, did I miss that? Hold on.
Mass
gonna be
civilian
in a few
death of
seconds.
their own people. So my question is, when
Oh,
you
sorry, that last guy was Hasan's grandpa, not his dad.
say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
How is it that you can vote for Hamas over Israel, but you can't vote for Kamala over Donald Trump? What? That is a crazy statement. Okay, I'm glad that Hasan said that because I'm sure we're going to spend the next 15 minutes interrogating that statement, right? There's no way that that's just going to fucking sail over this retard's head and he's not going to address it at all, right? There's no way, right?
I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point. And they've done a genocide at this point as well, but like it started off with the Nakba and has only evolved as technology has gotten better to become more heinous. And Gaza is this hermetically sealed area that many people correctly point to as the world's largest open-air prison before October 7. So my perspective on this has always been that I think that Hamas's tactics, which I oppose at times, right, or it's like internal governance issues, are secondary to this conversation because it's like placing a lot of emphasis on the Nat Turner rebellion, or instead of talking about the much larger, much more consequential, much bigger harm that chattel slavery was to black people, to like sell black people and to rape them and treat them as though they weren't human. I think that's a far larger systemic force that is going to make the Nat Turner Rebellion look inconsequential in comparison to the greater harm.
Weird analogy? No, it's the one that Finkelstein uses all the time. That's why he uses it.
Same with, for example, the ANC. The ANC had a militant wing called the MK. I'm not going to try to even attempt to say it. And,
This comparing of the ANC in South Africa to Hamas is just it's such a loser, white, Western, retarded, like historically illiterate comparison. It's so stupid.
Nelson Mandela went to prison and was imprisoned by the apartheid state. And MK and the ANC did a lot of stuff to collaborators, the collaborators that have worked alongside the apartheid administration.
He's saying so little with so many words. He needs somebody to translate his babble into meaningful words. No. This is good. This is what the people want to hear. You're giving them. This is like reality TV slop, but for politics. So if you like it, you like it.
They had a practice called necklacing, where they would put a tire around the necks of collaborators and light it on fire. It was a heinous practice. And it was, of course, condemned after the fact, but none of the people that were engaged in it, if I recall correctly, even in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, were actually legally charged for it. Because there's this understanding when we look back at like some of the more heinous things that resistance groups have done and militancies have done, we match that up against the far larger, far broader systematic violence that an entire people have been subjected to. And it makes me feel silly to consistently talk about what Hamas has done, especially when there has been an October 7 times 1,000, if not more than 1,000 at this point, in the hands of Israel against the Palestinian population in its entirety. I mean, they're doing an October 7 to Lebanon right now as we speak.
Just take it from the Palestinian perspective.
Yeah.
Don't you think Hamas's decision to attack on October 7th and to massacre civilians on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake for them, for the Palestinian people? Like, do you think the Palestinian people are...
And then he moves to strategy. So Hasan just got to say all of that completely and totally unobstructed. And now it's like, okay, well, like, but strategically speaking, wasn't like mass murdering civilians, like, it didn't work out strategically,
couldn't they have done
right?
better?
Yeah, couldn't they have, like... couldn't they have...
little.
Oh, my God, dude.
in any way better off than they were before October 7th?
No, of course not. But at the end of the
So
day...
that's why I'm asking more.
but at
It's
the
more
end
for
of
me
the
like
day-
like a resistance movements, wherever they are, need to come up with strategies.
Yeah.
Right.
This is disgusting. This is
I
actually
think-
disgusting.
Bro, we're cooked, dude.
He was Obama's
We're cooked.
speechwriter.
Yeah, no, it's just, this is why I guess the extremists took over the right. Maybe this is what we're just due for now on our end. It's just retarded. This guy is like a fucking retard. I don't understand how these guys ever did anything in politics. Or maybe politics isn't real. Maybe it's all just a game where retarded fucks like this get nepoed in and are lucky to get jobs for whatever people, and they just do this shit all day. And they just have no... Or maybe they support it secretly. Maybe he is like far more radical or whatever. But I can't tell. I don't know. It's just what a waste of time.
I guess my view is, and I understand that there is a huge power imbalance here, but I think that resistance movements that engage in, mass slaughter or civilian targeting and all that, like, they just have
We're
less
still calling them
success.
resistance movements. These are terrorists.
Yeah. What is? It is what is.
Than resistance movements that are nonviolent. I mean, it's obviously in history. I know we've had a revolution here. I get it.
I wouldn't agree
I
with
get
that
armed
one.
revolution. Yeah.
But yeah.
But I do think if you look back,
Remember in the Revolutionary War when U.S. soldiers fucking invaded British towns and rounded up all their fucking civilians and shot and killed them and I remember these. Remember the great stories of the... You can't say the rapes because Hasan doesn't believe any of those happened, I guess. So.
for the last 100 years, nonviolent movements have been more successful than armed resistance movements. That's just...
I think they work hand in hand, but I think it might have been Kwame Ture who said it. You can only shame someone who has a conscience, and if your enemy has none, it's impossible to get them to react to your civil movement, because the Palestinians have tried civil movements. I mean, the Great March of Return, where hundreds of Palestinians were sniped directly by the Israeli occupation forces, and they openly celebrated that too. They said we have an accounting of every single bullet that we shot at the Palestinians, and then they had to delete that. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg as far as the war crimes galore that we're talking about, because even the everyday maintenance of apartheid, which Israel is...
He was right. This was our king, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He was our king. God, this guy. Ah!
For some reason, the intelligentsia of the Democratic Party, with 2020 hindsight, believes that Joe Biden should have considered not running again because of their perception that he was too old. And so then the drumbeat began. And the New York the New York Times, on a near daily basis, egged on by the PodSaveAmerica saviors of the Democratic Party, with four white millionaires that are dining out on their association with Barack Obama from 16 years ago, living in Beverly fucking Hills, telling the rest of the world what black voters in South Carolina really want, or what the women in the waitress living outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin really believes. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I can't believe that we do this over and over again. Yeah. Or I hear Rahm Emanuel is going to run for president. What a fucking, David Axelrod's going to run his campaign for him. That's like, oh boy, there's the answer. There's the fucking answer. Genius is all. All the things that they want. You remember this, is that everybody talks about Joe Biden now as if he was somehow the choice of the Democratic Party. Bullshit. We lost Iowa. We lost New Hampshire. We came in second in Nevada.
True.
David Clough and David Axelrod went on TV. They said that there's no way Joe Biden can get the nomination. Not a chance in the world. Mike Bloomberg's going to crush him in California. Elizabeth Warren's going to beat him in Massachusetts. There's going to get wiped out in Texas. He doesn't have the money to run. A lot of rural voters said, fuck you, we love Joe. A lot of urban voters said, fuck you, we love Joe. And they voted for him overwhelmingly. And not only that, everybody said, well, he'll never be able to beat Trump. And then they said, well, he'll never bring us out of COVID. And they said, he'll never be able to pass bipartisan legislation, and he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and he's living in a different generation, and he's living in a past time, and over again. David Axelrod would go on and say, the thing about the president is that he is just a man who time has passed by, and he doesn't understand Congress. We passed bipartisan legislation more than any presidents in Lyndon Baines Johnson, and who had a supermajority in both the House and the Senate, with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. And who did that? That didn't happen by magic. That didn't happen in the Obama administration. That happened because Joe Biden got on the phone with Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin and Chuck Schumer and the rest of the party and Republicans in the party, and he passed a fucking bill because Mitch McConnell didn't stand in the way like he did to every other president other than Joe Biden. And he got it done. He did it. Him alone. And then they said, well, look, it's all going to come down to this State of the Union speech. It's going to come down to the State of the Union speech. And he knocks it out of the park.
And it was that one debate that caused the full backslide.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically.
He was
too good of a man.
He was.
is an incredibly violent endeavor. That maintenance requires you to constantly be a military force that is ever present, that is dominating and ritualistically humiliating and subjugating millions of people. So my perspective is always looking at this from the perspective of the people that are being dominated, rather than placing a lot of the emphasis on structural violence, or rather on state-backed violence, which we have a predisposition to lean into no matter what. Someone fights back against a cop, the automatic suspicion is, well, the police are actually maintaining law and order, so it must be a criminal, right? That might not always be the case. So I like to look at this stuff.
I like how Hasan's politics, like half the takes he gives are like, it feels like a Disney Channel original movie. Like the two kids stumble onto a site and a cop is like attacking somebody, and it's like, oh wow, like the cop is hitting somebody, it must be a bad guy, and then it's like, what? The cop is the cop is the bad one? What? Like, really? Like in the year after we just watched two white Americans get assassinated by fucking ICE cops, it's like, well, the cops can be bad? You're blowing my mind here, bro. Like, we've had like 20 years of America bad, military bad, cops bad. We had the whole BLM riots. Like, wow, thank you for the 2016 commentary, bro. I feel like I'm in a fucking Darman skit. Jesus.
With a more open-minded framework where I can try to figure out exactly what led to...
we're trying to figure out what led to it. And it was the bang pigs of Israel. Thank you. Thank you.
A day like October 7 that was unbelievably violent, right? And I think it's pretty clear that 75 years at that point of ethnic cleansing and apartheid and subjugation was
too much. They couldn't bear it.
A big part of the driving force. And as far as Hamas goes, we oftentimes talk about just Hamas. It's almost like a catch-all term. Hamas is only one component of the Palestinian resistance. The Al-Aqsa Flood was actually conducted not only by Hamas, but Palestinian Islamic Jihad's own militant forces, PFLP.
That largely work with and are subsumed by Hamas, but okay.
DFLP, and numerous...
The DFLP and the PFLP, are these guys even players in the Gaza Strip anymore? These guys were like barely relevant like fucking 40 years ago. How big is the DFLP and the PFLP in fucking Gaza? Because... I know. I'm pretty sure PIJ, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, are the they're the Al-Quds brigades, and then for Hamas, it's the Al-Qassam brigades. Also, anybody that calls it Al-Aqsa Flood is a fucking lunatic. They're an anti-Western fucking lunatic every time. But okay, God, fuck.
But Palestinian Islamic Jihad's own militant forces, PFLP, DFLP, and numerous other, even including Fatah. Militias as well that still existed in Gaza. So this was a military operation initially that was conducted by virtually every...
I know that this is a pro-Pali talking point, but I've never understood why or how. I don't understand why or how this is a pro-Pali talking point. They always like to point out, that it wasn't just Hamas, right? You know that there were a bunch of civilian Palestinians and everything else too. At first, when that dog whistle came out, I thought that the point was to say that it was like randoms in Palestine that did it. It wasn't like the Hamas. It wasn't actually Hamas. It was like just random terrorists. But it always sounded worse to me. Like, oh, so you're saying it wasn't the government that was murdering and raping civilians? It was just random civilians from the Gaza Strip? That's even worse. I don't understand, man.
Single active organization inside of Gaza. So it's not. That's why I always say, like, Hamas is not an alien entity in the way that we think about them, or we say, oh, they are. They're these like evil oppressors of the Palestinian people. Are there disagreements within the Palestinian coalition against Hamas's governance? Absolutely.
What the fuck?
No people are a monolith. But the only thing that every single Palestinian, with the exception of those who work for like the Atlantic Council or whatever, that are there to just do regime propaganda, do Israel propaganda, with the exception of those people. Every Palestinian I've ever talked to, Christian Palestinians, who might even have major disagreements with Hamas, who might even be critical of Hamas, will always say the number one thing that we want is the end to the occupation, is the end to the apartheid. The number one thing we want is dignity and sovereignty, and that is what Hamas has been trying to achieve militarily. The message to...
Bro, bro. This is just like, this is crazy terrorist apologia. Also, by the way, anybody that in my opinion, I don't know if there are other people that I haven't read or scholars that I'm just not aware of, referring to the Palestinian people as a unified people and not making the differentiation between the Gaza Strip, which is governed by Hamas, and then the West Bank, which the Palestinian parts are governed by the Palestinian Authority and the PLO. These are two different entities, and to talk about them as having like a unified approach or theory or unified criticisms is, I don't know. I've never heard an educated person speak about it like that, but I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know why I'm giving Hasan credit, actually. This guy's fucking retarded, but so is the guy talking to him, so whatever.
That is what Hamas has been trying to achieve militarily.
The message that you just said that Palestinians want, an end to the occupation, dignity, self-determination.
Yeah.
For people who are not as familiar with the issue as you, but that you want to reach and that you want to, because I assume the purpose here is to build a movement that supports Palestinian self-determination. And if I was someone who didn't know a lot about it, and
like, here would be a good question if you actually gave a fuck about any of this. Why not just like ask, okay, so I understand the perspective from the Palestinian side, because I don't know why the fuck I'm wasting my time hedging here when half you fucking retards, and I'm talking to you, DGG, aren't going to hear this anyway, and are going to come 2 years later saying I've always had crazy, unhinged opinions about whatever, because you're literally brain broken on this fucking stupid region of the planet, okay? An interesting question would be, because not technically, like, there is a Palestinian perspective that is worth considering. There is a Palestinian perspective. It's worth asking why, you know. Israelis like to say, well, they fucking voted for Hamas, so this is what they get. Well, why did they vote for Hamas? What actually happened there that made them vote for Hamas? What was going on that they were like, why do we have to vote? Like, that's an interesting question to ask, and it's good to interrogate why that happened. But the real question is, for the pro-Pally sloppers, is to say, oh, okay, interesting, you're giving me all the Palestinian perspective. What's the Israeli perspective on this? Why do you think Israelis feel the way that they do about Palestinians, about Lebanon and Hezbollah, about all the surrounding region and their attitude to them? What do you think is causing that? You never, ever, 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 ever hear these sloppers ask this question. You never hear it. You never, ever hear it.
Assume the purpose here is to build a movement that supports Palestinian self-determination. And if I was someone who didn't know a lot about it, and I knew that Hamas committed October 7th, and then I heard a message that Hamas is better than Israel, I would be less receptive to the person delivering that message than I would someone saying, look what Israel has done and what the Palestinian people...
Like, these are layups. These are layups. You understand these are layups, right? I should explain, like, I should explain how to... I don't know if people understand what a layup is. Okay. Let's imagine a scenario where I see a black person in my front yard. It's 7 p.m. and I get my shotgun from my home and I go out. I trade a few words with a dude and I shoot and I kill him, okay? And then let's say that I'm the news for it. On a critical show... On an adversarial, hostile hosting, it's going to be, are you racist? Why did you assume he was stealing from you? What did you say to him beforehand? Were there racial slurs exchanged? Why, you've got a history of saying A, B, C, D, and now you've killed a black person, right? On a slopper show like this, right, what a layup question is a layup question. What a layup question allows you to do is the layup question will take a scenario, and then it will pose the most low IQ opposition to your action, and then it will give you a chance to answer the lowest IQ criticism with the most eloquent answer available to you in order for you to lie and say that you've addressed the opposition. That's what the layup question is. So a layup question for that scenario would be, a guy would be on a show with me and be saying, so Destiny, so let's be fair. You always say something like this. You always start off with these things. Let's be fair, okay? There are going to be people that see that that you shot and killed a man who was in your front yard. Now, a lot of us, we might be scared. We see people, out late at night, and I know there have been burglaries in your area, and I think you've even had a history of people breaking into your home before, sure. But, like, for the people that say, I think Destiny just wanted to murder a random black person for no reason whatsoever, if I were to see that you shot at a guy who, in the police report, you say he was trying to break in your house, I could see why some people would be critical of that. So why don't you go ahead and address that criticism? And it's like, let me clean my cum up first. And it's like, Jesus, like it's such these are layup questions. Oh God.
Message. That, I heard a message that Hamas is better than Israel. I would be less receptive to the person delivering that message than I would someone saying, look what Israel has done and what the Palestinian people really want. Aside from this organization that is serving them poorly, is most Palestinians just want dignity and they want an end to the oppression. Like, I would feel like, okay, I could get behind that, and I'm going to be more attracted to that.
Like, keep in mind the framing. Like, what are the... I'm sorry, he didn't even ask me. He gave him a layup, and then he answered the layup with his own fucking sand washing. Oh!
That message.
I have a policy of saying the truth unconditionally and standing by my principles, even if that's sometimes hard to hear.
Oh, he's so brave. Oh my God, he's so brave. Holy shit. He's so brave. Oh my God. Wow, I'm crying for how brave he is.
Standing by my principles, even if that's sometimes hard to hear. And that's precisely what I did after October 7 on October 8 when I went live and talked about the systematic forces that have led to October 7. And a lot of people were not receptive to that message at all. And some of which actually became haters of mine and left the community, where I lost a third of my entire community for like the...
What? He's skinwalking me when I chopped off a third of my fucking community to the crazy commies that ended up becoming Hasan's initial seeded fans and fucking Washer's fans. He's skinwalking me. What the fuck?
Left the community, where I lost a third of my entire community for like the first year of Israel's maximum violence, Israel's genocide, where people simply did not want to hear that message at all. But I know, and I knew back then, that as long as I say the truth, that one, history will vindicate me, and two, as long as I say the truth, there will always be people who are more charitable and more receptive to that regardless. Because I see no reason in sheltering people from that perspective. Do I obviously manage in a much longer format, in a much longer conversation like the one that we're having? Yes, I am obviously more capable of explaining that position. But I think saying what I said there, that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, cuts across that narrative in a way that I think even liberals have to think about, because someone who is immediately reactive to that kind of sentiment that goes, wait a minute, but Israel is a liberal democracy. It's the only democracy in the region. Why is he saying that? They understand at least one part of it, where they think, okay, he's saying, Hamas killed 1,200 people. A third of them were soldiers. A third of them were, on
the talking points. It doesn't matter that Hamas killed soldier. Oh, I know what he's going to say next, by the way. The next talking point is, we don't know how many, but a lot of people were probably killed by Israeli choppers. I don't know if he'll say Hannibal doctrine, but that's the next talking point. But it doesn't matter if you kill soldiers or not. If you are invading a country and you're killing them when you're not actively at war with each other, it's a war crime. It's considered... I don't know if you would... They're war crimes. You can't kill soldiers when you're not at war with each other. That doesn't count as like military valid targets or whatever. Let's see if he gives the Israeli choppers were killing Jewish civilians in order to prevent capture, like the Hannibal doctrine.
A third of them were soldiers. A third of them were military. People who were active duty.
2/3 were military targets on October 7th. It was mainly the military. Give me, please. I'm about to come the biggest load of my life. Please, God. Please, God, please, God, please, God. Hannibal doctrine. Please, God, please, God, please, God. Israeli choppers, Hannibal doctrine. Please, God.
In the military, and then civilians as well. Israel has done that, 1,000-fold to the Palestinians.
Fuck.
So I think even in the most...
I was edged right to the limit. He didn't do it. Fuck.
reductive ways, even in the most reductive ways to try to comprehend what I'm saying there, people can understand that. Like, I think people are not stupid. We assume that they're stupid.
I will tell you. Well, I'll tell you how it landed with me, because I was
2/3 of the people killed on October 7th were valid military targets, I guess, according to Hasan there. Nice.
It's like, it wasn't like, oh wait, why did he say that? Israel's some great. I was like, Israel has committed just horrific atrocity. Like what I have moved so far on this, but I'm like, Hamas is they're fucking. What did they do? Like, October 7th was catastrophic for them. It was also like we've
catastrophic strategically. Bruh, we're cooked. It was, which is funny, but that's just crazy, bro.
We've all seen the images, like kids and people, and a lot of like these are like leftist peaceniks, Israelis at a concert, and they fucking massacred them. And I'm like, these people are like, I just want to have, and I do think it's important in politics to have like universal principles, right?
Yeah.
Which is like, if
Hold on, before I permaban you for being a fucking retard. Destiny, I think Hamas did not declare war as a weak point. The reason declarations of war are required by international law is that we don't want misattribution of blame, i.e. false flags or whatever. I don't think October 7th would be a war crime if they only targeted the military. You're dead fucking wrong. If you were to do a surprise attack on a country that you do not have, that you're not at war with, I don't know if you need a declaration of war. I don't know if any international standards call that out, but you're not actively at war with, that it's supposed to be considered war crimes. So if we think that Iran has a military base with 100 aircraft and 1,000 pilots, and we're not at war with Iran, and we bomb that airbase, that's a terrorist attack. It's considered a terrorist attack. You can't just, even if they're military people, you can't just kill them and blow them up in peacetime when you're not warring with a state and call, oh, it's a valid military action. It's not true.
violence is always wrong. Civilian violence is always wrong. Targeting children and women, always wrong, no matter which side does it, right? And I do think that it's important, not just from a moral perspective, but from like a building a political coalition perspective, to say, if I think one thing is wrong, one action is wrong on this side, then it also has to be wrong on the other side. Even if there is an obvious power imbalance, and even if there is a history.
But we don't always do that, is my point.
Oh, I know.
We don't do that when the dust is settled. We don't do that when the historic forces have played itself out and we look back at it. And I don't see a reason not to apply that same interpretation, because I see both. I see the civilians on both sides as human beings worthy of dignity.
Really?
And I think a lot of people don't realize that they do have a little bit of an implicit bias, where we've been trained as Americans living here during the global war on terror to collateralize one side and to see the other side as like a European-style country that's under attack. So we have the capacity to see the violence that Israelis are subjected to as like...
Destiny, that's definitely not true. What is a surprise attack? You need to declare it was you that bombed them retrospectively, but you do not need to have previously stated the attack was about to happen. Could you cite the international law you are appealing to? First of all, a surprise attack is something that happens in the during active conflict. Okay? Number one. Number two, you can't, if you start a war with a surprise attack, but you're not like at active, you're not in active hostilities with each other. That's not considered like a surprise attack, military. You're at war, whatever. It should be considered a war crime. This is why the U.S. attacks on the Venezuelan boats, even if those were military people, they weren't, would still be considered a war crime. Give me a moment and I'll look. I'll find the IHL rule on this. Hold on.
Real human beings, maybe even your neighbor dying in the hands of scary brown people, as opposed to Palestinians that die, entire city blocks reduced to rubble, is something that we've seen so many times on the TV, whether it be the Syrian civil war, whether it be Iraq, Afghanistan. So we automatically collateralize the lives of those Palestinians. So that's part of the reason
why. I will
why
say that those images are, I think, the most like that is what personally has moved me.
Yeah,
the most is seeing those images. Like I remember, like in post October 7th, and we talked about it a lot here, and the student protest movement and all the craziness over
generally when it comes to defining things for international humanitarian law. So like, for instance, I believe that I would have to go back and look. It's been a while. I don't think that there are people that are declared civilians for international humanitarian law. Typically what you have is you have a conflict, and then you have people who are considered party to the conflict, and then people who are considered military targets, and then people who aren't military targets should be considered protected peoples. So typically whenever you're reading language related to international humanitarian law, you're going to see things like armed forces of a party to the conflict. There has to be an ongoing military conflict. There has to be a conflict to speak of here. It can't just be people that are part of a random military that you're not currently in conflict with. But I'll keep reading. I'll find a more specific thing for you.
for that. And I remember thinking, like, there was that Columbia student who I think was eventually suspended or expelled or whatever for saying, like, you're lucky I didn't kill more Zionists and all that.
Yeah.
You know? And I remember thinking to myself, like, someone says something like that, and it's just a reaction that I can't even, like, it's just a human reaction to be like, oh, maybe I don't want to be with these, like, this is bad. I don't want to hear, like, that's, now you want to kill Zionists, or you're, like, that's fucking crazy. That's hurting your movement. You know?
No, I've been, look, here's.
It's the start of every conflict that isn't declared beforehand a war crime. Yet you're not supposed to surprise start wars. Correct. That's not okay. Fuck me.
Tomorrow.
Wait, somebody linked this 1 year ago.
In a hypothetical scenario that is not so hypothetical, decided that they are going to be the ones that are going to be anti-trans and push anti-trans bills. A lot of you liberals love talking about trans people, and you're like, oh, I guess you just don't care about trans people. Oh, I guess you don't care about immigrants. Remember how many fucking liberals said that in the 2020 election? I guess you don't care about immigrants then, and that's why you want to vote Republican. Not voting is basically voting for the Republicans. Okay, now Democrats are like, we don't give a shit about immigrants. We want to kill them ourselves. And you're like, oh, well, if you don't vote for the Democratic Party, then, well, then Republicans are going to win. Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference? There is no lesser evil between the two parties if the Democratic Party is also pushing for the same evil that
lesser of two evils. I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm sorry. So what we did in Iran is a war crime? So the U.S. opening salvo on Iran was a war crime? Are the USA strikes on Iran war crimes? Yes. Correct. Yes. Ask me about Venezuela next. Yes. Yes. Soleimani? Yes, you're not allowed to assassinate enemy leaders like that. You're not supposed to do that. You can't assassinations to, well, hold on, wait. The only catch to this is if I actually don't know the formal statement between Iran and the United States in terms of if we're considered in conflict with each other. I'll hedge on that. I'm not actually 100% sure on the right now or back then where that was. Because it might be, because if Iran has some, I don't think they are. I don't think because they always fight with proxy groups. My leaning would be towards no, I don't believe we're considered at conflict with one another. I don't believe so.
Here's the thing. I've been around protest movements my whole professional media career for a very long time. I've been doing this for a decade plus. There's going to be cringe people. There's going to be passionate people that say unhinged things that I totally disagree with.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, this is exactly what happened with Black Lives Matter as well, where, there'd be like there'd be someone that says like, yeah, fry him like bacon. And then the media would laser in on that to disparage the entire movement. So I have a policy of looking at what the actual movement represents. Do I identify with those values? Do I agree with them? Rather than,
I can't read this and listen to him at the same time. Hold on. You can look at something called the Rome Statute. This is the underlining thing that led to the creation of or establishes the International Criminal Court. The International Criminal Court is only to hold individuals accountable. This is a separate thing from the International Court of Justice, which is part of the United Nations, though. People use war crimes as like a catch-all sometimes when they talk about genocide, crimes against humanity, whatever. Technically, war crimes, it's its own article. It's a separate thing. For the purpose of this statute, crime of aggression means the planning, preparation, initiation, or execution by a person in a position effectively to exercise control over or to direct the political or military action of a state of an act of aggression which, by its character, gravity, and scale, constitutes a manifest violation of the Charter of the United Nations. I believe that by this, what they mean is every nation has a right to its own sovereignty, has a right to its borders, its people, its laws. You can't aggress on a nation, obviously, by fucking bombing them, murdering their people, kidnapping them, or whatever. This would be considered a crime of aggression here, or okay. For the purpose of paragraph 1, act of aggression means use of armed force by a state against the sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the Charter of the United Nations. Any of the following acts, regardless of a declaration of war, shall, in accordance with the United Nations General Assembly resolution, blah, 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 qualify as an act of aggression. So this says, okay, this is regardless of a declaration of war. The invasion or attack by the armed forces of a state of the territory of another state, or any military occupation, however temporary, resulting from such invasion or attack, or any annexation by the use of force, bombardment by the armed forces of a state, the blockade of the ports or coast of a state, an attack by the armed forces of a state on the land. The reason why they have this is regardless of a declaration of war is because technically you can have declarations of war that are violative of the UN Charter. Like you could just say we're declaring war on Mexico because we hate Hispanic people or whatever. But and then when you start bombing them or attacking them, theoretically they should still be considered crimes of aggression because you have to have a valid casus belli or whatever. Although technically, with the way that the UN defines it, I don't think you can, or the way the ICC or the ICJ defines it, you should never really have a casus belli because it means the other person is violating some kind of UN charter or whatever as well. You can't blockade and attack by the armed forces of the state, blah, 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 bombardment, elements of the crime. I'm trying to think of, it's going to be on the IHL site where because normally for your international humanitarian law rules, usually they will cite down here, like a lot of this international humanitarian law stuff is built upon individual court cases or how they're defined in certain military manuals or what the broad consensus is. And they'll cite down here to different things. I'm trying to think. I remember reading about, because it was a question on October 7th of, can you target military people even if you're not currently in war? Does it count as a war crime? But the overwhelming answer that I saw on this with regards to international humanitarian law was yes, that is considered, I don't know if you call it a war crime or whatever, what the definition is, but it's not, you can't do that. It's not considered like a proper military action. Wait, fuck. Did the U.S. ratify this? International humanitarian law is considered customary, I believe, meaning that these rules develop over practice of all nations over time. So basically, if everybody acts in a certain way where they believe that a thing is true, then that becomes true, and it is. So I think it's referred to customary law or customary international law, which I think is where a lot of these rules develop from. Like a lot of these rules can come from the Geneva Conventions, or it's like additional protocol 1 and 2, I think, are added on to the Geneva Conventions. You see these cited a lot. Some are just practice that have been longstanding practice forever, but it's considered like customary international law is just considered you have to follow these things. So every single rule that's listed on this website, you don't have to ratify anything. It doesn't matter if you ratify a thing or not. Every single nation on the planet is expected to follow all of these rules. And then if you don't, theoretically, you could be held accountable depending on the ICC charges individuals, the ICJ targets countries. But what does blockading the Strait of Hormuz look like? I have no fucking idea. I don't know what we're doing. I don't even know what we're doing over there anymore. I literally have no fucking idea. Right, Article 2.4 of the UN Charter governs the question of jus ad bellum, and because the only way to satisfy it are self-defense or a UNSC resolution, there's no way to start a war in a lawful way without committing the crime of aggression. Sure, okay. Wait, I just want to read it for that fucking guy in chat that asked the question. Hold on. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. This is about starting wars. You know what? I should put the positive on you, actually. Fuck you. Go through my notes on international law. It's in there somewhere. If you think that you can kill military people who are not currently engaged in armed conflict, then you find me the positive argument for that. War crimes aren't things that make your army retarded. If there is military advantage, we don't outlaw it, because then no one would follow the law. You can't attack someone and have them think it was a third party in the hopes they retaliate in error. You can obviously initiate a defensive war with a surprise attack. What? Oh, wait, are you an Israeli? Are you trying to justify the 6-Day War? I don't know. Okay, good luck.
Of looking at what.
Okay, going back.
Or you know what? Like, that's fucking crazy. That's hurting your movement. You know?
No, I've been, look, here's the thing. I've been around protest movements my whole professional media career for a very long time. I've been doing this for a decade plus. There's going to be cringe people. There's going to be passionate people that say unhinged things that I totally disagree with.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, this is exactly what happened with Black Lives Matter as well, where, you know, there'd be like there'd be someone that says like, yeah, fry him like bacon, and then the media would laser in on that to disparage the entire movement. So I have a policy of looking at what the actual movement represents. Do I identify with those values? Do I agree with them? Rather than key offenders that have said something that I consider to be heinous as well, right? And I don't spend a lot of time or put a lot of emphasis on people like that, because I've been to these campuses, I've been to these encampments, and they were some of the best organized movements I have ever seen. They had messaging discipline, they had all of the right things, they had protest marshals that would keep everything intact. They refused to talk to the media unless they had someone who was doing communication for the entire encampment that would talk to the media, and they still got brutalized. UCLA is the one I went to. I couldn't believe it. Like these pro-Israel groups they set up these massive they set up this like massive auditorium, or not an auditorium, I don't know what it's called, but like a projector where they were blasting October 7 footage and calling these student encampment student protesters like heinous words. They threw fireworks into the encampment. They brutalized these students, and these weren't students that were doing.
IHL doesn't seem to care much about war declarations for this. They look at how the attacking party conducted themselves during the attack, targeting civilians. Even 1/3 of the son's mind doesn't sound like good conduct, so he has no point. It is a war crime. Well, but that's not necessarily true, because you could have an attack where 1/3 of the deaths are civilians, but it could still be a justified attack as far as international humanitarian law is concerned. But I'm just saying that military people who are in the military are not targetable in peacetime, and then the excuse is that, well, we're at war, so we can target them. But if you believe the opposite, you need to find me a positive argument for it. I'm not gonna, or you can go dig through my notes, because I'm almost positive that I addressed this exactly somewhere in when I was doing all the international law shit. I just don't remember the exact fucking source for it.
And that these were pro-Israel people that just came from around the area, right? And I couldn't believe what I saw, where like the media's coverage was either both siding it or oftentimes siding with the pro-Israel people. So like for me, again, it's I look at the values and I.
What the fuck is he talking about? This is so slop. Dude, I hate politics. Such a waste of time. Most of the media, I'm pretty sure, was against the Trump admin that were revoking visas and shit for, that were revoking visas and stuff for students that were criticizing Palestine. The only time the media came up against the protesters is when these SLOP fucking weirdos were trying to block like Jewish students from going to class, which was indefensible. I'm sure Hasan defended it, of course. But like, I'm pretty sure that was the only time the protesting people got significant pushback. Maybe on the right, I'm sure they got attacked constantly because people on the right are fucking crazy. But
I also don't place a lot of emphasis on like whatever the media narrative is, because we love doing that.
Yeah.
We love having a conversation about like whose feelings are being hurt in the Western world when the conversation should be about, you know, who's dying in Gaza.
This podcast is brought to you by US.
Use the code Crooked at checkout for 15% off. On Zionism, you know, being an anti-Zionist, when you say you're an anti-Zionist, are you rejecting the premise that a Jewish homeland is a legitimate project at all? Or is your anti-Zionism specifically about the policies and practices of the Israeli state?
I have never had a journalist ask me questions like this before. And I've spoken to like a couple dozen. Now, maybe he's not a journalist, but typically, if I'm being asked about a controversial question for any like New York Times, WAPO, whatever, when people ask me questions, it's usually going to be like, so you said that the border collie is the hottest dog. Can you explain what you meant by that comment? That's it. I've never had somebody workshop answers for me like this guy does. So you said in your response here, you said that a border collie was the hottest dog. Now, when you said that, were you just trolling or memeing? Keep in mind also what there was something that I said a long time ago, how, what was this? Oh, it was in relation to Trump. It was when I was talking about to Miller. People don't realize how important it is for other people to be engaging well with a person, for you to think that person is doing a good job. There is a reason why studio audiences were added to every single sitcom in the fucking forever, 5 decades of sitcoms, or why there are studio audiences for the Night Show. If Trump is up there, this is why I said one of the criticisms that I gave before that I think, it sounds crazy, but I think this would have saved our country, is there should not have been live audiences for the American presidential debates. They shouldn't have happened. And for the for Donald Trump to make a joke and for nobody to laugh, it would come across as incredibly stupid and crass, and he would stop doing it. It would be very awkward for him to make like a crass joke. But when there's an audience clapping along, whoo, you can say anything. Because the impression is like, oh shit, this is kind of funny. I'm kind of laughing. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The people don't realize like how much that helps. So when which one is this guy again? I thought this guy was the John guy, but I think this is the other guy, right? When somebody workshops an answer in front of you, and then you kind of agree and vibe along with it. Oh, this is John. When you agree and vibe along with it, it builds so much more credibility for your answer. This is why I don't think a journalist would workshop an answer in front of you, because they know that it's going to bolster whatever answer you give.
Is your anti-Zionism specifically about the policies and practices of the Israeli state as it exists today?
I think Zionism is a fascist ideology. It truly.
And how do you? Because I think part
and
of the issue. I think this is like a definitional issue for.
Oh my God!
Yeah. The premise that a Jewish homeland is a legitimate project at all, or is your anti-Zionism specifically about the policies and practices of the Israeli state as it exists today?
I think Zionism is a fascist ideology. It truly.
And how do you? Because I think part
and
of the
I'm not
issue. I
alone
think
in
this
this.
is like a definitional issue for two.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
sure.
obviously, but I do
Yeah.
think that like there's probably a lot of. I think a lot of probably.
Is it possible that they are fully on his side and actively brainwash him because they want to make this normal? No, I just think that there are areas that if you're not in them, you just can't understand. I felt like from 2016 to 2023, I felt like I had the capacity to basically learn anything in the world. Because I've got a pretty intuitive sense of like, I've got like good heuristics generally. Like I think I can read a thing and I can understand it pretty easily. Like Asmongold XQC, like I think I can figure it out. Once I started Vyvanse and once I started actually like reading stuff, I realized like, holy shit, like everything is pretty deep. There's a lot that you can learn about any particular subject. And one of the downsides to that is it became very hard for me to trust people's like especially when it comes to legal summaries of stuff. Where I'm like, I feel like I need to read the filings because I don't know if I trust this person's summary, or I need to read the Supreme Court, because the justices, they take all the time writing the opinions out. You can read them and find out what they said instead of somebody else's summary, when I feel like the summaries might be missing important parts of it. There's just a lot going on that's really hard to see. So for people like PodSaveAmerica, as much as I hate to say it, I think a lot of it is just stupid. Or stupidity. Like they're clueless. They just don't know. I don't think they're trying to intentionally sandwash Hasan. I think they legitimately feel like, oh, like he's just like a bit further to the left, or maybe really left, but like he still wants like progressive changes to America, and we can kind of like align on this road. This is why, like, if you saw me talk to the Soy Pill last night, there was a moment when I was watching Jessica stream 2 nights ago where I was debating going nuclear. It's like, this motherfucking Soy Pill, how could you be so stupid? But the thing is that like for him, and even for, as much as I hate to say it, okay, but he's my, regardless of if he acknowledges that, he's my debate pervert pedophile twin, okay, separated at birth and then put into a time machine, okay? Even Pisco, I don't think, realizes like the extent of the infrastructure that exists in some of these communities to try to flip and turn opinions of people. They just don't see it. And, you know, whether we're talking about Pisco or the Soy Pill, like not realizing that this one person that might be DMing them is actually connected to such a huge network of people that are kind of intentionally doing these psyops everywhere. Like I see people are now posting, because these guys have been making overtures towards Hasan's community, right? Is Gisticle in them, and now you've got them posting Gisticle's tweets directly on Hasan's subreddit. I saw this earlier, especially probably because the attacks against Hasan have ramped up, but now you've got Hasan's subreddit is reposting Kiwi Farms clips of Melina to their subreddit to try to attack me. Like all of these people are working together in the background, and it's just really, really hard to see that unless you're really steeped in it. You know, it's really difficult to see it unless you're super steeped in it. So, yeah. But that's why it's so frustrating, though, because have you thought of compiling evidence to try to convince some of them? It's just, there's so much, and you would have to have such a commitment from a person to really dig into it and understand it. And most people aren't willing to put in the time to do it. So it's just, yeah. But what are you going to do? I do think, I mean, like, I'll say this. I should say, like, I shouldn't get a pass. These guys shouldn't get a pass. Like, I can give these guys, the pod save people shouldn't get a pass. They should know better. They should know better.
What do you? Because I think part of the issue. I think this is like a definitional issue for two.
Oh yeah,
I mean, sure. Obviously, but I do think that like there's probably a lot of I think a lot of probably secular liberals and even secular Jews in this country who think of Zionism as
they do.
Like I like the idea of a Jewish homeland, and do not think.
Like, here's the thing that I don't understand. I also hate this because John summarized in the very beginning of this why I fucking hate people like him and the whole podcast world and why it was a fucking mistake. And we need to go back to, Rush Limbaugh called it the drive-by media. We just need to go back to clips. He said in the very beginning, he said this thing where he's like, well, everybody takes you out of context and you don't really get to explain your position a lot. So let's get into it. Now that we're on a podcast, now we can do long form content. Like on paper, that sounds amazing. Cool. Oh, we're going to do long form content. Where are the follow-up questions on anything? Why do we not have follow-up questions on anything? So like the Zionism question is a really interesting question, but they never go anywhere with it, right? Oh, so Zionism equals fascism. Why? Because it necessitates Jewish people kicking Palestinians out of their homeland. Oh, okay. Next question. Hold on. Okay, well, let's say that we get rid of Zionism, and now there's no more, Jewish majority state? What happens next? Can we just ask one level deeper? One level deeper! One level deeper! What happens next? Like, talk to me about... Don't make me propagandize for this fuck country that I hope sinks into the fucking ocean tomorrow. Okay, I hate Israel, and I hate everybody over there. I hate all the Middle East, okay? But here's the question. If you were a Jew, and you could live in any country in the Middle East, okay, and you were a random Jew, where would you live, right? Obviously, everybody would say Israel, right? If you were a Westerner, and you could be dropped into and live in any country in the Middle East, where would you live, right? You would obviously choose Israel. But the real fuck shit is if you were an Arab and you had to live in a country anywhere in the Middle East as a random person, where would you live? There's like a decent chance you'd probably want to live in Israel too. Like there's something is happening here that is not cohesive with the idea that it's like a fascist, genocidal, apartheid, racist, horrible, terrible state. Like it's just such a stupid fucking concept that is never explored ever. It's never addressed ever. Nobody ever digs into it ever. Like just ask more questions and talk about it.
Secular liberals and even secular Jews in this country who think of Zionism as
they do.
Like I like the idea of a Jewish homeland and do not think ethno-state, do not think any of that other stuff. And then there's
also people who talk about, I don't think ethno-state. Jew in the entire world, for almost all of it, Jew means ethnicity. Anybody that says Jew and they start talking about the religion is fucking retarded. It has nothing to do with, it's not religious. The country of Israel started off as a secular Jewish project. It has nothing to do with the religion. When Hitler was going from door to door, they weren't looking for fucking menorahs or manufas or Hanukkahs or whatever the fuck, Monikas or whatever the fuck. They were looking for Jews, ethnically Jewish people, okay? You can just say, oh, I'm not Jew, bro. We celebrate Christmas in this household, all right? We celebrate Christmas here. Like, oh, shit, we were going to Holocaust you. You're cool, bro. I'll see you on fucking the 24th. Let's go. Like,
people who, you know, and who very much define it as, no, it must always be a Jewish majority state. And if democracy and equal rights come second, then so be it.
Yeah.
Every state, to some extent, we're so spoiled in the West. And in a way, I love this. I love that in the West, we are so over kind of like ethnic stuff that, like I say this all the time, like even our Nazis are incredibly multiracial. And I love that. The only guy at that UCLA student event that we did that was brave enough to come up and called himself, he said, I'm a white nationalist. And I was just curious. I asked him, like, how do you define, like, who would be allowed? And he was like, you have to be 75% white. First of all, white is just, that's just a very funny American to your concept, like white, just white. Okay. So, but then 75%, what does that even mean? Because like, I'm pretty sure if you look at what the average mixed race child looks like with like one black parent or what would it be? One black parent, one white parent, and then another family with two white parents. And then those people have kids. And then the mixed race and the white person have a kid. Would that, I don't know if the way that kid looks on average is a person that most white nationals would be okay having in their movement. But like, it's just, I'm sorry. I hate Trump. Please, Trump. If you're going to be unhinged, just do one thing so we never have to talk about these people again.
Jewish majority state. And if democracy and equal rights come second, then so be it.
Yeah. Well, that is what has happened, right?
Like all of these Arab states in the region, many of them like explicitly call out Arab as part of their, like the charters and constitutions of these countries. Like they all, but the thing is, you never hear about them being ethno states because there aren't, 50 million random other group of ethnic people trying to immigrate to these countries. It doesn't happen, like it's just not.
Which is
de facto, that's what we have right now.
It's de facto what we have.
And it's so funny too because why did the Palestinian Arabs? Why do they even want? Why are they so mad that Jewish people are even in Israel? Is because they wanted to create a pan-Arab state, pan-Arab, all Arabs, all similar ethnicities, pan-Arab. That was the whole goal initially. It's okay. I don't care.
Now, and it was something that we were always going to head in the direction of, because, I mean, even Stalin was a big advocate of Israel initially. I mean, they were.
The Soviets spent so much time backing all of the Arab states in that region. It's one of the reasons why some people think that maybe, peace with Jordan and everything finally kind of settled, and the region kind of settled down after the fall of the Soviet Union. It's like, okay, no more Soviet Union backing these guys. I kind of got to chill out a lot more, but peace with Egypt came prior to that. But the Soviets were big backers in 56 and 67 and in 73 of the Arab states. But whatever, okay.
The ones who trafficked weapons in 1947 that were used on Palestinian villages by way of Czechoslovakia, right? Illegally going through the blockade. There was this idea that
because Jewish people there were buying the weapons, but that wasn't because the Soviet Union was making a concerted effort, a deliberate effort to support the Jewish state. But okay. I can't even tell the difference between Middle Eastern Jew and Arabs. Is there really an ethnic difference? Whew, don't tell Jews that, and don't tell the Arabs that. But technically, over half the Jews in Israel today are descendants of, I think they're called Mizrahi Jews, so they are Middle Eastern, yeah.
Initially, labor Zionism and Ben Gurion was a socialist, right? Like this was going to be like almost like a Marxist project, but
okay,
but it was just ethnic cleansing from the start. And my assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment of Zionism.
Dude, this has to be considered self-harm. It's got to be self-harm. Listening to this, they're just not equipped, bro. They just shouldn't even be having him on.
When he saw Deir Yassin and these and the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in, Haganah, Irgun, Lehi, these militia movements before the IDF existed, before Israel existed, and he was actually asked to be the first president of Israel. He wrote about what Zionism was turning into, and he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing, and he warned about it. He said, if we do not have a commitment to binationalism, if we do not have a commitment to the people that are already living there, the atrocities that I'm seeing that, Zionist brigades are engaging in right now, committing right now against the Palestinians, is going to turn into exactly what the Nazis have done. And he was right. He saw it ahead of time. I mean, he knew what the Nazis were. He lived through it, right? And so my perspective is shaped by people who have done either extensive research on this, like Israeli historian like Ilan Pape, Avi Shlaim, or people who have lived through this process, many of which are Jews who have lived through this process.
He has not read a single Pape or Schlein book in his life, by the way, but that's okay.
And could not comprehend it. One of the first people that I interviewed after October 7 was Dr. Ofer Kasif. He is the only Jewish anti-Zionist in the Knesset. There's a Palestinian citizen of Israel who's also the only Jewish anti-Zionist in the Knesset. There's a Palestinian citizen of Israel who's also an anti-Zionist in the Knesset. They have like two people, basically. Yeah. It's a lone voice, but they exist, right? I care about the perspective of people like that as well.
Is the other guy who he's referring to Ahmed TV? I interviewed that guy. I think, is he the only Arab in the Knesset, or is he one of? He's been there like the longest. Not good that you don't know that guy. Uh-oh, but he knows the Jewish one?
So I develop a better understanding of like what it looks like to have to fight fascist forces in the country that you're a part of, in the country that you love, in the country that you want to change in a better towards a better future, towards a better trajectory. Because I see it as the same fight that I'm fighting here in America. Because Zionism, at the end of the day, like I said, is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is external.
Ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Ethno-religious supremacist. Yes.
Exterminationist. And it's in many respects no different than what we see in MAGA, right? Christian nationalism.
Oh my God.
That is a fascist ideology. I don't think you would disagree with that, right?
No, and there's also
layers
ethno-nationalism. Israel has like laws that have put this into place.
Yeah.
But there's
what, like which ones? What are we talking about here?
De facto ethno-nationalism in many different countries around the world. You could make the same critique of Hindu nationalism, the Turkish treatment of the Kurds.
Again,
right?
Japanese
immigration policy.
Things that I oppose vehemently and things that I talk about extensively.
Oh, does he? Link me the Hasan Turkey criticism stream, please.
Oftentimes people will yell at me for my criticism of both of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You've said
they yell them all the
abhor
time, bro.
anti-Semitism. You've drawn a distinction between being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I take that at face value. Here's the harder question.
Wait, why do you take that at face value? Give it all the... Why would you just take it at face value? Really? You just take that at face value? No. Oh, okay, cool. Well, at least he's honest about it. Okay, cool.
Like, where exactly do you draw the line? Because I think most serious people agree that anti-Zionism isn't automatically anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
But there is disagreement where the line runs in specific cases. And I think, some of your rhetoric, whether it's out of context or not, has landed in the gray zone, like calling ultra-Orthodox Jews inbred, comparing liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, the pig dogs comments.
The
Like-
pig dog one is I didn't even know that was like a thing. Did you know that it was like
Nope.
Yeah, I don't because even Jake.
Nope, I didn't know. Nope, I didn't even know. Nope, I didn't even know either, Hasan. I didn't even know either, Hasan.
And again, the issue is again, and this is an issue that the mainstream media guys just don't understand, because in the mainstream media, these comments are bad. They do hurt you. Being edgy is really bad for mainstream media, so they fixate on the edginess. But because they fixate on the edginess, they miss the ideology, right? Like, if I was ever brought on and like mainstream media guys, they just don't have the brain for this. That when somebody like me or somebody like Hasan is brought into a show and they're like, haven't you said like edgy things in the past? In my mind, I'm like, oh, thank God. You think I'm just edgy? You don't think I'm radical? You just think I'm edgy? Oh, well, fuck, this is going to be a dog walk. Easy. I'm going to fucking put you on a leash. I'm going to walk you through this whole interview. It's going to be so easy. Thank you. Yeah, I say some things that are just edgy sometimes. I should, boom, that's it. You're done. Like, having a radical or extremist ideology just reframed as being edgy is just one of the most beneficial things you can ever have done to you if your ideology is legitimately extremist.
Tapper, when he brought it up, he's like, I don't know what this is, but he was like clearly reading a quote from in front of him. He's like, the ADL gave me this
I know.
quote.
I went through it and I'm like,
Yeah,
I've seen it, and there's like, well, it's one of those.
I didn't even.
But
It's
how do
like
you-
one of those things.
I
where
guess,
I was like,
I
I
guess
didn't
the
know.
larger question is like, how do you think about, as you're talking about this, drawing the line?
Oh my God.
In a way where you're like, okay,
This is why, God, Jews. The annoying thing about anti-Semitism is that, generally speaking, most of the people who are outwardly anti-Semitic are white nationalists. And that's why Hasan and all these weirdo lefties get to say that they're opponents of anti-Semitism, but they're not. They're not really opponents of anti-Semitism. They just don't like fascists or white nationalists, who oftentimes are anti-Semitic.
okay, if I'm going to, I'm anti-Zionist, I want to make this argument, I want to talk about the project, but I really don't want anyone to take it as anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Not just because it hurts your feelings, but because you're trying to build a political movement.
Yeah, well, it's not just because I want to build a political movement. It's because I also genuinely abhor anti-Semitism. So it's a great question. It's one that I answer all the time, because this is a real problem right now where like anti-Semitism is growing in this country. It's undeniable.
On the right, from white nationalists, from white Christian theocratic nationalists, from MAGA and the white nationalist movement.
As it historically always has, whenever Israel does these sieges, the mowing of the lawn operations, and it's doing it, and it's...
Oh! Anti-Semitism is just Israel's fault. Fuck me. How was I supposed to know? Also, that mowing the lawn comment, wasn't that a comment made after... I thought that was after Cast Lead in like 2008? When was the first time that mowing the lawn comment was made? And people got real mad about that one. I'm trying to remember which operation. It was in 2005. So the idea that this has been a thing historically, but whatever.
It's tying itself to Judaism in this very sinister way, and is doing it as whenever Israel does these sieges, the mowing of the lawn operations, and is doing it, and it's tying itself to Judaism in this very sinister way, and people see that and they think, okay, well, this.
So sinister Israelis tying themselves to the Jews. Oh my God.
This is the Jewish state doing this.
Apparently in Hungary, Orban is losing, and he's thinking about running to Russia. The chat really wants you to know that. There you go.
Maybe it's the Jews, right? There's already a lot of people that have these opinions about, Jewish billionaires and Jewish millionaires controlling the media, controlling the banking system. So like it pairs up perfectly with what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And we've definitely seen a great deal of that, right? So what I try to do is stress the importance and showcase that there
are good Jews. Like, what are they called? The Voices for Peace? What do you call these people? Is it capos? The name that that's a mean one. And it's like the Uncle Tom, I think, for Jew. Yeah, it's like Voices for Peace or Jewish Voice for Peace or whatever, who are like the crazy weirdo Jews in the U.S. that fucking hate Israel and will wash all the crazy anti-Semitic shit that comes from the left.
So what I try to do is stress the importance and showcase that this attitude is not monolithic inside of the American Jewry. The reason why I think it's very important, even though I'm a Muslim guy, so most people, when they hear me say
he's a Muslim again. He shapeshifted right before he's back to being Muslim.
That, they don't give a shit, right? Because they're like,
Yeah.
you're goy-splaining.
Who is okay.
But the reason why I stress that importance is because it's true. I mean, there's a funny saying. It's like, what, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, right? Like no group is monolithic, and Jewish.
You know, except for the 90% of Jews that broadly support the existence of a Jewish state. But okay.
Americans certainly are not. They have very different assessments of what's going on, and we see that. We see that in the polling that is conducted, right?
We see it within Israel as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. I don't know if people understand this. I'm so sorry. And I know that people don't like the Hasan focus or fixation, or people are wondering, why are we talking about this so much? And I see Contra tweeted this. I think we should all just pay less attention to him. So right now, the moment we're in American politics is there is a vacuum for the next political party in this midterm season. This one right now. And then in 2 years, there'll be another kind of vacuum. The Republican Party has self-destructed so much that the Democrats are guaranteed to win. It doesn't matter what happens. They could run almost anybody. And, you know, we're talking about the Senate and everything now. Like, that's how fucked the conservative movement is. Meaning that right now, this is the time for the Democratic Party to really identify, like, what do we stand for? You know, what is our movement about? What are we trying to do once we get into office? That's why these fights are happening right now. So you get people like Hasan that when they're getting called out a little bit too much and they realize because their actual ideology is not palatable at all to the majority of Democrats, and they're like, why can't we focus on Trump? Why can't we focus over there, guys? Like, what? You know, never mind the fact that they spend 99% of their time attacking the left. Although they never have to say left, right? They have terms like, we shouldn't be punching left, guys, because they're so far left, they're always punching right. So it's a very convenient position for them to occupy. But that's why we're having this fight right now. And it really is, it is a fight worth having. But
Exactly. No, I mean, well, Israel's a little bit different because, like, at a certain point, there is an we see that in the polling that is conducted, right?
We see it within Israel as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean,
you don't, John. Yeah, I don't know why you're. Is he Jewish? Bro, this is why Israelis hate American Jews. I don't know if he's Jewish or not, but there are a lot of retarded American Jews. Or just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you know anything about fucking Israel, especially if you're in the United States, okay? There's no natural tie there as much as cultural Muslims like Hasan want you to think. This idea that it's a hot controversial take among Jews on whether or not there should be a Jewish majority state, that's just not true. It's just not true. It's not like a heated debate of like, should we give our whole country away to the Arabs? That's just not a thing that most people, you have to go to the very, very, very outer stretches of people to find that amongst Jewish people.
In the polling that is conducted, right?
We see it within Israel as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, well, Israel's a little bit different because, like, at a certain point, there is an overwhelming force of people who are on board.
You're there. It's a different perspective.
Yeah.
I get that.
So,
are you accepting any media appearances on reasonably popular stuff about the Hasan narrative, or are you avoiding it? Yeah, of course I would. But the issue is that most of the media. So Hasan will never take a critical interview, right? It's always going to be for PR slop stuff, like what John is willing to do for him here. And if I were to challenge anybody that would be favorably platforming Hasan, that would mean that I would have to go on a media platform and do a critical interview. But those media platforms that are willing to platform Hasan are probably not going to be media platforms that are willing to have critical interviews. So that's the issue, or at least not over this subject. So I would do it, but they would never. Yeah.
What I show always to people is that there's a difference between a lot of Jewish institutions and how Jews actually feel. And I actually sometimes will make a plea to not only my Jewish fans, but just to whoever is listening. And hopefully people will take away this message as well, to try to separate Israel from their institutions and to show themselves as if you consider what Israel's doing to be repugnant.
Like, it's actually criminal. like if I was a Jew, I would hate PodSaveAmerica. Hasan was pressed in the hardest manner possible on whether or not he would consider babies as settlers in the state of Israel, valid military targets. And even when pressed on Ethan Klein's podcast with him, on the Leftovers podcast, with their joint podcast, in an adversarial environment where Hasan should have been giving like the nicest answer possible, because that was an adversarial conversation. Even in that environment, Hasan said there can be baby settlers, yes. But here on this show, where John Goy is content to let Hasan completely sane-wash every single thing he said, now listen to this distinction. Well, I just want people to realize that Jewish people, even in Israel, they're not their institutions. The Jewish people over here, that's not the government. The average Jew isn't like this. The average Jew isn't the Jewish institutions of Israel. They're people that hate the country of Israel just like you and me. They don't think there should be a Zionist project in the Middle East. They also want to go back to Brooklyn, bro.
Show themselves as if you consider what Israel's doing to be repugnant, then stress that there is that distinction between a Jewish institution that you might be a part of and how much they celebrate Israel, or how much they try to fundraise for the IDF, for example, or do settler fairs, which are illegal inside of synagogues, right? Because from what my experience, there are a lot of Jewish advocacy organizations in this country and a lot of Jewish institutions in this country that simply masquerade as Jewish institutions and Jewish advocacy organizations
but they're actually Zionist or Israeli institutions.
They're just pro-Israel advocacy organizations and institutions. The ADL is a great example of this. The Apartheid Defense League, as I like to call them, led by Jonathan Greenblatt, is very obviously not.
Also, by the way, it's funny because in a way, this is a microcosm of another microcosm of like the macrocosm for Jewish people. So one of the arguments that Jewish people always give for Israel is that, listen, at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan, we need a place to go to. And usually the Westerners' retort is, bro, hello? There's the entire Western world where you can go to. You guys will be fine. And the Israeli response will be, if things are bad, maybe we can go to the West. But like when shit hits the fan, none of you fuckers in the West are going to defend us. It didn't happen in the Holocaust. You know, we were explicitly shut out of every other country to be mass killed by the Germans. When you see stuff like this is the type of stuff that Israelis view as insanely powerful propaganda for their country, right? Like, you're relying on Western states to defend you. You're relying on Western states to defend the concept of your existence as a people everywhere else. Well, here are the types of people that go onto their podcasts and talk about, you know, the Jewish people, the country of Israel. This is the propaganda they do. This is how they speak about, you know, the country of Israel and everything else. You know, nothing to say about any of the other violence that happens in the Middle East ever. And this is what reinforces their opinion of, you know, like, yeah, we got to have a country to go back to, you know.
Led by Jonathan Greenblatt, is very obviously not invested in combating anti-Semitism at all, and is simply using anti-Semitism in this cynical way to attack critics of Israel, prominent critics of Israel that have spent decades fighting anti-Semitism and still continue to do so, myself included. And that lack of separation, rather, is teaching Americans who have not been inundated with, Zionist indoctrination, who don't have any association with Jews other than watching Seinfeld and thinking, they control the media, but they make good movies, right? Like, that's the attitude of the average American about Jewish people who are.
The average person thinks the Jews control the media, but they make good movies.
Control the media, but they make good movies, right? Like, that's the attitude of the average American about Jewish people who are I think the most celebrated religious minority in this country, most celebrated religious group in this country.
Also the ones with the most per capita hate crimes against them. He'll never bring that up, but that's okay.
I don't know where it is right now, but that's what the polling is consistently. And the least is, I think, Mormons, weirdly enough. But anyway, surprising. But the way that people see it is they watch heinous violence unfold, and they see the Israeli state call itself the Jewish state, and then they see American Jews and Jewish institutions say, yes, that is the Jewish state. Zionism is important to us. It is the most important thing. We are tied to Israel in this inseparable way. We do care about it, and you as an American should shut up. You as an American should be canceled. You as an American should not have a job if you speak out against Israel because you're being anti-Semitic. What lesson are we teaching Americans? We're teaching them that
the Jews rule
every
us.
Jewish person demonstrates
Israel.
dual loyalty, which is false. It's a trope. It's a lie. It's not true. But that's what we're teaching people. And we're also teaching people that everything that Israel does, it does for Jews. Every time we call Israel the Jewish state, that's what we're doing. That's what we're teaching regular Americans. So I try to combat those forces on a daily basis. And ironically enough, I would say this like at my size, in the streamer universe especially, where most of the prominent Israel critics are, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and many other right-wing forces, they don't...
All of whom align basically one-to-one with Hasan's views of Israel and Jews in America, by the way.
Care about making that distinction. I do. So it blows my mind that groups like the Apartheid Defense League spend most of their time trying to deplatform me.
And when you hear them too, you'll hear, I mean, some of them are just all conspiracy all the time, but like, Tucker Carlson's a good example. They'll be like, he'll do like a very thoughtful critique of Israel and then suddenly like launch into a conspiracy where you're like, okay, now we're just, is just, I mean, some of them are just all conspiracy all the time, but like, Tucker Carlson's a good example. They'll be like, he'll do like a very thoughtful critique of Israel and then suddenly like launch into a conspiracy where you're like, okay, now.
By the way, he was retweeting that last crazy Tucker Carlson rant against Trump. He was retweeting it saying like, this is some pretty crazy stuff, guys. You should watch this whole fucking 1 hour Tucker Carlson episode.
Now we're just, is just, now we're into anti-Semitic territory. Now it's a Jewish conspiracy for this and that and the other thing. And it's like, they do, it is a real difference. But I do think that like, look, I find as someone who has not always talked about this issue, but has a lot recently, like it feels often like a minefield as you're talking about it, because I very much like the idea that
it's a minefield because you're uneducated and fucking retarded. It should feel like a minefield if you haven't done any research into it. It's the same way with a white person talking about black issues. Could you imagine a panel of 5 white guys and they're like, today we're going to go over the drill rap beef and how Malcolm X's speech in whatever place, like blah, 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 I don't know, fucking like with no concept of anything going on in contemporary black culture or in historical black culture, anything. And just like, well, we're going to talk about all this today having no idea. Like, wow, this guy, I don't know why he's strapped so much. Maybe he's into BDSM. We don't understand. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, none of these conversations should be minefields. If it's a minefield is when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're constantly shoving your feet in your mouth because you don't know what the fuck is going on.
As you're talking about it, because I very much like the idea that I would say anything anti-Semitic is like horrifying to me. Mm-hmm. I believe anti-Semitism is very, very real.
What does that even mean? You should ask Matt, what does it mean to be anti-Semitic? What does anti-Semitism mean to you? Because in the United States, we have very sophisticated definitions of racism. Like, we would never, ever, ever say, right? Like, think of the lens, I think Ezra Klein. Oh my God. Fuck, I'm sorry. I know. I'm just moving away from everybody. Ezra Klein is on my hater list. Only because, but maybe not. Hold on, I'm sorry. I read one quote. I didn't read the article yet, but I read one quote. Fuck. Wait, where's this article at? Hold on. I got you, unknown. Wait, did they change the article title? From Hasan Piker is not the enemy to this is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Oh my God. This paragraph, I read this morning, and then I didn't read any other part of this because... No, wait, it's not this one. Hold on. But to focus only on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat. Is it nascent? It might be nascent. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted Jon Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. Imagine if we applied this lens to the Republican Party or to all of the crazy anti-black racism of like the 90s, right? And like early 2000s, you know, like how could you possibly say that Rush Limbaugh is racist when he says, I am not racist, and when he says racism is disgusting? How could you possibly think these people are disgusting when they have, black media pundits, when they have there were more blacks in the 2016 Republican primary than there were in the 2020 Democratic primary or whatever, I think. Right? You had Ben Carson and you had Herman Cain. They were in the same one, right? And then you had, was there a third one? Might have just been those two. And then for the Democratic one, you only had, was it just Cory Booker? I don't remember if there was another one or not. Oh, Harris. Okay, you could say the same number then, I guess. Booker is like half though, right? Well, let's be real. I'm just kidding. But I'm like, we would never, ever, ever take such a childlike view, such a naive view of racism here, you know? We would never, ever, ever let that slide. But when it comes to this, though, it's just like so, the analysis on the rhetoric and the ideology of these people on the far left is just like, it's so childlike. It's so naive. It's so undeveloped.
But it is quite difficult because a lot of very pro-Israel voices will say that's anti-Semitic because you've critiqued Israel.
Also, by the way, there is zero shot. Mark my fucking words. There is zero shot that Hasan would ever support Ossoff in an actual primary for president. No world. Quote me now, clip me later. For a Jewish guy to be president of the United States, no shot. No shot ever.
Yeah. Very, very real. But it is quite difficult because a lot of very pro-Israel voices will say that's anti-Semitic because you've critiqued Israel.
There's also a lot of stuff.
And like, this is the weakest argument. He's giving the weakest arguments on the other side. Like, well, people say that you're anti-Semitic because you criticize Israel. These are layup questions again. These are layups. And I like how he gives him a layup question and then he does the layup for him. He doesn't even wait for some answer. He gives the layup response. My God.
Look, I find as someone who has not always talked about this issue, but has a lot recently, like it feels often like a minefield as you're talking about it, because I very much like the idea that I would say anything anti-Semitic is like horrifying to me. Mm-hmm. You know, I believe anti-Semitism is very, very real. But it is quite difficult because a lot of very pro-Israel voices will say that's anti-Semitic because you've critiqued Israel.
There's also a lot of stuff. There's also a lot of stuff that Israel does or Israel advocacy groups do that objectively does look insane when you explain it. Like one of
do the cum thing, do the cum harvesting, please.
The things that I've talked about,
do it.
Or one of the things that I talked about early on was sometimes you hear something that Israel has done, and you're like, did they do that? Are you being anti-Semitic right now? And then you find out, you're like, oh my God, they did do that. That is insane. So like, there is that element of it too, where on the one hand, a lot of defenders of Israel will call like anything that you say blood libel, like, oh, Israel kills children. That's blood libel. How dare you say that? It's like, well, I've seen it. Like, I've seen the children. The numbers are there. And I've also personally seen some of the children that have been murdered with these bombing campaigns, right? So that already undermines the impact of blood libel as a way to have a conversation about blood libel to begin with, which is a real historic wrong, a real historic way to associate people of the Jewish faith with whatever heinous acts that led to the pogroms, right? So you're undermining anti-Semitism every time you do that, but then also simultaneously, you're teaching people that like this is a good thing. Like this is something that you defend. This is something that you consider to be defensible, and you're doing that while you're associating with Judaism. It's the way I explain it. I delivered a speech at the Oxford Union a year and a half ago at this point, and the way I explained it to people, and at the time, the change in attitude in the Western world was not so calcified, right? But my positions were obviously the same. And I explained to people, look, what a lot of people don't understand with this dangerous conflation, I will give you a warning as a Muslim American who has lived in the United States of America.
Oh my God. All the anti-Muslim hatred that Hasan has had to battle in his life.
America since 2009 and has experienced Islamophobia.
Oh my God.
A lot of people think that Israel is still, an acceptable country. It's no longer an acceptable country. It will become a pariah state if it hasn't already. It has always been a pariah state for the third world, but now in the first world, in the developed nations, people are beginning to recognize Israel as a pariah state. The previous ways of defending Israel by saying it's the most moral nation on earth, it's the only democracy in the region, no matter how racialized those tropes were and how silly they were, it worked because most people were oblivious to what Israel does. Now they know. So this would be equivalent to me running around and saying, you can't criticize Saudi Arabia because the...
Wait, what? Can you explain how Israel has made Jews safer? The argument proposed that Jews are safer in Israel compared to anywhere else, not just the Middle East/Africa. The idea is supposed to be that Jewish people don't believe that Western countries would defend them if the countries were to become insanely anti-Semitic, akin to like a ethnic cleansing or Holocaust tier event, again, is the idea. That's the idea that Jewish people that live in Israel or that the country of Israel tries to, or believes in, that these people believe in.
Mecca is there. Medina is there. The Kaaba is in Saudi Arabia. You cannot criticize Saudi Arabia's blockade against Yemen, for example, because you're Islamophobic.
Who has ever said that in the media one time ever? You're criticizing Saudi Arabia fighting in Yemen? I don't know if that combination of words has literally ever been said ever.
People were oblivious to what Israel does. Now they know. So this would be equivalent to me running around and saying, you can't criticize...
Oh, I'm sorry. He's saying that this would be the equivalent. It's never running. Okay, sorry.
Saudi Arabia, because the Mecca is there, Medina is there, the Kaaba is in Saudi Arabia. You cannot criticize Saudi Arabia's blockade against Yemen, for example, because you're Islamophobic. This would be the equivalent of me running around as a Muslim saying, I'm a Muslim, and our institutions, our mosques, are...
Well, there were other things, though, that we weren't able to criticize that were really weird because people would call us Islamophobic. Like, I remember... probably the two largest Western discourses was one had to do with hijab, whether or not women wearing hijab or being forced to wear hijab was okay or not. And anytime you even questioned that, you were immediately labeled Islamophobic. This is probably like 10 plus years ago. I don't know if it doesn't really come as much anymore. And then it was a hot topic in France for a while because I believe Macron and his administration banned full face coverings from public areas, I think. Somebody tell me if I'm right or wrong on that. And people got mad because they thought it was an attack against, is it Talik and Burqa or whatever? The two big face covering costumes that they fucking wear or whatever. And then people got accused of being Islamophobic if you were okay with those masking laws. Was it just if you worked a government job? I thought it was in certain public areas or whatever. You weren't allowed to wear a mask or it's something that completely covered your face. Niqab? That might be it.
Fundraising for ISIS, and if you criticize ISIS, if you dare say anything about the Islamic State that are trying to implement a caliphate, that's true Islam, you're Islamophobic. And then the media was also defending that position, and all of our institutions were defending that position.
Well, apparently they're not allowed to wear it in schools too.
I think it's easier now for, unfortunately, very unfortunately, for Americans to understand because we are seeing something like that happen here in the United States under Trump. But also, like, I think this will sound crazy, but I thought the only
one of the
Islam, you're Islamophobic. And then the media was also defending that position. And all of our institutions were defending that position.
Well, I also think it's easier now for, unfortunately, very unfortunately, for Americans to understand because we are seeing something like that happen here in the United States under Trump. But also, like, I think this will sound crazy, but I thought one of the most compelling things, maybe one of the only compelling things Joe Biden said after October 7th, right after October 7th, was
one of the only compelling things because Biden was such a fucking retard. What a fucking loser retard. Ugh. You know what? You want the hottest take? If you wanted to come out and trigger literally every single person in the United States, the center left, the far left, and MAGA, I think the take is, I think Biden would have won. I think Biden, they should have kept him. They should have had him make jokes about flubbing his speech. He would have beat Trump again. We're just kidding.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was that. He warned, he gave a warning to Israel, don't do what we did after 9/11.
Yeah.
Don't make that mistake. Now,
yeah, and then
we know what happens.
And then he went and hugged Benjamin Netanyahu.
Right, we all know what happened from there. But I think about that often because, and now all these, these years later, as Trump's second term has, he's charging towards an authoritarian state as well. I'm always like, how can you, like, of course, it's easy to imagine another country doing something like this because it's happening here.
Yeah, no, that's my argument. Exactly.
And that's why it's not. It doesn't have to do with anything about the specific religion. It's what happens when people are in power and they decide to use that power to oppress other people. Like that is the. All right, let's get back to American politics before we close.
I mean, I would say Israel politics is American.
It
politics.
is right now.
Just like you also brought up, and not just like foreign policy. I mean, what you're talking about is correct. It's the same exact fascist forces, and sometimes it's the same exact like ethno-religious attitudes, like the ethno-religious supremacist attitudes that is the guiding principle of this growing MAGA fascist movement in this country.
Stephen Miller.
PodSaveAmerica is brought to you by Rocket Money. I realized that that's rocketmoney.com/crooked, rocketmoney.com/crooked.
We got midterms in November. 2028 Democratic primary is already beginning. We had a bunch of potential candidates. We're at Sharpton's event in New York. The DNC winter meeting kicked off Thursday. How do you see your role in electoral politics over the next few years?
I see myself as a megaphone for the people. And
I hate populism. I hate populism so much, dude.
I'm fortunate enough to have a fairly large platform at this point. So the way I look at it is, look, I have a lot of door knockers, phone bankers, fundraisers in my community.
God, really?
Community leaders and people that are, running for office as well, running for office themselves, labor organizers, and the media as well. So, like, these are some of the most tuned in people to politics. They're tuning into politics when it's boring. They're tuning into politics before the primaries, right? And they're certainly tuning in the general. You want to talk to these people because even if size-wise they might not be the biggest force, like I don't have the same audience as like Joe Rogan, for example, their impact is outsized. So you want to be able to convince these people that you're their guy.
But somehow this community, I like how he also presents it as just his community, right? And not like all the other weirdo tanky fucks, the Majority Report and Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball and all these other people that are in his camp, right? Haven't gotten anybody elected in like 10 years. Like this whole far left movement has just been, besides like the Justice Dems, who, like that's 4 people of whom most of them I feel like shit on AOC every other day now, right? Like where is your political movement? Where is the power? Like what's happening? Wait, somebody said there's a clip of his on Ossoff.
By Destiny, isn't he canvassing for the left? Yeah, dude, the left is John Ossoff.
Oh.
Fuck my dick.
5 years ago? Yeah, this was when he was...
I already had one controversial figure on.
He hated Ossoff, dude. Because Ossoff... I think it was because Ossoff didn't come out and like super champion single payer or whatever. And keep in mind, we're senator seats in fucking Georgia. So while we were out here doing our first few canvassing operations, while we were doing this in Georgia for Ossoff and Warnock, he was sitting at home making fun of it all, and because he hated these people.
If I was going to have smaller content creators on, I would rather have them be, lefties that with relevant politics, like Canadian lefties, like the Sirs, for example.
the Surfs TV, Lance.
And a lot of politicians have recognized that. And it's really interesting because like these past 2 weeks, they've been, writing all of these different things about, how dangerous it is and Democrats shouldn't associate with me. And then they're like, associate with us the third way instead. And it's like, no one fucking cares about that. But I have, fielded hundreds of requests at this point leading up to the primaries. After those articles came out, it probably 10x'd. It's insane. People are just like, yeah, okay, I don't care. Yeah, please, let's do a meetup. Yes. And places that you would find very interesting as well. It's not just like, radical lefty candidates either. There are a lot of people who are like,
oh, true. I remember when Hasan was bitching about his community because he couldn't get them to do anything. This was last year. Wow, lots of help, guys. Thanks a lot, really. I just wanted some fucking screenshots. People have their communities to do letter writing campaigns to Congress. I can't even get a screenshot. He's complained a lot about his community not doing stuff in the past, though. It just depends on what the current narrative is. But
this is clearly a massive audience. You have the capacity to communicate with, young men especially, and we want to be able to reach out to those people that we've lost. So, that's it.
Before this last media cycle for you, there was one, I think, in March. You said you wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom against J.D. Vance in 2028.
Yeah.
You vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Nice. Yes, avoid the entire hypothetical. Well, I don't think he's going to be the well, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast? Well, I don't know. I did eat breakfast. It's like, oh my god.
But like a lot of people, including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think like this is the problem. When the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through, the people who say they're building a movement would, like rather preserve their own power than, do what winning requires and, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that? I realize that you are a California voter, but...
I like at all the excuses that he sets up in advance. It's so crazy. The dick sucking on this fucking podcast. It's insane to me. Holy shit. Did you think they fucked after? I'm so curious. My God.
Have fans and audience, I'm sure, in a lot of the swing states.
Yeah.
Like, what do you tell people who follow you, who respect you, who happen to live in swing states as we head to 2026 and 2028?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if
the never Trumpers, you mean like Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger, like the people that were actually trying to make it so that Trump wouldn't win the next election? What do you mean the never Trumpers are more appealable to than you guys? The never Trumpers share more in values. Now they'll say, well, of course, because you guys are all far right conservatives. No, it's because they recognize the threat that Trump is to the country, and you think both parties are the fucking same.
What it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy. We have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again.
Taking your vote for granted, motherfucker. You didn't vote for Kamala. You didn't even support them. What are you talking about?
Left flank. And then, I'm going to say things that may or may not end up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like, I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see, as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the fuck they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, on the one hand, you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won and decide you're going to be the sincere candidate that ends up, dealing with the growth of migration in this country. It's a failure. if you were serious about being an anti-fascist, if you were serious about combating these forces, you would take it more seriously. You would do everything you can. You wouldn't try to win by your own coalition that you want to build and like, parade Liz Cheney around and act as though you're going to win with like never Trumpers or whatever. You would do everything in your power to talk to people on your left flank. And we're seeing that now better than ever before with people like Plattner in Maine, right? That like you can actually be an outspoken leftist that says I'm pro Medicare for all. I'm an anti-Zionist. I'm anti-genocide. You have candidates like that winning.
Your top 3 things: Medicare for all. Like, I gotta throw that one in there. Anti-Zionist, anti-genocide. Israel. Do.
At least inshallah, winning in places like Maine.
God, kill me.
No Jew, no news.
Oh, kill me.
Inshallah.
And unseating Republicans. Even you got Dan Osborne. Like, not every single one of these guys is the same.
Yeah.
Right. They don't always
none of them
have.
are gonna like all their positions are gonna line up.
Yeah, they're not uniform, but there is this broad left flank, left populism, Bernie-crat attitude that I'm seeing from a lot of candidates, and I think the centrist forces are very afraid of the movement that is building.
Now that I think about it, during the era you knew Hasan, he never really talked about Israel, did he? He mostly talked about healthcare and racism. Yeah, no, they never talked about it, not as much. They might have brought it up during the fuck, my brain is slowly losing all of its... What was the name of that fucking neighborhood? It's in East Jerusalem. I went there and I interviewed some of the people that lived in the apartments. Fuck! Sheikh Jarrah, that was it. That neighborhood. That was a big deal in 2020... Where was I living? I was in Huntington Beach. 2022? 2021? No, wait, was that before COVID? Dude, COVID fried my time perception. 2021? Okay.
The movement that is brewing on that side, because they don't want 1,000 Zohrans. I want 1,000 Zohrans to bloom, okay? Let 1,000 Zohrans blossom all around the country. That's what I want.
He's very popular right now.
Yeah.
Do you want to say something nice about...
He's not, by the way. Listen, and I'm Zohran's #1 supporter, but in terms of broad appeal to the Democratic Party, I think the top 3 were... I'm not going to remember it. I think AOC was 3rd. But I think the top 2 were just moderate Dems. Well, I think one was Harris. It might have been Newsom, Harris. Oh, no, was it Newsom and Pete Buttigieg were all up there? Somebody linked me that fucking list or whatever, the last one they did.
John Ossoff, or do you like him enough that you realize saying something nice about him would be bad?
I don't think... See, that's the thing. Yeah. I don't believe that, because if I believed that I would be a burden to campaigns, I wouldn't go out and campaign with people that I like.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
They ironically enough did think that way back in the day when I first actually worked with Austin.
Oh, sorry. Harris, Newsom. Oh, wait. This is not a broad popularity one. It's just who would win if people voted. Harris, Newsom, and Buttigieg are top 3. AOC is 4. Josh is 5. Mark Kelly and Pritzker, 6 and 7. Rewind 5 seconds. He's about to skinwalk you. Shut up. Hold on. Presidential nomination. We have... Oh, same thing, I think, yeah. Harris, Newsom, Buttigieg. AOC is 4. And then Shapiro, Kelly, Pritzker, Booker, Bashir, Whitmer. To be fair, I don't think Zohran would be on this list, right? Would he be? I don't know if he was even put here to... There's a broad poll for like who are the most popular Democrats or whatever. It might be this YouGov one that I'm thinking of. Hold on. No. The most popular Democrats, Q1 in 2026. We've got Obama, we've got Sanders, Harris. So we got Sanders there, 2nd. Okay. Harris, Biden is still there. Warren, AOC, and Zohran comes here at 7th. which is high, which is good. But the idea that this is like the most popular guy, I want 1,000 Zohrans, right? Like if you were to say, do you want 1,000 Obamas? He'd say no. 1,000 Bernies? Maybe. 1,000 Kamala Harrises? Fuck no. He would jump. He'd rope. 1,000 Bidens? He would rope.
SLOP campaign and then the Raphael Warnock campaign, the first election that they did, right? And I work with them privately. I set it up to didn't go out and campaign with people that I like.
Yeah.
They ironically enough did think that way back in the day when I first actually worked with the SLOP campaign and then the Raphael Warnock campaign, the first election that they did, right? And I work with them privately. I set it up to for them to do something on Twitch, but I did it on background because they were worried that like associating with me even.
What did he think he did? What did he do?
And back then would be bad for Georgia. I don't agree. I don't think that's the case at all.
Wait, him talking about this.
Hasan is me. Hasan makes more money than me by a factor of a huge margin. You know that, right?
This could be true.
Hasan is the C.
What? Give me the timestamp. What am I not watching a 22-minute video on this?
This could be true, by the way.
Yo.
No, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's not unlikely.
522.
The other good reason for sometimes donating publicly is because it gets other people to donate. So in the AOC stream, it was a good place to do that because Hasan works with Ossoff, and you wonder why he's not saying bring M48. No, I'm working with the Ossoff Warnock double campaign to get them elected in the state of Georgia in the Senate race. And what I'm doing for that is to help them get onboarded with Twitch. That's entirely different than having and also I've never, ever.
Help them get onboarded with Twitch. What do you think they need? What does that even mean? Doesn't Twitch have like employees? what do you?
Shielded myself from criticizing John Ossoff especially. It is
that, and we saw that was a lie. He made fun of him with me, and there were other comments he made too, but
fucking insane. I like Warnock. I think Warnock is great. But they are both Ossoff and Warnock are way better than they are way better than the Republicans in those positions.
Look at the size of that thing.
Look,
maybe he should shrink his shoulders, Pogo. Love you, Hassel.
I want what you want. You try to make up a popular movement to push a speaker vote concession from the grassroots instead of the politicians. That's a great shift in politics, and you're ignoring it. Where's the progressive and incremental change that ultimately gets voided by massive corporate socialism? What? Look, no matter what happens, it does not matter. Like people will always be like.
Is that it? Okay.
You look at all these places. You look at like some of the most conservative places in like Virginia or West Virginia even, and you poll them on things like, what do you think about the DSA? What do you think about Israel? And it's like they're a lot closer to me than they are to an establishment Democrat.
You think people in West Virginia are favorable to the DSA? What?
Right? And the same goes for Medicare for all. So like the idea that we have not also polarized in the exact same way that the Republicans have is very silly. We're in a very different political environment now, and we're in a very different media environment right now. And it's actually mainstream media that's trying to play catch up. It's actually the establishment Democrats that are trying to play catch up to where the public is actually at. Most people don't care about this stuff. They see the clips and they go, okay, that sounds kind of crazy. Let me go check this guy out. And then they hear what I have to say, because I'm not a political operative that doesn't have his own platform. I'm a political operative with his own platform that is competitive with these other platforms that are speaking over me. So I'm endlessly accessible. You can just come and see what I have to say, see what I'm about, and very quickly realize that perhaps the way that I'm being presented in mainstream news is maybe not the right way. Maybe it's a little bit of a manufactured outrage campaign.
For sure.
And one example I'll use is this. I was monitoring the situation on my flight back from Michigan to Los Angeles, which apparently some agent of Laura Loomer took a photo of me sleeping, which was so crazy. But while I was monitoring the situation, I was listening to Dana Bash talk about what's going on in Iran. Then all of a sudden, Dana Bash starts talking about me. and it had my choice quotes up there. You know, like the most insincere one is me actually defending or claiming that I'm, defending rapes or whatever, like denying sexual.
I didn't bring
assault.
that one up because I do think that was the most out of context one.
Yeah.
What? Out of context? How? What was out of context about it? What do you mean?
That was so messed up.
You weren't saying rape doesn't matter. You were saying
it doesn't justify genocide.
The rape doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was talking about the rape college kids one. Never mind. But okay.
And I was the moral calculus on either side. I think, which is I'm just like it's Hamas did something.
Oh, in case you're wondering, because some people I saw were asking this in chat, I think the other day, the reason why they all like are crazy dedicated to denying that any rapes happen, or maybe they'll say one or two might have happened, who knows, on October 7th, is because they feel like the rape myth is something that Israelis push in order to justify the genocide. So that's why they're all of them are so ardent in denying that any kind of like sexual violence was coordinated or happened like that.
They denied the babies too, right?
Yeah, although the baby thing is annoying because I think it was somebody in Israeli media said that a baby had been found either beheaded or on fire or something, and then it was a French media outlet that published something that like there were 40 beheaded babies, and then somehow the beheaded baby thing got attributed to the Israeli state media. I don't even know if there is Israeli state media, but somehow like Israeli media, and then everybody was like Israel made up the 40 beheaded baby thing. But that was like a whole fucking retarded schism of dumb shit. But most people today still think that Israel made up that 40 beheaded baby claim, but it didn't. It was some French media tweet that was not correct. But also these same people still think that like the Al-Ali hospital was actually bombed by the IDF, that it was a JDAM, and that 500 people were killed when Israel bombed that hospital for no reason, even though I think most people now agree that it was probably a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that malfunctioned and then fell in a parking lot, and a few people got killed. I don't know how many. I thought it was like 10 or 20, and then maybe a few more injured, but
fucking catastrophic and committed horrible atrocities.
You brought up
whether rape or not existed, like that, it was still.
You brought up a really good point. Israel had a literal pro-rape January 6th style riot after 6 of.
I need to do more reading into this because I hear this point brought up a lot. I don't have any counter stickers. I just haven't read into it. That Israelis were protesting to say that their soldiers should be allowed to rape prisoners. I just haven't looked into it as much because it sounded so ridiculous. But
the Israeli occupation forces concentration camp guards in Sde Taimon were prosecuted for raping Palestinian prisoners. And they released them.
Well,
and then Benjamin Netanyahu apologized for even attempting to prosecute them. And now one of them is like a famous television guy. I still don't think I think that's the most heinous thing. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard, right?
Again, back to my universal principle.
But I still don't think Israel should be wiped out.
Sexual violence, horrific, no matter who commits it. Anyway.
Yeah. But I don't think Israel should receive what Israel has done to the Palestinians in retaliation to that. That's my assessment. That's my attitude. But wait, what was I saying? Oh, so I saw Dana Bash. So there's a guy sitting next to me, and he's looking at the TV. He's also watching CNN. He turns around. It's like, is that you? And I was like, haha, no.
Wait. On the plane, or hold on, what?
And then they clapped, yeah.
Israel has done to the Palestinians in retaliation to that. That's my assessment. That's my attitude. But wait, what was I saying? Oh, so I saw Dana Bash. So there's a guy sitting next to me, and he's looking at the TV. He's also watching CNN. He turns around. It's like, is that you? And I was like, haha, no. And then I was like, yeah, it's me. And the quote that was on...
Is he talking about Austin? The guy he was sleeping next to on the plane? What in first class? Like, I don't even think these seats have TVs at the back of them. Okay.
The screen was America Deserved 9/11. So I'm going through the motions of like, this guy is sitting next to a big bearded dude
on a plane.
Who is on a plane associated with 9/11. Like, and I was just like, oh, that's they're taking me out of context. Like, you know what it is. And he was like, he turns to me. He's a liberal guy. He's flying back to LA. He goes, I fucking hate CNN. He's like, I hate Dana Bash. So he automatically was on my side because of the resentment that he had.
You've flown on planes before, Mootin.
I'm someone who's flown, yeah.
Who the fuck is watching the news on an airplane TV?
Pretty much no one.
Who does this? And then
who talks to each other on the fucking
yeah,
plane?
and then also like looks to like this is the how can he, dude, I gotta just where's the Hasan tweet about lying being OP? I just gotta start making shit up, man. True. Oh my god.
That's towards CNN.
That is. Maybe that's a good place to leave it. That's a good place to leave it. And look, we love Denabash here. Maybe we'll get her here and we can talk about this too. Hasan, thanks for coming on. You'll have to come on again next time you're causing a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably going to keep happening, it seems. So,
okay. Well, we'll see you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thanks to Hasan Piker for coming on the show. Tommy Lovett and I will be back in your feeds on Tuesday with a new episode.
Jesus.
My guest.
Orban lost in Hungary, by the way. Well, what'd you guys do today?
It was Slop Sunday. Dan showed up, so we didn't do any news because there was nothing happening on Sunday.
Slop Sunday? Oh, yeah, it's Sunday. Wait, why'd you guys stream at all?
We don't stream Saturday.
Oh, you're streaming Sunday now.
Yeah, I stream Sundays, not Saturdays. But I might swap that because when the Browns game's happening, I might want to be ready for that. We'll see.
Is that so?
You gonna read the Hasan Puff piece?
I know what this whole article is going to be about. It's going to be that. Jesus, it's going to be that like, guys, we have to have spirited debate amongst everybody.
It's an opinion piece. Oh, you found. Oh.
This is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. This article is by Ezra Klein and read by an automated voice. After the 2024 elections,
Why couldn't he read his own article?
there was a panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Could one be created? It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Rogan is not particularly political. His
You fucking read it. Go.
No, I'm not reading this. I'm eating popcorn.
audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts.
I'll read it if you... Did you post my debate yet with that modern day debate guy? Let's check. Nope. Fuck you. Goes up tomorrow at 6 a.m. Let me get a Red Bull.
Don't say I never did anything for you. 10-minute ads. Son of bitch. When is 6, 7, and Buddy Do the Do getting added? Oh, my nuts. How long did it take this motherfucker to get a Red Bull? That's a bit suspicious, isn't it? Hmm. I'm done with popcorn.
Okay. After the 2024 elections, there was a panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Wait, sorry, let me read this in the Ezra Klein voice. Could one be created? It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Rogan is not particularly political. His audience cohered around His audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts. That's what made him politically influential. He could reach millions of people who were not otherwise interested in politics. True. The problem Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, was that they didn't like Rogan and criticized others for going on his show. Well, this was after Rogan became like a massive, kind of like right-wing sellout, I think. No? That was my perception, but they tried repeatedly to cancel him for his comments about trans people and his skepticism of COVID vaccines. To the extent that he is now a right-coded figure, it's not because he started that way. Rogan's political views are mixed. His stuff about COVID and everything else was fucking retarded. I don't know about the trans people thing. That might be true, but I don't know. Rogan's political views are mixed. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2020. He supports universal health care and abortion rights. He dislikes vaccine mandates and lacks border control. All of these are just populist viewpoints. These aren't like super mixed, unless you're just like still trapped in the neocon versus Democrat world of like the early 2000s, but okay. But it shouldn't have been a surprise when, after years of being attacked by the left, he endorsed Donald Trump in 2024. The simplest way to tell people which side they're on is to tell them how much your side hates them. Was anybody surprised when Joe Rogan endorsed Trump? Was there a single person who was surprised about that? Who was surprised? That brings me to a more important than it might look controversy that has burst out over the leftist streamer Hasan Piker. He had a breakout moment over the past year as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist politics with a bro-ish aesthetic, was proffered as a possible answer. A category error because, again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. But pick over Piker's years of streaming, and you can find offensive things he said. Among them, that America deserved 9/11, that his favorite flag is Hezbollah's, and that a liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. Streamer has said offensive things. Isn't really a news story. Can I get a picture of Hasan in a bathtub at least? Can we get I need like a photo shoot or something, please. Thank you. Oh, God, yes. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Yes. Okay, there we go. Let's get some real Hasan coverage going on over here. Can I slideshow these? Thank God. Okay. This is a good. Okay. Let's go with this one here. Our psychosexual obsession continues. Streamer has said offensive things isn't really a news story. But then, Abdul Al-Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded the Democrats draw a line in the sand and shun Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters, to send a letter to Al-Sayed demanding details about how closely you align with his most abhorrent views. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, said Piker reflected the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. Politico then asked a number of possible 2028 Democratic hopefuls whether they would appear on Piker's show. Governor Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel said they would. Ro Khanna and AOC already had. Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Alyssa Slotkin said they wouldn't. Oh, thank you. True, we need this one. Thank you. I think there's rather a lot wrapped up in this controversy, so let's take it piece by piece. Is Piker a Jew hater, as Third Way alleges? In an interview with the writer Aaron Rugenberg, Piker addressed some of his worst comments. I find some of his answers compelling, and others less so. The comparison of liberal Zionists to Nazis, for instance, is repugnant, and not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethnostates. What made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethnostate. Ethnostates are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And Piker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideology is hard to square with his admiration for Hezbollah. Okay, the Nazis, the Nazis did a lot of bad shit. The killing Jewish people wasn't the only bad thing they did. They also tried to conquer all of Europe. Okay, I don't know if we forget that sometimes, but that was happening too. Okay, they also killed a fuck ton of Soviets as well. There were a lot of people that they tried to exterminate. It wasn't just Jewish people, but thank you, Ezra. But okay. But to focus only on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient as an anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He's an anti-Zionist. And here, I think, the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and the reality of Israel. A Gallup poll from February found for the first time that more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than with the Israelis. Among Democrats, the gap was overwhelming, with 65% who sympathize more with the Palestinians and 17% with the Israelis. The difference, as I've argued, is largely generational. Older Americans still view the Israelis more sympathetically, but among Americans ages 18 to 34, 53% sided with the Palestinians and 23% with the Israelis. This is new. Before 2023, young people and Democrats are more likely to side with the Israelis. This is not the result of an international psyop or a profusion of memes. The Israel that young people know is not the Israel that older people remember. It responded to the savagery of October 7th by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that killed at least 70,000 Gazans, taking control of more than half the territory and herding Gazans, more than 2 million people, into the remainder. Life there remains hellish. Israel has made hopes for a two-state solution fanciful by slicing the West Bank up into Israeli settlements and abetting constant settler violence and keeping a boot on the throat of the Palestinian Authority. Keep in mind, Palestinians also hate the two-state solution, and Palestinians also hate the Palestinian Authority, as well as all of the pro-Palestinians in the West, but okay. It has used the Iran war as an opportunity to launch an invasion of Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people and announcing that as many as 600,000 won't be allowed to return to their homes until Israel decides otherwise. Wait, what? Thanks. Jesus. The Knesset just voted to legalize hanging as a punishment for Palestinians who are convicted of killing Israelis in terrorist attacks. Third Way suggests you can identify Jew haters by their use of loaded words taught in social justice seminars: apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism. If that is the test, then a large number of American Jews now fail it. Israel, as it is behaving today, and as it is constructing itself for tomorrow, is incompatible with any normal understanding of liberal values. The settler colonialism should always make you raise your eyebrows. The other two, also typo in this article, there should be a closing single quote here. Apartheid and genocide, maybe not as much, but the settler colonialism one is a huge eyebrow raiser. But okay. Next pick. There you go. Sorry. There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River, Benjamin Netanyahu has said. For years, I prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from abroad. We have done this with determination and with astute statesmanship. Moreover, we have doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue on this path. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate the Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. True. All the anti-Semitic stuff has been created by people who are trying to call out. True. Good one, Ezra. Yes. The impulse to cut off those with whom we disagree reaches far beyond Piker or the Israel-Palestinian debate. It sits at the heart of cancellation as a political tactic. It relies on a belief in the power of gatekeepers that might have been true in an earlier age, but no longer reflects the way attention is earned and held. Wrong. You don't understand the environment today whatsoever. What are you talking about? Cancellation is like the #1 tool that these crazy pro-pally fucks try to engage in. Every single time they perceive somebody as being even remotely on Israel's side or not to the maximal pro-pally position, they try to cancel the fuck out of you. They literally try to get you, they spam your shit, they try to get you deplatformed, they try to say that you can't run for races or that you got to resign, or they try to bully you on shows, or they this is all they do is like try to bully you or corral you into their singular view of what it means to be fucking pro-Palestinian or whatever. Tucker Carlson was ejected from Fox News and grew stronger on X and YouTube. Fuentes was banned from major social media platforms and gathered strength in the shadows. Trump went from being banned by every major social media platform to retaking the presidency. I feel like people just don't understand. I feel like living on the internet, people just don't understand how these platforms work or anything. Like, when you talk about canceling somebody, the question is whether or not you can remove them from a platform or not, okay? Not whether or not you can make them look bad. If you remove somebody from a platform, you have, like, severely harmed their position. And to deny that is to just misunderstand everything, okay? So, like, Tucker Carlson was probably the most popular news host on the planet. Like, he still has a lot of sway. He's got a popular podcast and everything else, sure. But, like, him leaving Fox was a huge downgrade for him and the reach that he has in his podcast. It was a huge step down for him. Same thing with Fuentes. Fuentes could be far more influential. If he had a YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers or was popular on all the social media platforms, he would be way, way, way more popular. And then, same thing, Trump never really lost his popularity either. Trump just never really lost his popularity that much. Although he did for a bit. There was like a year or two after the election where once he was banned from everything, people were kind of sort of moving on, but then he kind of came back. But this idea that like getting banned from these platforms like doesn't hurt you at all or doesn't impact you at all, it's just not true. Nick blew up since being replatformed indirectly on Reels, TikTok, Kick. I mean, a little bit, it helped. The funny Reels and stuff helps, but like him not having a huge YouTube channel or having like huge streams on like mainstream platforms like that, it hurts a ton. It's not just that cancellation has failed to silence those it targeted, it also weakened those who used it. The Democratic Party and the progressive movement was ill-served by the belief that it could decide the boundaries of acceptable debate. In narrowing who it could talk to, it limited what it could hear and whom it could be heard by. This is kind of true. I haven't been on Rogan's show, but I've been on some of the shows in that broader universe, like Andrew Schultz's Flagrant and Lex Friedman's podcast. I was surprised by how frustrated the hosts were about their inability to book Democrats in 2024. They had said things that the broader progressive universe disliked, or had conversations with people who were anathema to the left, and so Democrats largely avoided these podcasts, ceding them to the Trump campaign. I think that when you're in power and you want to block people from platforms like this, it is an effective tool. The reason why these people were mad is because the Democrats or the progressive or the left-wing whatever ideology was largely like the more culturally dominant force. But now look at the flip side. Joe Rogan is the one who won't bring on Gavin Newsom. It's the people on the right who won't platform the people on the left. Right? This was not only bad politics, but also bad democratic practice. These shows had come from nowhere and had gained millions of loyal listeners. They had earned their viewerships by voicing something that made millions of Americans feel seen, heard, or at least interested. In avoiding those spaces, Democrats avoided contact with the kinds of voters they otherwise claimed to represent. This is the mistake Democrats often make when they talk about what they did wrong in 2024. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows. They are less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talk on these shows. Beneath this is an important principle. Conversation is not a reward to be bestowed on those with whom we agree. It's a necessary habit in a democracy. This is how conservatives use it right now, though, but okay. The point is not to find agreement as much as to deepen understanding. To talk with others is to believe in the possibility of change, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. I also I do agree broadly with this, but the problem too is what kind of conversations are you having? This is my issue where they're like, oh, what? You don't want this person to talk to, XYZ political figure? It's you can talk to them, but the question is is this a confrontational conversation where you guys are hammering out ideological differences? Or is this just a simp fest where both of you are jerking each other off and then sane-washing each other, the most abhorrent views that the other person has? The space for such conversations was once wider. In 1968, William F. Buckley Jr., the arch-conservative founder of National Review, hosted Eldridge Cleaver, the Minister of Information for the Black Panthers, on firing line. Neither man was there to endorse the other's politics. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Cleaver whether he finds it consistent with his ideology to encourage the assassination of Mr. Richard Nixon, Buckley said. Cleaver's answer: I would say that if Richard Nixon was assassinated, it would only result in having another pig in line who possibly would need to be assassinated. Buckley later hosted Cleaver at his home. It was a different time, but it created a lasting artifact. The interview has hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube, and it remains riveting to watch. Are there people I won't have on my show, or shows I won't go on? Sure, but those judgments from me are more about what I think will be productive, rather than who I think can be included. Similarly, I wouldn't judge Booker or Gallego, or Slotkin for avoiding Piker's show. They're busy people, and it may not be how they want to spend their time, but there's something strange about aspiring to lead the country's left-wing coalition and elevating the avoidance of prominent leftists to a matter of principle. That's all the more true now, as attention isn't bestowed on the chosen few by television networks and newspaper editors. It's won or lost in a ferocious marketplace that rewards outrage and controversy. The winners of the attention wars today are typically people who said some outrageous things in the past, or are still saying them in the present. When you're dealing with podcasters or streamers who talk unstructured and unrehearsed for hours each week, if not every day, there's going to be so much said that it's almost inevitable that a dossier of dumb statements can be compiled. To write those people out of acceptable political discourse is to back yourself into a shrinking, sanitized corner of the public sphere. It's not just edgy, epic statements or whatever. Holy shit. There's actually zero chance Destiny has any Hispanic blood in him if you can't pronounce Gallego. Jesus Christ. I don't know if it's a Spanish fucking word. I don't know the person's name. Gallejo? Is that what you want? I don't fucking, Jesus. Suck my dick, motherfucker. I'm going to come in your mom tonight just for you saying that. Good luck. When you're dealing with podcasters, where are we at? Oh, yeah. So, just edgy statements. Booker admitted on PodSaveAmerica that when he had said he would never go on Piker's show, he had never heard of Piker. His communications director had read him a list of the 4 or 5 worst things Piker had said, and Booker had used that as the basis for his response. Booker got piled on for that admission, but I appreciate the honesty. That is, in practice, a version of how many of us make our judgments. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivated decontextualization. We see other people in snippets that serve the agendas of those who cut them. We are fed 30-second clips shortened for multi-hour streams, 2-sentence quotes ripped from long conversations, old comments that obscure subsequent change. We have to be careful about being lulled into believing, this is a waste of time. Fuck article. Okay, I'm good. Tomfoolery maxing. Why? I don't even know what the... Can you explain why the settler colonialism thing should raise eyebrows? Because when people use the settler colonialist argument, they're trying to say that Israel is a colony of the West, that Israelis are all people that aren't related to the Middle East or to the lands or whatever of Israel, and they all need to go back to Europe or the United States. Hemomol denies wanting to get back with Sykkuno while clarifying the timeline of events. Oh, we already went over this shit. Oh, God.
Someone's convicted.
How much of this can I handle in a day?
As a pedophile. Would you ever take your family?
Here's a funny clip about Hasan talking about Ezra.
Contrary to what Ezra Klein claimed, which again, Ezra Klein,
3 months
what
ago.
the fuck are you doing, man? Jesus Christ. Like, he finds himself always on the wrong side of every argument, like professionally. It's crazy to me. But yeah, everybody hates her, and, you know, mostly for good reason. And these guys love yapping, okay? If you know anything about media figures, they love talking to one another, okay? They're gossips. Maybe that's the reason why they found themselves in this field. Given Barry Weiss's tendency to f things up because she's just awful at her job, I mean, it's a really horrible media environment for her. She is just going to get constantly daggered over and over and over again from respected reporters all the way down to the biggest careerists who are somewhat jealous that they didn't suck the right dicks, right? They sucked the wrong ones. Lower level dicks on Dick Suck Mountain.
Or not the piece actually airs in the future, and editor-in-chief Barry Weiss.
Okay.
To their island?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Y'all taking this issue that real victims have gone through, and it's almost like politicizing it for a personal political agenda.
But certainly you don't think Thomas Massey and I have done that, right? We always had the survivor.
Well, to a certain degree, where was this energy when you first came in?
Who released the Epstein files? Was it Joe Biden or was it President Trump?
Well, he did it because Massey and I forced his hand with the...
So why didn't you force Joe Biden's hand? Donald Trump has done more to expose pedophiles than Joe Biden ever did.
On a 1 to 10, how much do you trust me?
You released the files, so I'm going to give you like a 6 or a 7.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no, that's
And
pretty
Massey?
good. Yeah, Massey up like an 8 or a 9.
How did Massey get a higher score than me?
Millions of Epstein files have been released. The American people are demanding accountability and justice for the victims. I'm John Regalato from Jubilee Media. This is Surrounded. Everyday Americans from both sides of the political aisle are here to discuss the Epstein files, our two-tier justice system, and what proper accountability looks like. Today we're in Washington, D.C. with the co-author of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, Representative Khanna. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
You ready to get into these discussions?
I'm excited.
Are you all ready?
Yes.
All right, let's get into it.
I'm Congressman Khanna. I represent Silicon Valley. I'm the co-author with Thomas Massey of the Epstein Transparency Act that forced the release of 3 million files. I believe we need to stand for the working class, not the Epstein class. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 Americans to discuss the Epstein files. Epstein class. Today, I'm surrounded by 20...
Are there 20? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21 lies. Oh, wait, that's the host guy, maybe.
Americans to discuss the Epstein files. My first surrounded claim is that the treatment of the Epstein class shows that there are 2 tiers of justice in America.
Yes. If you would like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Boom! Hey, Christian.
Mr. Congressman.
I like the boots.
Yeah, thank you.
Where did you get those?
I got those out in Dallas.
Nice.
Yeah, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Congressman, when were you elected to Congress?
2000. Is this budget Jake Paul?
2016.
2016.
I started in 2017.
And when did the Epstein stuff first come out? Was that 2008, or when was that?
Well, he was convicted in 2008.
2008. So you started when President Trump was in office the first time.
Yeah.
And you served while Joe Biden was in office.
Yes.
He's from my home state in Delaware. Not a fan of him. I voted for President Trump. Proudly, the first time I ever voted this past year.
Really?
Yeah, first time I ever voted.
What made you vote for him?
He's America first. And that's what we need.
What about all the $200 billion he's spending on
Let's
the
just
war
get
in
back to
Iran?
Epstein files. Let's
Yeah.
get back to Epstein files. So you served while Joe Biden was in office. What did you do to release the Epstein files while he was in office?
In 2019.
No, while Joe Biden was in office.
Well, let me explain. In 2019, we called for the release of those files. Elijah Cumming and I, in the Oversight Committee, we called for an investigation. Now, when Joe Biden came into power, I do believe we should have released the files. That I'm not defending the previous administrations because I've gotten to know these survivors. And I believe that the files should have been released years ago. When we started this, we actually thought Trump would support us. Think about it, the coalition I built with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace and Thomas Massie. And Marjorie said, Donald Trump, you could be a hero. You could be the president who releases these files and meets with the survivors. I was surprised and disappointed that President Trump fought it. I was surprised and
let me just stop you there.
Let me stop you there, buddy.
Files? Was it Joe Biden or was it President Trump?
Well, he did it because Massie and I forced his hand with the.
So why didn't you force Joe Biden's hand?
Well, we should have. I'm not.
Why didn't you?
Well, because at that point, there was a process, but we should have. I got to know the survivors in 2025. I got to know them personally. Had I gotten to know them earlier, I would have, and I wish someone had.
Did Merrick Garland protect the Epstein class?
He didn't protect. Here's what the problem was. It needed a law of Congress. The Justice Department couldn't release things because of their policy until Congress passed a law. Congress had to say you can override the privacy considerations and you can release it. So, yeah, should we have tried to pass this law in the Biden administration or first Trump administration? Yes. But let me ask you this. Now that we've passed the law, why don't you think they should just release the rest of the 3 million files? And Trump, fine, he can take credit for it and try to get justice for the survivors. Why aren't they doing that? I guess that's my question.
How many files have been released so far?
3 million. They haven't released half of them by their own admission. And some of those files that they have.
It's just like all talking points. God, I hate politics. Oh my God, how boring.
Haven't released. Those are the ones where the survivors are naming the rich and powerful men who raped them or abused them. So my question to you is, do you think that the rich and powerful people who have been legitimate accusations of rape or being pedophiles or giving money to Epstein in illegal ways, do you think they should
Donald
be
Trump has done more to expose pedophiles than Joe Biden ever did.
No, but put aside that the point. Yes, he's complied half complied with the law. Do you think they should investigate and prosecute them? And do you think they should release the other half of the files?
They should investigate everyone, including
but they're
Democrat
not.
donors.
But they should
prosecute all of them.
But why aren't they doing? They're not even investigating the Democratic donors. They're people
should investigate all of them.
Well, so
all
you
of
agree
them,
they should do that?
all of them.
I've been calling. Some of these people are people who donated. Steve Tisch donated to Democrats.
Were any of your donors on the list?
Yes. Yeah. I'm for investigating.
Have you spoken with them about the Epstein files?
I have not.
You have not.
I have not.
What's holding you back from that?
Well, I've
Are they giving you money still?
I don't think so. No one who's on. No, but I've said that if there are donors of mine
Sheesh.
who are on the list, that doesn't matter. They should still come before the Oversight Committee. There should still be investigations. This has always been bipartisan. Are
you going to bring Merrick Garland in to testify before the Oversight Committee?
What?
Yeah, I'd support that. I mean,
why? For what?
I would, yeah, to understand why the files were not released. But now, would you support the idea that Pam Bondi should actually open up investigations?
She's already been subpoenaed. She's going to appear before the committee.
That
didn't she literally? I thought she explicitly said she wasn't. I thought she said, "Fuck off! I'm not appearing anywhere." Am I wrong on that? Or how? Wait. This might be an older episode. This episode was filmed on March 19, 2022, prior to Pam Bondi's firing as U.S. Attorney General on April 2nd. Now.
Should start opening up investigations against some of these men. I mean, there's a survivor who told me she was raped at 17. The person's in the files. No investigations being open. There's no investigation open about Leon Black, about Les Wexner. Why not?
I think like
All
the
right, we
previous
got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Good to see you.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3.
Good job, Khanna. You really roasted that dude.
2.
You got him, dude. Nice.
1.
How you doing, Congressman?
Hi, Aaron. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you. I appreciate your bipartisan work. I appreciate everything you've done to expose what you've exposed so far. I guess, could you define the 2 tiers that you're speaking about so that we all have a better definition of
we've got the public, and then we've got the whole class of everybody else, okay, that aren't you guys, including the Democrats and the Republicans. It's both sides.
Where you're coming from?
So if you get a parking ticket, you get a lot of parking tickets, your car will get booted. Or if you do something wrong, the cops will be at your house and you'll get arrested. In this case, people who had wealth and power, extreme wealth, basically thought that they could get away with doing things that you or I or most people in America can't. In the worst case, they were raping underage girls. On a less egregious matter, they were showing up to parties where 13, 14, 15-year-olds were being paraded naked, or they were hanging out with Epstein, a pedophile.
Is that how much of this is smoking gun like confirmed? There were parties where 13-year-olds were being paraded naked? Is that like confirmed, or is this all just like Epstein Slopstein files?
Knowing that he was raping underage girls and no police were ever coming and asking them questions. That's what I mean about two tiers of justice, that the wealthy and powerful use their wealth and power and connections to avoid justice that you and I have to face.
So I would argue that
Yes, I was there undercover as a girl. Okay.
that means that there's one tier of justice, and it's just for the have-nots, right? So my question to you is, it seems that most of Congress, most of our elected officials are supported by a lot of these people who are in that other class of people.
You're right.
So how do we have faith in our legislature to work on behalf of us, the people, when we know that their pockets are being lined by the same people that are on these islands, that are in these files, that are in these back rooms at these secret parties, that are these secret events, these terrible, horrible, nasty, disgusting things that are happening.
True.
And the most prolific child trafficker of our lifetime, they're friends with him.
You've hit the heart of what's wrong with our democracy. Are we going to be for the working class, or are we going to be for the Epstein class? And this
God,
is
I love that line every time he says it. Oh,
why I believe those files weren't exposed for so many decades, because both parties had donors in them, because rich and powerful people knew politicians on both sides, and it was in everyone's interest to stay quiet. But I believe prosecuting and holding the elite accountable, taking risks like Massey and I have. The billionaires don't like us. A lot of the people in this Epstein class don't like us. They're funding primary challenges against us. But we need to stand up to them, and then we need to say no to PAC money, no to super PAC money, get the money out of politics.
Would you agree that...
no to PAC money even? PACs are limited by, it's like a campaign. They can only get like, I think it's $3,000 per donor. We're not even doing PACs now. It's just going to be no. I understand super PACs, but now we're not even doing ordinary campaign finance stuff? Okay.
There are politicians who are a part of that Epstein class?
Yes, of course.
And on all sides.
Khanna takes PAC money, by the way. My guess would be every single politician takes PAC money. If you don't even... Are you... what, you only have your own campaign and then there's no other... You don't even have like a campaign aligned PAC? I don't know. That just seems crazy. I don't know.
The aisle?
Yes.
So are you planning on subpoenaing or bringing that up to have anybody else who was mentioned in the files to come in? For example, somebody like, President Obama, whose chief legal counsel was named in the files, Catherine Rumler.
Well, Rumler should come in, and she should be subpoenaed. I don't believe there's any evidence genuinely of President Obama.
And I'm not saying there is.
But Rumler, Kathy Rumler, she should come in and have to answer and subpoena, and she was in the Obama administration. So this has helped hurt Democrats, right? Steve Tisch, a Democrat. Larry Summers, a Democrat. Bill Gates, a Democrat.
And
Lord Mendelsohn in Britain, he was a liberal guy.
Absolutely. But my thought is anybody who's associating with these people who are friendly with Epstein, no, Epstein's a scumbag. He's been documented as a scumbag since the 90s, right? So Obama appointed, for example, I'm just using President Obama because he's the only president of the last 3 presidents that hasn't been mentioned, 3 or 4 presidents.
Well, he's probably been the most ethical of
that's up.
Whoa, well, we don't know about that one.
That's up for debate for whatever reason it may
Okay, bro.
be. I'm a registered independent, right? So I don't trust any, no offense to you, I don't trust...
I'm a registered independent. Ask who we voted for the last 3 elections. Trump, Trump, Trump. All 3 times, by the way. All 3 times, by the way. All 3 times, by the way.
Really any politician.
Why do I hear more Democrat bashing from Khanna than anything about Republican? Because that's what Khanna does, okay? This is a thing that, again, even my audience doesn't believe, but Khanna is like, he's like your new Mansion Cinema tier fucking Democrat. He has been for a while, but it's whatever.
On a 1 to 10, how much do you
He'll still vote with the Dems, though. I don't think he's as bad as like Fetterman or whatever. That's not fair. He's not that bad, but he is like that type of... He's a populist slopper, basically.
Trust me.
Right now, sitting in front of you, you released the file, so I'm going to give you like a 6 or a 7.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no, that's
And
pretty good. Yeah, Massey up like an 8 or a 9.
How did Massey get a higher score than me?
He's going against party lines.
I went against some party lines.
You did, but he's going against Trump and the Trump base as a result, right?
Okay,
that's a
fair.
very dangerous fly in the wall.
Where do you put the trust of Obama and Trump?
I don't trust any president because I think they all have external factors.
What about Bernie Sanders? Where do you put his trust?
I think Bernie is consistent, but I don't trust him necessarily for the American people.
No.
And I can respect...
Thank God. Thank God we've got Swalwell being investigated by the Department of Homeland Security for hiring a Brazilian national as a nanny without lawful work authorization. Get me the fuck out of this place.
Consistency, but I'm actually going to step away and let somebody else come up and talk. I just wanted to hear that question.
I appreciate it.
He just gave up? God, you were supposed to vote me off.
It's doing my job for me.
Hi.
Hi, Renuka.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I've been frustrated that it seems like everyone who is on the right that's coming here wants to move forward as in Trump is exonerated. And I feel like for a lot of voters, Trump was not exonerated in 2016 when the audio of him saying, I grab women by the pussy, right? Like when he said that, for a lot of people, that was immediately, this person is a predator. Yet, after all that, people still voted for him for 3 elections. I do think that considering the people he was running against, the Democrats aren't a real opposition to the Republican Party. That's a problem I have with the Democrats. And my counterclaim to it's the 2-tier justice.
Right.
I think this is a gender issue. I think this is about violence and sexual violence.
Yes.
And it's the fact that we're kind of, even in this conversation of elites, we're kind of treating it as in women in the working class or women of color aren't facing violence outside of the elite class, right? Women are facing violence constantly. And I think the problem also is that the burden of proof is always on the victims. And so my issue is that this is a problem with sexual violence and gendered violence.
Yeah.
And the fact that we keep trying to go around it, the fact that we want to have good men fight bad men, it's like we need to center female voices, survivor voices.
Yeah.
To
Well,
the
I think it's a
conversation.
very thoughtful point, and I actually would concede that it is not just a class issue of wealth and power. It is also a gender issue of sexual violence that can transcend class. And not everyone who was a survivor was in the working class. There was, though, a systematic effort to target people who were working class, who didn't have fathers, and an exploitiveness of people who are rich and powerful using their wealth to shield themselves from justice. But I think it is both a class issue and a gender issue.
Yeah.
And when I go in the airports and someone stops me, the biggest thing they'll say is they'll take 1 minute to tell me about their story of how they were sexually assaulted or sexually abused. And I am just...
Jesus, that's a lot to stop somebody in the airport to chat about.
Shocked and saddened at how common and prevalent abuse and sexual assault is in this country, how we have sort of hidden it in a box, we've pushed it aside.
Right.
And one of the hopes that I have is this work can have a serious conversation about it. And the real heroes in this story are the survivors, that we have tried to make their voices front and center.
I fully agree with that. My problem is that when we frame this as a structure of getting justice, the Transparency Act is very important. I'm very happy that you and Congressman Massey kind of started the coalition with it. The issue is that we are seeing the transparency, the files are out there, there's egregious stuff being discussed, and there's still people wanting to kind of move the conversation away and have like partisan fights. And that aside, I think the problem is there's a 2% conviction rate of sexual violence predators. So it's like the Transparency Act almost feels like trauma porn because Pam Bondi or Donald Trump's Department of Justice doesn't even care about hiding the survivors' names, right? So we are kind of forcing them to relive the worst nightmares, the worst moments of their lives. And we're saying, you know what? The benefit of the doubt still falls on the person who's in the files, who knew who Epstein was, who still communicated with him after he was convicted. And we don't have to, try them. We're not going to have them go through justice. And I feel like that falls short for me.
Well,
because
it does.
transparency is important. But if there's no justice or if there's no accountability that we're seeking at the end, that we're just trying to point blames of like who was with Epstein, we're not really getting the survivors
I couldn't
anything.
agree with you more, Renuka. And the survivors, of course, the survivors do believe that the release of the files was a huge thing because they've been fighting for that. But they call me, they text me, and
I don't understand why we're blockading the fucking Orban. Does this tweet make any sense? I don't even know if it's a good meme or not. I hate this. I just hate everything. I don't care.
They say, look, there are names in the files of people who raped me when I was 17. And why aren't we investigating them? Why aren't we prosecuting them? And I forward those names to Pam Bondi and the Deputy Attorney General. There needs to be justice. And if there's not justice in this administration, the next president needs to make this a priority, because every person who actually engaged in the rape of these girls or who covered up for that rape needs to face accountability. And I totally agree with you. And it's what angers me the most is knowing some of the people in those files who are not facing prosecution. And by the way, they're facing prosecution in other countries, in Britain, in Norway, in France.
I mean, I will have to say, like, in
Okay,
Britain,
we have to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Heidi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It's an honor to be here for me. I'm 19 years old. I was born in 2007, and from my understanding,
you make me feel old.
right. What I was gonna say was, Epstein was first taken into custody in Florida in 2006.
Yes.
That's before I was even born.
Right.
And you said to the previous speaker that you've been in Congress for almost 10 years.
Right.
So my question is, and I'm leaning pretty Republican here.
Right.
Where were you, like, throughout my lifetime? Like, this issue has been here. We know he was a bad guy from a long time ago.
Absolutely.
Where were you before?
Well,
like, why didn't you guys just murder him after his first conviction? Why didn't you just kill him?
We, in 2019, in the Oversight Committee, spoke out about this. But, I've been honest that I didn't know these survivors personally. I hadn't paid attention as much to Julie Brown's reporting. Now it's become emotional for me because I've gotten to know them. I've seen them break down in tears. I've seen how horrible it is. I know that there are so many men who abuse them, and that there is this group of people that I call the Epstein class that has gotten away with things. And it's really ugly. And it's a problem in our country because we aren't going to have trust unless we have accountability. If you can get away with raping young girls, what can't you get away with? So I do think, I wish I had done this in my first year of Congress, but it's a collective failure of our country. This is not about Trump or Biden. This is about how in America are rich and powerful people getting away with raping underage girls or showing up at parties with underage girls paraded naked. It is awful.
Okay. I see. And I agree with you. I feel like in America right now, there's not a lot of issues that 90% of Americans agree on. I think Epstein files is definitely one of them. But we didn't hear about this under the Biden administration. And what I think is right now, the sudden Democrat outburst on the Epstein files, I think it's a lot about timing. It's not really about justice. Because actually Epstein was arrested both times in 2006 and then in 2019, I believe, under Republican administrations, under Bush and under Trump.
But certainly you agree that those arrests, he wasn't prosecuted in the way he should have, right? I mean, he was given a light
Only arrested because of the liberal media that did the reporting, but okay.
sentence, and that's part of what we need to investigate.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing here is that some of the loudest voices about the Epstein issue have been Republicans, not just Thomas Massie, Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert. Jim Comer believes that there needs to be far more released. I mean, that's why we have Pam Bondi coming. And I just think that this should be an issue that unites the country, that there can't be two tiers of justice. You can't have rich and powerful people playing by one set of rules, showing up at this Epstein Island, raping underage girls, or knowing about it, and still hanging out with a convicted pedophile. Like that to me should be the one thing we can bring this country together.
Right. And actually about that point, what do you think about Bill Clinton? Because, I'm a Gen Z, I'm a teenager, I go on Instagram. And recently there was a really viral video where Bill Clinton, he was in the congressional testimony and he was flipping through like the Epstein files and he was very fondly laughing.
Oh my God. In the course of like however many hours his deposition was, somebody hands him a thing and he's looking at it. He's like laughing with his lawyers. He's like looking at a piece of paper. And the Republican slop talking point of this was like, he was looking at it. Actually, this might even come from the left, actually. He was looking at it fondly remembering all the young girls he was raping or whatever. Jesus Christ.
At some of the pictures, which weren't funny because he was in bathtubs with really young girls. And I just want to ask you, like, what do you think we should do with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton?
Well, I view the two separately. I mean, Hillary Clinton had nothing to do with Epstein. With Bill,
I disagree because she's
Moist Critical did a video on that as well. True.
Great friend of Maxwell. She invited Maxwell to her daughter's wedding.
Well, my understanding of the facts on that is that Maxwell came as a guest of someone who was invited to the wedding. But the point is that both
But she
of
was
them,
also a guest in 2013 at Clinton's foundation, I believe, one of her global
but that's
initiatives.
why I voted to make sure that both of them were subpoenaed. Right. They had to answer questions. They sat there and answered questions for 6 hours. Now, do you think it's fair that Donald Trump should do the same thing? He should answer the questions too, right? Just like the Clintons did.
I don't.
If you can't answer that question, it's okay. You're pro-rape. She's pro-child rape is how all of them should be labeled. You're pro-child rape. Well, as long as it's a Republican cuck, that's what you should say. I'm sorry. She's going to answer it. There's no way that she can snake her way out of answering that question.
The same thing? He should answer the questions too, right? Just like the Clintons did.
I don't believe Donald Trump is as guilty as Bill
Dude, I can't.
Clinton, because Bill Clinton, in this case...
The partisan hackery is unbelievable. These people would sacrifice their fucking children to MAGA if MAGA asked for it. It's unbelievable how subhuman, how disgustingly, I don't even want to say unprincipled, it's less than that. It's so gross. It's crazy to me. If he's totally innocent, then why can't he go answer questions? Then what's the problem?
But
he was on. Bill Clinton was 24 times on Epstein's plane, and
not to 24 different locations. Every layover was counted, and I don't think he ever went to the island. Oh, dude, it's all the talking points.
Also, for 17 times he was at the White House.
But Clinton never had contact with Epstein factually after Epstein was convicted. Donald Trump himself has said that there was contact. Do you think that Donald Trump should at least have to testify and answer questions? And he's president, and he's not really
just answer yes. Oh my fucking God.
Releasing the file.
And I agree with that. There should be accountability. I think.
There should be accountability. Speak plain English.
Both sides of the aisle.
Yeah. What both sides? He should ask again. Roe won't, because he's a two-sider. He's a two-sider on everything. And when you're a Democrat in these spaces, a two-sider means you're exclusively shitting on the left. He pull a single fucking concession out of these disgusting subhuman fucks. One concession, please.
It's not a partisan issue.
So
I think it's a systemic one.
I was for the Clintons testifying. I'm for Trump testifying. I'm for the people who are Democratic donors.
Make her answer the question. Make her answer.
Accountability. Republican donors having accountability.
Make her answer.
When Massey and I did this is why it was bipartisan. We didn't think about, let's protect the Democrats, let's protect people on our side. We said there's a group of people who have exploited the law. They need to be held accountable. And that's, I think, what the American people want. They know there's a rotten system where rich and powerful people get away with things, and they're tired of it. My hope is people like you will say, look, let's just have accountability across the political spectrum. Take the party out of it.
I agree. I think it's not a Republican issue. It's not like a battle between Republicans, Democrats, right or left. I think it's more an issue between the elite class and the working class.
Exactly.
Oh, when you say elite class, would you include Donald Trump in that? Because he's a billionaire, born with a silver spoon, been part of the elite class. He's now been the president twice. He's the elite. If any elite class exists, certainly Donald Trump is part of it more than any other human being on the planet, right?
And the powerful and the vulnerable.
Right.
So I think everyone should be held accountable, but it's just personally looking at those videos of Bill Clinton, I was pretty hesitant. I was like, wow.
What a disgusting.
We got to pause there. We're out of time for this claim.
Disgusting woman. Jesus Christ.
Are most of the folks here from D.C. or all over?
That's all over, sir.
Oh, that's where I was born.
West Coast, right?
Yeah, I grew up in Bucks County.
Yep, Bucks County, what high school?
Council Rock. That's a good group here. My next surrounded claim is that Pam Bondi's Justice Department has not complied with the law in releasing the Epstein files.
If you would like to be the first person to debate this claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Zach. How are you? Good to see you. You're quick.
Yeah. I think the claim today is quite polite, to be honest. It's not just been a refusal to obey the law. It's been pretty flagrant. The law you passed said that all the files had to be released by December 19th. Did not happen. The law said you couldn't redact for political reasons. We had the redactions of Donald Trump's name. It also said the victims had to be protected.
And they weren't.
And the names and even faces of many victims were released. They redacted in black ink names of the perpetrators. They released in 4K the faces and names of victims.
True.
So I wanted to ask, what are you going to do about that?
Zach, you're absolutely right. And thanks for pointing out that I've been fair about it. I have been polite, as have Massey. I mean, we've given the Department of Justice every benefit of the doubt. Why? Because my fight is not with Pam Bondi or Blanche. My fight is with the Epstein class, with these men who raped these girls and who went to the island and covered it up. So we have three problems right now. First, they have overly redacted files, 3 million files, where these survivors have given information to the FBI, named the names, and they're not coming out. What are we going to do about that? We're going to go to court. We're going to have Pam Bondi come for a deposition, ask her under oath. We're going to continue to put pressure in a bipartisan way to force the release, like we've gotten the 3 million files. The second problem, as you pointed out, is that they have given some of the victims' names out there. They've compromised the victim's identity. And for that, we've got to put them in touch with the victims' lawyers. They've refused to meet. But the final thing, Zach, is there's been no investigation or prosecution. I mean, other countries, they're prosecuting these people who committed horrible acts. We need investigations and prosecutions here. Let me ask you, what do you think we should be doing?
Well, I mean, I would like to see some more accountability, frankly. You know, you're the Article 1 branch of the Constitution, right? And, you know, I think everyone here will have different views on these issues, but I think there is a common thread that we all want justice. I know you're talking about depositions. I know you're talking about other things that Congress can do, but I think especially for young people who have grown up over the last decade seeing the worst people get away with the worst things, seeing it never be easier to be a bad person in America. I was wondering if you had any sort of reassurance that maybe if not now, but in a year or two, that there'll be some sort of justice in America for all of the crimes that have been committed, especially by the Trump administration and by Attorney General Pam Bondi, who has been really the cover-up for the crime as opposed to, you know, being the Attorney General for justice.
Zach, you're absolutely right. We need to be done with elite impunity. I mean, bad people have gotten away with breaking the law and facing no consequences. They caused the Great Recession. They sent us to war in Iraq. They're doing terrible things. We need accountability. And so I believe we will have prosecutions and investigations. They may take a new president, but we eventually will get there. But what Massey and I are going to do until then is fight with everything we have to make sure the rest of the files get released, to make sure we're calling people under oath and that they're testifying, and to push for investigations and prosecutions about the men who raped these girls or who covered up for that rape.
But what about
pause there? You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Austin. You're better dressed than me. Is that allowed?
Oh, well, I wouldn't say better dressed than you.
Oh, God, this guy.
First of all, I want to thank you for passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That is one of the Epstein Files getting released is one of the single greatest acts of transparency probably in the history of the United States government. That being said, I want to make a statement and then I want to ask you a question.
Please.
Within the confines of the law, Pam Bondi and the government didn't honor the deadline. That's indisputable. And I'm a Trump voter, by the way. That's indisputable that it wasn't followed. However, the way that the law was written allowed for redactions based around whether or not something was covered by legal privilege, whether or not something was under active investigation. And that, to me, is very disturbing. The Epstein case deals with wealthy elitists that have engaged in acts of horrendous acts, pedophilia. Why should they be protected by legal privilege, and why was the law written without any express penalty for the failure of the DOJ and the executive branch to meet that deadline? There was no direct penalty listed in the law that you wrote.
Well, you asked two very good questions. First of all, it does not protect privilege. They actually are misinterpreting the law. They have to give us all of the deliberations of why they made a decision not to charge Epstein with the full counts, why they didn't charge the co-conspirators. The law was actually explicit in saying privilege is not a grounds to conceal things. Secondly, they have to give us all the 302 forms. What are the 302 forms? Those are the survivors telling the FBI agents who are the men who raped them or abused them. They aren't doing that. They're not complying with the law. But you're right, it's an obstruction of justice. That's what they can be charged with, and that's what they have violated in the law. But if I had to do it over again, and Massey and I had to do it over again, we would have probably added a private cause of action as well. That doesn't excuse them. They still can be prosecuted for obstruction of justice. But as we were doing this, one of the things we probably should have added is a private cause of action. So I don't know.
Is Ro Khanna a lawyer? a private cause of action for if you feel like a DOJ prosecutor didn't charge somebody with a crime that you think they should have, now you can sue the prosecutor? Like, I'm sorry. Everything about this Epstein shit is people's minds are fucking just deranged. It's so stupid. Oh my God.
If you've gone to law school, or you should go to law school, but you're very astute to point out that private cause of action should have been in there.
It definitely should have been, but there's something else that you mentioned, that Britain and the UK are punishing their elitists that have engaged in this. But all I know of is that Prince Andrew suffered a civil penalty. He didn't suffer anything criminal. And President John Kennedy said many years ago that the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and an open society.
Yeah.
And that we're opposed around the world to secret proceedings and to secret societies in general. And many of these horrendous acts are committed by people that have a history of dealing not only with occultism, Satanism. There's evidence of the files of some of the most horrendous acts possible. Why was this?
We kind of got a degree at Yale, Jesus.
Why were the Epstein files not pushed for release during a Democratic administration?
Well, it was started under actually George W. Bush. These women have been abandoned and they haven't had justice. 1996 is when there was a complaint to the FBI to stop Epstein, and nothing happened. So this is not just a Trump issue. I've been very clear. These women have been denied justice by the Epstein class for decades. They have been rich and powerful people who've used their power, used their connections. And I'll answer your question, to prevent prosecution. But yes, these files should have been released during the Biden administration. But that doesn't mean that now that Massey and I passed the law, that we actually got something done, that we can't get justice today.
Well, I think the way to get justice today would be taking the steps that you're doing. But I think that the law should have been more tightly written to eliminate the possibility. Because this is the thing. You've seen you stated, I think I saw you on C-SPAN a couple days ago, you stated you got a chance to see the full unredacted files.
No, that's the problem. I didn't. The problem is that the Trump administration ordered the redaction of these files. March. They said to redact all of them if anything where survivors had talked to the FBI agents. We didn't see those files. When we went into justice, Massey and I and others, they already had been redacted.
So what you're saying now is that members of the U.S. government that should have, members of Congress that should have some of the highest classification access on this planet, you're telling me that you can't even see the full unredacted files?
No. And let me ask you this, as a Trump voter, would you be for having those files be unredacted?
Let me tell you something.
In March.
I'll tell you this. If Donald, they should have always. I trust the American people enough as someone that's going to run for Congress in a couple of years and possibly run for president in 15.
Just don't run against me. Well, I'll move to my district.
Well, you know, I'm in Atlanta, so I'm safe. I think that what should have happened. I trust the American people without question to see the unredacted horrors of what was going on, because I think that the criminals, the sycophants that participated in these acts should all be exposed.
So
and
you
tried,
agree with me that the March file should be?
Oh, they should
released.
have. Absolutely. And if Trump, and I've always said this, if President Trump is guilty, which I don't believe he is, because he was the first one to, we know that he but he told on Epstein to the FBI.
In 2006.
2006.
This isn't.
Where does this is not true, is it? I feel like I looked this up once and it's not really true. The idea that Trump turned in Epstein or some bullshit. What is the source for this again? I need to look this up again. I don't think I would have to go back. I don't think so.
No. What I'm saying is that any official, any politician, any person, including the president of the United States, if he's guilty of committing sexual acts with minors, should be thrown in jail.
Let me ask you one thing, though. You voted for Trump. Does this give you concern, the way they've handled this about Trump? And why did you vote for him?
I voted for Trump because he was a better pick than Kamala Harris. I voted for Trump because he leaned more towards Christianity and Kamala Harris didn't. And so,
but you agree that the work Massey and I are doing on transparency and standing up for these girls, that's what's more big than Christian values than
here's the thing.
Standing up against rape and abuse.
Absolutely. No, again, but we have to. Trump did tell on Epstein to the FBI, so we can't come at him in that sense. But it's what you're doing is fantastic, and I applaud you for it. It's one of the, as I said when I sat down, it's one of the greatest acts of transparency that we've seen in the history of the United States. But again, we are still, to quote John Kennedy, I see the flags coming, so I'm gonna try to make this quick. To quote President Kennedy, we are still opposed around the world by a monolithic and a ruthless conspiracy, whose dissenters are silenced and not praised, whose mistakes are buried and not headlined. No expenditure is questioned and no secret is revealed. And I believe that I trust the American people, I trust the entire population of this country without question, to see the horrors of what has been allowed to go on within the halls of our government, so that we can do what needs to be done and reform it from the inside out if necessary.
Well, we need your voice.
All right, pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, Andrew.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I don't disagree with you at all that Bondi and her DOJ are.
Andrew, why is he out of focus?
violating the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
I would say people were supposed to debate.
No, I don't
me
disagree
here.
with the actual claim. She is. The problem is there is nothing to disagree there. She just is violating it. However, I think 90% of the responsibility is on her. It's abhorrent. She should be punished for it. There's a section of the responsibility that goes to the actual language of the bill, and then by default, you as the writer. You mentioned that if you could do it again, you would put some sort of private cause of action into the bill so the DOJ could be sued to try to get the files released in that manner. Why didn't you? Would be the question.
So first of all, there is legal standing, right? We could have obstruction of justice brought against them. That is a cause of action. The Judge Engelmar in the Southern
Obstruction of justice would be a criminal penalty, but okay.
District of New York has invited the survivors to sue because they aren't complying with the Epstein Transparency Act. But it was a Herculean task to get this through. Massey and I defied the odds. There have only been 5 discharge petitions ever passed in the history of recent Congress. We had to go against the Speaker. We had to go against Donald Trump. We had to go against the senators. We had to go against people initially in our own parties. And so what we were trying to do is pass something that could...
How many Democrats were opposed to this? We had to go against people in our own parties. Massey, sure, but who on the Democratic side could he possibly be referring to? Okay, whatever. Both sides, me, baby.
Get majority support. And if we had made it even tougher, it would have been hard to get the votes we did. Now, I don't think Donald Trump still knows that he signed a Democrat's bill. He thinks maybe it's Massey's bill. But, you know, it was a very, very hard thing. If we had more time and if we were able to get a broader coalition, we could do it. And some people are talking about, can we do a second act to the Epstein Transparency Act? But it was the best we could get through in Congress at the time.
So is that to say that yourself and Thomas Massey considered putting a private cause of action into the bill and you chose not to for the sake of having a better chance of getting more votes?
We did. We looked at other enforcement mechanisms, and, you know, there was also a rush to do it. So if we started out with saying, oh, we're going to sue them and we're going to sue the administration, it would have been very hard for me to get some of the Republicans on board.
Sure. I guess my question would be, were you actually told by Republicans in Congress that they wouldn't vote for your bill if you put some sort of cause of action or criminal penalty into the bill, and that's why you made the decision? Or did you just do it because you thought that's how it would play
had
out?
Conversations with some of the other people, Republicans, and they thought that if it looked like it was going to be something suing the administration or going after the administration or partisan, it would be very hard to hold.
So the only way you could pass this bill is to make it toothless? Were they ever open about this in the past? Because that sounds kind of... Okay.
All the coalition. If we had lost one vote on the discharge petition, the thing wouldn't have gone through.
Sure. I feel you could, of course, always fall back on obstruction of justice if you want some sort of punishment for not following a law like this. My fear then is that you just have more elements. You have to deal then with the elements of obstruction. It's not as simple as if you just put a criminal penalty into your bill, or even if you wanted to go the civil route, put a cause of action in there so that people can sue. And then my biggest concern, and while you did mention that, yes, Judge Engelmeyer, I've read his writings on this.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not. One day.
Oh, good for you.
I've read his writings on this, and he did invite the survivors to sue. That's great. I think they should, and I think that makes sense, and they should be able to. Then you have to have the whole fight over who has standing to sue under the bill. If you just put it in the bill, you don't have to have that fight. You don't have to go through months and months of litigation. And the issue, and I think this is unlikely, but there is always that looming threat of, conservative majority Supreme Court stepping in and shutting it all down. You don't have to deal with that if you just at least in the bill specify who has standing to bring it, rather than rely on hopefully a judge agrees that this person should have standing to bring this.
I think in terms of the substance, you're absolutely right. And there are conversations about can we amend or supplement the bill.
Put it in,
but even that, if it was that easy, you would have the votes. But the challenge is there are a lot of people who don't want that.
And I understand
Okay, pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
Good job. Thanks.
Good one.
All right, Marion.
Hi.
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you.
Great to meet you.
Oh my goodness, thank you for doing this.
Thank you for being here. Finally, they called a woman. It was like 3 men in a row.
I know. Even though, I'm a conservative, so I'm actually fine with that. So
all right.
Let's just start there. Okay, so I am a Trump supporter. I also agree that Pam Bondi did not do what the bill says that she should do, right? My question to you is, at what point do we consider the ramifications of the names that are on this list. For instance, I did a very viral video. I went through the files that named Trump. Everyone wanted Trump to be guilty, so I went through the files.
Right.
The vast majority of them were a bunch of crap, right? Oh, Trump is buying whatever.
I agree with
Trump
that.
was, a random Wikipedia page with Trump's name. However, just because the name existed in the files, Democrats ran with it, right? I also looked at the FBI call logs, okay? So that was the big one, the big, you guys know it. It had a big yellow highlighted, everything is highlighted, all of these victims that called the FBI. And no one looked deeper to see that that particular file specifically said that these individual calls had been deemed unreliable for various reasons.
Okay.
So my question is, sorry.
You're doing great.
What? I'm just so nervous.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
But what is the space that should be left, right, by the DOJ to protect people who are in these files but are not guilty?
It's a
because
great
we
question.
do not have a valid, reason to assume just because Epstein named someone that means that they're automatically guilty.
You're absolutely right. I mean, there shouldn't be a witch hunt. And there are a lot of people in those files who are totally innocent, who may be mentioned because they were in a news story.
Hello.
Hey there. Hey, I just wanted to answer a question you asked in passing. No, he had not been open about that in the past, at all, that the bill was toothless because Republicans, made him defang it.
Yeah, because then at that point, what's the point of championing the legislation if you have a toothless bill?
Literally the entire reason I went to this Jubilee is because he did an interview with Tyler Cohen, and Brian asked him the same question, why is the bill toothless? Why didn't you put anything in here? And he's his answer was unironically oh, we just didn't think about it, we forgot. And I was like, yeah, that's some fucking horseshit. So whenever I found out this episode was happening, I was like, I'm gonna go ask him about this.
Gotcha. Well, okay. Thanks for the inside scoop.
Yeah. All right. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Or maybe mentioned because someone was talking about them in an email. And I do not want this to be in any way like a McCarthy hunt that just because you're in the Epstein files, you're guilty. On the other hand, and you would probably acknowledge this, there are a lot of rich and powerful people in those files who showed up on Epstein's Island, who raped or abused these girls, who had girls trafficked to them, and they thought they were above the law. And I'm concerned, why are those people not being investigated and prosecuted? So we need to be going after the Epstein class. We don't need to go after every single person. And by the way, Massey and I never made this about Trump. Now, there is an allegation about one person, one woman who claims that she was abused or raped by President Trump when she was 13. I don't know if that's true or not. What I do believe is that the files in that case should come out.
And I hear what you're saying. The question I would ask you is, how much proof should we ask for, right? What is the burden of proof on the people that are seeking justice to demand that these names be released? Because the moment that a name is in those files, these people have to deal with that in their real lives, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about people.
It's almost like you generally just don't publish parts of an investigation. That's just a really abnormal thing to do. So all of the pushes for this were just really fucking ill-conceived, but
walking around with their children that now have to deal with people attacking them online, attacking them in public, saying that they're pedophiles. These people might have just known Epstein. They might have just, sold him a house for all you know, right? At what point are you guys comfortable, on the left, comfortable saying, you know what, we need more time to guarantee to go through these files
on the left? It was you guys that obsessed over this on the right. But okay.
Personally, and guarantee that we're only releasing names of people that are guilty. Because I'm super uncomfortable with the idea of releasing any name and starting, as you called it, a witch hunt when there is no reason to attack people who are innocent.
Well, usually the Department of Justice, as you know, doesn't release files, right? Because they don't want people who are innocent to be caught up unless there are charges filed. The problem here is that there were women who were raped as young girls by Epstein and other men, and they called the police and nothing happened. They called the FBI, nothing happened, and it's been decades that they've been denied justice. So there was a miscarriage of justice.
Not to cut you off, but would you also agree that there are a lot of files that make claims of rape that did not happen? Because I went through a lot of these files, and a lot of them were unsubstantiated claims. And I'm not claiming that nothing happened on the island. Yeah. It's a horrible place. But
you do believe, let me ask you this, you do believe that more than Epstein and Maxwell were involved in raping and abusing these
Of course,
girls.
but because of the horrendous nature of these crimes, I think it is irresponsible for us to relist every single name that's ever been, associated with Epstein and let the left make that a claim to
The
guilt.
left. The
It
left.
is not fair to
I
those
can't
people.
speak for the broader
Like, what if your
movement.
name is on the list?
But actually, Massey and me are in the Epstein
Right.
files
So
because of our work.
should
But
we
no
assume
one-
that you're guilty just because you're on that list?
But no one is. But I don't.
It's just so crazy that like they are the ones who pushed for this, that Republicans pushed for it so much. And because nothing came out that they could use to roast Dems, now all of a sudden their consciousness has found them. Well, maybe it's not a good idea to...
I think the American people are fair. I don't think they think that Massey or I were on the island. Just because someone's in the Epstein files doesn't mean that they're guilty. Just
but you're
because
aware
someone
that your party does not do that, right? You're
Your
aware
party.
that your party came out in the moment that these files dropped. They literally just searched Trump's name. They posted in there over 5,000 times, and they let the left go crazy with that information. And I had to go and do this research for myself and post a video.
I heard you talked about Jewish Voice for Peace earlier on stream. Have you been to their website and looked through their FAQ page? They have a strong position on unlimited right of return, but take no stance on one state or two state solution. It's really weird. Unlimited right of return always implies one state solution. That's how that always works. It naturally follows. Jewish Voice for Peace also is that's like a fucking, this is a deeply unserious, this is a crazy loony organization. It's not to be, that's like saying that if you really want to know what black people or what some black people think about Democrats in the United States, look at Candace Owens and her network of black friends or whatever. It's just, this is like a super out there, crazy lunatic organization of crazy lunatic people.
To correct this.
But let me ask you this about, because you've a supporter of President Trump. I'd be curious why you did, and I'd be curious if the way they've handled all of this and not releasing it has made you lose any confidence in the administration.
Absolutely not. One, President Trump is probably one of the best presidents we've ever had. I thoroughly enjoy everything that he's doing. I have no problems with anything that he's doing. I don't care if anyone is mad about that. Also, in regards to these files, again, if you're going to be a realist and you're going to be fair, I think that it is unreasonable to ask them to release all of the files. As you mentioned, this doesn't typically happen in an active investigation, right?
So why aren't you critical of Trump's admin for having all these cabinet members that were screaming for them?
This doesn't typically happen in general when it comes to evidence for such a high-profile crime.
But don't you think they now have to follow the law and open up at least some investigations against these men?
I agree, but I think we should have the names that need to be investigated.
So I'll give you two,
instead of
Les
giving it to
Wexner
everyone.
and Leon Black. They're credible allegations that they engaged in horrible things.
But are there credible allegations against Trump? Because again, when this came out, that was the entire discussion on the left.
To be clear, they came out and the entire discussion was Republic. How do people forget the Pam Bondi handouts and everything? The historical rewriting by everybody is so crazy.
Why not have Pam Bondi or others open up investigations against some of these other men?
We got to stop there. We're out of time.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. My next surrounded claim is that Howard Lutnick, Trump's Commerce Secretary, should resign.
All right, if you would like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Antoine.
How you doing, sir?
Did you bring me a hat?
I can get you one. You got to come back to North Carolina with me. That's where they're at.
Well, good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Look, we appreciate you being here. I got to go back to the first claim, though, just really quick.
Okay.
I would imagine if anyone in this room is believing criminal justice, it's me. I'm a 16-year law enforcement veteran.
Thank you for your
service. So we
service.
appreciate what you're doing. However, I believe that Pam Bondi is doing a good job. And I also believe that she is putting out the files as quick as she can with over 500 employees. I think that's what's working on this, the FBI, going through the redacted files.
Now, let me ask you, Antoine, because you've been in law enforcement. Do you think she should open up investigations against some of these men who either gave tons of money to Epstein in allegedly illegal ways or who were allegedly on the island raping underage girls? I mean, don't you think there should be some investigations and prosecutions?
I absolutely do believe that, and you said it
Against
earlier.
Bill Clinton.
Lex Wexner and Leon Black. We have to start there.
Good.
Those two
We're on the same page.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I watched that 4-hour deposition with Lex Wexner. He funded the Epstein's exploitation of women. to be power of attorney and have all
Allegedly,
access to this
just
money.
to be careful. So on an issue like this, even though you're a Trump supporter, this crosses the aisle for you, right? I mean, you agree with what Massey and I are doing and going
Absolutely.
after these type of people.
Criminal justice crosses the aisle for me. Now, when you move into the question of justice, we have to do that. I know you stated earlier you're getting likes and you're getting hate on both sides of the aisle. You put yourself in the predicament now, just like me being a MAGA supporter. Law enforcement officer.
What makes you a Trump supporter?
Well, number one, I think he's sort of what Brother Austin said. He has tremendously helped this country when it comes to our economy. He's kept his promises no matter what we say about being here in this room with the Epstein files. He's kept his promise with that.
You would want
he's a law and order. He's a law and order president.
Excuse me, Ro. He's trying to do PR for Trump here. Please let the man speak.
What about this war in Iran, though? All this money going there?
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's finally going somewhere that we are a part of. Of course, we gave billions of dollars under your party's administration with Biden to Ukraine to fund the war that we had.
Oh my God!
Nothing to do with.
Don't you think for now?
And we don't want Iran to have any nuclear weapons. I agree with him.
He's going to come at $200 billion to Congress. You certainly don't want $200 billion, right, to go into the Middle East war instead of funding things in North Carolina, jobs, health care, child care.
I agree with that, but if that stops Iran from ever taking over the world with their missiles, let's make it happen. We want a safer world for everyone.
I agree with that, but I don't think... Anyway, let's go back to the claims. What about Lutnick resigning in terms of... Here's my problem with Lutnick, and you tell me what I may miss. He went on television and he said, I never met Epstein after 2005. And, Donald Trump actually in 2006 placed a phone call saying that Epstein was a terrible guy, that he was doing terrible things.
Okay,
now,
but
kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago too because of
after 2 girls that he says. After 2 girls, by the way.
Those reasons.
So why would you then hire someone in your cabinet who is lying about when he met Epstein and then goes with his whole family and meets Epstein in 2012? He lied to the American public. If you lied as a law enforcement officer, would you still have your job?
Depends on what the...
Listen to the... it's like the mental gymnastics where they're put in this position where like, fuck, okay, how do I defend this? How do I defend this? How do I defend this?
Lie was
an officer. Would you still have your job?
Depends on what the lie was. But if you're looking at someone, we have to go back to Joe Biden. How about his son, Hunter Biden? They covered up the laptop deal. They did all that with the drugs. They did it with the weapons.
Look, I'm not going to.
I know, but if we're going to talk about President Trump's administration, who I think Mr. Lucklin is doing a great job. Look at what he did in 9/11. He had over 350 employees that were killed in the 9/11.
And that was a terrible tragedy.
Yes, terrible.
But don't you think he owes at least the country an apology for lying and saying, "Hey, I shouldn't have said that I never met him"?
I think he should have been forthcoming, should have been straight honest about it. But what we do know, when he went to Jeffrey Epstein's island, pedophile island, he was there with his family, so he couldn't have done anything malicious.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement guy.
I am.
So someone's convicted as a pedophile. You know that they're convicted as a...
Law enforcement guy gets a call. We got a call that the dad's raping his daughter. It's like, wait a second. Hold on. He's doing the Mindhunter. Wait, what's the one show with the guy who solves crimes because he's so fucking smart? He's like, hold on. You said the dad was raping his daughter? That would have meant that the dad and daughter were together at the same time, which means that the dad is in a place with his family, which means he couldn't possibly be raping anybody. Crime solved! Bullshit! Oh, the mentalist or whatever? No crime there. No crime. Not possible.
Pedophile. Would you ever take your family to their island?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Why shouldn't the same standard apply to Howard Lutnick?
Well, because that island wasn't only, of course, when you look at it, there were certain parts that some people have already testified they had no...
He went to the non-pedophile part of the island.
idea that there was other portions of that island that dealt with sexual crimes. They were there to matter of fact, Mr. Lexington said it was the worst island he ever seen. He don't even know why anybody would even purchase such
you wouldn't be even close to that, let alone taking, I don't know if you have kids.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be close to it, but we have to realize...
Because you've got a moral... I can tell, just talking about it, you've got a moral center, you care about law and order, you're a person of faith. So my point with Lutnick is he's not a bad person, I don't know him, but you can't lie about doing something like that? And what type of judgment to go to an island of someone you know is a convicted pedophile, who President Trump himself is saying did horrible things, and you're still allegedly doing business with that person, right? I'm not saying Lutnick raped young girls. Of course, I'm not making that allegation. I'm not saying that he engaged in the conduct. I'm saying, why wasn't he honest? And he showed terrible judgment.
Okay, well,
affiliating with this guy.
Agree. We can move on from that. I believe he should have, and he knows that he should have just became forthcoming when he was asked.
All right, we got to pause there. Okay. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good conversation.
Good combo, buddy.
Hi, Udawa. Great to see you.
I love how you say my name. Good to see you too.
Is it correct?
Yeah.
All
So
right.
before we get into the prompt right here, I wanted to address something that you said earlier about the two-tier system.
Yeah.
So obviously I work in politics, I work in policy, so I'm really asking questions on behalf of the people who are watching.
Wonderful.
The average American who may not have access to information.
What do you
that we
do
have.
in policy and politics?
I do independent political commentary in public policy and public health.
So she's a YouTuber? When she says she does public policy and public health, does she mean like she just like comments on it, or?
So my question with the two-tier system comment that you said, do you think that it's fair for the average American's trust in the American system to increase or decrease?
Right now it has decreased, and I think it's fair for it to decrease, but that's really sad for our country because we've got to do big things. We've got to provide health care for folks, child care for folks. We're dealing with an AI revolution. We need a jobs program in this country for good-paying jobs, and we can't do all of that if the faith is decreasing.
Okay, so something that I wanted to ask is that a high frustration that I do have is that a lot of politicians on both sides of the aisle, they like to use moments to politicize real trauma that people go through.
Right.
It's almost like y'all taking this issue that people, real victims have gone through, and it's almost like politicizing it for personal political agenda.
But certainly you don't think Thomas Massey and I have done that, right? We always had the survivors.
Well, to a certain degree, I'm asking you, if the current administration wasn't Trump's administration, would you still have the same amount of energy and venom that you do now when it comes to pushing these files to be released?
I don't know if I have venom, but I have anger.
I wouldn't use the word venom. I apologize.
But I do have anger against these rich and powerful people who abuse these young girls and how they got away with it. And I'm disgusted by the way this Epstein class was acting.
So if the current administration was switched, would you still have the same type of energy is my question to you.
I do think so because it's bipartisan with Massey. But here's what I will say to Donald Trump. I mean, he actually...
Donald Trump aside.
No, I'm giving him some credit in that he raised the public awareness of this, right? He campaigned on this issue. So I don't know if I would have met the survivors and paid as much attention to it if he hadn't done that. But here's what I'm most disappointed with. You know, Vance was out on every podcast saying, we're going to get the Epstein files. We're going to get the Epstein files.
That's true. He did say that.
What happened to him? Where is the guy?
No, that's true. I do give you that.
Where is he? Like, I don't know what happened to him.
Another question that I had with Lutnick, this is me coming from an independent. Obviously, my feelings may say, okay, he needs to resign, but also we have to back it up with facts. What, on a factual standpoint, what crime did he commit?
None.
Okay, so you're saying based off principle.
Yeah, I don't think he committed a crime. I just want to be very clear because I'm not in terms of this is not a witch hunt, and I never try to exaggerate the facts. What Lutnick did is not criminal. I'm not calling for a criminal investigation.
So you're saying based off morality and principle?
I'm saying he lied to the American people. He said that he did not have any interaction with Epstein after 2004.
So based off morality and principle.
Morality and principle.
So
he's the ambassador to the world for business.
Okay, so if we're going based off morality and principles, shout out to Aaron because we were having this conversation prior, but he brought up a good point that we were discussing. Stacey Plaskett, she was texting Epstein during a hearing. Do you think that she should step down as well? Because if you're going to have energy on one end, you have to keep that same energy on the other.
I have called for her to be subpoenaed, and I think she should be under oath and testify, and we should ask her questions about it. If it came out that she told lies about her relationship, or if she said previously, I never knew Epstein, et cetera, then I would have the same moral standard. But here's the one difference. Stacey Plaskett has to answer to voters, right? Voters can toss her out. Howard Lutnick is appointed. And I think it's a terrible look for Donald Trump. I mean, if he's...
But another thing that I want to say, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
You said that within the two-tier system, it's fair for the average American to lose faith within this American system. or justice system. So what would you say is your argument next then? Like, if you're saying you're doing these things, what would make the average American who's watching this want to like continue to vote, continue to engage?
Yeah.
If you're saying, okay, I don't blame them for losing trust in the system that's supposed to protect
They need
them.
to see rich and powerful people being investigated and prosecuted. They need to see Leon Black, Les Wexner, and others who have had serious allegations.
But is it only
arrested,
rich and
prosecuted.
powerful? Because some of y'all are tokens for the rich and powerful. Some of y'all are
Sure,
enabling certain behaviors
the
for the rich and
politicians
powerful.
too. The politicians as well who were involved. They need to see, for so long in this country, we have not had to lead accountability. The people who got us into the war in Iraq, the folks who created the Great Recession, the folks who bungled the pandemic response. There is no accountability. We need to have accountability for what I call this Epstein class.
Again, a lot of people may be watching this and say, okay, it just sounds like a lot of politician talk, like political talk.
Yeah.
So the average person that's watching this, the average person that's not necessarily engaged in the political process, to them it's like, I've heard this all before. I've heard it all before.
But here's the difference. Massey and I have actually shown courage to get it done. It's not just a speech.
But
we've actually passed a law.
The time that y'all did it, though, that's where a lot of people are pushing back. And I give you credit, 100%. I give credit for what y'all are doing. But when it comes to the authenticity of it, a lot of people are pushing back like, okay, this
But we
sounds
took huge
timely.
risk. We've taken on some of the most powerful people in our own party.
They don't care.
Donors of our
Lil
own
bro,
party.
they don't care, Rokana. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but we've had billionaires funding campaigns against us. We've taken risk and we've gotten something done. It's not just idle talk. We actually did the work. We passed it through the House, the Senate. We're getting these files released. And I think people want courage. They want folks who are going to say, yeah, I'm going to stand up.
They want courage and they also want
we got a pause
authenticity.
there. We've been voted out by the majority. Please return
Thank you so
to
much.
Good. Thank you. Hi, Chris.
to meet you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for coming out today. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
What's MT Montana Allied Pacific?
It is the Allied Pacific. It's in the merchant fleet.
Merchant
Good oil
fleet.
tanker.
Okay, great.
Keeps our country going strong.
I'm big for the merchant fleet.
Now, I do.
Here's the black lady talking about why she switched from Democrat to Republican. Wait, really?
I say yes, mainly because I used to
2
be
years ago. How do you even have this?
die-hard liberal, like progressive, liberal. Once I started getting closer to God, and once I started getting making God my foundation and getting stricter on my faith, I stopped looking at tunnel vision and started looking at the whole picture. That is why I said after 2024, I'm 99.9% probably going to change my registration from Democrat to independent and look at these politicians with like policy issues and not just vote for somebody just because they're left and not be mad at somebody just because they're right, because that doesn't get us anywhere. So I would say yes.
I grew up in a conservative household, actually, in Ohio. And
That's not, by the way, that's not even like an explanation. Like, what actually changed policy-wise that now you would consider yourself to be a Democrat? Like, what part of your faith made it so you're like, oh, as a Christian, I identify more as a Republican than a Democrat? Well, but okay, good one.
Parents were.
Whatever.
I have a couple questions with Letnick specifically.
Yeah.
Obviously, he said he didn't know Epstein. Then all of a sudden, okay, we were neighbors, and I met him one time. He said some creepy stuff about a massage. Never wanted to talk to him again. And then it was, okay, well, I did go to the island, but I was with my family, so nothing weird. And it's, a pattern of lying.
Yeah.
So if he's lying about that, what else is he lying about? And a lot of people, and I'm speaking for other people that aren't here today, perhaps, believe that through Epstein, he was compromised potentially by a foreign intelligence agency,
Mossad.
perhaps
Hell
Mossad
yeah.
from Israel.
There we go.
And through that, many
Let's get
people
it.
have been compromised and are skewing
No!
on both
I missed the
party
cons.
aisles.
Okay,
Politicians
whatever.
and rich influential people are skewing American foreign policy towards a policy of protectionism of Israel in the Middle East against American interests. To your knowledge, is that something you find credible?
I don't know, and I've always tried to be on.
Oh, Mossad agent identified.
Factual basis. So Julie Brown, who's reported about this, has said that there are legitimate questions about Epstein's ties to intelligence agencies either here or overseas to several countries. And what I have said is that the president should convene a task force that either declassifies information or requires us to have a report to answer these questions, because they're legitimate questions. Our law does not touch the classified information. Congress can't just have a law to declassify information.
No.
So it would be pure speculation. But here's what I can say on U.S.-Israel. I mean, I have been pretty clear. I voted against the funding to Netanyahu for the war in Gaza. I voted against that when Joe Biden was president, against my own president. I have said that what happened there, as the UN has said, was a genocide. And there are people who don't like that, but I've been very clear about that. And I've said that we need to recognize a Palestinian state alongside a secure Israel state.
Okay, do you personally believe that Epstein was perhaps captured by foreign intelligence? And if not, what would be your explanation for him coming into this wealth and having the influence and power he did with these individuals?
I have no idea.
How harmful do you think Jubilee is to the political environment? It seems to me like they massively normalize absolute schizo people. I don't think Jubilee is great, but I think Jubilee is probably the best of what we have, as sad as that is, because it's one of the very few platforms where adversarial conversations still happen. Everything else has just become a slurp fest, where everybody's just there to slurp each other constantly. Every other platform, mainstream, alternative, whatever, is just a giant slurp fest. So I'll give them that at least.
Idea what the reason was. I mean, this is why we need to investigate. But one of the reasons could be that he was trafficking young girls, and there could have been people who wanted access to these young girls. And so who knows what the reason was and what his ties were. But I certainly think you're not the only person who has these questions. There are a lot of Americans who have these questions, and we need transparency. And this president or the next president should have a report on what the true status of Epstein was, just like we had the JFK files, the King files. I mean, my sense, you tell me, that this is common conversation at a bar, at a restaurant. This has gotten into the popular culture, and the American people aren't just going to move on the Epstein matter. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I hear left and right on both sides people talking about this. Epstein's relation with Ehud Barak, the former prime minister and head of the IDF in Israel. There are plans over in the Ivory Coast where they helped President, I believe it was Ouattara, maintain power with an Israeli intelligence package. They did a very similar thing in Mongolia.
Let me ask your politics. Are you a Trump supporter, a Democrat, independent?
Independent.
I'm independent personally. I like to feel like I'm basically a Republican from the 90s. I believe the MAGA movement kind of destroyed the party a little bit. And unfortunately now...
Oh, wait, but did you vote for Trump all 3 times? Let's check. I don't know if they are even old enough to, but...
And how do young Republicans like you feel about the U.S.-Israel relationship? What do you think it should be?
Well, I'm in an awkward position because I do want to just address I am a religiously practicing Jew. So probably won't be super popular at synagogue after this, but that's okay. Oh. You know, while I do have empathy for my fellow Jews in Israel, as I think anyone would for their people, I don't believe that we should be giving preferential treatment to any nation, Israel included.
To any nation? Like, should we treat our allies the same way we treat our adversaries? Okay, based.
That is not pro-America or to our ends beneficial.
And do you agree with my view that if I'm saying that the UN found that what Netanyahu did in Gaza was a genocide, that that's very different than anti-Semitism? Because some people say that if you criticize the Israeli government, that in a definition of anti-Semitism.
Oh, I get accused online all the time of being anti-Semitic, and then it comes out I'm Jewish, and the other side says, oh, he's a Mossad agent or something, and it's very confusing. I don't know how me talking out about what Israel's doing makes me a Mossad. Maybe I'm controlled opposition. You never know. But
how do other young Republicans or people you know feel in general?
Well, again, I'm not a young Republican.
Okay,
the party left me quite a while ago.
Young independents.
But a lot of young Americans just feel that a lot of our foreign policy with the Iran war, with the situation in Israel, many other things, is kind of not the thing we should be focusing on. We have some of the highest unemployment rates we've had. AI is coming. That's going to be worse. The entire stock market is crashing. Actually, today it got even worse as I was reading coming in here. So I think a lot of young Americans look and it's like, hey, I'll never be able to buy a house. I can't find a good job despite the fact I went to college like I was told to. And then I just see on TV that these politicians are arguing about things going on in foreign countries that have nothing to do with my life.
Agree with you. I mean, $200 billion in Iran. We could have free public college for everyone here. We could have good jobs programs in every community here. We could pay teachers $60,000 for that. We could have universal child care here. Why aren't we focused on the American people? You know who used to say that? J.D. Vance. He was opposed to all these wars in Iran. That was what America first was supposed to be about. Put the money here in our communities. And they've forgotten all that.
The tech money kind of took him over on that one, I believe, and co-opted him out of that belief.
He's close to Peter Thiel. I mean, I know. But the point is, I don't know what happened to him. I really don't know what happened to him in terms of now he's advocating for spending billions of dollars in Iran.
But billions?
Just looking at the economy. People are hurting. They can't buy a house. They can't have a good job. They can't have child care. They're in debt for college. And what I'm saying is hold the Epstein class accountable and put the money here in the working class and middle class in America.
All right, we got to stop there.
Sorry, no questions for you.
Thank you.
Get him out of here. But also
my final surrounded claim is that Britain held a royal accountable because of their role in the Epstein files. America should hold the powerful accountable too.
All right, if you would like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Ome Congo. Great to see you.
How are you, sir?
Good to see you. You've been sitting patiently there. You're looking for your moment.
Just the yoga keeps me in Zen mode. So. I want to thank you so much for everything that you've done, you and Representative Massey, as it relates to putting the victims first. As a father of 3, including 2 daughters, I'm also somebody who's worked across the world with young girls who have been trafficked. I've seen young children who've been sold by their parents in places like Congo for 25 cents. And so this is something that is really...
Thank you for your work.
No, thank you.
Belgian colonialism in Congo was the most atrocious colonialism that the world has seen. I just want to say they so messed up that country, and Congo is still dealing with the consequences.
Yes, my parents are from Congo, so I've seen that. The question that I have with all of this that weighs on my heart is that there was a comment made by Marjorie Taylor Greene at one point that representatives would actually go to the well and read the names of many of the accusers. Some names have come out, but there are more names. Why aren't more representatives going to the well and putting these names out there?
Well, Massey and I actually did put out a couple names. Les Wexner, that's how we're getting the attention on him, and Sultan, who was the CEO of Dubai Ports, and we forced the resignation. The reality, though, is that many of these names are redacted in these files. And many of the survivors, they haven't told us the specific names. They've said, I was raped by someone at 17. They're in the files, but they haven't shared the actual names. So what we need is for those files to be unredacted, for those survivor statements to come out. Finally, if Marjorie...
It's kind of a weird statement. Wait, so like they were unwilling to give the names? But you want to force them to by bringing that's kind of a weird stance on that, but okay.
Taylor Greene, she's not in Congress, but someone like her goes to the floor, it would be seen as political. And people say, what's the evidence? We really need the files to come out to have that kind of accountability.
Well, you did have the victims also who said in one of their conferences that they were actually working to put together their own list.
Yes.
And so why not work with them in putting that list together so that they can have a little bit of the encouragement, because they've talked so much about being followed, being threatened.
Or maybe they just don't know who they were. Oh, maybe.
Being run off the road. And maybe if they had a little bit more support from you all, they'd be able to put that list together. And just because something doesn't appear in the files, I mean, you find these women to be credible, as many of us do as well. Why not encourage them to do that so those names could be read?
I do think the victims have been enormously courageous. They are hoping that the rest of the files still come out. When we started this, we didn't even think 3 million files would come out. But I have said to them that we will support them in any way. And if that means them putting together this list, we don't want to interfere because we don't want to politicize it. But certainly we would be supporting them and making sure that we could do whatever we can so that they aren't being sued in terms of a defamation lawsuit. And if there is some list that they themselves want us to read on the House floor, I'd be open to that. But it has to come from the victims. And really, though, what we need is the files released so that there's actual justice and investigation. I mean, if the victim's just saying this thing and then nothing happens. You know, there's still buildings named after Leon Black.
Yes, indeed.
In Dartmouth. I mean, how does Dartmouth not take the name
What are you doing
down?
over there, Dartmouth?
So what they are most concerned about is even if they name these names, where's the accountability? Where's the investigation and prosecution?
So when we're moving forward, as we're talking about that, when we talk about the UK and other places where there have been other consequences, some of these other consequences have come from the financial ties that have been developed because they can't actually prosecute some of these cases. Why aren't we taking some of that path in the United States as well?
Well, we should. I mean, don't you find it ironic that 2 American congresspeople exposed all these Epstein files, Massey and me, and yet America is doing the least to hold people accountable?
Absolutely.
Every other country is moving. Britain, Norway, France. We need to be holding the financial crimes accountable. The people who gave tons of money to Epstein, knowing he was a convicted pedophile. We need to get the banks subpoenaed to testify in front of our committee. And Ron Wyden is doing a great job there. And we need either this president or the next president to actually open investigations and prosecute people. Sex trafficking has no statute of limitation.
Did he have no more
And what are
injuries?
the chances that some of the investigations that are happening in the UK and other countries could actually be made their way to the United States to help hold some of these individuals accountable who can't be named on the well of the House?
Well, I believe that what happens in UK often happens 6 months later in the United States. So the fact that this may bring down the British government. It has totally tarnished the British monarchy, and that is
Are there
going to
government
create
officials
public
that are
pressure here
being
in
looked
our
at too,
country
or?
to say we want to hold this Epstein class accountable.
Besides, I know that, like, the
What
prince or
message
whatever
does that
got-
send to the
I don't know how
young
much that
girls
did
you
for
work
us,
with if the elite are going to get away with this and have no accountability?
All right, we got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
Thank you so
to-
much.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you. Thank you.
Santana, good to see you.
Likewise. I want to start off by saying that if you do run in the next election, you got my vote.
For Congress?
Yes.
All
for
right.
Wow.
President. Whatever.
Wow.
No, I
Where
think
do you live, Santana?
I actually live in Washington State. One thing, though, that kind of pulls me back is the issue with all of your claims, not just this claim.
Yes.
Right? We can talk about the actual accountability that's had in the UK.
Yeah.
But if you take a look at the actual accountability, it's been all performative, right?
Interesting.
When you talk about the actual titles being stripped in 2019, when you talk about the military duties being stripped in 2022, or you talk about the official royal titles being stripped in 2025, all of it has been performative. Even when Andrew went to jail, it was based off of misconduct in public office. And the premise that the United States of America should follow suit of the UK, it speaks to some other country, not us, right? The United States is supposed to be, Ronald Reagan said the United States is the shining city on the hill, right? And also, if we want to be number one in the world, we claim to be number one, right? Then we should actually take this issue and make this issue our issue.
That's a fair point. Actually, it's a fair critique. Look, we aren't even doing what UK is doing. We aren't even doing what Norway is doing. But your call saying we should be setting the moral standard for the world, we shouldn't just be following, and that the actions in Britain don't go far enough, I agree with that. And I would love to see a new president come in and say, we are going to go after the rich and powerful who raped these girls or abused these girls or showed up to parties where girls were being paraded naked. We're going to go.
Can I just say how crazy it is that the vote on releasing these Epstein files, I think it was one of the longest times, or maybe it was the longest time since an elected representative hadn't been seated in the House, because Mike Johnson was trying so hard to avoid a vote on this, that it was such an opposition from the Republican Party to finally get this shit or whatever, this law passed, that somehow this is being presented as, it's not even being presented as a bipartisan issue on Jubilee here. It's being presented as like, it hurts the Democrats somehow. Like, it's such a stupid, it's so dumb, bro. Fuck me.
After the financial crimes, and that we are going to have a single system of justice in this country.
Well, see, and you talk about a single system. I look at a lot of things through an intersectional lens.
Yes,
right?
I agree
and
with
you
that.
can talk about
race, gender, class.
Exactly, right? So you can talk about the ultra wealthy versus the haves and have-nots, but if you don't take a look at how everyone is impacted by the different things that happen within the country, then like we're leaving a lot of meat on the bone.
Well, look, I mean, I don't have to tell you about the problems of mass incarceration.
Yep.
The fact that 1 in 3 black men will find some time in jail. And this is because of the war on drugs. Mm-hmm. This is because of mandatory minimums. Mm-hmm. This is because we've had an intentional policy in this country targeting in the criminal justice system of black men. So we've got to talk about race. And we've got to talk about gender. Class is also an issue. But I don't believe that we can just talk about class and ignore that we've had 250 years of slavery in America and 100 years of Jim Crow in America. Mm-hmm. And we've had previous instances in the 50s and 60s of black men being beaten, black women being beaten, and no prosecution. So elite impunity is not something new in America.
Yeah, well, and if you talk about the Constitution of the United States of America, when it was first written, it was written for white men that own land, and everyone else after that has been given the rights. And if we want to ever really make our country great, then there's so many things that we have to do, but we have to address the original sins of our country and then actually look to do things to better our country. And just saying like, oh,
well, I'm a believer
like someone else,
in this country's founding principles, right? My grandfather spent 4 years in jail as part of Gandhi's independence movement in the 1930s and the 1940s. I was born in Philadelphia, our bicentenary. And as we're coming to our 250-year history, I just saw 1776 at the Ford's Theater, and how Jefferson actually initially in the Declaration of Independence wanted to say that the scourge of slavery needs to be ended. Yep. But to get the votes of the southern colonies, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia, they had to take that passage out of the Declaration of Independence.
Do you think that's what you've been doing so far? And taking that same sense as far as like you understand that you have to play political lines, and so you haven't been as aggressive as you want to be, because there's a lot that's happened. And when you talk about the Epstein Transparency Act, I looked through it, and there's so many loopholes that has lent itself to not being accountable, and that's why Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, all the other people, they've been able to skirt through, but that's because of lack of teeth as a whole.
Well, I think we should have had a civil cause of action, as I said, but they're certainly being breaking the law, and they can be prosecuted for obstruction of justice. But my view is that a new administration needs to come in and have the elites accountable, not just in the Epstein matter, but the people who blew up the boats of fishermen in the Caribbean, the folks who shot Alex Preddy and Renee Good, the folks who dismantled USAID.
But do you think that'll happen?
All right,
because
we got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're
again.
back.
I am. Oh,
you were so eloquent last time. Take it easy on me.
No,
huh?
absolutely not. All right. So, one, I actually do agree that anyone that is guilty should be held accountable.
Wow.
Okay. So when I
Brave.
first spoke with you, I said we cannot take being named in these files as an admission of guilt or as proof of guilt. My other frustration, and I have to say, what do you think should be the level of proof when it comes to actually holding someone, when, as you call it, accountable?
Yeah.
And what do you want to see done to these people? Because again, just
It's a
being
great
mentioned
question.
is not enough to send someone to jail.
It's a great question. Well, I think there are different standards of proof. For a person to be actually convicted of a crime, it has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I do believe that there are people like Les Wexner, Leon Black, and others where there should at least be an investigation, and there may be evidence to prosecute beyond a reasonable doubt. But in terms of having buildings named after you and being on honorary boards and being in positions, there I don't think the standard needs to be reasonable beyond a reasonable doubt. If your name is tarnishing the reputation of an institution, a lot of them have those clauses that if you've named a building but your name becomes toxic, then they can take action. I believe if there's serious allegations, you should be removed.
Is an allegation the same as proof? Because as a black woman, as a brown person,
Yeah.
you know that there are black and brown men in jail off of allegations, not actual proof.
But
And
most
then
of the
down
people
line,
on these most of these allegations aren't against black and brown men. Most of
thank
these
God.
people
So
are
it's okay.
ultra wealthy folks. I mean, let me tell you an example of one survivor. She went to Santa Monica. She accused this person of rape. They said,
Who is this person?
Well, I don't want to mention her name. She's one of the survivors. And then they told her, come back a week later because you may not have gotten it right. They still didn't do anything, right? This was 1997. There are a lot of cases of women who have made legitimate claims and they were denied
when you say
justice.
a legitimate claim, again, so I will say I have a cousin that went to jail for multiple years because his girlfriend claimed that she raped him, okay? I am very much pro any abuser being in jail, but I'm also pro the complete burden of proof. You understand?
Yeah.
Because it is not okay to accuse
Khanna was super based when he say, well, how do you know he didn't do it? Because he's your family member?
anyone of doing something absolutely horrible and then not demanding that it is
Because if he went to jail for it, he was convicted, right?
beyond a reasonable doubt that they have
Totally
done
agree,
that.
but that's-
So when you're saying that all of these people have been accused, again, or that they might be implicated, that is not enough to demand that their lives be turned upside down. Again, if these people are guilty of something, I want them held accountable.
Do you believe some of them are?
I'm sure they had to be, right?
Yeah.
Some of them had to be. The frustration I have with the left is that there's this demand for so much accountability when it comes to the rich and the elite because you just want to hate the rich and the elite.
Oh,
for
I represent the
right,
Silicon Valley.
like,
It's $20 trillion. There are a
precisely,
lot of
so-
people like Jensen Huang, who I admire, who's leading NVIDIA. There
Sure.
are people like...
I don't want to get sidetracked, sorry. So
I shouldn't
my
have said my
frustration
bad.
is, as a
Linneo.
regular, everyday American citizen, I feel that I am more likely to be harmed by democratic policies such as open open borders because
I'm
state,
for secure borders.
Okay, so but in your state, something like 4,600 or so illegal migrants that had criminal records were re-released from jail. So when we're talking about harming Americans, when we're talking about children potentially being harmed, when we're looking into child trafficking, we have to acknowledge that illegal migration is the biggest funnel for child trafficking. So when we're worried about Epstein with a couple of people, and you guys turn a blind eye to tens of thousands of children being harmed by your policies, that's a problem.
We have been for a secure border, but here's what I want.
No one in California can say that they're for a secure border.
Well, that's a policy I've been pushing for. But let me say this. Instead of having ICE raids in places like Minneapolis killing Americans like Alex Preddy and Renee Good. And doing raids on undocumented folks here who may be paying taxes and having a restaurant. How about we have the focus on the border to stop the terrorists or to stop the gangs or to stop sex trafficking?
So if you're worried about sex trafficking, why is your focus on rich people who are committing significantly less sex trafficking crimes? Not saying that they're innocent, but your anger towards this seems very skewed and very hypocritical.
Towards them is because they feel like they're above the law, that they
and
use
so do
their
these migrants that get right back out of jail when you guys let them out.
But I am not for,
they are above the law. They are at a tier that gets to walk free whenever they want.
I believe that if you've committed a violent crime or a terrible crime in this country, you should face deportation.
But you guys don't do it. You believe it, but you let these people go.
Obama had a record of having secured the border, and there were a lot of criminals who were deported. What I don't agree with is what ICE is doing, putting terror in communities. I mean, let me ask you this.
I feel comfortable with ICE around. I'm not a criminal, illegal immigrant, so I feel very comfortable. I'm not terrorized by them, and I'm from New York. Brooklyn, New York.
Okay. If there's an undocumented immigrant here, right, came across without their papers, and they opened a restaurant, and they've been
Why?
Here,
Why are they allowed to do that? Why are they taking that place away from someone else?
Right? Let's say they've been here 10 years, and they're paying taxes. Do you think ICE should go and try to deport them, or do you think that we should? So we just disagree there.
I think that if you're going to go after someone that was on Epstein's island 10 years ago, then you should go after people that came here legally 10 years ago. And I think it's disingenuous for you guys to be focused on one thing that's so much smaller than this really large issue.
Looking at someone who came here undocumented for the American dream. Now, my parents came here through the legal process. We should have a path to legalization and citizenship.
So should those people skip people like yourself?
It is so different than rich and powerful people who are rigging the system and feel like they're totally above the law. I mean, an undocumented person is much more vulnerable. They don't have access to politicians.
They're vulnerable because of your policies that make them vulnerable.
We got to pause here. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Hi, Stephen. Good to see you.
What?
Thank
That's
you for
my
being
name.
Here.
I will have to say I totally agree with you and also with the gentleman earlier who said that America should not only be following the example of England and these other countries that are enforcing justice due to the Epstein files, but also that we should be leading. Former Prince Andrew, 8th in line to the throne, the Great Britain ambassador to the United States, the former Prime Minister of Norway, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, France. So many countries charging people, and in the United States, I believe 2 have been charged with crimes.
That's crazy, fam.
Epstein and Maxwell.
Exactly. And you gave credit to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I earlier said, I'm cursing Donald Trump for finally making me agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And reportedly, Donald Trump said to Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was saying, as you mentioned, be a hero, do this. He said, but it'll hurt my friends.
Yeah, well, that
goes back to the two-tier justice system.
That's the two-tier justice. And
exactly. He was saying Greene. And reportedly, Donald Trump said to Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was saying, as you mentioned, be a hero, do this. He said, but it'll hurt my friends.
Yeah, well, that
goes back to the two-tier justice system.
That's the two-tier justice, and this is the reason that the files haven't come out for decades. This is the reason these women were abandoned for decades. Because
Finally,
there were these
Democrat, so we can get some Democrat talking points.
And they knew politicians, they knew presidents. I mean, isn't it a terrible statement of American democracy that Epstein knew both Bill Clinton and Donald Trump? Like, what type of country are we living in that is this Epstein class?
That a billionaire could know other influential people? What kind of country we live? Like, okay, dude.
tentacles into our ruling leaders. We need a clean start in this country. We need a new generation that hasn't been tainted by this kind of corruption to have a new moral direction for America.
Totally agree. And I think it should also go back to Acosta, who gave him that first, amazingly good plea deal. There probably been people who have gone for, a marijuana cigarette, have gone to jail for longer than he did for that.
With being able to be at home. I mean, a guy is someone who raped girls under 18. It's the one thing Americans agree on. Republican, Democrat, MAGA, progressive. You don't rape American girls. You don't rape young girls.
Just American ones.
Exactly. And this person was doing it and trafficking them and abusing them. And he goes to jail for 1 year. And then also that he can be at home. And he, by the way, continues his abuse after.
Not good.
It is a disgusting moment for this country. And we need to have a moral reckoning. And we need to have a moral reckoning with why so many elites, business elites, Silicon Valley elites, technology and Hollywood elites were fine hanging out with him after all of this.
Yes.
All right, we got to stop there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
The Epstein class voted him out, by the way, guaranteed. It was the Epstein class.
Now, y'all know I take long steps.
Hi, Austin. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again, Congressman. So I'm going to start this off with a quick question.
Yes.
When was the last time that the U.S. federal government was found guilty and held accountable for inherent acts of corruption and extreme acts of corruption? Case in point, the assassination of Martin Luther King. The government was found guilty of a civil suit in the 90s.
Yes.
And we know, it's been well documented, that there have been multiple pieces of evidence presented that the U.S. government itself may have been involved in the assassination of President John Kennedy after he signed Executive Order 11110, which began the process of directing the Treasury to issue silver bullion certificates. He lost his life a couple weeks after he signed that order. Nobody was held accountable for that en masse. Can you tell me of an instance when the rich and the elite that if...
Destiny vs. World is scheduled for 8 p.m., right? Oh, well, whoever sent me the calendar invite, they fucked it up then. But if that's true, thank the fucking Lord. Because 11 was way too late.
Put many of the other congressmen like yourself in office have actually been held accountable for the crimes they've committed?
Well, there certainly have been people held accountable in the savings and loans crisis. There have been people held accountable in the financial crisis, though not enough, right? We should have prosecuted the bankers in the Great Recession, and that was one of the big misses that we haven't. And we haven't had enough accountability for people who got us into the war in Iraq, and I believe we haven't had enough accountability for people who raped these young girls or trafficked. So if you're saying that we have a problem of elite impunity, that rich and powerful people in this country aren't held accountable, you're right, and that's what I'm trying to change.
Well, I think what we have a problem with is that the rich and the elites can purchase politicians. This is exactly why I'm very pro getting rid of Citizens United, the overturning of Citizens United. I agree with that.
United. But would you agree that we shouldn't have had Musk spend $300 million, elect Donald Trump, and Donald Trump?
I agree with that. Would you also agree that the instances like that, like when the Biden administration was targeting Facebook and Twitter for anyone that was offering we'll say contradictory to the mainstream narrative information around COVID. These people had their accounts banned, creators had their accounts slashed.
I'm a free speech person, and I've spoken up for free speech.
I saw you have
and that was Biden telling
digital free speech bill of rights that you
I do have a digital free speech. When they were censoring on Twitter before Musk bought it, I actually had an email leak where I said, no, you can't do that. You can't censor the New York Post. I'm a big free speech person. But what's distorting free speech are billionaires spending millions of dollars on federal elections and targeting folks. I mean, Massey is being targeted because he had the guts to pass this bill. He's got billionaires literally putting millions of dollars.
They're not saying who. There's how many times has even Khanna attacked Trump? It's always they're being attacked. Massey's being attacked. Massey's being attacked because Donald Trump and MAGA have greenlit the unbridled hatred of this guy because he stuck against Trump. I don't think we've heard that once. It's just random billionaire. This is a billionaire. Who greenlit this? Why are they attacking him?
Against him. That is wrong. We've got to get that money out of politics.
All right, we got to pause there. Please return.
Thank you. Well, that was great. I thought you all were really well practiced and confident and eloquent. You made great points. You kept it civil. You should be very proud, and hopefully your families and friends will be proud when they see these.
Oh, he didn't choose a 10-minute debater?
Clips, but I think that this is the kind of civil exchange that we need to model in this country. So thank you, and thank you for having a really great session.
All right, and we are out of time. That does it for this episode. Let's give a hand to the representative. Thanks for being here.
Clap up.
Please acknowledge the humanity of all the participants when you're commenting on this video. Thank you all for being here and sharing your stories and your perspectives.
And we started late, so they canceled that part.
Wow.
The extra 10 minutes at the end. Yeah, there was a vote that day, and he told us about it ahead of time, and then we started late, so it didn't happen. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Be careful.
On this very important issue. Tune in Wednesday for a follow-up conversation with me and some of the cast members in the circle here. We will dig deeper into some of the highlights from this video. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
I am not a fan of the Epstein Files Transparency Act simply because I don't think it makes sense for the general public to know this much information about this case. I definitely tried to...
Like, this is true. It honestly is so, but this is a loser argument. It's retarded that we are publishing files from an investigation. That's just for a whole bunch of reasons. That's fucking retarded. But I'm just curious, because didn't she say she was a Republican? Like, they're the ones who pushed so much for this to be published. So
grill him a bit. So I felt positively about his responses. I do think he was a little political, a little politically correct.
He definitely came with his prepared talking points. As for whether or not I believe him, means what he says, and he believes what he says, and he's actually fighting the good fight. After the conversation I had with him, kind of. Initially walking in here, I didn't at all. Wow. Which is actually what I wanted to press him on.
Andrew being a hater.
I very much felt like he was, I'll use the word, I genuinely believe he was lying about his reasonings behind not putting any sort of penalties into the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Then after talking to him, I maybe do kind of think he's telling the truth a little bit.
I think everyone kind of came in with their own agenda here today, which I'm definitely guilty of. But yeah, no, I think everyone held their own, even people I didn't necessarily agree with, were very good and eloquent about stating their points, and yeah, I think it was a good talk overall.
Good talk, guys. Good talk. Bum, 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 bum. Wow. That was frickin' epic.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, the Justice Department is getting absolutely decimated here on one of their...
How many times can I get decimated? Brian? Uh-oh. Xena, what are you doing? Hello, hello?
Oh, hello. What's up, dude?
Well, hi, what's up?
Wondering if you had time for the papers.
Yeah, what do we got today?
Wow. What do we got today? We got edition 40 today. Oh my goodness. We have the new format, the layout for the website.
My goodness.
Looks super good, super amazing, super professional. I'm sure chat will love it. And alongside that, we have some pretty interesting articles, if you can believe it. The first one is 99 Problems and Missing the Point is 1 by Miss Agent M. It goes over the firings of Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi, the stuff they did while they were in office. There's a really good opinion section at the end where she goes over like her thoughts on the firings and how they act sort of like for a performance over any traditional policy. So that was a pretty nice article. Okay. There was another one, the midterm report by Stone Steinhardt. That one, super good. It goes over the districts whose Republican incumbents are retiring. So, you can have some openings for some Dent seats. It'd be nice. One of the examples there is Texas 23. The incumbent there, Tony Gonzalez, he's finally retiring. It seems like he got exposed in some affair where the staffer ended up killing herself as a result of it. So not great. But at least an opening for us. Yeah, we can take the seat now. The Republican candidate for this one is some dude. I haven't really heard about him. I think his name is Brandon Herrera or something.
I feel like we've seen something about him before, maybe, yeah.
Here and there. He doesn't really have that much funding, but the YouTubing stuff, I think, makes up for it. So he's the big Republican.
Gotcha. Also, I think his campaign is actually decently well funded. I think he's raised over $3 million, I think, this cycle. He's doing a decent job fundraising, yeah.
Oh, it's more than I thought. Holy shit. Maybe this guy's got a good chance after all. But you know what? We have a good chance too.
True.
Gonzalez was popular because he was more moderate. He wasn't I think he was still a Trumpy, but not like too insanely crazy. But our Dem candidate, Katie Padilla Stout. She's very like family oriented, very like pragmatic in terms of her policies, which should appeal to like moderate Republicans, especially Latinos in Texas who give a fuck about their strong family values and stuff. So check out the midterm report. Maybe go to the DGG Digital Ground Game server, sign up for some canvassing, for some phone banking. Help us win the midterms. It would be nice.
Okay.
Get some power back in Congress.
True.
That is pretty based. The last one is my article, the one on Cuba. Oh my God! I think you're Cuban, aren't you?
Partially, a little bit. Yeah.
A little bit here and there. So you speak Spanish, right?
Muy bien.
Oh, muy bueno. It's okay.
Just let me know if you ever need to go to the biblioteca. I got you, bro.
Oh my God, that was a big word.
Yeah, I got you.
Good job, Destiny. But it's just going over how Trump seems to be targeting Cuba. Obviously, right now he has all his ships, all his fellows over in the Middle East for Iran. So nothing's gonna happen too soon, I think. Anyway, there's usually like a little military buildup beforehand. But he definitely wants Cuba. He said like I'm sure you've seen some of the comments like he said, but I think one of the more recent ones was whether he frees it or takes it, he can just do whatever he wants with it. I think he said this last week or 2 weeks ago. But the strategy right now is to just kind of choke Cuba out. Obviously, there's been the rolling blackouts. You saw that when Hasan and his friends visited Havana. I think their hotel was the only one that had power in the entire city, maybe the entire country. Pretty bad, guys. Don't like that. This is because Trump has been like kind of like choking out the oil reserves that Cuba has, which is none.
Yeah.
With Venezuela in American control, Venezuela was kind of their lifeline.
Yeah.
So without the oil, they can't power their power grid, and thus it starts failing. Which I'm assuming Trump will hope will lead to instability and then forcing in a better regime. But it depends on what you define as better. What would you want the outcome in Cuba to be? I think I asked you this for Venezuela as well.
I would want Batista's grandchildren to come back and rule, and then for them to bring back slavery and plantation, so my family can go back and return to the rightful hierarchy. I mean, I've always said I don't know why we have a hostile relationship towards Cuba. I feel like we should normalize, but that's just always been my take. Yeah,
I agree. We have hostile relations. Obviously, it's leftover stuff from the Cold War, but it's also like there's a lot of obviously Cuban Americans who like hardline stances towards Cuba.
Yeah, they're retarded. Fuck them. Ditch them. Ship them out.
Yep, they're pretty fucking retarded. Their idea is that if we just kill Castro, I know that he's already dead, but if we raise him up out of the ground and kill him again, maybe Cuba will be finally free. It'll be a democracy. Everybody will be happy. We'll be kissing. It'll be great.
Maybe someday. His brother's there though, right? Is the leader Raul, right? It was Fidel.
Raul's alive and he has a lot of influence and power, but he is 90. So
perfect. You run for president in the U.S. then, if only he was from here, right?
True. Maybe that won't matter in the future. Who knows? Maybe Trump will take that away too.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But no, it's Miguel Diaz-Canel.
Oh, right now
Canel.
it is. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's the current head. I think most people see him as like kind of like a weak bureaucrat. In Cuba, I mean, they don't really like give a fuck about him necessarily. It's just like the ire's more on the state than Miguel himself. And Miguel's trying to make some concessions, but it doesn't seem like it's working. According to the Atlantic, the U.S. attorney in South Florida is preparing indictments against like all the Cuban leadership and some relatives of Castro, which is, I mean, this was unconfirmed. This was like an anonymous source given to the Atlantic. But if it's true, I mean, I don't see what Miguel or any of these guys could do besides just like allowing Trump to do whatever he wants in Cuba. Because I don't think Trump gives a fuck about spreading democracy or anything like that. I think he only cares about exploitation. And he sees Cuba as like this big investment opportunity that's been like denied from him for so long or whatever.
Yeah, I don't even know. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? In 2016, Trump was like contradicting that. Well, not contradicting because that was his first stance. but he was like canceling remittances. In 2016 was when the Havana syndrome stuff, or it might have been 2019. It's when all that stuff broke out. So he canceled basically all legal migration from Cuba to America and vice versa. So in his first term, he was really hard against Cuba, but now I don't think he sees it as like an issue anymore. Outside of like he can't have like 5 Trump hotels on the coastline there. So whether or not he'll take it for more personal enrichment, who knows? I think he probably will. Probably not right now, but maybe in a few months, if the Iran stuff dies down, he ends up going out of there. He might just go for Cuba because, I mean, it's right there. And he's already got the Venezuela stuff on lock, so he was kind of free to go.
Well,
yeah. We'll see what happens. Hopefully your homeland doesn't get annihilated, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah. Well, it'd be like that sometimes. Thanks for letting me on, though.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Guys, read Pragmatic Papers, version 40. I beg you, please read the papers. Please. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Be careful. Bye. This guy's getting fucked by the burn. Hell yeah. All right. What's going on with Xena?
Because you people think this shit's a fucking joke. I will get bitched at over the fucking Quran or things that I say, but y'all niggas sit there and fucking try to make a joke out of a religion I grew up with.
Wait, is that Xena right there? Or what? Or wait, what's happening?
My grandmother did this.
Why is he
My
listening?
grandmother before that nigga's looking at
No.
TikTok, talking about fucking TikTok videos and lifestyles and bottles. That's not
Wait.
what the fuck any of this is. He doesn't even know
Why?
what gender he is. The nigga is a fucking retard, and you just got scammed out of your fucking money because he doesn't even know what the fuck any of the metaphysics of this shit is at all. Oh, I'm a practicing practitioner. Oh, I need to get my license. You don't get your fucking license in any goddamn religion to study spirituality or any fucking practices at all. He sounds like a fucking cuck-ass, retarded fucking faggot who needs to know what gender he is before he fucking clowns on a fucking religion and does a dumbass, bogus-ass fucking ritual with some polo fucking Santo. Ain't none of that shit real. None of that shit is fucking real, and you know it too. You had more education about intentions and attraction of fucking energy than this fucking clown-ass idiot. I'm sick. I literally had to close out the fucking stream because I got so upset.
Wait. Oh. Okay. Wait, is this Sneeko? She's talking about Sneeko. Wait, is that Sneeko? I just said I thought the Craigslist witchcraft bit was funny until an upset woman called in and completely lost it for 90 seconds. No? Who the fuck is she talking about?
Fucking stream because I got so upset I started fucking crying. Like, this shit is not a fucking game. This isn't Harry Potter. You're not in Slytherin. You're not in fucking Hogwarts. You're not in potions class, motherfucker. This is real fucking life, and you're playing around.
Ice is doing witchcraft on stream and it pissed Xena off.
Say you're a fucking practicing practitioner for some money. If you knew anything about voodoo, witchcraft, or any fucking sector or any practice, you would know that spirits.
Is this a meme or not? Or
be fucking charged with material money gained or be on fucking camera. You fucking idiot.
That's why.
Okay. Queen. Wait, we have a new Kaya cam?
The Trumpian mind cannot be comprehended. Okay? He is Mr. Eco-terrorism. It turns out some of y'all have only watched
it's cinema.
Movies about how to blow up a pipeline. Trump is quite literally doing that. Okay? So who's the real woker now? Bitch. Donald Trump is forcibly creating an environment for that renewable energy transition for every country. Respect. Put some fucking respect on his name. He is the...
Okay. I like how he's got this bright ass fucking light shine right into the fucking dog too, just to make sure that they're visible on camera. Jesus. Ah, Jesus. What a depressing time for politics.
Well then, about a week and some change ago,
A month ago.
uploaded a video where I addressed a tweet made by ASMONSLOP, where he claimed the average IQ in Somalia was 68, that this claim isn't racist but a fact, and that this was an attempt at a narrative push to obscure reality. He was responding to a tweet made by Hasan, where Hasan shows a clip of a discussion he had with Piers Morgan broaching this topic. In my video, I set out to do 3 things. The first was to prove that the claim made by ASMONSLOP wasn't a fact, the second was to prove that it was in fact a racist claim, and the third was to show that due to him being wrong about the first 2, that it was in fact ASMONSLOP pushing a narrative, thus demonstrating the irony of his tweet. I spent basically 99% of that video not even talking about ASMONSLOP, but about the claim itself, diving into the history of that claim, where it comes from, and why it was wrong. In less than an hour of me uploading my video, ASMONSLOP streamed his response to my video, which he probably will be.
Real quick, there's no way I can prevent this guy from taking over a cat that I'm going to have to down, right? I don't think so.
Going to this video. Hello again, Zach. His response was about what I expected, pausing the video before I could complete a statement, rambling incoherently about things tangentially related to what I said, if that, blatantly lying, and not providing any source to back up the ridiculous claims he made. Oh, and attacking me at the end, claiming I'm a racist that hates white people, which... His strategy of interrupting me before I could finish speaking made it clear to everyone that he can't actually contend with what was being said, because actually allowing me to speak ruins his talking points. So he tried to flip the narrative away from his own ignorance of the topic to one of his canned talking points about inbreeding, and later a weak claim about me that a person that literally argues against racism for a living is a racist. So fine, Pee Wee Herman, you want to make a hasty response? I'm going to slowly cook you. And since you need your handheld, Zach, I'm going to put a symbol on the screen that lets you know when I'm done with a thought, so you don't have to constantly rewind the video to actually hear what I said. In one of the most ironic social media posts of all time, ASMONSLOP makes the claim, in response to Hasan, that the average IQ in Somalia is 68, and that
I was rounding up, actually. It's like somewhere around 67.67, but yeah.
So this is an example of what I'm talking about, pausing to interject, usually with something irrelevant like this, because I guess he thought that was funny. You see, Zach mistakes talking with actually saying something. A professional yapper, if you will. I suppose he's afraid of allowing someone to fully finish a sentence, lest his brain-dead audience hear something insightful. Oh, the sign is on the screen, Zach. You can respond now. Or did you pause before I said even this? What makes this post ironic is the very last bit where Zach claims Hasan's tweet is an attempt to push a narrative.
It absolutely is trying to push a narrative.
Yes, Zach. We know that's what you believe, buddy. That's why I said that. Let's revisit the tweet Zach was responding to. Hasan was having a conversation with Piers Morgan on his show. Hasan states that Piers has Trump denial syndrome, as Piers denies that Trump is a racist, to which Hasan responds with, he calls Somali people low IQ.
Yes, you have TDS, Piers. You have Trump denial syndrome. When I say to you, is Trump racist? You say, no, he's not racist. Even though he calls Somalis low IQ, Piers. Do you agree that Somali people are low IQ? Is that not the most racist thing?
Just to explain, Mehdi, just to explain. This is not your show.
Do you think Somalis are low IQ?
This is not your show, Mehdi.
Do you think Somalis are low IQ?
You don't get to interview me for half an hour. It's not your show.
People are worried
when I
about
come on your
silence.
show, I haven't been silent about any of these things.
So, as we all can see, the context was that Trump was a racist for using white supremacist rhetoric. ASMONSLOP responds to that video with the aforementioned tweet, citing a not only incorrect number, but one put forth by a white supremacist. Remember the context. Hasan's point is that Trump is using racist rhetoric about a topic he very likely hasn't researched. Starting to sound familiar? So I point out the irony of Zach's tweet, that it's him actually pushing a narrative, the narrative being a seed that was planted a long time ago by a racist, repeating racist rhetoric. This was the core thesis of my video, pointing out the irony of this tweet and to debunk the claim at its root while explaining the conditions that Africans face, which accounts for them not having experienced the Flynn effect, or having experienced the Flynn effect to a lesser degree than we of the West. This chart shows that all human groups have experienced significant IQ growth over time because, once again, IQ is not genetic, but based on environmental factors. And that right there, the fact that it's not genetic, or me saying that it's not genetic, seemed to turn off the light bulb in the brains of ASMONSLOP and...
Okay. I'm good. What else can we watch? What are we doing? This show thing is in an hour and 20 minutes. Destiny, click.
It's my challenge. Get out. Okay. I got a timing. Ah! Yeah! Who's that?
It's a big cat. Why does she jump? Wait, what? Hold on. This guy didn't give a fuck, dude. He immediately went for the kill.
Problem, which is America has a huge problem, which is
bro, what the fuck? Kill me.
America has a huge problem, which is there's too much liquidity in the system. And so if you're trying to run a financial system, you can't have that, because if there's too much liquidity, no one actually works, right? If you got $1 million sitting in a bank, you're like, okay, I could just sit at home and gamble with it or do OnlyFans, or I could go to work from 9 to 5, put up with an asshole boss, do work that is meaningless, and get paid nothing for it, right? So you have this situation where no one wants to work anymore. So the only solution to that is you just destroy the banking system. You burn out people's cash. So now they're forced to work. You've got these boomers who these boomers might have like $3 million in a bank account, and then much more in stock market, right? And then much more in real estate. And so they can just support their kids and their grandkids. You can't have that, right? If you're going to transition back to a manufacturing economy.
Okay. I mean, what did he say that was wrong, guys? The New York Times article changed, we saw.
There's a report in City and State today about how your administration removed DEI language from the racial equity report that you released this week. Why was that decision made, and do you support that decision?
So I want to be very clear. Our administration inherited a report that the prior administration had refused to release, a report that had been heavily diluted over many rounds of revisions. We took the time to strengthen this report to ensure that it was actually an accurate reflection of the city that we all love and know as our home, and to actually release this report within the first 100 days. Now, in this report, what we've seen, it's a report that is both coupled with a true cost of living report, is that the inequities in this city, the racial inequities, are stark. We are talking about findings that have shown that the wealth of a median white household in the city is more than $200,000, while that of a black household is less than $20,000.
Not good.
This is not an indictment of any one New Yorker. It is an indictment, however, of policies and politics that have persisted for far too long. Our commitment now is to act upon these findings, to do so in concert with New Yorkers' comments, as we've now opened a public comment period for the next 30 days to ensure that we have a city where we are reckoning with the long history of racism here and starting to act upon a framework that puts equity right at the center of it. Thank you.
Sure. But why remove the DEI language?
We put forward a stronger report that actually reflects the realities New Yorkers are living through.
Got him.
And we begin this Sunday morning with breaking news on the war in Iran. President Trump announcing moments ago a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is beginning.
Wow.
Coming up in moments, President Trump will join me in an exclusive interview to give us the very latest on the war
Wait, why did nobody
on
bring this
Iran,
up?
as high-level talks between the United States and Iran have concluded with no deal. It was the first direct talks between the two countries in a decade, and the highest level talks between the two since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. The talks beginning on Saturday and lasting 21 hours in Islamabad, Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance was in Pakistan leading the U.S. delegation, along with Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, as a fragile ceasefire has been underway between the two sides since Tuesday, after President Trump agreed to give Iran 2 more weeks to open up the Strait of Hormuz or face further destruction. Now the president will implement a naval blockade on the strait. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance after the talks in Islamabad this morning.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Wow, so brave.
Joining me now live on the telephone with the very latest is the nation's 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for being with me this morning. I know that your time is limited, and we appreciate you making the time to explain all of this to our audience. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Maria.
Mr. President, can you explain to us what is going on right now with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we're going to be blockading. It'll take a little while, but it'll be effective pretty soon. And we had meetings yesterday. They, as you said, lasted 21 hours. That was a long meeting. We had some very, very good representatives, as you know, JD and Steve and Jared. So we were well represented, but we didn't get there on the important issue. They want to have nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. I've been saying that for 30 years. I would never allow that to happen.
Never,
before I was
ever,
in
ever.
politics. And that country will not have nuclear weapons. Most countries shouldn't be allowed to have, but that country will not have nuclear weapons.
So, Mr. President, was that the red line there? Can you explain to us what went on
We don't do red lines here, lady.
in these talks? What did the United States ask of Iran, and how did they react?
You can't give that away.
Well, they reacted. You know, it was very interesting. It started off weak. They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated. And, you know, as you know, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini's gone. The whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing that they can do. They can say, well, gee, we're going to put a mine someplace just a mine. We'll drop 1 mine, 2 mines, 10 mines. And that will, if you have a ship that costs $1 billion, you say, well, you know, I'd prefer not getting whacked by a mine, losing my ship, or damaging it badly, at least. And so that's a little bit of a thing that they can do, and that it's military might and military power don't do it, but, you know, it's extortion, and they're extorting the world. You know, we don't get our oil from there. We have so much, and one thing you said, and I don't know if anybody heard it well, but we have boats pouring up to the United States. They'll be filling them up, and they'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get, light, sweet crude. They're going to have the best oil that you can get. But so that's interesting, and it's great because we have a lot of oil. We don't get any. I mean, literally last year it was 1%. We did that as a favor. We don't need the strait. But other countries do. And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't come. Now they want to come and they want to help with the strait, and it won't take long to clean it out. So we're going to clean out the strait, and they'll be able to use the strait in not too long a distance. But we had a very intensive negotiation, and toward the end it got very friendly, and we got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me. That was the most important point by far.
And I want to ask you about that, and I will get to NATO as well. But, Mr. President, you wrote on Truth Social this morning saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade,
all in,
sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out. But it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing. And that'll be that won't be in too long.
Shrimple as.
No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also. But we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like, or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very...
Do you think this is an untenable position as the U.S. with your foreign interests, as in getting a favorable outcome out of this without Iran nuclearizing and tolling the strait? I can't analyze anything that's happening. I don't know what the fuck is. I don't know what the U.S. is doing. I don't know what anybody is doing. I don't know what the world expects. I don't know what the U.S. expects. I don't know I have no idea, bro.
Similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President, you say that there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them, and this is world extortion. How will the United States ensure that the mines are removed in the Strait of Hormuz?
So we have minesweepers there now. We have highly sophisticated underwater minesweepers, which are the latest and the greatest, but we're also bringing in more traditional minesweepers. And so I understand is the UK and a couple of other countries are sending minesweepers. A lot of countries don't have minesweepers. Think of it. They had 28 mine droppers. What country has 28 mine droppers? 28 boats to drop mines. What country? They've been completely obliterated. They no longer. So we knocked out their entire Navy. They have 158 ships. They have 28 mine droppers. Every single one of them is at the bottom of the sea. Can you believe it?
So all the mines are gone, right? Wait, then why are we blockading anything? It should just be open then, right? We should be good. No? No?
Their Air Force is gone. Their if you look, anti-aircraft. All of their radars out. Anti-aircraft is their defensive program is all knocked out. They don't have anything. And you know the sad part is.
What is that AI? Why does he sound so weird? They don't have anything.
Program is all knocked out. They don't have anything. And you know the sad part is, and I can't say this is for you, we knocked out everything, including their leaders. Their military is gone. Everything's gone. Their missiles are down to a trickle by comparison. You know, we knocked out thousands of missiles. We knocked out hundreds of places where the missiles are built, different parts. They're pretty much gone. Probably they say 85, 82%, 85%, who knows what it is, but we knocked them out. We knocked out where they make the drones, and the drones are less effective now. And also we have new machinery to kill the drones. You saw that. The computerized bullets, they call it. And also lasers. The laser melts the drone. It's a beautiful thing to see. So we have a lot of stuff. But think of it. We win this thing conclusively. Even yesterday they were saying, no, it was a complete obliteration. And when you read the New York Times, you think they're doing well. Oh, they're fighting very hard.
Gotta take some time to attack this stupid mugshot that they all use. Just the whole idea of like the U.S. president doing a fucking dick suck interview on Fox News. It's just crazy, bro.
This wasn't a hard battle. This was a very easy battle militarily. But when somebody says, you know, we're going to drop a mine in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, not much you can do to persuade a ship owner that has $1 billion ship that we're going to take a trip up the strait. Now, yesterday you probably saw, we sent 2 highly sophisticated, beautiful, brand new destroyers right through the middle of the strait.
It was fine.
And nobody did anything to us.
It was
because
perfectly
what
fine.
we do is we follow the weapon back. So it follows back and it knocks out the people on the other side. Literally within 3 minutes they're knocked out. The technology is unbelievable.
Unbelievable,
but
guys.
We don't know whether or not they do, whether or not they put mines. I didn't talk about it yesterday. My inclination is to have a few. And I will tell you, it was a good meeting yesterday, really a good meeting, except for one problem. And it's 95%. They want to have nuclear weapons. It's not going to happen.
And this is a key point, Mr. President. For those people out there who have not been following it as closely, can you explain to those people why it was critical for the United States to go into Iran? Can you articulate what was behind that move that was so important for the U.S. to go into Iran?
Can you, though?
Yeah, so easy.
Yeah.
The easiest question you've asked me so far. They can't have nuclear weapons.
Shrimple ass.
They want to enrich what they have. They want to enrich more. As you know, we knocked out with the B-2 bombers. Had we not knocked that out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after we knocked out. In other words, had the B-2s, those beautiful B-2 bombers, totally obliterated their 3 sites. They have 3 sites. And they are now deep in the earth with, tons of rock. Now, that material should be gotten, but we have cameras on it. We have satellites with Space Force. That was one of my beauties, Space Force. So important. But we're watching those. We're watching every single aspect of that area. They can't move without us knowing exactly what's going on. But
Hey.
What's
Hello?
up, buddy? Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm doing great. How are you? I'm calling you from Budapest.
Oh, hey, what's up?
You're covering what's going on there or not?
Yeah, we saw.
Hungarian friends of mine with whom I'm celebrating here.
Nice.
Who asked me if it would be okay with you if they could give you a little message from here. Would that be fine with you?
Yeah, go for it.
Get it. Oh. Fuck, I think I lost connection. Maybe I'm too drunk to operate this shit.
We can still hear you.
No, I'm not too drunk. Fuck. Hello?
Hello, hello?
Yeah, I think I'm too drunk for this.
Okay. He left. Rip. Shrimple eyes.
And it takes a long time to get it out. It's an amazing attack. Had we not done that, they would have had, within 1 month from that date, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
Right.
If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. Look, they went after 5
Was that Kraut?
countries
Yeah.
that were sort of neutral, I guess. I don't know how friendly they were, but they weren't in the line of attack. They dropped on UAE probably 1,800 missiles. They dropped on Saudi Arabia a lot, and they dropped on Qatar a lot. They dropped on Bahrain. They went crazy.
It was a lot,
And
guys.
Everyone was surprised. Actually, it was good for us because they all joined us immediately, at some point. I mean, they're either going to be petrified or they're going to join. They all joined, and they've been very helpful. All of these countries have been great, and Kuwait.
And this is the key point that I was getting to, and the reason that you feel they cannot have a nuclear weapon because they will use it. And that's what I wanted you to
I think they'd
explain
use
to the
it, yeah.
audience.
Yeah, I think they would use it. And they'd start with Israel, and one weapon would, do damage like nobody's ever seen. Wipe it out.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Hello, hello?
Hey, I can hear you now. Sorry, we were out on the streets too much. I'm here with a bunch of Hungarian friends of mine. We thought we'd just jump in and give you a little message.
Yeah, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello, hello?
I have stolen his phone now. I want to say the following things, and I'm a little bit drinky, as you might hear it. Currently...
Voting works?
Yeah, I think voting works. I don't know what to think about it. There is the largest street party I have ever seen in this city ever. Yes.
Yeah.
And I have 2 things to say. Ruski kaza, és áradjon a Tisza.
Have a nice day, Stephen.
Thank
I hope
you.
you're doing well.
Yeah, cool. Do you get to tell me what that means? I have no idea what he just said.
It means Russians get out.
Ruskies go home.
Gotcha.
And what does the other mean?
It means may the Tisza flood.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Have a wonderful evening.
Thanks a lot. Good luck. Nice.
Conceivably big one.
Now,
not wipe it out. They don't need more than one. And then they go after the Middle East, and then they'd eventually come here, okay? And we're not letting them come here, and we're not going to let them. We have great allies over there. I'll tell you, those 5 countries, look at the Israeli relationship. Look at the incredible partnership we have on this. And, as Bibi Netanyahu said, we're the big brother and they're the small brother. And, it's been a very effective team. What we've done literally in a matter of days, within 3-4 days, Iran essentially was wiped out. And it's so sad, though, when the press says they're fighting bravely. They're not fighting bravely. They have no anti-aircraft. We fly over there at will, can take out anything we want. As you know, last week I said we're going to strongly consider knocking out their power plants and the rest of their bridges. We took down their big bridge, but we just did that because we were having good discussions. And they go to the press. They're very good with public relations, much better with public relations than they are at fighting. They go to the press
True.
and they say, President Trump said it's okay for us to have a nuclear weapon, when I never even spoke to him. And by the way, that would be the only thing I would never say to them. And they know that.
That's the only thing
And
you
then
wouldn't say.
the New York Times, which is a fake a fake paper.
Holy
it's just a fake.
shit,
You
bro.
just
It's
believe
always
the
so
opposite.
unhinged.
It's so sad when you look at CNN, the New York Times, ABC fake news, NBC fake news. When you look at this stuff, it's so sad to see it. I mean, they report things that they know are false. It's almost treasonous, actually. If you want to really know the truth. It's almost treasonous. But if you're reading the New York Times exclusively, and their circulation, by the way, is way down. Yeah. It's way down.
Way down.
I'm proud to report that. But if you're reading the New York Times exclusively, you would say that they are doing great in the war.
Mr. President,
they're doing terribly.
I want to ask you about
He's
that.
talking. Let him finish.
Say, well, we may have some minds, and if you have a ship, who wants to take a chance? You're not going to take a chance.
Mr. President, I want to ask you about that because you put out a tweet and it really gripped the nation a week ago when we were all waiting and watching for the United States' next move should the Iranians not open the Strait of Hormuz. And you wrote this on Truth
You wrote
Social.
something a little bit fucking unhinged.
A whole civilization will die
What did you mean
tonight,
by that?
never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something wonderful can happen. Mr. President, you were criticized for this tweet because you said a whole civilization will die tonight. What do you want to say about that? And what can you tell us about next steps here? Are you planning further destruction?
I'm fine. He doesn't give a fuck.
I'm fine with it. That statement brought them to the table, with the exception of the one thing, which I
It's a
believe
negotiating
that they're gonna
tactic,
give up on.
guys.
I believe they're going to give up on that pretty soon, to be honest, because it's not going to work. We actually thought we had them, and then all of a sudden they said, no, we want. So, but I believe, no. And when I say that, but remember, what do they say to us?
United States of America President. This is the United States of America President of the United States of America, the most powerful country on the planet. Our president, our leader, the United States of America, by the way.
For years, I've had to listen to them say, death to America, right? They say, death to America, death to Israel, America, the Satan. We will destroy America, death to America. Now, does anybody ever complain to you when they say that? I think that's a big step worse. Death to America. So they're allowed to say death to America.
And I can't say end of civilization?
And when I talk about civilization, it'll be much different because their military will be totally gone. It's pretty much gone now. But their military, look at their leadership. We have had regime change because the people we dealt with yesterday were, frankly, very smart, very sharp, very good, very good. I think they were smarter than the people from before, Khomeini and that group. Because look what it got them. Look what all of their antics was spending trillions they spent all their money on weapons. We've destroyed most of those weapons. But when I say about a civilization, it really has changed. It really has. But think of it. They're allowed to say death to America, death to this, death to. And I make one statement, they say, oh, such a big deal. Let me tell you, that statement got them to the bargaining table, and they haven't left. They haven't left the bargaining table. I predict they come back and they give us everything we want.
Wow.
And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them, I want everything.
Well, and what they
have
want...
no cards, Maria.
They're not the cards, guys.
They have no cards.
Doug Fascini fan, thank you for the gifted subs.
Their Air Force is gone, totally gone. They have nothing.
They have
no
nothing,
ships.
guys.
158 ships are at the bottom of the sea. Good ones, new. The Soleimani, they had one called the Soleimani, was taken out by one of our tiger sharks, by one of our rapidly moving submarines.
You think you're supposed to say this?
It's amazing. Our military is so good. Do you know our military is a 94% approval rating now? Well, Congress has a 14%. The media has a 12%. When I started, the media had a 92% approval rating. Now they're down to 14%.
Wow.
And I'm very proud of it because they're very dishonest.
Mr. President, I see what just took place in terms of our NATO allies pushing back and not supporting you and the United States. And I see what has happened with our Gulf allies in the Middle East who do not want a bully in the Middle East any longer. Are you expecting those Gulf allies to help you in this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, yeah.
What other countries are going to join that?
Started. So the Gulf states, now you could say they're much closer, so maybe they have to do it. But, they also could stay out. But they made a mistake when they started lobbing missiles at them. And here's the good thing. The Gulf states, they are rich and they have a lot of Patriots. Our Patriot missile, which is an anti-missile missile, and
Thanks.
it's unbelievable. They fired at us one day at a certain asset that we have, namely the...
There's no way. Bro, there's no way he should be saying all this shit. I can't possibly believe this.
Aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, one of the beauties of the world, one of the great beauties of the world. They fired 101 missiles out of 100. These things are going 2,000, more than 2,000 miles an hour. And out of 101 missiles, 101 were shot down like nothing and are now at the bottom of the sea, the remnants of them. Think of it, 101 missiles shot. In a short period of time, all 101 were knocked out. So we have the greatest military equipment. We have the greatest people. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and everybody sees it, whether it's Venezuela or what we've done with Iran. And when I read, the fake news talking about how well Iran's doing, they're not doing well at all. They're getting killed. I could take out Iran in one day.
One day, guys.
In 1 hour.
1 hour.
I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their
destroyed.
electric generating plants,
Completely.
which is a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
And I hate to do it because if I do
But
it,
he might
it
have
takes
to
you
do it.
10 years to rebuild. They'll never be able to rebuild it. And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them because
just to show them in case they didn't think you could do
with
it.
a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in 1/2 of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this because nobody can be so stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever.
So if they do not give up that effort, is that the plan? Will you further destruct Iran?
Yeah, I will. If they don't give that plan up, yeah. I'm not in huge hurry. What we want to do is we'll open up the strait. But the ships are coming up to the United States.
Let's talk about that.
I've been inviting everybody. It's pretty good.
Let's talk about that, Mr. President, because you referred to a post that hundreds of super tankers are headed to the Gulf of America to buy oil and gas from the U.S. What can you tell us about that, sir?
Well, I can tell you that it used to be called the Gulf of Mexico. That's what I can tell you. Now it's called the Gulf of America because of me. One of my little things that I did, one of my little sidelines. And it's a great honor. People are so happy. You go to Louisiana, you go to Florida, you go to these states, Texas. They're so honored by it. I used to say, why is that the Gulf of Mexico when we have 93% of the frontage? And, it fronts 93% in the United States. I said, I think I'm going to change it to the Gulf of America. What a beautiful name. And I did. And I give a lot of credit to Google because once I filed the papers, I did it. And Google Map. Once Google Map changed, did it. It was a done deal. But we had lawsuits. We won everything, and it's now the Gulf of America, which I'm very honored by.
But do you expect super
I must tell you, I was thinking
He's
about
talking,
calling
please.
it the Gulf of Trump. And
Epic,
I decided
sir.
not to
Epic,
do
sir.
it. I think maybe it was. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking about. It's going to be called
Frickin'
the Gulf
epic,
of Trump.
sir.
And then I said, that's not going to play too well.
I
Okay, go
think
ahead.
you're.
You know I'm kidding.
You're being facetious.
No,
I know that.
Oh,
Mr.
Grandpa.
But
The
what,
fake
but
news
what
will have a
about
headline tomorrow.
oil exporters? Tell me about this because do you expect super tankers, empty super tankers, to go to the Gulf of America, to go to Louisiana, go to Texas?
Well, they're already coming. Well, Texas, they're going to go to Texas. They're going to go all along our shoreline. I mean, we have the biggest ports, and they're going to go. Remember this, and this is pretty amazing. And this is my time that when I came into office, we were 3rd and 4th in energy and in doing exactly this, the oil and gas and other things. Now we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Think of this, and we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Add Saudi Arabia with Russia, and add another country in there, whichever one you want. We're bigger than all of them combined. Think of that. That's all because of Trump.
All of them
when
combined.
Biden inherited that system, he changed it. Then he tried going back to it because the oil was going up. You remember it was going up $7, $8, etc. But look at even now. We have to get rid of this nuclear threat. And people in our country have oil. People in other countries are getting hurt. One of the things that most amazes me, though, the Strait is for Japan, where they get 93% of their oil. You know that, Japan. South Korea gets 45% of its oil. These people haven't helped us. I say, are you guys going to help? And, you know, we have 45,000 soldiers and 50,000, respectively, at those two places. 45 and 50,000 soldiers. We guard them and protect them. And when we want a little help, they don't help us.
A little bit of help,
When we
just a
wanted
tiny
help
little
from
bit,
NATO,
guys.
They don't help us. And we paid, I don't know if you saw, 900, almost $1 trillion toward NATO in a very short period of time to protect them against Russia, mostly.
Yeah.
And then when we're there, and, you know, Biden, I
Crazy,
wouldn't have
sir.
done this. You wouldn't have had the Ukraine problem. And Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But under Biden, who was an incompetent president, he was grossly incompetent. Look, the election was rigged. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that now.
Oh, we're
And
just
it's all
still
come
using
out,
that
and
talking
it's
point?
coming
Okay.
out. But
Kind of
under
unhinged,
Biden,
but okay.
if you take a look at what happened, when he was president, that's a war that would have never happened. Russia attacking Ukraine.
Yep.
And I ended 8 wars, including Pakistan. You know, Pakistan was great yesterday. They were the ones that really facilitated the meeting.
Right.
But they thanked it. Every time I see them, they thank me. They say, we're going to have a war with India. And as the prime minister said very openly to everybody, between 30 to 50 million people would have been killed. And I got it ended. I said, if you guys are going to have a war, we're not going to do any trading with you.
Well,
and believe it or not,
Believe
I got
it or not.
ended because of tariffs.
Wow.
Mr.
Which
President,
the Supreme Court was not nice to me about. but
Is
that's
this
okay.
is this all going to be
I thought they
enough?
said they got a
the
huge win, though.
blockade in the
Hmm.
Strait, the opening up capacity in the United
Think
States
so.
for is this going to be
Yeah, I
enough
think
to
so.
lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, it's going to be eventually. It's going to be lower. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years. They said it won't happen during his term, but it'll be maybe 4 or 5 years. It hit 50,000 in my first year. You know it better than anybody. You cover it better than anybody. The S&P hit 7,000 in my first year. Before my first year, you know that. And I said to myself, "Oh, here we go. I got to stop this country from having a nuclear weapon. You want to see a stock market go down? Let a couple of nuclear bombs be dropped on us, or frankly, any place else.
That would be real bad for the
And
stock market, guys.
Then you'll see a stock market that goes down. So the stock market has not gone down very much at all. Gone down a little bit, much less than I thought. And frankly, the gas hasn't gone up as much as I thought. But regardless, even if it did,
Who
we have
cares?
to stop this group of people from having. And again, it was worse because Khomeini was a total
Lunatic.
radical. I'll be nice, maniac. He was a maniac.
Oh, thank you for being nice.
And you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Right.
So I just have the greatest economy ever. Everything's going along, and I say, I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, I say, I'm sorry, fellas. We're in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran, and we have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. They all said, we agree.
So do
know?
you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
Maybe.
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be the same or maybe a little bit higher. But
Who knows?
it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer. They're wiped out, man. They're wiped out. And you don't get a fair shake. You don't get, we need a free and fair press in this country. And I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say how wonderful they're doing militarily? They're doing so well. The country is wiped out. We lost one airplane, and we captured the 2 pilots. How about we saved those 2 pilots?
Unbelievable.
Which no other country has the
Unbelievable.
capability of doing. Usually when that happens, countries wave goodbye. They say, lots of luck, because you're going deep into enemy.
Yeah.
We went 7 hours into, it was a 7-hour flight.
Yes.
To go in and get them. We had one of the roughest areas, one of the most dangerous areas in the world, and we got both of them. They were
was
incredible, but
extraordinary.
we got both of them.
And thank God that for our military, and I know that you rebuilt the military. Now, Mr. President, before you go, it was you who did the maximum campaign against Iran in your first term. Is it going to be back to the maximum campaign? You deemed them the leading sponsor of terrorism. And I have to ask you about all of these efforts and the impact on China. what you've done in Venezuela, Iran, even your comments about Cuba, where does that put China as you approach this meeting with Xi Jinping next month?
Sure. Well, in the maximum campaign, you can't do any more maximum. We've wiped out their whole
Can't go
country,
more max
which I
than
think
max.
The only thing left, really, is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit. We could hit them. We could have them all down. And I mean down like you couldn't have electricity for 10 years because it takes you 10 years to build those plants from scratch. You'd never probably be able to build them again. And the bridges. So that's really the only thing. We still have some more missile manufacturing plants. We know every one of them. We will do that. We still have other things. But when you talk about maximum, I think, outside of those few things that are remaining, I think I pretty much maxed out. You are very, very violent and vicious. I don't want to have you against me. I'll tell you what you say. I think we pretty much maxed out, other than those few items. And we still have some plants left. We had another week left to knock out the rest of the plants, but we were knocking them out fast. As far as China is concerned, China can send their ships to us. China can send their ships to Venezuela. We told them, buy from Venezuela. We have a lot of overcapacity. We'd sell them, and we'll probably sell it for even less money. I have a very good relationship with President Xi of China. We work together very well. They're paying us substantial money, as you know. We've never got money before. I listened to this Gordon Chang. He has no idea what he's talking about. We have been very tough on China. Tough but fair. And, it's an amazing place. But I have a very good relationship with China, and they've been, during my, I put tremendous tariffs. I put 100% tariff on all Chinese cars coming in, and that's destroying Europe. They're destroying Europe because they're taking away so much business from Mercedes and BMW, etc. And we don't have any Chinese cars in our country because they would have destroyed General Motors, Ford. They would have destroyed these companies if they did it. So I put 100% tariff on, and in all fairness to Biden, he allowed it to stay on, which is shocking to me.
Right.
It's one of the things, it's about the only thing he did good, but he allowed it to stay. So we don't have the problem that they have. They're having tremendous economic problems in Europe because they're being just swamped with these Chinese cars. We don't have any.
But Mr. President, just to be clear, you said the other day that any country that supports Iran and sends military equipment to Iran will face a 50% tariff if they try to bring products. Did you refer to China? Did you mean China?
Yes, and other people, but yes, China too.
Okay.
If we find that China, because I hear news reports, so a news report doesn't mean much to me because they're so fake, but I hear news reports about China giving the shoulder missiles, what's called a shoulder missile, anti-aircraft missile. I doubt they would do that because I have a relationship, and I think they wouldn't do that, but maybe they did a little bit at the beginning, but I don't think they would anymore. No, but if we catch them doing that, they get a 50% tariff, which is that's a staggering amount.
And did you want to say anything about our NATO allies in terms of what comes next for them, given that, is it time for them to call Iran the leading state sponsor of terrorism? And what are you going to do because they did not help in this effort?
Well, NATO is shameful. I didn't go wild at it. We didn't need any help. I would actually say, if you want to help, great. If you don't want to help, that's okay. And
It just doesn't care.
Would rather not, sir. Would rather not. They weren't there for us. If I would have done it with force, maybe I could have gotten them to come in, but they would have come in really begrudgingly, and they would have stayed way behind.
Done it with force?
No, I'm very disappointed.
Like attack NATO to make them join? Or I don't even know what that means.
Kingdom. I love the United Kingdom. My mother was, as you know, born in Scotland, and love it. But Mr. Starmer, PM Starmer said, we'll send the equipment after the war is over. I said, you don't need equipment when the war is over. You need the equipment before the war starts or during the war. He said, no, we'll send it after. He made a public statement that we will send equipment after the war is over. It was that's a Neville Chamberlain type statement. And Germany, the same thing. He said, we didn't start this. Well, we helped them with Ukraine. It would have never happened if I was president, by the way. We would have had the problem with Russia and Ukraine, but we had an incompetent president. But Germany talked all about that we demand, and strong We demand that this war stop. But most importantly, he said, we didn't start the war. Well, we didn't start the war with Ukraine, but we helped them. I mean, Biden gave them $350 billion. I'm not giving it. I sell things to NATO, and they do what they want with it. I guess they give it to Ukraine, but I sell things at full price.
Yeah.
And we sell it to NATO, and they do what they want with it. But think of it. To make that statement after we've spent $350 billion, they made a statement. The German statement was bad, but all the statements were bad. No, we have to re-examine NATO because they weren't there for us. And let me tell you, and I've said this for 25 years, they weren't there for us, and they won't be there for us.
Yeah. Wow.
They weren't there for us. This is just a military operation. This is not a hard thing for us. We are so much more powerful. I rebuilt our military in the first term. I'm using it in my second term. And we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And now I was right with spending all that money on the military. We have the greatest military of the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world. And it's amazing what we've been able to do. You look at Venezuela. We're doing so well with Venezuela. Great time to have Venezuela. And by the way, Venezuela now is making more money than they've ever made before, and we're participating in those profits.
Right.
Wow.
Well, Mr. President, we want to respect
That's amazing,
your time.
Mr.
I know how
President.
busy you are this morning, and I know that we will have part 2 of this interview this week at the White House. So I want to thank you so much for calling in and breaking all of this news this morning, sir. I will see you this upcoming week in the Oval Office, sir, for part 2 of our interview when we discuss the broader issues and the impact on the economy, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
I'm joined now by the
Hungry updates. What you? Oh, yeah, they won, right? The good guys won, not Orban and his party. Good job. Oh my God, black people of Reddit.
God can't disappoint you, you know.
Wait, is she the Jubilee lady or?
He's a good father. He is, you know, and he has the best intentions for you. His plans are to prosper you, bring you to an expected end, but your life does not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh. We gonna keep this.
Wait, what
but
happened?
Your life does not.
Oh, I wasn't watching. Sorry. God's plan.
My God.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Bruh. We gonna keep this? Nigga. I can't even reach him, bro. This is beyond embarrassing. Wait a minute. Bruh.
Look there. Don't be laughing. Look there.
Right. Also got a supermajority in Parliament, which they need to undo a lot of the pro-Russia policies. Why is it so common for black women to wear wigs? I don't know. It's hard to grow their hair out. They can't grow hair. Why is it harder for black women to grow out their hair? It's difficult to maintain. Racism. Okay. It's hard to straighten curly hair. Any black women in DGG. Hard to grow it and takes a lot of work to do it nice. This is an XQC clip.
I'm more mad at Jimmy for this. Guys, Jimmy should have had the rules straight. No, you can't physically move somebody. End of story. You can't physically move somebody, or that's end of story. Otherwise, what stops somebody from pushing them outside of the circle?
No,
Me,
I didn't mean to go range.
Marlon, the
Or,
other
no,
guys,
fuck.
and Arky were going to leave the room before getting eliminated. So that's 4 other people will be eliminated, because if we self-eliminate, right, in the challenge, they need to find the 4 other guys that have the paintball stuff on them, and then they would get eliminated, right? And then Jimmy stopped the game, brought in the game lawyer from another room inside the playroom, and they had a competitive ruling from the lawyer that we could not do that. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? So in my opinion, for the guy stuff, they should have had the lawyer come in, because I mean, he did move the guy and
I don't even know what this drama's about.
use him as a shield. I mean, I don't think that was allowed. I'm more mad at Jimmy for this. Guys.
Better XQC clip.
Shaky. I fought for concert like 6 months ago.
Some friendships might get ruined after this one.
Jesus.
Is 60 months worthy of a welcome to the jungle?
I'm still dealing. Okay.
Oh wait.
Me to draw.
You need a little taily, huh?
Wait, is my camera on by the way? Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't look that good.
fingers is too shaky.
Okay. Watch the Mr. Beast video. I just tried 49 minutes. That sounds like a whole bunch of shit I don't give a fuck about. Why weren't you invited? Because I banged his mom. Just got a tier 5 sub. Wait. Stoat on a boat. Thank you for the tier 5 sub, everybody. My brother Nana offer this humble tribute as a prayer. Please give Andor a chance as a member of IC and secure and former Recondo. It is the best depiction of tradecraft politics I've ever seen in cinema. Man. Andor's got a lot of fanboys. That's what makes me not trust it, by the way. Is just the fandom. I know not to trust unhinged fandoms ever. And that's how I know the show is probably trash. Got him. Uh-oh.
What's going on in here?
Nothing. Just bored. Waiting for my show in 30 minutes.
What show?
I don't know. I'm doing a bunch of debates in the Darius Discord.
Oh, that's where your enemies can come and confront you, right?
Maybe, I guess. We'll see.
Cinema. There's a Darius Discord. Unfortunately, yes, there is. Lav got invited to it.
Oh boy.
Really? You're prepared for this, huh?
I'm prepared for everything. For all eventualities. For the alpha and the omega.
I mean, you can set up Streamlabs in like 2 seconds for the donation, you know?
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Is that sarcasm? because you won't actually get right on that.
Holy shit. Are you an investigator now?
Yeah. Some people say that I have the best insight on individuals. So just be on the lookout.
Okay. I'll be looking out. What have you been up to today? Anything exciting?
Yes, I got my idle control working.
Good job. I thought you did this yesterday.
I did, and it wasn't working. But
Oh.
I fixed it today. So a 4-wire idle control valve consists of 2 solenoids, and I wired it up to the car's computer. But silly me, I had the first solenoid in the second solenoid position and vice versa. And I was wondering, why am I idling at 2,000 RPM? And the answer is because I had them backwards. So I went and I did it, and now I can control my idle. I can have whatever idle speed I want. I'm like the reality is what I... that guy, Thanos, that's me. Okay? Except for my idle speed. I also realized that some wires that are supposed to be in my car are not there anymore.
Holy
which is
shit.
slightly concerning, but that was just for some emission stuff, so, you know, not a huge deal.
No big deal. Emission stuff? More like,
Exactly.
You don't live in California, do you? Nope. Who
No.
cares?
Exactly. I do need to... I think I need to change up my exhaust a little bit, because right now, my wastegate... Is your car a turbo? It is, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, I don't know. I have no idea what an EcoBoost is. Is it turbocharged or supercharged?
Definitely turbo. Do they put supers on small cars?
They can.
Okay.
But anyways, the turbocharger, when it reaches max boost, the exhaust needs to stop spinning the turbo, because that would be bad, because you'd start over boosting. So what it does is the wastegate opens up, and it starts dumping all of the extra exhaust. Now in your car, in normal cars, that goes into your exhaust, so it's not fucking loud and obnoxious. But in mine, the guy who did the exhaust for me was like, how about if we just dump this to the air? So whenever my car hits max boost, it sounds like it's fucking straight piped, and it's obnoxious. So I need to put that back into the exhaust. I need to plumb those two things together. And then I'm pretty fucking close, honestly. It's pretty poggers.
Well, that's pretty fucking awesome, dude. That's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be crazy, Pog.
Yeah. I'm gonna do my gross score car reveal video.
Oh no, the super. I remember that. Those were the days with the fucking Twisted Fate rap.
Yeah, exactly. And the 1990s music on it. Oh god, it's gonna be shrinema. Digital ground game is fighting Lycan. Why?
Lycan's always on some fucking retarded Twitter shit. But I feel like it's just to be expected at this point, right?
I'm not sure the purpose of, it's like kicking, I don't know. I was going to say like kicking a downed opponent, but it's like,
Well, like a Downs opponent, right?
Oh, it's like stomping on a snail with no snail shell. There's
Jesus.
nothing. I don't know. It hurts. Like when his tweets pop off, it's when he's hitting 5 likes. What do you want me to say?
Jesus. Oh my fucking god. Can I not win this fight? Fuck me. I'll do this later.
Oh, I sent you a thing in the group chat. Did you watch that on stream? Because I thought it was funny.
Did I?
Earlier.
You're mocking.
Oh, bro.
Mocking,
Religion.
by the way. You're mocking.
Oh, bro, if I wanted to mock, I would mock you. You don't want to go there, bro, because I can
But
seriously.
yeah,
mock.
I remember what you said last time.
What did I say last time?
He was talking about our prophet, and Aisha.
Was it? Oh yeah. How old was she? 6'7", 6'7".
You're a grown ass man, my brother. You're a grown ass man. You know how many pedophiles?
Do you know who wasn't a grown ass woman? Aisha.
Jesus Christ.
It's kind of wild. The slicker came back and he's like gambling right now, huh?
No, that's actually the least wild thing ever. That's what addicts
I mean,
do, right?
I guess, yeah.
That's how they go. Shrimple as. Shrimple fucking as.
You know what you can do? A time guesser. I'm very good at this game, by the way.
Yeah?
Yes.
Cool. Wait.
I hope you get fucking eviscerated.
Me too.
In this, whatever the fuck.
How long is
going
this shit
on.
supposed to go, Radiant? I know what I need to psychologically prepare myself for.
You need to listen to like some hype music or something.
Oh yeah.
Can you fucking stop? When I say something, I don't need the fucking filler words. where
Oh,
you're
sorry.
like,
yeah, I should listen
Yeah?
to some hype music. What kind of hype music, Dan?
I don't know. Fucking engage with what I'm saying.
What
You could
is
be
this,
like,
Yahoo News? I don't believe that.
that's a shit sound effect to say to that. It's garbage. Would you just hit whatever the fucking came to
Somebody
you?
vax this guy.
There you go.
Oh, for fucking shit's sake.
We gotta hit him up with the. Shut up. You're
Yeah.
so easy to make laugh. It's so cringe.
Do you have the huh?
What? Like that?
Yes. All the different ones. You need a whole page of them.
I do. I got him.
Stop.
What?
All right. Oh, what other meme? There was another meme I saw today that was funny. It was
What?
this one, and it has your voice in it. And I was gonna change it, but then I was lazy. That's right there. That's funny.
You're right. I got
Hasan.
derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse.
True. Absolutely true. Ah, fuck. It's 21st, Dan. Big hearing.
Oh yeah? What's it on?
I don't know. Hopefully it's on everything. Whether we keep this fucking case around or not. Hopefully.
In-person hearing?
Yep.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Is there a subject matter for the hearing, or are you just YOLO guessing, or what?
The subject matter is supposed to be on just a continuance to push the trial down 2 months or back 2 months. My guess would have been that it would have just been automatically granted, but the judge called for a hearing right after they filed it before our response. So maybe they want to ask about the subject matter jurisdiction. I'm hoping they're going to ask us questions about the motion for summary judgment stuff. Is my guess.
You think Lauren De Laguna will be in person?
No, she's not. No, but Pixie won't even be there. I don't even know if John will be there. Usually it's just the one guy. She didn't show up for the last hearing because it's just a joke and a meme for these people. Maybe even none of Pixie's legal team will be there. Who the fuck knows?
Well, don't you win if that happens?
Not necessarily, but I mean, it would look really bad for them. I probably would, yeah. It would be pretty bad, yeah. Only you have to be there in person? I don't have to be, but I mean, I mean, it's kind of important to me. I like to be there for my. It's kind of a meaningful thing in my life. It's not just a meme like it is for Pixie.
How about a new background for your desktop here?
It changes, you know, every now and then. I think. Doesn't Windows change it every now and then?
I don't know.
Yo.
What?
I just want to say what's up, and
Shrimple eyes. That's what's
I don't know if you saw. Did you see the messages I posted in the melting pot where I tagged you?
No, I don't even know how to check that shit for Discord.
But so basically, jewstalker just recently banned all mention of the melting pot because it's considered a doxing server. I guess it's because you're in it.
Oh, he was. They were mega ass pained yesterday about the
yeah.
soy pill shit. Ooh.
Yeah, I was watching.
It was funny because like after like when you call out, just because the way that I have to play my cards is I kind of just have to be basically open about everything. But like regardless of that, he still had to run down like their strategy of basically saying that like, well, soy pill is a fucking idiot. He's only doing this for money. Like he just did exactly what I said they do, to where they have to just start character assassinating anybody near me. Yeah.
It was so funny. I was watching the stream. Like it's literally. Like every time he would pause to say something retarded, like he'd be like, "Oh, we don't DM people," or like, we don't coordinate this stuff. And then he would unpause, and then Soy Pill would be like, "Oh, well, jewstalker and like Kilo and these other guys just DM'd me earlier, and they were giving me these really weird talking points about it." And like, just every time he just contradict himself when he would unpause. It's just really funny.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, if anybody wants to come talk to Destiny, discord.gg/melted. It's going to be very adversarial, so I don't recommend joining if you do not like conflict. There's a lot of anti-fans in the server.
No Israel-Palestine stuff then.
No, you can do that for sure. Anything is fine. I mean, like, the way it's going to work is everyone's going to have like 1 or 2 minutes of like talking time, and then we'll, if it's really boring, then we'll just like move on to the next person. But I'm not totally sure how many people are going to be coming. I just think it's going to be a lot. So, you know.
Wow. Shrimple eyes, right?
Yep, shrimple eyes.
Shrimple eyes.
Okay, I actually forgot what I was going to tell you. I came in here for something and I can't remember. But yeah, I'll see you in like 15 minutes.
Okay, be careful, babe.
DGL.
I didn't hear the second G. I just heard DGL.
Good.
By the way,
what?
Apparently, you shit on my ranking of doctors on the new ER show.
Did I? I didn't know you did a ranking on doctors.
I did. I heard you did a really retarded one. Actually, chat, let me see the pit ranking from Steve. Because I heard this shit was unbelievably poor. Because you're ranking them on the competence of how good of a doctor they are.
Ranking them on all
or like
the
how
things.
good of how good at their job are they, right?
It just depends. That could be one aspect of it.
So how did you not put the pit boss nurse in S tier?
I don't know. What did she? I don't know. Maybe I just thought she was annoying. Problem? Troll face? Got him. Okay. I'm gonna run downstairs to grab a package before this starts. I'll be back. Wait, do you guys want to give me a video?
Wait, I have a video that you can watch.
Quick. What is it?
I'm gonna give it to you. Hold on. I'm pulling it up right now. 1 second. And where are you? You're right here. There you go. Classic.
Wow. 2 hours? Jesus Christ, Dan.
Yeah.
Truck ASMR? Truck building ASMR?
The whole thing, start to finish, Shrinema.
Did you guys learn something in here?
Do like a little intro, and
Okay,
and Radiant, you guys can like lead into the questions.
Bro, it's not an interview.
It's not an interview. To lean into the story of the questions is a lore, dude. Like, you know what I mean? You know what like a lore is? Hello?
What?
What?
So like I'll like
Oh.
no, I'll be like, yo, like I'm alright, no, it's already happened. There you go. Hello?
Hello?
Yo, what's up, Slime?
What'd you call me?
Slime? You ever heard that slur term?
Yep.
All right. All right. Now, just let me do the intro. Okay. Welcome to the 5th cross-community live stream debate with Darius, Radiant. He's supposed to, I don't know where Radiant is, here as co-hosts for the live melting pot versus the world segment. We have Destiny versus the world. Do you don't like their takes? They don't like their community? You have beef with them. We'll hash it out. All right. We're going to be going from around now to 11 p.m. perhaps. I mean, maybe shorter, maybe longer. But this should be very interesting. Thank you.
Trample
Yeah. Yeah. Also, some clarification, because there seems to be a lot of miscommunication going around. I saw today that JCOK called us a doxing server. This is not a doxing server. I created this server called the Melting Pot to kind of bring everybody of all communities together. Because I'll be honest, I got a little ass mad. I went into JCOK server one day about 4 months ago because I was like, you know what? I just want to debate some people on ethics,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a big ethics
Oh,
guy.
yeah, big ethics, yeah.
Yeah,
The better, yeah.
yeah. And then I went in there and I started debating, and they're all trolling and being retarded. They all are just like fart noise soundboarding. They're not making any sense.
crazy.
So I'm over there. I'm over here lyrically destroying them all. And then JSOK goes and says, if this guy's just gonna farm my community, I'm just gonna ban him because I don't want nobody to farm. Like, nobody should be doing that. Like, it's just he's being bad faith. He's not even listening to the argument. He said he was gonna talk to me, didn't even have a conversation with me. And then I tried joining like some other like snark. Someone said it's a snark server or something. It's like Chud Logic's like hangout session, and all of them were like gonna dox my family and kill them. And I was like, okay, well, there's no middle place to like have a discussion about drama with charitable people. And this server, I'm trying to mold into that with a limitation on rules. Pretty much nobody gets banned. You get sent to prison if you're bad, if you have issues. There's been a lot of N-words, F-words that have gone around, but apparently that's not against Discord TOS. If you do Discord TOS, you'll just get banned by Discord while you're in prison. We put you in prison, and then you just kind of wait until, Discord itself handles you. So yeah, this is a server of all opinions. I'm not biased towards Destiny. I'm just a real ass nigga. So pretty much that's it. Just there's no doxing here. I don't allow doxing. Last person who doxed was actually Radiant, and he was doxing JCLK, and he went to prison. We put him in prison, and he hasn't done it since.
Is this
Yeah, I
true,
can attest
Radiant?
to that. I was banned, but I'm reformed now.
And look at
all
and look at him
allegations
now.
are false.
And look at him now. We tried to get Mr. Girl in here today. Didn't happen. Everyone, I didn't really reach out to anybody. So this is kind of going to be hosted by Radiant and Deej, because I didn't really.
I told Gabe is supposed to be like the main host because this is kind of his show, but I'm trying to get him up here because he prepared something very like he dedicates something to you, Destiny. He really wants to show you.
Mm-hmm.
Is it come tribute?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I have no involvement in what Radiant is
if you want
talking
to
about
know
right
the
now.
lore,
Just so everyone's clear, I have no involvement in what Radiant's saying.
No. Okay. Yeah. But me neither. But this is just Gabe.
What do you mean, me neither? Wait.
What involvement do I have? You think I'm doing contributes?
Also, okay, so Destiny, I know that you have like limitations. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. If you have, okay, so there's gonna be people that are gonna come in here. They're gonna say like something about veganism. They may say something about your son. They may say something like out of pocket. Like this is a melting pot. We don't do bans. So just say like I'm uncomfortable, but we do value comfortability and like feeling safe. So if you start to feel uncomfortable, just say I'm uncomfortable with this guest. And we'll just remove them.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are like the two things that like Destiny just won't
So-
tolerate. It's like his son, and then also veganism.
True.
So I'm 100% like on your team and shit, but like I'm trying to make a Discord that's all about like everything. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So I can't ban them, but I will. And unless it's against Discord terms of service, then we gotta get them out of here.
I got you.
Like any, you know what I mean?
Okay, wait. Before this, listen, hold on. I love all of you so much. Just in case, I'm just gonna. I think I'm only streaming this one on Kick. Okay, just in case people go.
That's a good idea. I was gonna say. Might not be good YouTube content.
I also was going to talk to you about that. So Radiant came to me to tell me about you talking about monetary issues with your other platforms.
Yeah, he's been hurting.
Well,
Are
I'm
you
waiting
having
on YouTube. I do an appeal in 2 weeks to figure out if I get remonetized or not. But also, listen, if you're on YouTube, kick.com/Destiny. I love you guys. I'm gonna move over just in case. Be careful.
Smart. I was going to talk to you about something later, but we'll get into that. There's a couple people here that want to talk to you about possible avenues on Kick. But yeah, Radiant, Deej, take it away.
Yeah, so if we can, Gabe, are you listening? If you're listening, please come to the stage. We really need you.
I
on your camera.
I don't know. Okay, Non-Fun really wants to speak. He keeps like spamming it. So should we have him be the first one to be in the melting pot?
Sure, why not? I mean, it's ordered. If you look at the request to speak, it's ordered by people who requested. I was just gonna go by order. But yeah, but no, yeah, we'll start with non-fun. Why not?
I think we should bring Bam in. That looks like a female, and they have this is a mutual. So let's just hop.
Yeah, real quick. If you are in the pot, please raise your hand. Otherwise, it's that way you can like get added to the line. Otherwise, we won't be able to like bring you on stage. But yeah, that's generally what we're gonna do. Just raise your hand. We'll give you like 2 minutes to speak. And then, if the conversation is good, we'll let it keep going. If it's not, then we'll just move on to the next person, and you can get to the back of the line.
Wow, great
But,
idea.
Can the three of us actually just pick a person, or four of us pick a person, and then do it that way?
Oh yeah, we could do that, but I think they have to have their hand raised.
Because I would just like to see
Wait.
pick whose pick is better. Because if you pick non-fun, I'd love to see people just laugh at you, and then I'll pick.
Okay, I have no lens or like preference here. If we're picking, why not do like the princess or someone like a streamer who has their hand up currently?
Yo, I want to get.
Yeah,
Prawn.
that's if that's your number one draft pick, go for it, man.
Okay,
can we get
what
Prawn
is
up
this? Okay,
Actually, let's do draft. Yeah. We'll do like first come, first serve for each person.
let's do a draft. He said. All right, okay,
All right,
let's just
just
invite
pick the first
princess. All right, princess.
So Deej wants Prawn first. All right, let's go. That's Deej's choice.
Oh,
What's
God,
up,
I'm
Prawn?
first? Okay, what up?
All right,
guys hear me?
Prawn. I know you got some very important things to tell Destiny.
All right, it's awkward because I agree with most stuff, but I got some disagreements. First, I want to talk about doomerism and how it totally makes sense to be doomer these days. Everything sucks. The economy sucks. Everyone's got student loans. Housing sucks. I think I've heard you say like it's just like it's mostly just bad vibes. I'm just curious, Destiny, like how are you concerned about wealth inequality in general?
Not like it's not. No, not generally. I think it's like a byproduct of other things I talk about, but I don't think I'm like fixated or focused on wealth inequality.
You maybe convince me why I shouldn't be so doomeristic. Like I see these stats like about like income versus like housing costs. So like any reasons why like those stats like, should be very important to me?
Is there a reason why those stats shouldn't be important to you? I mean, they can be important to you. Are you asking me to convince you why you shouldn't care about income inequality? Is that what the question is basically?
I'll be specific here. Well, like on housing, why? For some context, I'm like in my mid 30s. Why should I not be concerned that like people like about my age range, my income range, like can't buy houses? I know like houses might be overrated, or whatever, but not having the option to. Why should I not be concerned of that?
I mean, I think it's an okay thing to be concerned about. I think affordability of housing and a place to live is probably like it's a huge determiner of a ton of different things in life, right? So I think it's a good thing to be concerned about. Yeah.
But I shouldn't be like too doomeristic. Like, you think there's a good like solution we had there? Because I think like one of the reasons like why the right won is because like there's like not a strong messaging coming from the left like how we're going to address these issues. But even though it's probably false, the right is like trying to give answers to
that's
these.
true. There's not the strongest, but I think that's just because addressing it is really, really hard. Like, the right might message on addressing it, but it's not like they're fucking doing anything about it. It's just housing is just a really, really difficult issue to solve. The difficulty of it is probably it's a real difficulty, but it's also probably overstated a bit, which also makes it hard to address. And then people come at it from like a very like it's a very emotionally charged perspective where all of the anger is put on people that aren't really the major players in making housing fucked as well. Like people that focus on like institutional investors and everything, when in reality it's like just old people with lots of houses and shit, or just like people trying to move to the same area and just like a lack of keeping up with housing in general and NIMBYs and everything else. But like the Black Rock or whatever conversation topic that gets like so much more play than anything else related to housing, so it kind of destroys the conversation. Yeah.
With that in mind, do you have any advice on how maybe the left could better handle that messaging? Like maybe like how do you tackle just like dealing with old people, like besides just like waiting them to die out?
No, I mean you can create different maybe tax incentives or something, although there already are like tax incentives to be for your first home versus like rental properties and everything else. But I can't think of anything. No, maybe. No, it's a hard one. Like this is the thing where like every single country on the planet is having issues with housing. It seems like you have to do this from like the state level or the federal level, but it would be a huge affront to like one of your strongest voter bases in the U.S., which are homeowners. So I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one. Like I could think of laws to counter it, but I just don't know. Like, or I could think of something. So like for instance, making it illegal to own multiple properties, I guess, unless you have like a business. But there's going to be people who are opposed to that for a ton of different reasons. And I don't know. It's a hard one.
Yeah, making properties never feels good. Slightly unrelated, but would it be for like?
Wait. All right, Princess.
All right,
any closing words? Any closing?
Wait, why are you kicking him out already?
bro.
Listen, Prawn's
Wait,
stuff.
I want to hear.
You
I want to hear
like
non-fun. I want to hear non-fun. Hey, if it's boring, I'll come back later. How about that?
No, actually, wait. You had some other things you wanted to say, I think, right, Prawn?
Well, closing statement. Destiny. You might not know this, but I do a dating show. I think you'd be great on there. I'll get eight girls to try to win you over. So if you want to do something like that,
What an amazingly
I'll reach
original
out.
idea. I'll be right there. Okay. Yeah.
What about your
Very
other
original.
idea? What about your other idea? I think it was something about. I think it was called like Kick or something. What was it, Prawn?
Yeah. Also, I think that people are missing this show called Kick or Keep, and I think it's ready to come back. And I think I'm the perfect guy to help you with that out.
Wow. You should host it yourself and see how it goes. Good luck.
I'm already working on it. Thank you.
Have fun.
Thank you, Princess. Alrighty, so Destiny's officially 1-0 in the melting pot. He absolutely demolished that Princess guy.
Wait, who decides if you win or lose a debate?
I do.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Prawn got owned that one.
It was self-evident.
I feel like that was a win.
Okay.
I feel like that was.
All
a
right,
win.
so Darius or Radiant, you guys pick the next person.
Yeah, I'll pick. I will go with non-fun. At least we'd bring him on earlier. Why?
Okay.
Why are you laughing? I don't get it. Was non-fun? There's something wrong with non-fun? I thought he's been. I only knew him or met him like once. He seems chill. Oh, Destiny. Prawn wants to know if you can get unbanned from Kick Chat. His name is the Prawncess.
Are there ban appeals or something? I don't know. I'll do it later. Maybe.
Okay.
Be careful.
All right. Next up, non-fun.
What's good?
Yo.
How do I drag someone in?
You have to, I don't know. I think they have to request to speak, and then you have to click the
so
invite,
stupid.
and they join. I have no idea. I don't think you can like force them to speak.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it made me accept, but I guess I have a few issues. But first one, because I was reminded of it today. I've heard Destiny say this talking point immigration a few times, and he posted a clip of it again today, where he say, "Oh, the reason we need immigration is because we're below the natural rate of unemployment, and if we don't bring immigrants in, we're going to have inflation because the labor market's going to be too tight or whatever." I guess for one, I think the evidence on that being a concern is just not that great. I think if you look at the even the Fed themselves now agree that's not that big of a concern, because if you look at the literature, it seems like it's either basically never been a big concern based on data we have from a bunch of different states going all the way back to the 1960s, or it's not a concern ever since labor market negotiating power declined. In there's a paper about, I think it's called "Who Killed the Phillips Cover Murder Mystery," about how supposedly union membership decline led to that wage price spiral just not being a big concern anymore. And then secondly, I don't think I don't know why we would expect immigrants to even decrease net employment. They probably increase employment.
They probably increase Wait. So what do you think? What is my claim that you don't like or whatever?
That we need more immigration to get below the natural rate of unemployment, because if we're not below the natural rate of unemployment, we're going to get inflation.
I don't know if these things necessarily tie into each other. I think usually when I'm talking about immigration, usually my feeling is just that there's a lot of jobs right now in the United States that need to be filled, and it seems like cutting off our high-skilled labor via restriction of H-1Bs and then cutting off low-skilled labor via whatever we're doing with the border and deportations, it just seems like it's hurting all of those industries that can't hire people now, and it just feels like we're hurting for labor everywhere in the United States. I don't know necessarily.
I don't disagree with that.
Usually when I bring up unemployment, usually what I'm saying is that our rate of unemployment right now is very low. So all the people that are talking about the importance of manufacturing and all this other stuff, my question is always just where are you getting these employees from? Because it feels like our unemployment at the moment is so low. It doesn't seem like we have a ton of extra employees to draw from anywhere. I think that's usually why I bring it up.
Sure. I think that can, there is some hypocrisy there or whatever, but you even posted that clip in that one, sure. But I don't think you weren't doing that. I remember specifically because you posted a clip of the same interaction today on your Twitter, or it might have been yesterday by now, of you talking to some boomer MAGA guy or whatever. And I remember you specifically it was some type of Jubilee knockoff thing or whatever, you telling him that we need to get below the natural rate of unemployment, which you said is about 5%. So that we don't have any type of wage price spiral.
Is that really? I'm saying, why would bringing in more people decrease the rate of unemployment? If I said that, then it was a misspeak. I'm pretty sure what I usually say is we just need more workers. But I mean, if you bring in another person and then they get a job, I don't know how much that's impacting your unemployment rate, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't. You would expect immigrants to increase net employment. That might not necessarily affect the rate. You're right, but that's why I have that issue.
Okay. I mean, have you heard me bring this up before? You said I've brought this up multiple times. I don't think I've ever stated that.
I absolutely heard you bring it up multiple times because I get triggered every time you say it.
It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Hold on. You said this clip got posted today on my Twitter?
It wasn't the clip of you saying that, but it was a clip of it's from the same video of you talking to the same guy about immigration. That's why I got reminded about it.
Fuck. Do you remember who I'm talking to?
Illegal.
Oh wait, this immigration thing. Once you scratch the surface, you'll just see plain old racism. Is that it?
I believe so.
Okay.
Like I said, you didn't say
like,
it in that clip. It was just...
Oh, I didn't say it in this clip, but. Okay,
right, well,
you know what? Wait, I'm going to
say,
hold on. I'm going to say, no, I don't think I've ever said this before. This doesn't make sense at all. This doesn't factor into my brain. Like the idea that bringing in more immigrants would reduce the rate of unemployment. If I'm bringing up unemployment, usually what I'm saying is that like we're below 5%, our unemployment is already really low, and they want to bring all these manufacturing jobs over to the United States. Like, how are you going to fill these factories? You don't have workers for them. So I'm talking about immigration as being required there to alleviate like concerns about hiring new people. It's not to bring down the rate of unemployment. It's just because we just need workers. That would be. I don't think I've ever said this. If I've ever stated this, like it'll lower the rate of unemployment thing, then it was either a misspeak or I think you misheard. I'm gonna go with that one. I think you misheard. But you're saying I say this frequently, so I don't know. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that one. That's my perspective.
Should have the clips prepared.
All right, Nonpon, closing thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. Seems like he agrees it was a mistake that he said it. It's just that he just is delusional about him. He has to convince himself that he never said it. So.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I believe the next person we're going to try to get
1-1, by the way.
No, that's 2-0. That's 2-0. It's 2-0.
No, it's not. It's 1-1.
Okay, wait, real quick. If you guys want to talk, please join the pot channel. Remember, also join the Discord, discord.gg/melted. You will need to raise your hand, so please raise your hand if you want to speak. We are what's the word? Fast tracking? Yeah, we are fast tracking all
bring Jenny in. I don't know how to invite her. How do I get her in?
Who? Oh, Jenny.
All right.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
This is Darius' pick, by the way.
Finally!
Hi, everybody. Hi, Destiny. Hi, Radiant, and everyone else. I came up here.
Wait,
I think Mr. Murjanics run is dead.
Hi, Deej. Hi, Deej.
Can let us say hi back? Everyone say hi back.
Okay, hi.
Hi back.
Look,
Hello.
okay, whatever.
Wait for us to say. Destiny, you can say hi back, too.
Hi back.
Hi. I wanted to originally come up here because I wanted to ask Destiny if he'd unban me from DGG, but I feel like I have other plans. I wanted to actually ask you why, and maybe you weren't aware of this, but you were harboring a pedophile rapist in your server for years, and I just think that's kind of crazy considering the fact that I never did anything on that fucking level. And when we're looking at creatures like E.T., right? E.T.'s big fat sloppy ass and his love for children and, you know, incapacitated women, it just makes me wonder. It makes me fucking wonder, why is he more deserving to be in that server than I am? Curious.
This is a true statement. I think he's trying to digest it.
Sorry, I'm back. That's just like crazy. I'm gonna assign my investigatory squad to that ASAP. Okay, we're gonna look into that one. All right, that guy.
Jesse's already curious.
He needs to go into the Epstein files 100%.
Should we bring ET in to dispute these claims? These are pretty heavy-hitting claims.
So that's okay. You said what?
I said, should we bring ET in to dispute these claims? Darius?
Yeah.
This is pretty hard-hitting.
Oh, she's talking about ET?
She's talking about ET.
She said
oh yeah, there were
asking...
big claims about ET. Yeah.
Yeah.
ET, were you being a pedophile in the DGG server?
No.
You said you want to fuck on 17-year-old Avril Lavigne, and Destiny, I know you have children. Shut your bitch ass up, monkey. But Destiny, I know you have children, and I know you would probably be pissed off if you had a daughter, and your daughter was in college, and she was incapacitated at a fucking party, and her friend watched her go in a room with a guy that fucking raped her, and then when the cops asked about it, all of a sudden, oh, the rape never happened, wouldn't that, like, just piss you off as a father?
Well, I don't have a daughter, so I don't know. I can't even think about it. It's hard to consider.
But it's not rape, right? ET, like, but it's not rape,
so
right?
That's not what fucking happened, though.
Oh, it's not. It's not. So everyone's lying on you.
This is going into a litigation on. So if ET's, so I think this should lead into this. ET should tell a story of what happened, and you could.
Oh,
share your
God,
perspective
no.
on it, Jenny.
And he
if
also went by a
if
middle school and said the
if
kids look
Destiny
hot.
if Destiny decides this is co-signing rape or this is low-key rape or something along those lines, I think you should be unbanned, Jenny, and ET will be permanently banned from every side community. Maybe not this one because you can't ban anybody here, but you will be in prison.
Yeah, we are a pedophile-friendly community here, so
I do not co-sign anything that was said in the last 30
It'll
seconds.
take 10 seconds, and I'll just leave. Like, it'll take 10 seconds.
You guys are killing me right now.
What'll take 10 seconds?
Unban me. And then you can cuss out the pedophile on panel next to you.
Wait, unban you from where? My Discord or my chat?
The DGG.
The Discord or the chat?
Oh, sorry. The Discord.
I can't control the unbans there. That's my moderation squad.
Okay, well,
He said,
Shambo's
"I don't
called
run
me a
it." He said,
nigger.
"I don't run it."
Shambo's called me a nigger for literally no reason.
No.
I understand the or the
Yeah, I have a
process
feeling
or
that
whatever,
probably
but
didn't happen. I have a feeling it's probably not true,
joking.
but you
Yo,
know.
first
yeah.
warning, first warning.
Campbell's one of
If
the-
you
I
say
mean,
anything
it was
like-
probably for a reason, is what he's saying.
Ooh, what?
The N-word is okay in historical context. Was that someone calling you it in historical context?
What?
Or
What do you mean?
why did you just say the N-word? Why did they call you the N-word?
What, nigger?
Yes.
It's a joke. Shambles didn't call me a nigger, guys. Relax.
Then why don't you talk about why you got banned from DGG? Why don't you talk about that?
Oh, they said I doxed the autistic girl. I did not dox the autistic girl. so.
Okay, all right.
Okay, yeah, so we should move on to
Unless
the
somebody
next
can prove I
person.
doxed bitch. No, you
hold on, real
can't because
quick.
it never happened.
Which
Okay.
bitch was the autistic one in the Destiny Discord?
Her name is like Amy or some shit. I don't know.
Amu?
Hey, Bambi.
No,
Bambi.
no, no, no.
Okay, yeah,
I
I
didn't
think
dox
can we
Amu.
move on to the next person?
I mean, she
We've got
does
a lot
smell
of callers.
bad, but I
We
didn't
have a lot
dox
of
her.
callers waiting.
All
We have a lot
right,
of callers
Jenny,
waiting.
ET,
Thank you
any
so much for your time.
closing statements?
Thank you for
Well,
having me.
I think Jenny's doing a good job.
Okay, bye,
Good
guys.
job. Well, hopefully you're gonna unbanned. That's great. So ET, so describe your rape.
What? Okay, I wasn't even the one that was involved in the whole fucking sexual thing. I was
Okay,
literally
well,
in the other
everyone,
room.
you're on the spot now, and I think you need to either one, explain
Why
your
do I have to do
situation so you can
this?
put, because it'll put it. Oh god, I'm tired of hearing this story every fucking day in this Discord. And if
19.
you
I'm
say,
at 19 times, bro. 19 times I've told this story.
Well, now you got the whole DGG audience here, like ready to listen.
At least if you say it this time, I don't ever need to hear it again because everybody will know. So
Okay, that's
you can
true.
leave it the
All
fuck
right.
alone.
So like, yeah, I was in college. It was my first year. I was 18. My friend Erica, my friend Jeremy, who was 19, and my friend Sonia, we were trying to drink and go smoke. We were like second week of college or whatever. We went to the dorms, and like Erica and Jeremy said that they wanted to fuck or something. I don't know why they actually wanted to fuck, but that's why I even told Erica, I was like, why the fuck do you want to fuck this guy? Seems like kind of like a creep. He not really cool dude. She's like, no, yeah, I'm down to fuck this guy. I'm really down to actually have sex with this guy. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, if you want to have sex with this guy, I'm not gonna stop you. So they go into the room, like we were in like the living room area. So they go into Jeremy's room, and they were gonna go fuck or whatever. And I'm sitting in the living room smoking weed with my friend Sonia. And like while we're sitting there, Jeremy comes out of the room, and he's just like, hey, we need some fucking help. And like Sonia's like, oh, I'll help. And like she goes into the room. And when she goes into the room, like I don't know what the fuck happens there, but something goes on in there. And then she comes back out. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And she's just like, oh, hey, yeah, no, she needed help. It's like her first time. She's a virgin. So like, she needed some fucking help getting the penis in there or something. So that's what apparently happened. After they had sex, they came back out. Erica's topless. She's just like standing around, just being like, yeah, man, whatever, man. Like it was fun. And I was just like, okay, whatever. Like, she had a fun time. I'm not going to judge her for it. Like a month goes by, and after a month goes by, like she has sex with like 5 other dudes, and she finds out like at the end of the month or whatever that she has herpes. And she was like really upset that she got herpes, and like she was blaming Jeremy for giving her herpes, which by the way, Jeremy got tested. He doesn't have herpes. He didn't give her herpes. But she was so upset about the whole herpes incident that she literally went to the police and said that he raped her. And basically, so I don't know why people are calling me a rapist, but I wasn't even involved with the whole sex part. I was in the other room. So calling me a rapist is like, you can't even say I'm in the realm of being a rapist.
Yeah. For context for Destiny, there's like 5 other people in the server that say that
Are all
that are very
rapists?
convinced. Yeah, that are very convinced that ET is a rapist. So we wanted to know what your thoughts are on that. Now that ET has told you the story.
Well, I mean, assuming that story is true, how does that make him a rapist?
Well, more like a rape facilitator is what they're saying. But yeah.
How did the guy rape the girl? Or, I mean, assuming what he's saying is true, it seems like that's obviously not the case. I'm guessing she would probably have a different story, right?
Probably.
Do you think that there could have been any improper behavior?
She would definitely have a different story because she was so upset that she wanted to say that he raped her. She literally went to the cops about it. So yeah, she would definitely have a different story. But like, I'm just saying, this is literally from a third person's perspective. What fucking happened?
Do you think was there any improper behavior and like anything ET should have done better in preventing whatever could have happened in that room? Destiny?
I don't know. Why? I don't understand the whole. They had to call someone to help her put the dick in or whatever. That sounds.
I don't understand it either. But I mean,
yeah, I guess what do you mean? Wait, it's your story. What do you mean you don't understand it?
I guess what was happening was she was too tight for him, and she needed help getting the dick in there.
Wait, so are you the one who helped put? Wait.
That doesn't make sense. I don't know what you just said. Actually, I'm switching more to the rapist thing, I think.
Yo!
How am I a rapist?
Wait, hold on. Wait. How old are you?
I'm 36. This was literally like 18 years ago.
Can you explain to me in detail what that process is?
Well, what process? Which process?
Hold on, wait.
Helping somebody put the dick in. What does that mean?
We have an accuser. We have an accuser that would like to come talk. I believe Watts. I'm gonna let Watts in.
Oh God, no.
She's got.
Wait, no. They don't need to have. Why do we need the accusers? They just are doing the. They're just saying the story.
We need someone to frame the opposite argument.
I'm telling you, this is literally. I literally had. It was the second week of college. I was 18 years old. What do you like? You think I should have sort of had the foresight to be like, oh, dude, she should have handled that.
Okay, so the bad thing, you're 18, not 7 years old. Like, you don't want to put.
I get that, but I mean, it's like you're trying to ask me to be like, you should have been more mature about it. I'm like, bro, I was like fucking kid.
Wait, Watts, can you give the argument for why?
Did you say you were a fucking kid still? Did anyone else just hear that? What?
Hold on, wait. Can we let Watts speak?
I was still a kid, yeah.
Wait, let's let Watts speak.
I don't necessarily think E.T.'s like the rapist here. I think he's really. The whole thing is like E.T. changes the story a lot, and every time he tells it, he kind of adds new details and he downplays it from when he first told it.
Because I have to say it so many times.
It's really, really funny though. It's just a really funny story. He's not really like a rapist, but it's weird that he was getting this girl. This girl was extremely drunk. By the way, he said this girl was extremely drunk.
Drunk and high, yeah.
Yeah, drunk and high. And then they go into a room together. He's listening outside, by the way. He doesn't mention this in this part, but he's outside the door. And then the girl is apparently too tight. She's uncomfortable. She's like, oh, this is too tight. This is not working. So the guy goes out and asks another girl, hey, can you help me put it in? So this other girl is coming in to this girl who's too tight, which is like not very good. If she's too tight, she's probably uncomfortable.
To be fair, I've had sex with women that are obviously very aroused by me, and it takes a lot. They're very obviously very aroused by me.
I told ET it sounded like he missed out on a threesome. I don't think it's a rape, but
I was 18 at the time, bro. I did no game at that time. All right, I had no game.
Okay, wait.
But it is very obvious that they're aroused.
Wait. Okay, for a closing segment.
Wait,
ET,
what? I don't know. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I don't understand how Mimi or how serious. Like, wait. No, wait. This sounds like a really bad. I don't understand the environment. So there was a girl that showed up with some guy. They were drunk. They went into the room, and then they said, like, this is why I asked you. Walk me through. What does it mean to help somebody who's too tight? Why would you need an extra person for that? I don't understand.
I wasn't even in the room. I'm telling you, this is what Sonia would have been the one to ask this question to, because I wasn't even in the fucking room. I asked Sonia, like, what the fuck happened? She's like, she was like too tight and she needed help. That's why she wanted like somebody to help her or whatever. I was like, okay, like whatever.
That doesn't give you pause where you're like, that's kind of a weird thing to say.
What do you want me to say? I wasn't even in the room. I didn't see what happened. I didn't ask her. I was just like, it is what it is. Like, what should I?
And also, I feel like I'm missing an important part of it about after the sex. She was apparently walking around shirtless, like in the days.
Yeah, she was walking around topless. I don't know why the fuck she was doing that.
And she wasn't talking to anyone. She was just walking around. She was
like, whatever, man. She was like, whatever, like, whatever.
That's
bro.
not what you said at first.
Yeah, no, that's what. Like,
you said that she was like in a daze.
She was like, whatever about it.
Oh wait, we got Gift Luck. Hold on, wait, can we get Gift Luck in here? Because I think he really wants to speak. Probably because Watts is here. For those who don't know, Gift Luck is also known as Gift Cuck around here. So just he's a very special member.
Discord lore. So
okay, yeah.
Okay, so I think we're on the tier right now, ET, where you might be a rapist, co-signer.
Right.
a co-signing rapist, which is okay. You're not a rapist fully. You're
Hold on,
like,
I think Giftluck. I think Giftluck can give like the full story.
Radiant. Please
him up
kill
there.
yourself. Please kill yourself.
Well,
Radiant.
no, like I'm serious. Like we should really get Giftluck in here.
Radiant.
do
Please
you think,
kill
Darius?
yourself.
Wait, what do you
Great
think, Darius?
engineer.
Okay, for
I
our
used to be an
closing
engineer.
segment, can we just ask ET just a quick question? Are you going to speak on why you're banned from the DGG Discord?
No, I don't want to speak on that.
Oh, you don't want to speak? Okay, this is the actually interesting thing that you
Don't worry.
fucking retards weren't talking about, by the way. All right.
Okay.
So you don't want to talk about it? You don't want to talk about why you're banned from the DGG
I mean, we can
Discord?
talk. We can talk about it, but I just know it's already like. I mean, we're already going over me being a rapist when I wasn't even involved with the sex thing. So it's like, what else are you guys gonna lie about me about?
Wait, I mean, but we have like a log from a DGG Discord admin, I think. Is that a lie as well, or?
What the fuck is this?
Whoa!
I just saw there's somebody put a
whoa,
fucking that.
whoa.
I don't even remember saying that.
Whoa! ET. So just to be
Okay,
clear,
wait.
you don't want to
So
talk
what is
about
the
it.
stated reason for why he's banned?
They're lying. It's stupid. It's really stupid. Like the stated reason says like showing child porn or something, but the context is that he was showing hentai or whatever, or like he passed by. Like,
Okay, just to be clear, I do not agree with Radiant's framing.
That's what the mod said himself. That's what the mod
It was
said.
just hentai. Like I was trying to stream. I was streaming a replay of a video game, and as I was streaming, one of my folder like images got flashed, and it was just like a hentai picture. But everybody said it was lolly, and I was like, that's why I got banned, just because they said I was streaming lolly.
Okay.
But it wasn't lolly. It wasn't lolly. It wasn't even lolly. But it's whatever. It was just hentai.
Okay.
Well, to be very clear, the mod. I'm pretty sure we got testimony from the mod that said it was hentai. So like, I don't. It's kind of.
I've shown them to the people.
Can we get the mod? Can we get the mod in there?
It's ephemeral. Ephemeral. If he wants to come in here and actually address it, I would love to hear that. Hear him address it.
Okay, but yeah, we should move on to the next person. I think.
All right, and yeah, until then, Ephemeral, if you do join, let us know, and then
we
we
are
can
fast
rehash this,
tracking.
but-
We are fast tracking all lawsuit questions. So if you have a lawsuit question, please tag me in the chat. Remember, join discord.gg/melted if you'd like to ask Destiny a question.
So I got a question real quick.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ET.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask. No, I wanted to ask.
The school was way weirder.
Yeah, ET.
Okay, Giftluck, do you have a?
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Giftluck's not gonna. Okay, yeah, Giftluck, you're talking about ET. If you're gonna talk about ET, we're gonna have to bring him back.
Why did you? Okay, so for the law questions, or Radiant, Darius, you have
so
a selection
there's a guy.
here, or?
Yeah. So we've got one right here. I think this guy Traceless added me. I'm gonna add him here.
Oh, okay. We're done with the
No,
ET
Traceless.
question now.
Yeah, Traceless. If this is a troll
Hello?
question,
Unless
maybe
I'm
we'll move on.
It's not a fucking troll question. Calm the fuck down. Let me ask the question. The question. So, Destiny, I don't know the complete logistics of everything that's been happening with the whole lawsuit shit, but I watch your streams that you talk about. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk. So was it really like an unsecured Google Drive link or whatever for the file, the alleged file, sorry, of you apparently doing something sexual with Pixie, I believe is the complaint, right?
Unsecured?
Do I have that
I mean,
correct?
no.
Well, Jane Doe.
No.
Okay. So that's also, so her claim was that, right? That's one of her claims, which is kind of basically bullshit. Is that basically what you're saying?
It is.
Okay. And there's been continuance with the lawsuit since what? Earlier this year, like also April 21st is going to be more continuous. Is that what you said on your stream earlier?
Well,
I believe?
they're trying to. They want to push the trial back. Yeah.
So this is basically just like a money chasing kind of thing. Is basically what your defense is. Like she kind of doesn't really have anything. She's just trying to get a fucking bag.
Yeah, I mean that would be my impression of it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I have one more thing, and then I'm gonna bounce. Fuck that ball-headed prick from your stream yesterday. That dude was a retard, and I couldn't stand to fucking listen to his fucking stupid ass for 2 hours just fucking yap his retarded fucking brain off with the most fucking brainless fucking takes I ever heard in my life. Thank you, Destiny. Love you.
Damn, love you too, buddy.
Yo, DGL. All right, that was great. All right, so
All right,
lawsuit
my turn.
questions. Oh yeah,
Hold
Darius,
on.
you can go. Actually,
Wait, did Deej already go?
What?
You got like 3 people, bro. You brought Giftluck, fucking Watt.
That
bro.
doesn't.
That was
Giftluck didn't
Radiant. That was
talk.
Radiant.
Okay, you're acting like that wasn't good content,
Alright.
but
All right, I got what my #1 draft pick right now. Dragon the douche.
The dude or Nadouche with the N.
Yeah, fuck that guy, but Dragon the yeah.
All right.
Hello?
Hello, Nadouche.
Oh.
I was having a lot of fun listening to Real Housewives of Discord earlier. Thought that was pretty fun.
Cool.
Ironic.
Ironic. I wanted to ask Destiny, have you seen House of the Dragon?
Nope.
Oh.
Don't watch it.
Well,
it's so
I wanted
disappointing.
to no, but I wanted to argue that I think it's actually really good. But I think a lot of people are missing the point, I guess, kind of, in that I think, you know, classic literature is really important. But if you haven't really seen it, then I mean, I think it's good. I think you should check it out. But I don't know if there's really a point to arguing here if you haven't seen it. So.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Nadouche.
You don't want to like advocate for yourself. You like are hated by Steven. He has you banned everywhere, pretty much. You just want to talk about House of the Dragon. You want to ask for an unban. You want to like maybe redeem yourself. It's been a long time since you've been your past self. Maybe you changed. Maybe you want to advocate for that.
Yeah, I've grown up. I don't really care anymore. it is what it is.
Oh, so you don't really care about getting unbanned. You just want to just ask about House of the Dragon.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about House of the Dragon. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna farm content for you right now.
It's not farming
doing
content. You
work.
could just say like, "Hey, dude, like, listen. I know we've had our bygones be bygones, dude. You think you're farming right now? You're farming literally
Are you
right
a
now.
jewstalker?
I just wanted to talk about House of the Dragon. I'm not gonna lie, because I just binged it over spring break, and I think it was pretty fucking good. And everyone seems to hate the show. And I think season 2 is actually pretty good, and I think that anyone who thinks it's bad is just media illiterate. Genuinely.
Wait, are you from the Jewstalker server?
No.
The douche.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, I was asking.
No.
That guy's from
No
Sushi's
idea.
pussy. Oh my god.
Okay, buddy.
My bad.
Yo, we gotta get
I
sushi in
thought
here.
the beef was squashed.
Vendor
Wait, can we squash the beef? Can we just let it be known, Darius, that the beef is squashed? Can we
My
just
bad,
like
dude. I'm
set
like,
that?
I have a lot.
I just want to
yeah,
set it straight.
Dude, no, fuck you, dude. I hate you. I hope you fucking die.
Because every single time I meet someone,
No,
they're
dude, you-
always asking me, "Oh, what was that?"
Yeah,
what's this
because
shit?"
you ruined my life.
Grace
You're
Lord.
a assistant. You're a co-signer of ruining my life. You ruined my life with Grace, and you made a funny joke, and then you ruined my life with Sushi, and you did that even after the fact. So I don't like you. You did it 5 times
Wait,
over.
how did I ruin your life? How did I ruin your life?
Bro, do you want to do this or not?
What? I just want to know.
Never
what I
mind, Kelly Jean's
did.
in here. Never mind, Kelly Jean's
Okay.
in here. We can
Alright.
go
Yeah,
after.
thank you so
go-
much.
Thank you so much.
You
Thank
are
you so
great.
much. Thank you so much, Nadouche.
If you would like to talk again, remember anyone who has talked previously, you can also talk again. As long
Okay,
as you
also
raise
I
your hand.
apologize for
You
that.
can
That
talk
was
again.
not what I meant to say. I literally just took 4 shots. That was not.
4 shots. What are you doing? Are you okay?
No, I'm doing an alcohol-a-thon, so if I get like 4 subs, I do like a shot. and
Jesus. Well, don't die.
I'm not dying. I'm not dying. But I
Well, this is-
actually did
this
not.
is-
That came out of my mouth like that was genuinely like from the heart, and I apologize. I don't know why. My bad. All right, go ahead.
This is my draft pick, by the way. This is Deej's draft pick. The glorious, wonderful Miss Kelly
Wow,
Jean.
good job, Deej.
Oh boy.
What's your question, Kelly Jean? I haven't seen you in a while.
I don't have questions. I was told to join. Why would I have questions?
Wait, do you have any questions?
Like what questions?
Okay, wait.
Why?
What oppositions do you have to Destiny's lawsuit? Do you have any? Like, what do you think?
Or anything in general. It doesn't have to just be
Do you
that,
think
but in
Destiny
general.
committed any-
Who gives a fuck about this anymore? I
Do you
don't.
think Destiny committed any wrongdoing?
Yeah, obviously.
15 minutes.
I
by
think
the way,
he
Kelly.
thinks he committed wrongdoing. I don't think that's like a surprise to anyone.
Destiny, what wrongdoing did you commit?
Ever
Being a
hooking up with a
fucking
girl
retard.
who's ever had any stream channel or ever been involved in any online thing ever.
Yeah, that's the problem, was it?
Yep.
That was the problem.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Kelly, what do you think the problem was?
He's a fucking retard. I don't know.
Well, can you be more specific?
Why would you send all of that stuff around to people you don't fucking know?
What? Because that's
Stupid
what
as
we
fuck.
did. That's just what we did back then, you know?
Back then, you're acting like it was like 20 years ago. This was like a couple of years ago. I don't know.
2022 would have been 4 years ago. I think this is, yeah. Is that
Okay.
is that the issue of my statement? Is the
Were
4
you
years instead of
still
10
in your
years ago?
30s then? I don't know what difference
In
that
your
makes.
30s is when you stopped
You weren't,
trading nudes
like,
with people?
12 then.
Didn't she hook up with me when I was 30?
Radiant, check DMs.
No, I'm saying your
Didn't she?
decision to send it to people you didn't know was the stupid decision.
What, regardless of how much I knew or didn't know a person, I mean, like, we were all setting material around. It's what we do.
to random people that you didn't know the identity of in other countries you've never met.
What do you mean random people you don't know the identity of? Do you ask for birth
The
certificates?
Rose Girl.
Yeah. Do
None
you
of
ask
us
for
knew
birth? Do you
who
ask for
the fuck she
birth
was.
certificates? How do you verify the identity of somebody online?
Okay, there are multiple ways to do that.
Give me
I
one.
don't know what to tell you. If
Okay.
you know what somebody's name is, you can see them up on Facebook. If they seem like a genuine, like real human being, they usually have other social medias that like attach to those things. I don't know what to tell you.
So a person who
Like,
is being
meet
impersonated
people?
online wouldn't have a fake
Maybe
Facebook?
don't send things to people you haven't met. That would probably fix things, right? Then you know they're a real person.
Well, isn't that kind of a
over the
weird
age of
standard though?
18
If
at
Pixie was
least? I
sending me
don't
back
know.
and forth things when we hadn't met yet, though, I mean that seems kind of. So are you blaming
Why
her for
are you
that as
making
well?
this sound like it's difficult? I don't.
Should she not have done it either then?
I mean, she was a child, so I don't know. if
She was a
we're, like,
child
judging
when we
the
were
same-
21 years old. She was a child.
Not Pixie, you plonker. The person you were sending stuff to.
One, that was not communicated to me at the time, and then two, I still don't know how that's relevant to what we're asking here. I said, was Pixie also making stupid mistakes by sending material around to people that she hadn't met in real life yet?
No, they asked me what I thought, and I said that you're a retard, and that's why I think you're a retard.
Based, okay.
Is there really anything to disagree with there? I don't know. Probably don't send porn to people you don't know. Easy.
Kelly, you should stop lying about your age online. It's not a good look, okay?
I don't know, man. Is that really a big thing to be concerned about right now? I don't.
It is.
How old
The
is
only thing
Kelly,
I've
actually?
I've lied about being older online multiple times.
Wait, so people can
Wait, how
lie
old
about
are
their
you,
age?
Kelly Jean?
Uh-oh.
I lied about being 75. No, I didn't. I am not a day over 76, okay?
But if you reverse it, what do you get?
676767. Fucking epic, bro. Epic meme.
All right. Any closing statements, Miss Kelly, or do we have any more disagreements?
What?
Well,
With what?
Kelly,
I don't
actually
even know
am
why I'm
curious 'cause I've
here.
been-
I was said I was playing Magic the Gathering, and then I was told to join, and I'm like, I could spend $100 on some packs and Magic.
Yeah,
but
well,
like,
listen, your payment will come shortly. But
I doubt
no,
it,
no,
but
no,
yeah.
I don't doubt it. Don't doubt it. Trust me, DM me afterwards. But I was actually curious a couple things. So we have 15 minutes together by contractual obligation. If you
Fuck, did I agree to that?
well, you agreed to it when we talked about $100. But like, let's just keep it on the DL. D, you're not part of this, bro. It's me and Radiant's thing. What happened between you and that one guy, that JCOK? Because you don't hang around there anymore, and I've been out of the loop. So I don't really know kind of why you don't hang out with him anymore. Like, I don't really know why you're like here's the thing. This is like a Unity server, but Jonathan Stalker has been calling this place a doxing server, you know, just a whole over mess. And you seem to not agree with it because you're here. So I'm just curious why you're against him and why you're Team Darius.
I'm not on anyone's team, for a
Okay,
start,
I'm just
but I haven't
joking, I'm just
noticed.
joking. But
I
what-
haven't noticed any doxing here. No, I don't.
Yes, if there was,
I
and
don't
if
know
there
what
was,
that's
Kelly, I'd
about.
handle it. I'd handle it. I'm not.
And real
I'm
quick,
not
I just posted a message.
pro-doxing.
Do you have any thoughts on these screenshots that I just sent in the pot chat, Kelly?
Check the bot chat, please.
Wait, Jam's a shit talker? Wait a second.
Kelly,
also Yeah,
say
I-
you're good
I-
talker.
I was
What
really
are the
hoping for Jam
screenshots
here.
about? You'll have to explain.
So basically, Jam was talking about the melting pot in the jewstalker Discord, but as soon as he did, jewstalker banned him for 10 days. So yeah.
Ooh. Wait, why is that? What happened?
He said it was a doxing server. He does not like advertising doxing servers. Or actually, he said PDF Discord, and then he said it's a doxing server. So yeah.
They call it pedophile Discord?
Yeah, apparently.
Damn.
Dude.
That's rough.
There's no pedophiles here, man. There's no pedophiles here that I know of.
I'll also be posting these links in DGG chat actually for
Maybe in
people.
prison if we do.
Anybody else wants to see it?
Yeah, but what happened there? I didn't really I wasn't really watching the videos to see your guys' falling out. Do you mind kind of giving me a little bit of
I
recap?
honestly barely remember, other than I don't know, the cherry stuff pissed me off, and then I just
Yeah.
got tilted and then left.
That pissed me off too because I'll be honest, Cherry was a fine mama jamma, And I was, me and her were like talking and stuff, and I was like, I didn't talk to her anymore. I was like, why did we stop talking? And I realized Jonathan got to her before I could, and pretty much just whisked her away with promises of therapy and, you know, a better life. So yeah, that pissed me off as well after I saw his messages and his romances. But so that just made you mad, so you left after that. That's reasonable. It's reasonable. How have you felt about the community so far? How have you felt about the melting pot?
I played Magic with Gabe. That's literally it. That is my entire opinion. Meowdies made me join here. I don't remember why, and that's it.
Because
That's
Meowdies
my
is cool.
whole opinion.
Meowdies is a cool guy. He's a decent guy. We're here all about positivity and keeping things equal and right. You know, we may have had beef before, Kelly, but this is a place where we can all be friends, equal footing. And I listen, there's multiple people in this Discord server that have fucked my ex-girlfriends, you know, lied to me, done the evilest things, and I could be a dictator and I could ban them. But this is truly a Discord of equal rights, equal
representation,
diversity, DEI, whatever it is.
Equal amount of mental illness.
Sure, whatever. I don't care. Spin Boy's in here. Legit for 7 hours straight. He made whale noises while I was trying to listen to a conversation, and I was like, whatever. You know what I mean? This is the pot. You got to deal with what it is. You're gonna sometimes you'll live in a country, and the United States of America, you see like Indians and like you see like other races sometimes around you in your spaces where you feel like normalized and comfortable, and you just got to get used to it. You got to adapt. And if Spin Boy's in the DVC making whale noises, you just gotta adapt to it. Maybe lower his voice down to 25% and just keep it pushing. So
Discord.gg/melted.
I'm black.
So thank you, Kelly Jean, for over here and advocating for the melting pot. I appreciate you.
Well, I have a question for Kelly, actually. Kelly, what do you think of Destiny's like appearance? Because personally, I think Destiny's been kind of been on his like looks maxing grind. Like I think he's been looking pretty fit and like well dressed. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Any actual evidence of this?
I mean, just look at him right now. He's on cam, right?
I agree.
Camera where?
You think it's GG.
Destiny, would you deadass get on Retta?
Retta?
Yeah.
He's talking about Tide. It's basically Ozempic, except like illegal.
Why not just get on like legal Ozempic?
Because it's cheaper and it's a peptide you can just buy, and it's supposedly better because it's like a more advanced version.
Wow.
And it's not called Ozempic. If you say you're on Ozempic, girls are gonna literally just laugh at you.
Why not just
What?
lie
No,
about
I didn't
what
call it
you're on?
Ozempic. I said it's a better version of Ozempic.
It's not even that much better, honestly.
It has a lot less side effects according to the research.
Oh yeah, you ever see Ozempic face? Well, to be fair, it has a lot less side effects also because it's newer. So that's not really fair.
Yeah, well, I mean that's why it's newer, because it's better, or like, you know, it's an advanced version.
Yeah.
Is it advanced?
I don't know about any of this because I'm not fat.
Oh, I know. Well,
all right. So, based on the terms of your contract,
I think we've hit that 15-minute mark. So, Kelly, message me privately your PayPal, and I'll get right to it.
Thank you, Kelly. Kelly, I love you so much.
Thank
Please
you, Kelly. We all love you so much.
Keep doing Kelly Jean stuff, please.
Be careful, Kelly.
Why do I have to do it first?
Because if you do it first, then she'll have hope. Actually, I'll do it first. Kelly, send me your PayPal. I'll do it first.
I'm in the middle of. Okay.
Thank you.
Can someone just kick me because I'm in the middle of a game?
No, I actually want you
no
here.
problem.
I feel like you're okay when you're here. So
wait, can Kelly be like a co-host?
Can
Can
I
we just
pick
keep Kelly?
the next person?
Can we just keep Kelly? Can we just keep her here?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. Should we keep Kelly? I think she'll
Yeah,
help
keep her here,
advocate
keep her here,
for the
thank you.
anti.
So there's this guy named Sam who's been messaging me, but my real #1 pick right now is Zeus. But if we
Well,
could
what you just picked though, you just got Kelly. Can I go?
No, I didn't pick Kelly. You pick Kelly.
I
Deej pick
did.
Kelly. Deej pick Kelly.
Okay, fine. All right, you get to choose, and then I'll go next.
Okay, I want either Zeus or Sam.
I think Zeus would be great.
Well, Sam really wanted to come in. He had a story to tell, but
right,
yeah,
your choice.
bring in Zeus. Go ahead.
Zeus. Let me see. I can't find him in the list. There he is. Okay. And also, real quick, if anybody knows Lab, if you can get her here too. I know she really wanted to participate, but she probably overslept. So if you could just like let her know. Yeah.
Yeah, she's depressed a lot. Yo, what's up?
Yep. Yo, what's up?
Wait, why is she depressed a lot? What's going on?
Oh, she's just going through.
You notice how quickly excited he sounded at that as a concept. Oh, love is sad. Whoa.
Hey, abortion eater, shut the fuck up. No one's talking to you, Kelly. Okay, could you please be quiet for 5 seconds? Now you got titties and shit. Can you please be quiet though? Hey, Destiny,
Who is
dude.
that?
Right, what's somebody?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is
Who
that?
the fuck is that? Yeah. Who is that? It's me, Zeus. Also, I'm unbanned on Kick in 9 days. So everybody go follow me, Zeus IRL on Kick. Yeah.
You're banned.
Go find out who the fuck I am. Yeah. Yeah.
How'd you get banned?
I got banned for drinking and shooting guns in Texas.
Oh, fuck.
You can't shoot on Kick?
You can't shoot while you're drinking on Kick.
Oh, okay.
It's called endangerment, apparently.
Yeah, that's messed up. You can't have a beer while.
Yo,
firing off
Destiny.
rounds?
On the
That's
real,
crazy.
though, on the real, I've been a DGGer for a long time, man. I'm fangirling the fuck out right now. Can you please get Rinlux to unban me? He banned me for being a pedophile, dude. And I'm not even a fucking pedophile. He's a fucking pedophile, man. Can you please do something, please?
That's crazy, dude. I'll make sure to put that in
What's
the
your
ban
username?
request, okay?
Thank you, dude. Thank you. Also, Darius, I'm never giving you $1,000. You egged my truck. I would press charges on you again.
Ooh, damn.
All right, well, I made $1,000 off making fun of you, so suck my dick, nigga.
You made a lot more than that, didn't you? Let's be honest.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay. You're welcome. Anyway, I love you all. I love DGG. DGGL for life. DGG for life. Let's fucking go.
DGL,
Also,
my man.
Kelly Jean, just, slide in my DMs, you know what I'm saying? Whenever you want, just let me know, you know what I'm saying? We can get something going. You know what I'm saying?
Sooner kill myself.
You don't know that yet.
All right,
don't
thank you
know
so
that
much,
yet.
Zeus.
Thank you,
Huh?
Zeus.
All
All
right.
right. Neo's been asking for a while.
Yeah.
so-
I want to get Neo in here. He's got a lawsuit question apparently. Neo, if you troll, you're gonna be removed. So
Wait, no,
please be serious.
Dude, unless Destiny says I'm uncomfortable by this. Yes.
I mean, I just want to be because I'm trying to get some lawsuit questions in here. I don't want to. I don't want it to be
If
like
he says something boring,
like
then we'll kick him
troll.
out because he's boring.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, can I speak to Destiny from not a minor? I don't know.
It's this guy again.
Oh,
Is this
Destiny,
the fake
after
Indian guy?
you were told by Solo that Rose is underage, why did you keep the bond, right?
Why didn't Justical believe Solo when he said
Why
that?
did you keep it?
Didn't Solo say Justical was getting a bunch of porn of that girl too? Isn't that kind of weird?
No, you had a Discord server where you were trying to
I'm pretty
investigate this
pretty
girl's
sure
girl,
Justical
right?
was holding on
and
to
you
that.
were sharing
And
the
I think
bond
that
of that
Justical
girl
was
with
literally
all these
saying
people.
that
Why were
he
you
didn't believe it, so he was
distributing
holding on to it.
and keeping the bond, right?
Didn't Solo leak those messages? That is true though, right? Didn't Solo leak messages saying that Justical had some of that?
I don't know. I'm not a Justical fan. I don't watch him.
Oh, yeah, you should check.
So, why
sound
did
like
you
one.
keep it after you were told she was 17? Why did you keep it?
All I did was I maintained my obligations to the court, and if you think I did anything wrong,
What
I guess
obligation?
everybody else disagrees.
Obligation to keep it to yourself? I have never
don't-
heard
listen.
any court, any lawyer, any judge
I have a
say
feeling
anything
you
about
don't
that.
have any
You can't
engagement
keep
with
it to
any court,
yourself.
any
You
lawyer,
should
or anything else.
Give
So
it to someone of authority.
I think
right?
here's what I'll say: the FBI's been at my house like 5 times because of all the calls I've gotten. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure if I had
maybe
child
if you
porn, I
had
think they
just
would have.
a,
I
you
feel
know,
like they would have found it by
check in
now,
on-
but
check in on local
hey,
pedophiles.
listen, yeah,
making
check.
sure they are not assaulting anyone.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's,
Yep,
different
that's true.
from
That's
the
why I'm on
question.
all those sex
My
assault
question,
lists, the
why
sex
did you
offender.
keep
Remember
it
you guys all said I was going to
after
do a sex
knowing
offender list
it's
like 2 years ago?
underage porn,
I
right?
thought that was really funny. I thought it was a good one.
Why
but,
did you,
you know,
why did you
good
keep
troll.
it? You don't have an answer. Keep it. Why did you keep it?
Good troll.
Why did you keep it? You know, it's not your obligation to keep it on your personal possession, right?
Why would you assume that
You have to
that's the,
give
why,
it
why would you
either
assume
to
that that's the
someone
case?
in the
Why
court,
would you assume that's the
keep it
case?
your
though?
lawyer,
Why would you
or
assume
the
that's the
police,
case?
or the FBI, or whatever. Why did you keep it on
Why
your
would you
personal
assume? Why
position?
would you
eh?
assume? Why would you assume that's the case? Are you hacking my computer? Can you
I-
see my
well,
hard drive? Are
that's-
you digging that up? Is that what you're?
Well, yeah, I did a research and found out that you
Yeah, I'm
don't
sure you
keep
did.
it
Yeah,
yourself.
you're good.
Have you shown any research, any precedent where the pedophile kept the bond for himself?
I don't even
Can
know
you
what
show
that
us
would look
any
like. How,
precedent?
I mean, you guys sound like you guys are the child porn experts, so why don't you tell me?
Well, I thought you are better than any lawyer. Remember when you did LSAT and couldn't answer one question?
What?
Remember when you did LSAT on a stream? You tried to do. I'm a smarter than lawyers. You know, lawyers are dumb.
Remember
And then
when?
you couldn't
I
answer
can't
one
understand.
question.
Can somebody break through the fake accent? What did he say?
Yeah, can you? Yeah, bro, can you just like tone it down a
I
little bit?
said you did LSAT. You know LSAT for lawyers.
Oh, when I did the
answer
section of
one
the LSAT,
question.
I couldn't answer one question when I did that on
Yeah,
stream.
you couldn't answer one question.
I think
That
that's
was a
true. That
logical
reminds me.
question,
Yeah, I
not
think that
even a long
actually. Yeah, I
question.
think that's true. Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Horrible. It was horrifying, actually.
Oh.
Wait.
So
Hold
what
on, wait.
do
Can
you
you wait?
have
Can you
any
answer me?
evidence
Wait, real quick.
that
Wait, can I get
you
a?
need
Can
to
you
keep
can
it
you read this
yourself?
for me?
Why did you
Radiant,
send a
Radiant.
screenshot to Willie
What is
Matthew?
Solo? What is Solo saying in here to Justical?
Why are you asking
Can
me
you
about
read this to
Jester?
me?
Am I Jester?
Radiant, can you read that to me? What does that say?
Yeah, yes. Solo said, yeah, I didn't intend to reveal it until a later date. When you sent me literal CSAM, I felt it necessary to do so. Also used it as an opportunity to
You know
confront
what?
Tiny
You know,
directly. I hope this
Wasn't this after? Wasn't this after?
I don't care.
Oh my,
He's a
jstocke is a
pedophile too.
pedophile?
Who cares?
What?
I'm talking about you. Are you a you are the pedophile for keeping it, right?
No, I don't. I haven't kept anything that I am not authorized to. I've done all my legal obligations
Have
to do
you-
whatever I need
okay,
to do. You're
did
assuming
your
that I
lawyer
have
tell
things
you
on
to
my
keep it to
personal hard
yourself?
drive. I have not.
Did your
Listen,
lawyer
all I've
tell
done
you to
is I've
keep it on your personal
I've
position?
maintained. Hey, you know what you should do? You should do like Willie Mack and call the FBI again, okay? I'm sure they need another phone call.
I don't need to call the FBI. They've probably been called on you multiple times, but probably for other reasons.
Oh, I'm crazy how they didn't, arrest me or indict me or
Crazy
open
how
an
they didn't
investigation
arrest
or anything
anyone
else.
on the
Isn't that
Epstein
crazy?
files, right?
Isn't that nobody really? Wasn't Epstein arrested for
Well,
the Epstein
almost mo-
files?
more the
Wasn't
important
Epstein
one.
in prison
That's
for the
the
Epstein
important
files?
one.
Isn't
I don't
Ghislaine
care
Maxwell
about-
in
I'm
prison
not-
right now?
That's a rhetoric question, you dumbass, right?
You okay?
I'm gonna pin you on whether it's all of them or none of them. I'm saying they didn't arrest everyone on the Epstein files, right? Despite us having a lot of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Trump is innocent on all sexual crimes? That's
Are
not
we
a
just
standard,
doing
right?
Are we giving our perspective on every?
Yeah, that's not a standard. Just because you weren't arrested yet doesn't mean you are
Well,
not
Trump
a pedophile.
Trump was
right?
found. Well, Trump was found liable in civil court for that rape. So I don't know what you're asking.
No, about the pedophilia things.
I don't know if Trump was indicted on any pedophilia things.
Okay. So
Mhm.
just because you weren't arrested doesn't mean you are not a pedophile, right? That's
Okay.
not a standard.
Okay. Well, you should
So
contact
what's
the
with
FBI
all the
if you feel like.
conspiracies? You are saying JSTOC is conspiring, and all these kilo substance.
Well, I mean, they
And you're
literally were,
pretending
weren't
that
they?
people
Wasn't that
clipping
literally?
you
Wasn't
is
that literally
some kind of
proven?
conspiracy?
Wait.
You have so many clippers.
Wait. I'm just curious.
Why is it bad when
Was it
people
not?
at other communities clip you?
Was it not Kilo that was messaging Soy Pill?
So what?
Wasn't he do that?
So what?
Yeah, he was,
Okay,
right?
so what?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what?
Doesn't Kilo? Isn't he part of that whole weirdo group of Justical and Substance and whatever all these other people? I don't know who's in that server anymore.
And so what? It's a group that's not part of your group.
Oh no, it's all the same
It's
people.
the
Don't
left,
worry.
progressive left. So what? If they are talking to Soy Pill, they are reaching out, they are giving their perspective. What's the problem with that?
Well, I think the problem is that the Kilo person was probably not being very forthcoming about what community he was from or where all of his stuff was from, but instead he was just acting as a little proxy
Why
for
does
Justical.
he need to introduce himself? Hi, I'm Kilo. I like JSTOC. I watch JSTOC. Here's my talking point. Why do you need to introduce yourself?
I think it's
As a
meaningful to
JSTOC
tell
community
somebody.
member,
I think
why do you need to do
it's
that?
meaningful to tell somebody, "Hey, I come from a massive hater community from this one content creator that I really don't want you to do anything with.
then-
Here's a bunch of hit piece clips that we've got of him. So can you look at these and please hate him?"
Oh, so anytime someone on your group talk about Hasan, they have to preface their tweet, I am actually a massive Hasan hater, and here's what I think.
My community, we do everything in the open, so I don't know. There's not like a secret room where we collaborate on this. I don't know what you mean. It's all like on my stream. Like people know that.
Oh, is that why you had a secret Discord server to find Rose's identity?
Who had a secret?
Was
What
that
secret
open?
Discord server to find Rose's identity? I can't speak to things
Oh,
that
you know
you
you
have
deny
no
it?
evidence of. There's
Okay.
no proof of any of this.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
know
like
you
these are a
still
bunch of
deny it.
random crazy claims, and I don't think they have
Oh,
anything to
but
do with the
that is
whole
weird.
like weirdo justical obsession room with me either. Do they? Was that?
That wasn't even a JSTOC
No?
claim.
Oh, I don't think so.
That
Yeah,
came
true.
from-
Nice try
from
though. Good
email.
one. Good one. Good accent, by the way. Yep.
Why is it so bad for other people to clip you?
When have I said it's bad for people to clip me? Are you okay?
Well, you're called anytime someone. Well, just today on your stream, you said, "Oh, look at this Melina clip on Hassan's."
What happened to your accent?
And you're like,
When people,
"Oh,
I said I
so
think it's
what's wrong with
interesting
clipping
when.
Melina?"
Well, one, because it has nothing to do with any of the arguments that I'm having with Hasan or my political stance on anything. So it's funny to see like personal life stuff getting clipped from Kiwi Farms and then
Okay,
uploaded
so
to Hasan
the
Piker, a political
100th
streamer's Discord.
Kaya
Isn't that
clip
kind of
is
like
relevant
funny?
to the argument, right?
The 100th what?
The 100th Kaya clip is related to the argument.
I think the Kaya clip goes to demonstrate that people are willing to lie about Hasan when there is like such
Oh, okay,
obviously
so-
clear, terrible, horrible shit that is literally right in front of their faces related to.
Actually, good point.
Mhm.
The Melina clip demonstrate that you are willing to lie and cheat, right?
Do you really? First of all, whether or not I cheat in a relationship, I don't know what that goes to for my politics.
Did you cheat
or
with what's her name, Lauren Southern, right?
Regardless of any of my relationships, one, this is already all public, and then two, I'm not actively
Okay, then why is she
denying all of
upset
this stuff.
that
Why, you
someone
notice how
goes
every
to
time you have to cut me
responsible
off, it's because you know
How
I'm
is
about
that
to
bad?
destroy your point, right? You know it's because you have nothing to say. All right,
Go ahead,
who's the next guy? Right here.
Oh, yeah,
am I
what's
allowed
up?
to? Am I allowed to respond now without you trying to filibuster with every one of these dog shit arguments
go
getting
ahead,
knocked down?
respond.
Yeah, my
Stop
history
crying, just
of
respond.
dating and cheating or whatever the fuck else. This is all open. I don't deny any of this. I'm not constantly trying to get every other large content creator online to make excuses for me or to lie about things that are literally right in front of people's faces. Number one. Number two. This is, I would argue, it's more personal life stuff. It's not like on stream with me shocking a dog or raping somebody on my stream. Well, I would argue the kind of stuff is a little bit more like part of the content, front and center, and everything else. So I would argue these things are a little bit different. And the fact that Hasan has the entire lefty community roped into spreading this lie for him, but you know.
All right. Do you think talking about Hassan's mom as a homeowner or whatever is related to politics?
Yes, because I think it goes directly to countering his perspective that he's trying to say that his family was poor, he grew up as a poor student, that he didn't have access to great wealth or money growing up. I think it's a disingenuous backstory that he tells. So I think it's worth addressing that.
Okay. Do you think it's worth addressing your cheating scandals and your sending non-consensual
You're good one.
recordings to other people related to your personality? Maybe give insights on who you are. Don't you think that's
People
related?
don't have to like me personally if they don't want to. My court stuff is
Well,
being litigated right
your
now. We're
personal
going through
life
that.
is not separated from your political belief, right? And the way you talk about politics.
But I'm,
Because if you are a
wait, hold
cheater
on.
and
Well,
liar
let's assume.
in
Let's
your
assume.
personal life, how would we listen to you talking about politics?
Okay.
Why would you listen to him anyway?
What would
He's a
there be?
retard.
What
he
would
does
there be?
retarded things.
What would there
and,
be? What would be the difference between?
Why would you go to a streamer
Can we
for
not?
advice?
Radiant, can we
Hold on,
kick her
wait,
out?
hold on, wait. Kelly, could you just like quiet down with
I know
her
that she's probably
comment
already
debate?
drunk, so we can. Yeah. What the question would be? What would be a political take that I would have that would change whether or not I was cheating or not in a relationship?
Well, lying for starter.
Like,
if you are
what-
a
like,
cheater,
what-
I
like, give
wouldn't
me an
bring
example,
most
give me a
of the things
concrete
you say
example,
about,
give me a concrete
what you
example of
care
a
about,
political
what you
take.
advocate for. You are a cheater. You are a liar. That's your
Give
personality.
me
I
a
wouldn't-
concrete
I
example of a
wouldn't wanna vote for
position that
someone
would
like that.
change. You don't
Why
have to
do you
work with me.
think-
Nobody's asking you to
why
work with
do
me. You're not
you-
answering my
I forgot
question.
their name. Why
He's
do
not
you
gonna
think
answer my
that
que- he's really
candidate
not gonna-
stepped down
He's not going to
after
answer the
he
question.
was found
He's
out
not
to
going to
be a
answer the
cheater?
question.
You know, there's a
He's not gonna-
candidate.
I'm not running for
political candidate
office,
that
and you're not
stepped down
answering the
after they
question.
found out
I'm not
he's a
running for
cheater. Why
office,
did
and you're
he
not
step
answering the
down?
question.
What? Answer it again. Ask it again.
What political position or stance do I have where if you heard it, you'd be like, oh no, if Destiny cheated a relationship, I can't believe that political stance anymore.
So, the way you are, like you said, when you are saying like, oh, I care about anti-Semitism, and then all of a sudden you stop covering, like, okay, so he's a liar. He doesn't care about the topics he's talking about. He's just lying about what he cares about what he advocates for, just for spite-based politics or to be contrarian. Like, I don't believe you when you say, oh, I care about anti-Semitism.
You don't care. You think I don't care about anti-Semitism because I've cheated in relationship? Was it always with Jews, or what do you?
Cheating? No, cheating has to do with lies, right? Being a liar.
Okay, so if
You can't cheat without being a liar,
anybody
right?
has lied interpersonally in their life, then all of their political beliefs are somehow called into question.
Not all lies. There are a lot bigger lies. There are a lot bigger. Cheating is one of the highest on the spectrum, right? It's not a small thing. It's not just a lie. No, cheating, you are just ruining all your relationship, all the people that trusted you by cheating.
All of the people.
So it's not just a lie.
All of them.
That's why people look down at cheaters. Why do you think the candidate, I forgot his name, stepped down and had Brandon Herrera took the seat instead just because he cheated?
I think it was because his staffer. I think it was because her staffer. I think it was because her staffer set herself. He's filibustering. I think it was because his staff. He's filibustering.
Can you answer this?
He's filibustering.
I answered
He's
you. Can you
filibustering.
answer this?
I'm answering.
Why
It's
did he
because
step
no. I'm answering your question because his staffer set herself on fire and killed herself, and because he was her boss when he was fucking her.
Yeah, weren't you working with Big C?
Do you see how you changed that immediately? No, I wasn't. But you changed your answer, so yeah, you're destroyed. Destroyed. Nice try, though.
Yeah, sure. So people don't trust cheaters, right? They don't want to vote for
Destroyed.
them.
No, you're destroyed. Sorry.
They don't want them as
Isn't a cheater right now the
representatives. They don't want
president of the
them as
United States?
streamers.
Sorry.
Thank you
destroyed.
so much, Neo.
Destroyed.
All right, thank you so much. Thank
Okay,
you
well,
so
he's
much.
done.
The
All right, well,
Omni
never-
Indian.
all right,
Thank
well,
you
never
so
mind. Well,
much.
we've already. Sorry. I just pulled someone in. Moxie is the next #1 draft pick by me. They have a lot to say to you, Destiny. Just kind of reeling. I know that was a lot to take in from the other Indian, but I now have a female Indian that has a lot of issues with you, Moxie. If you don't mind taking the stage.
Let me tell you something. What
What do you think about Canada being New India 2.0?
I can't. I'm not.
What is?
I mean, can you? Yeah, can you? Like, no accents, please. We're trying
No,
to.
this is
make
retarded.
I am not doing
I'm
accent.
not doing
What are you
the
talking
racism
about?
hour. Kick him. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
doing that
Yeah.
one.
All right. Next.
That was Darius's draft pick, by the way. That was Darius IRL. Darius IRL. That was all Darius, by the way.
Wait,
hold on.
Monty's fine. She
Okay,
actually,
real quick.
she asking a genuine question.
Is she gonna ask it in a normal voice?
Yeah, she asked it in a normal voice.
Okay. All right. Well, then bring her back in. You Moxie, raise your hand again.
Dude, Darius like hyped her up and shit. Like, bro, it's kind of embarrassing.
She actually,
bro. Like,
she
it's
unironically
kind of
believes that
embarrassing.
Canada is becoming India 2.0. Did you bring
Hello?
it back? Hello,
Hey.
hi, sorry.
Why you niggas kick me?
They're just being racist.
Wow, unbelievable. Okay,
Yeah.
what do you think about Canada being the next India 2.0?
That sounds based.
What do you think? What do you think about it?
That's what I said. I think it's based. We need more Indias on the planet.
You think it's based
Yep.
that
Yes,
Indians
yes,
come
yep,
and
100%.
street shit?
Yep, I think
and,
it's amazing. Yep.
All right, thank you so much.
Wait, why
that
did
was
you pick her?
Darius's
What is
draft
wrong with you
pick for this.
people? What? Wait,
Darius-
it's allowed.
No,
Bring her
wait,
back.
my turn.
Stop
Hold on, it's
doing
my
this.
turn.
It is a melting pot. It has to do. You aren't letting us melt.
I'm
Bring
sorry,
her
okay.
back, you fat.
Okay,
fucker.
wait. So.
Oh my
remember-
god, dude, you're actually pissing me off. Why
It's
would
not,
you do
hold
that?
on. I'm not gonna answer questions people that are just like basically N-word spam equivalent. No, it's fucking retarded.
Okay, well give her like.
No, this
What
person
do
is retarded. No, this
You
person's not
didn't
worth
even give
talking
her an
to.
argument.
Okay, wait, real quick. If you guys want to speak, remember, please
Okay,
raise your
dude,
hand.
someone's trolling you, right? And you're responding with irony. They're gonna keep trolling. Give her honesty for like a second, and if she doesn't respond, then move on.
All
All right, thank you so much. Okay,
Wait,
Moose
no,
Man,
wait,
Moose
you're
Man,
good on
Moose
that?
Man.
I'm good on that one.
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up,
you're
guys?
never
What's
gonna
up,
reach
guys?
these kids.
Yo, okay. What is your relation to Adam 22? Is this? Am I?
Wait, no.
Yeah. I'm a new host at No Jumper. I do like politics and stuff sometimes.
Oh,
Wait, are
shit.
you here?
Thank you for joining. And yeah, if you have any questions or things you want to disagree with Destiny on, now's the time.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to ask mostly, like, I've seen a lot of the Hutch discourse and that whole, back and forth and stuff, and kind of what was like the conclusion. How to handle the tankies, I guess, is kind of what I'm here for. Do we try to convert them? Do we debate as many as possible and try to make them look foolish? Do we ignore them completely? What was kind of like the end goal here?
I mean, I think we
with
should
the
always.
tankies?
I think like arguing with them. I think is definitely worthwhile for sure. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
But is it like argue with them as much as possible, try to balance it? Is it like go at all of them, combat them as hard as we can? Or is it kind of just as we run into them, debate them like that,
I mean,
Should we
I
make
just
that our
enough
goal?
that you have made your positions with relation to their positions known, I would say. So I think there are some things that we have substantial disagreements on with far left people, with the tanky people, and there should be enough argumentation that people understand the difference between, I guess, like the center left and the far left.
Okay, yeah, because just a lot of the stuff I was doing was kind of more IRL kind of things. So now that I'm, on No Jumper, I'm running into a lot more tankies. So that was mostly what I wanted to know. And then kind of just what do you feel like Dem should be mostly focusing on, right now today, other than like Iran, what else should we be focusing on and pushing hard on?
I mean, right now, most of the battle seems to be separating ourselves from the far left and then putting forth like a positive position to attack some of Trump's worst mistakes on. So probably things related to affordability was the talking point before. But I mean, it's a new thing with Trump every day. So yeah, it's hard to say, in a few weeks or in a week what the new talking points be. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of look at myself as kind of center left, so I should be taking a hard stance that tankies are not a part of our bubble. They're not a part of our tent. They're not here to help us win.
Yeah, I guess, but that
clear.
stance should be like that should be a byproduct of you having a strong stance
Gotcha.
where you have like political beliefs. So like if you think that the U.S. is not the most evil nation on earth or whatever, from that you would have disagreements with tankies. But it shouldn't just be like, oh, we don't agree with Trump and we don't agree with tankies. Like the Democrats have to
Gotcha.
put forth an actual positive position that they believe in. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, this wasn't the most excited, man. I'm a little nervous, but shout out to, D-Man, shout out to DDG. And yeah, I would love to, fuck with Destiny, have him come to No Jumper one of these days when he's in LA. So, but I appreciate y'all bringing me in and having me talk for a bit.
All right,
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you so much for coming.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. Love.
All right. Another reminder: please raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
Who has the
We are
best draft pick? Who has
fast
the best draft
tracking.
pick?
I do. We are fast tracking all lawsuit questions. If you have a lawsuit question, please just at me, and I will move you to the front of the line.
Dude, there's so many good picks right now.
Yeah. So I believe. Actually, I don't think anybody that I was gonna add is here. I don't know. What do you want to do, Darius?
Oh wait, so you're gonna give up your position for me?
Yeah, I'll give him my pick for
All
now.
right,
'cause
Kirby.
there's, like,
Kirby
people
Bean,
thinking of-
Kirby Bean,
Kirby,
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say Curb. Yeah.
All right, there you go. I'm gonna take a piss though.
Interesting, you would do that. There's
Hello,
Kirby
Curb?
here. She may not be here, unfortunately.
Good job, guys.
All right. Well, I guess we'll move on to the next person until Curb gets back. I'll invite DRT0 because he said he's about to sleep and he really has something he wants to ask you.
True, he is Bulgarian, so.
DRT, are you here? Oh. Yo.
Yo. Hey. Oh,
What's
I
happening?
want to say, Kelly, I'm a big admirer of your work. Doctors keep society healthy. Thank you. I have a Kumar question and an Israel question for Destiny. Which one do you prefer?
Whatever one you want to do. It's your call.
It's your time,
Okay,
man.
for the Israel thing, do you think Israel is like not Israel, but like the Israeli government is morally bad on the net?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think they are as bad or worse than the Trump administration?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer this question. I don't know how I'm even
I'm
supposed
only
to.
asking. I'm only asking because
Yeah.
I think many people, when you talk about the Trump administration, sometimes use moral arguments
Mhm.
and or moral statements, and
Who, me?
when you, yeah.
Usually I'm talking about particular policies, action statements, and I'm very rarely like comparing them to the current governments of like other countries.
Not comparing, but you talk in moral terms when you describe Trump or the administration or policies or.
Yeah, because I think a
overall
lot of the policies they're
voters.
pursuing, depending on what we're talking about, is immoral. I would say, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the reason a lot of people are upset or don't know how to express their dissatisfaction with Israel thing is because I think you have said that you withhold moral judgment to foreign actors much more than domestic ones. But if you had to, you would probably describe them in similar terms as you're saying right now, right?
Sure, maybe.
Okay, and in a practical sense, should the Democrats support anti-MAGA factions in Israel the same way Israel supports MAGA in the US?
I guess, yeah, sure.
Should that be part of like the Dem policies for in the near future or something like that?
Dem policies is supporting anti-right governments in Israel?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, I think it makes sense because there
I would
should
say
be
no,
like
it doesn't make sense. If
reciprocity.
Israel wants to vote for those types of governments, it's a democracy. If they want to vote for those types of governments, then that's on them. But if like the Israeli people's perspective on how their country should be ran deviates too far from what we would think is acceptable in the United States, then we would just no longer work with that country. Like the idea of like trying to soft regime change Israel just comes off. That seems kind of weird to me. I would just be it's a democracy. If they vote for people that we super just disagree with or don't want to do anything with, then we would just stop working with that country or something like we would make that known.
Okay, but
That's my
Israel
big
does
question.
interfere with politics in the US, so doesn't it make sense for Democrats to fight fire with fire and do the same with Israel?
I don't think they directly interfere with politics in the US. It's just their actions like kind of, well, I guess arguably pulling us into Iran, but it's not, but you could argue that we interfere with their politics too when we like sanction people who are settlers on the West Bank, or that we interfere with their politics when we do like the Iranian nuclear deal or whatever, right?
I think it's much more. I think it's different. Like the Netanyahu, I think, didn't he delay the ceasefire in Gaza to wait for Trump to get in office specifically? So it's big. So it's a election issue in the U.S. and also I think sanctioning a few settlers is much different than like advocating for a different government and like playing favorites with the two parties in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, Netanyahu definitely preferred a Republican leadership and bided his time as such for that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I think they do it like directly. For the meme question, do you have a favorite porn star or favorite type of Kumar content?
Cat porn, like in this game. I mean, animated though, not real life bestiality shit.
Giga chat.
Fuck. Or zoophilia? What do you call it when it's animals on animals?
Zoophilia. Oh, well, I have no idea.
There you go.
Okay, the other hosts can also give their opinions. And where are you at with JJK?
I haven't watched it in a long time because I'm.
Utah. You gotta see it,
Okay.
dude. It's fucking lit, dude.
Was that a Cutle? Who just made that?
I'm like the same. I'm like literally like I'm like Utah Loki. You gotta watch it, man.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, thanks.
So,
Thanks for the chat. See you guys later. Bye bye. DGO.
DGL, DRT. That's my man DRT. All right. Next up, I believe we have Tech Protect. He says he is a streamer in the Keemstar streaming network, and he'd love to ask you a very specific question that I'll let him ask. Tech Protect. I'll invite him.
dude, Ink Moss has been waiting forever, dude. I didn't know.
Hello.
Wow, hello.
Yo.
Yeah, I wanted to ask because I'm trying to introduce a more political centric stream instead of Keemstar's like locale universe shit. I know Destiny's aware of it from exposing Boogie's cancer arc, right? That whole bullshit. And I've streamed with people like ALR, the fat lady who ordered an apple from Subway and she got 2 bags of chips. I don't know if you're familiar with her work online. And now I stream with David Jaffe, the guy who made God of War and Twisted Metal, on a show called Locale Crypt. We wanted to add, more of a liberal spin to the audience since they're just used to like fake drama and all this other bullshit. It's real fucking tough. I know Destiny's, made the switch from gaming to politics. Any advice on how to introduce politics to a community that's not really been looking for that?
What, do you have to?
Well, I mean, we want to. Jaffe is like, he's such a fucking, he's a super liberal. He's like I think like the most California on the beach liberal you can think of. And as far as I try and push him in one direction for entertainment, he's like, well, we need to talk about why Trump is awful. So if we're, forced to go that way, I want to see if there's a way to ease the audience into it that you've found, or any advice you may have on that.
I mean, like my perspective, I feel like less people should be invested in politics. So I don't know. I think I'm a bad thing to ask. I mean, if you want to talk about politics, just talk politics. The easy entry points are usually like pop culture stuff. So talking about movies or video games or whatever the fuck, I guess like along those lines, like cultural issues and social issues are things that people seem to gravitate more towards.
Okay. Okay, I'd agree. We had a lot of success with the Sabrina Carpenter, like My Jeans Are Good, or whatever the fuck that campaign was.
Yep, that was a big thing, yeah.
Yeah, they grabbed onto that easily. Yeah, it's not like it's like a huge desire to like spread some type of liberal message, but it's like a personal interest of both of ours. So it just tends to come up in conversation. When you started doing politics content, was it from this is your interest, or like you felt the need to spread this type of rhetoric?
I mean, like my streams had already been like kind of varied. Like I talk about a variety of things, so it was pretty easy to also start just talking politics, I guess. But I don't think, you just, anytime you switch up your content, it's going to cause some viewers to get upset. You'll attract new ones and you're going to lose old ones. And there's always going to be some pushback, but you just have to push through it until you start to gather a new audience that's interested in the new stuff you're talking about. But there's always going to be like a bit of an easing period there where your old fan base is going to rebel a bit. So, I mean, introduce it slowly, make sure the content is labeled clearly. If you're going to do politics someday or whatever, make sure it's labeled so the people that don't want to watch it don't have to, and the people that are trying to find new content can find it. Like, I guess I would say that, yeah.
Also, I think it wasn't Sabrina Carpenter. I guess it was Addison Rae. It was some fucking white lady with a big ass. So, all right.
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney. Thank you.
Sydney
I don't
Sweeney.
goon as hard as these other people. I don't remember these people. Anyways,
White women
appreciate
look
it.
the same. Problem.
That's true.
Shaking my head.
Thank you so
Wait,
much,
who?
Tech Protect.
Did somebody
I
kick
think
him
he just
out?
left. No, he just
Oh,
left.
okay. I was gonna say. All right. Well, yeah, that was Tech
All right,
Protect,
dude.
right? Was that his name? was hoping to shout out his channel or something.
Hey,
but it's
great,
fine.
great thing. So let's take an intermission for a second. We've had a lot of calls. We need to maybe like a detox real quick. Maybe like the boys can just chop it up, talk about some football, talk about some eugenics. You know, the shit the guys want to talk about.
Say
Like,
eugenics or eugenics.
I don't know, dude. Whatever, dude. Let's just be chill for like a second, dude. There's like a lot of people here, a lot of people that have a lot of deeming, really aggressive questions. Maybe not do it back to back. Maybe get a detox for a second.
I mean, that's true. I agree on that. Destiny, how you feeling so far?
I'm feeling great.
It's
You know?
part.
Just chilling.
It's part of the. So, are you feeling melted yet?
Yeah, it's starting to melt. It's starting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Fuck, the melting pot is actually one of my greatest ideas I've ever.
I also like to apologize on behalf of my co-host. Gabe is gunk. He has some computer issues. He really has something he wants to show you, but he should be arriving in about 15 minutes, is what he just told me. So just please stay seated. He will be here very soon. That's about it.
Yeah, Gabe is young. Will pop in, but we don't really need him at the end of the day. We're all just like here to just kind of like relax and chill. There's a lot of ladies in the. You have a large female audience, Steven.
Yeah, I don't think so, but thanks.
Well, they're very prevalent online. The ones that are online, they definitely make sure they get the center of attention because there's like 6 of them right now, just yapping it up in the side chat, just making sure they get all the attention, huh?
Wait, Darius, how many drinks in are you?
Doesn't matter, dude. We're just chilling, dude. I'm just trying to make sure don't acknowledge that. I'm just trying to make sure we're all like on like a similar wavelength before we get into more hostility. So yeah, so Steven, you're building a house in eugenics, huh?
Yeah, dude, it's litty, you know.
That's kind of sick, dude. That's kind of sick. I've always wanted to build a house myself, but I never had the income for it. So
you'll get there someday, I'm sure.
Hey, you never know, dude. You never know. Kick is paying pretty well for KCIP. Speaking of that, actually, why don't you just do a show weekly, at least once a week, where you kind of like siphon all of KCIP? Because
I believe Prawn had that suggestion actually. Something related to Kick
didn't
and Keep.
solidify it that much, but like Kick is paying out the asshole for you to just really just have like 5,000 viewers that are active chatters, and your DGG chat unfortunately kind of cucks you. So here's if you want to, if I want to say something that really grinds my gears, I spent a lot of my time kind of like siphoning from DGG for a long time. I kind of was leeching. Cherry actually told me personally that she couldn't figure out if you thought I was a friend or a foe because she didn't know if I was. Why did I get banned from DGG? Okay, well, they couldn't figure out if I was a friend or a foe because they were trying to figure out if. She told me that you thought that I was just a leech. But I did.
Wait, I don't think I've ever said that to anybody.
Well, she told me that you said you couldn't figure out personally if I was a leech or not. And that's why I was like being as based as I was. That's what she told me, and I was like, well, I kind of like agree with a lot of things he says. I don't really like. I gain from you, obviously, but I gain from. There's a lot of other people I can gain from. Like I could literally eat shit on Ice Poseidon's stream and put it in my mouth, and I'd gain a lot from him as well. But I don't like him as much as I like you. So
thanks.
That's just where I move on. But the biggest problem I've had is even if I do all these things for your chat or I've been in the DGG sphere, I don't get as much money as I would get from someone like Ice Poseidon because none of them use Kick Chat. They all sit in DGG and they type, which doesn't generate revenue. If they typed in Kick Chat, I'd be making triple as much as I make right now. So you personally as well are missing out on probably at least quadruple to 5 times your revenue, not having them type on another platform. So have you thought about maybe like once a week kind of like moving them to another website or... Oh, that's why GDR banned you, by the way. I just realized that. Because you realize he's going to be out of a job if you move the chat to Kick. But have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about maybe doing a day of Kick?
I'll think about it,
Have you seen the money you can make on there?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing that's been carrying me through my whole lawsuit, yeah.
Then you know already. So imagine 4 timesing it. Why wouldn't you just do like... You'll think about it, dude. You need to do it now.
Like, I think wait, Darius. I think we got a lot of callers. If we could just like move on to the next person. I think Legacy has a really important question he wants to ask.
We can get in there, but dude, we really have to do the detox where it's not like a press situation for a minute.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
we're,
like 10
we're
minutes.
detox. I think we're good. I think we're detox.
Yeah.
We're good.
Wait.
You're ready already?
Wait.
You don't need to get a Red Wait, stop. You don't need to get a Red Bull or anything? Like,
Bro,
like,
you're fucking terrorist. Holy shit.
I already have my Red Bull. Yeah, I'm good.
terrorist. I'm all right, cool. All right, well, everybody, Radiant, do you need anything? Any drinks? Any?
Yeah, sure. You know, like, what do you got?
No, I said, do you need a drink? Like,
yeah.
Go get.
Oh wait, you mean like now? Go get a drink. Oh no, I'm good right
Oh,
now.
you fucking
Nah.
retarded. All right,
I mean, if it was free, I'll get it. But...
No,
I'm
it's
good.
really interesting how before this Darius was like, "Oh my god, it's so annoying how everyone like thinks this is my server," and like it's, but like the moment it starts, you know what I mean? It's like all like different.
Well,
and shit.
no,
Like,
we've
it's
been
so
going on for
interesting,
a
it's so
while,
interesting.
and there's been a lot of people that have kind of just been on the attack, and I'm just trying to give. Like,
No, I'm talking about
give it a
specifically
rest.
how you were like, "Oh, the voting pod is the greatest thing I've ever done. It's like my greatest idea, bro. It's the
It
greatest."
is my greatest idea. It is my greatest idea.
Bro, literally an
All right,
hour
we
and 30
got-
minutes. Like, okay.
So we got Legacy. Legacy, what question do you have to ask? I believe. Do you have any lawsuit questions? I think you had some conflicts related. to
No, actually, I don't have a question anymore because we got on-IP banned. So no, I'm actually.
Oh,
Is it about
right,
your
you
team?
banned me,
With a
and
question.
I think Legacy
I
as
noticed
well.
it disconnected me as well.
Wait, do you sound like this guy's like related to Kafka? Like the way he talks?
What?
A little bit? Like just like he's got like
What
similar
are you
cadence.
saying?
Well, now
Who's
you're not
Kafka?
doing it, but yeah, a
He
little
doesn't- He
bit.
doesn't sound like Kafka at all.
He
Not
has
at
he has a
all.
similar
Who
cadence.
is that?
He did. Trust me. Don't worry about it. Okay,
He
go
does
ahead.
not.
He did.
If
He
Kafka
did.
came and called you,
He did.
Nope, I get Demon Mama every now and then. I get Jessical.
Oh, he does. He
Yeah, he sounds
definitely
like
does.
Juice
He
Sucker. That's what he
definitely
sounds
does.
like.
Okay, go ahead. What's the thing? What
I'm
were we
like
talking
Jewish Jewstalker. I don't have a question.
about? Oh, okay.
Why'd you raise your hand?
Because I got IP banned. Because
Wait,
Jader
wait,
fucker
actually, you
IP
had
banned me.
Okay, wait. You had a question. I know you had a lot of conflict with ET regarding his allegations. Do you have?
Had me in earlier. When
Yeah,
this
did you hear
was
what Destiny
ET
said? Do
versus
you have
the
any?
world.
Well, I
Yeah,
know,
it sounds
but,
like he might be a little. Who knows what happened?
I know. Oh wait, so you think there was wrongdoing in that situation?
Yeah, of course there was wrongdoing. There should never be a situation where a guy is like, "Hey, can I get another person in here to help guide my penis into this girl's vagina? She's just too tight, not like passed out drunk or anything."
Pretty weird.
Well, I had
Pretty
your dad help me with your mom when I was fucking her. So
You know both my parents. You've spoken and gone on vacation with both my
How
parents.
do
You know
kick
my
him out of
parents
this
very
call?
well.
I don't wanna
Okay.
kick him.
Wait.
I don't know why you're saying that.
The guy, the story. Did he say the girl came out and asked for help, or the guy came out and asked for help?
I think he's switched on that multiple times, but I think we've landed on the guy came out.
Yeah, can we get ET?
Or
in
the
here?
girl
ET.
yelled from in the room.
And ET was at the door the whole time, apparently,
Wait,
too.
wait. Oh my
ET was sitting
god.
outside the door.
Hold on. I just 500 IQ'd. What happened? Are you ready for this?
Oh, fuck.
There's probably 7, but sure.
Pull up.
The girl was absolutely fucking passed out, and the guy wanted to bring in a witness so that if
That's
she
what I-
made any accusations or whatever, now he's got 2-on-1.
Yo,
That's what I said.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, but he brought in a girl.
That's what I said originally, but she said she was like, "Yeah, I don't know what's going on." So, but then he switched the story, so I stopped caring. So I just
Yeah, I don't know. I'm the anti-ETer because he just seems
Yeah,
like
ET,
there's too
raise
much
your hand.
shit going on to
ET,
keep
raise your
him
hand.
in the community. But
He wants to come back in. ET's
Oh,
gonna
God.
clear it up.
dude.
No, it was the guy that came. The guy was the one that was like, "Hey, we need some help."
oh, good, even better. The most
fuck.
rapey thing of all time. The most raped.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm kind of confused here. What was the conclusion you guys are coming to?
That you're
But it's a very weird story.
I'm the rapist when I wasn't even the one doing the sexual act. Like, how is
But
that
you
possible?
you assisted a rapist, bro. You like,
I'm not a rapist. Let's be honest.
well, you're assistant rapist then, I guess.
You are you're assistant to the rapist.
Kind of true.
Actually.
A little bit true.
I didn't even assist. Like, see, the reason why she even went to the cops was because she got herpes. That's why I was just like, it's not rape. You're literally doing it as a retaliation tactic.
Wait, when did she go to the cops?
She went to the cops after she found out she had herpes.
How long ago? How long after?
A month later.
This was like a month later, yeah.
I don't even believe that story. I don't think any part of this
It's
is real.
fucking 100% sure.
I don't
kid
believe
you
any
not.
part of it.
Can we find her? Wait, sorry, because you went to college with these people.
Yeah.
Can we talk to them?
Well, I don't think they.
You're
I
on
haven't
meth.
talked to
You're
them
literally
in-
a drug
I haven't
addict.
talked to
I
them
will
in, like,
give you. I
8
will
years,
send you
bro.
meth in the mail. I will send you drugs in the mail if
Wow,
we can speak
thank
to these
you.
people.
It makes it so compelling. No, I haven't talked to them in like 8. I can maybe get Sonya. Sonya would probably be willing.
Please
to
say
talk,
I
but
haven't talked to
can
the girl since it happened. Please.
No, I mean it's like 18 years ago. But yeah, it's I
keep
can
saying
maybe get
18 years
Sonya,
ago, but you're like 35.
Like
which
I'm
puts
curious
this
what
in the realm
I'm
of like
curious
you
what
being
went on.
like 15.
I'm curious what went actually on in there myself because I wasn't in there. I literally got it from what Sonya told me. So I would love to hear what Sonya would have to say was going on in there.
I would too.
I'd never jack in.
The guys at the precinct would as well. Everybody kind of wants to hear the other side of the story.
But
Yeah,
you
ET,
see
maybe
what I mean?
can you ask
see why I
Sonya?
said it? You say. I mean, I could ask, but I mean, it's.
Just ask her to join discord.gg/melted.
Dude,
We'll get her in here.
She's not like always online, bro. She's probably not even like.
Yeah, she uses a Discord account. Like it's just a one-time.
She doesn't have a Discord
People are
account.
either
I
on
can
Discord
guarantee
or
you she
Slack.
does.
Well, she'd make one.
And they're the same thing.
Okay. Well, anyway, but I just don't understand like why if somebody goes to the police after they find out they got herpes, why wouldn't you go to the police right after you got if you got raped? Why wouldn't you just go right after you got raped?
I mean, that part of the
scared
story,
and now there's evidence.
Well, that part of the story is also kind of weird, but also I don't even know if I believe that part of the story. I feel like there's some other. I feel like we're missing stuff.
What do you think you're missing?
I don't know. I just feel like we're missing stuff. I seriously doubt that in 1 month she had an active herpes flare up that she immediately connected back to this one sexual. I don't believe
She
it.
had sex with 5 other. Okay, so like
I don't
right
believe any
after
part of
she
the
had
story.
sex with that
So
guy.
she has vaginismus. She can't have sex with this one guy this one time, and then she fucks 5 other guys right after.
Right,
I'm not
right, but
believing
also,
it.
I don't understand it either.
Sorry,
No,
I
think that somebody's lying
She
in
was
the
a
story.
virgin that night. She was a virgin, and then after that situation happened, she started fucking guys like
to
crazy
be-
out of
Yeah,
nowhere,
it
which
was
is
freshman
also
year
a
of
side of
college.
sexual
She was
abuse.
like, this happened 2 weeks into my first year of college.
Wait, just to be clear, yeah, ET described this to us earlier about this was like a sexual awakening for her. Like this was her first time ever, and she was really nervous about having sex with that guy. And apparently after that, ET said, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think he said something like how she became like a huge slut or something after
Yeah,
his
I think.
experience.
I mean, she was willing. She was sleeping with like a shit ton of like dudes like within like a month. I mean, I
Weird.
won't say she was a slut, but yeah, she was like sleeping around right after that. She was very
You said
promiscuous.
I know I'm not saying slut as like a pejorative. I just mean as in like she slept around. That's it. But,
That's what
yeah.
Yeah,
ET
she was
said.
sleeping around.
ET
I was
said.
kind of like, why the? I didn't understand why she was doing that. I was like, I thought you were like somebody that wanted to do this and like it was supposed to be meaningful and shit like that. But it was like, okay, well, I guess you're not really that meaningful, but whatever.
Oh, I wonder if there's any reason why she would switch up like that so quickly.
If you're gonna say she had like PTSD from it and like that was her PTSD response or some shit like that, I mean, like maybe, but that's why I said like I was 18 at the time, dude. You're expecting an 18-year-old to like realize, oh, she was having a PTSD.
You're an adult. You've
response.
moved
You
out
should
of your
know
home.
That's what was going on, bro.
You are adult enough to move out of your home and go live somewhere else on your own.
Okay, and
What do you think about this,
That's
Destiny?
it. I rest my point.
Destiny? What's the verdict on this rape review?
18.
I mean, it's not like something bad happened, but I mean, I don't have all the.
like
Do you
I said,
think ET
I
did ET
still
have
like,
any
even
wrongdoing or blame?
if I would get Sonya on here, I can guarantee you Sonya would say she was not raped. That like Sonya herself would have probably said
Wait,
she
but,
was
okay,
not
let's
raped.
say okay. Let's say there was wrongdoing in that room. Would ET have any blame to hold? Destiny, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I mean, if he's 18 and everything, it sounds like probably not, just because he's a young kid retard or whatever. But I mean, it's still kind of fucked up. Sounds like a fucked up situation.
I mean, it was fucked up. It was fucking. Like I said, it was cringe. I even told her, I was like, "Why are you gonna have sex with?" I mean, it's whatever. We were young and stupid. It is what it is. But I.
So now you
told
talked
I
to
was
her
like, I
beforehand?
think this is a mistake.
Sorry,
but she
now
was
we
the
have a
one
new
that was like
conversation?
insistent on doing it. She was the one that was insistent.
I thought you guys were all super fucked up.
All right, thank
Wait,
you
she
so
was
much.
insistent when she
Thank
was
you
ultra
so
drunk?
much.
Yeah, I got a question for Destiny.
Hold on, wait.
Oh,
No, thank you. Discord.com/melted. Thank you so much, guys.
Wow.
thank you.
Wait, let ET go. ET, ask your question, and then we'll move on.
But actually, I forgot what I was gonna say. So never mind.
All right, well, raise your hand if you remember it. But thank you so much, ET. Thank you so much, Legacy.
Hey, thanks, guys.
And yeah, nice to see you. All right.
Wait, guys. I have someone I wanna drag in, and that's myself. Destiny. One battle after another is a better movie than Weapons. We need to get to the bottom of this.
I'm not even joking. I
One
passed the
battle
fuck
after
out
another.
during that movie.
Which one?
So
You're
bad.
about to pass out now, so I don't think that's relevant, unfortunately. One battle after another is a better movie than Weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I fucking hated one battle after another, so I don't know what you're trying to.
That's interesting. But saying like one battle after another is a better movie than Weapons, is what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know if I would agree with that because I didn't hate Weapons, but I hated One Battle After Another. So I would say Weapons was a better movie. But
Yeah, I would. Dude, Weapons.
No, I think
is more interesting.
Thank you so much, Darius. I think that when it comes to genre, a film can succeed in doing the things which a genre expects, but then a film can also do things outside of just doing the the fruits of what comes with like genre. And I think One Battle After Another, when it comes to fulfilling the things not just in genre but in theme and cinema, quote unquote, you can say it does a better job at this than Weapons does. And we can debate this if you like.
It does a better job at what?
It does a better job at not only fulfilling the things that you have to do within the genre, but thematically it's better. I think the plot is better, and I think just overall it's a better movie in almost like any category.
I mean, you can have that opinion, but I mean, I don't know how it's not like we're going to objectively settle on.
All right, thank you so much, Deej. Yeah, all right, so we got.
I was joking, Deej. How do you like One Battle After Another? Dude, I literally watched an hour of
It's
that
a better.
movie.
If you don't think we can both agree on subjective.
I'm so bored, bro.
Okay, thank you so much. If you don't think we can both agree on if you don't think we can both agree on something that is subjective, a subjective standard that we can compare these movies to, it may not be objective, it could be subjective, but if we can come to an agreement on the standard, we can weigh which. Wait, are you serious? Dude, I'm about to say slurs. Wait, I'm about to say slurs.
Listen.
Wait, I'm about to say slurs.
That movie's better. One Battle After Another is better than Weapons.
No, it's not.
Thank
dude.
you. Thank you.
If you like watching like some like African American just tell you how much they like their pussy ate for like literally an hour and a half.
You were too retarded to understand the movie.
Dude,
I don't know.
I was watching the movie. I just watched an hour of it and I
so.
got bored as fuck. It was just boring. Dude, it was just really boring, dude. Sorry, bro. And then the cinematic shots, I felt like I was watching like you ever see the movie Tangerine? It's about this trans woman that's like it's like all filmed on an iPhone. The shots are like awful, but it's supposed to be like
movies
artsy.
you watching, Darius?
I watch actually artsy movies because I love
cinema,
the arts and cinema. Tangerine actually was rated a very well movie. It actually was done well. But One Battle After Another takes from Tangerine and the way they do their shots, where it's like realistic, but we're using high quality imagery or whatever bullshit, and it's all just it's still lame as fuck. No, it's not actually every movie at all. Movies actually show that hey, we're a movie, and this is like, but that was like, oh, like this is like real, this is raw, but it was just like boring as fuck, and then there was a whole bunch of like corny like revolution shit, and it was just so like. It was so like.
That was not the point of the movie, but okay.
True.
The point. I didn't finish it. I got halfway through. So.
Oh, then that's why you didn't like it. What?
Well, I'm
Darius's argument is that he was falling asleep when you're.
I'm telling you,
you're always falling asleep. That's not an argument, bro. You're falling asleep right now, bro. You're falling asleep right now. You're falling asleep right now.
Makes me okay. Oppenheimer fell asleep halfway through it. If a movie makes me fall asleep,
this
it's
nigga's
not
always
interesting.
Bro, he's always sleeping, bro.
If a movie is making me fall asleep, it's not interesting. It's not a good movie. It's a good.
Name one movie you haven't fell asleep to. Name one movie you haven't fell asleep.
Weapons. Weapons was I don't like Weapons.
Wait, real quick.
I don't like Weapons, but I didn't fall asleep during it.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt. Hold on, real quick. We've got a new host here. Gabe is Gunk. Gabe, if you could just turn on your camera. I believe you had something you wanted to show Destiny.
Oh yeah.
Fuck. Like Nevjack and Sam.
We got it.
Done
just like him. Because we need his opinion on a lot of melting pot things, and I think it's just interesting that Darius brought up that you
dye your hair blue.
Wait, what happened?
Is this real? Wait.
Gabe, turn your camera back up.
Oh, sorry.
Why did you dye your hair blue for this?
So yeah, basically he wanted to. He's a really big Destiny fan specifically.
Yeah.
It took him
he
4
got like the
hours to
same
join.
beard and haircut. And,
that's the computer blew up because Radiant stole my hard drive. So that you could do what I was about to say that you were doing. Anyways, he was talking to you about like, oh, you don't like get DGG to engage with, kick chat enough. And I just think it's a little funny that Darius tells me in Radiant for an entire week that he's not going to be here, but then he sees how much viewership you got, and then he takes our work and doesn't have anyone engage with that. So,
wait,
what do you think about that
here right now? Are we criticizing Radiant?
No, we're criticizing Darius.
Because what did Darius do?
No, so I wasn't gonna be here. I actually didn't want to be here, but then Teach said I have to be here, so I came here because I realized you guys needed me.
Yeah, I really wanted Darius. I think Darius has been
Oh,
great.
yeah, I know. We asked him to be here, but he
But at the same time, this is like the best idea he's ever had, and like this is the best thing he's ever done. You know?
No, because this Discord is the best creation ever, even if without this thing. Because I love that everybody is equal rights. That's what I'm saying. It's like I like that we're able to have a Discord full of people that are able to have equal opinions. I love equality. That's what I'm saying.
All right,
Pretty
so
much at the end of
I
the
want
day.
to add, Destiny. What do you think about Gabe's new look? This is specifically a tribute to you. What
I
do
think
you
it's a good look. I think it's a great look. I'm fully supportive of it.
Awesome. Well, so Gabe, do you want to talk
Yeah.
about the content that you cover? I think.
Wait. Before Gabe talks, because I need
Can we have like debates and disagreements? Like,
Can we get through the two
Yeah,
callers
he-
that are here right
yeah,
now?
he's gonna- oh, yeah, Gabe, you have a disagreement?
Nev Jack is here, and Sam. So Nev Jack, what did you have your disagreement on?
True.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think the community Destiny has is pretty awkward, and I think Destiny himself is a little awkward. He lets like people ramble on stream for far too long before shutting them down. So that's what I want to talk about.
Okay, true. Yeah.
My camera's like.
What are you gonna
fucked
say?
up,
Well, do you not agree?
I
let
just
people
like
ramble
I don't
on.
even know where to start, bro. Like I.
Wait, what?
You let people. He lets people ramble
Who's this
on
guy?
stream.
Oh nah, food shop's showing. What's wrong with people being awkward?
no.
Mr. Mooton's literally whole thing is that he does awkward handshakes. So yeah.
Mooton isn't awkward. I feel like he's not
His
awkward.
whole no, he's awkward as shit. What?
No, he's not.
He's Canadian
Yeah.
talking about United States politics just by default. That's awkward.
I think he's American as well. No.
No, he's not. He's Canadian, bro.
Oh my god.
He's not, you don't claim him.
pretty sure
you
Mooton
don't
is
claim
from
him anymore. He's a
America,
fucking
no?
traitor, dude.
I think he has a
Fucking
passport.
claim him, dude.
Whoa.
It doesn't matter if he's from America.
He has
He's not a
citizenship.
traitor.
Whoa.
He's literally getting a woman pregnant.
I'm
in
gonna,
another
like, I'm
fucking
gonna go
state,
for brag.
another country.
All right, this was Darius's and Radiant's draft pick. So very good.
No,
Thank you so
I
much for
didn't
this
choose
draft.
either of these people. Okay,
If
no,
you- if
I was.
you
I just
brought
wanted Gabe in
his-
here. I wanted Gabe to ask his question. Can Gabe ask the question?
Wait, no,
Well, no,
just wait,
I
dude.
got,
Just shut
I
the
got,
fuck
I
up. Just
got food
wait.
shops here.
Okay,
So
okay.
I'm bringing food shops. How do you bring people?
We have
in?
2 people in here. That's wanted to talk. Yes.
Wait, hold on,
This
wait.
community supposed to be
Thank
awkward,
you,
that's the whole
thank
thing.
you so much, Nav. Dude, what? Shut
Alright.
the. Okay, thank you so much, Nav, and thank you so much, Samuel. You're
Wait,
so
no, Sam
cool,
hasn't talked yet.
awesome.
Let Sam talk.
So cool.
Sam didn't say
Food
anything.
shops.
What the
food
fuck?
Shops.
No, stop.
Food
Why are
shops.
you
Thank
bringing
you
food
so.
shop?
Thank
No,
you.
kick
Thank
her
you
out
so
now.
much, food shops.
Dude,
Thank you
I'm
so
not-
much for
dude,
being here, food
this
shops.
is-
Do you have
how
any
can you hide that?
disagreements? Do you have any? Do you have any
It's all right,
disagreements
Darius,
you'd
Darius
like
is
to hash
fine,
out with
it's all right.
Destiny?
Let Sam say something. Why did you bring food shops immediately in?
I didn't do that.
Did you
I
guys
was-
already, Radiant? Did you already talk about the Asmongold versus Hasan question?
I asked that like on stream a couple days ago. I think last week.
Bruh.
But I think we ended up. He said he would ban. Well, I don't know if he fully agreed.
He
but
said he would. He said he would ban Asmongold. Simple as, right?
no, I
There you
think. Well, I think after my explanation, he said he could agree with me, sort of, but it wasn't a full answer, so I'm not sure. Destiny, what do you think? Destiny, or would you ban Asmongold or Hasan for the good of America?
What was my answer at the time? I feel like I would say Hasan, but I don't know. What
Yes, no, you said Asmongold like by a hair, but then I told you that I think Hasan is way more malicious and disgusting.
Well, I think the
because he's
issue is
a
that like I feel like
crypto-Nazi.
Asmongold is pretty replaceable with other right wing content, maybe.
True.
But I think Hasan is a little
Yeah.
bit more unique. But did I say?
Yeah,
but
that's what I said.
But I said Asmongold last time. I mean, Asmongold has a much further reach.
Okay.
Even though Asmongold is like easily replaceable by other right wingers, I think it's only Asmongold specifically that has like that audience, that reach, these connections specifically to other streamers, and blah blah blah. blah
Yeah, but I
like,
don't think
you know.
he ever uses his connections to like introduce more of other people's fans to stuff like Hasan would try to. No.
Yeah, but he passively benefits from it, right?
Does he? How many other streamers does he even collaborate with anymore? Maybe he doesn't. I just don't notice it.
Probably none. But like, he still, like, for example, he still defends Tectone, I think. And he still like his influence. Like, I think he's the founder of like Mythic Talent, right? And I don't know, like that isn't that he has control over a lot of fucking people because of Mythic Talent. And I think he still has shares, right? Even though he's been devalued or like delisted from that fucking website or some shit. Like, yeah, only by appearance. But like every single there's like he has like an army of like fucking VTuber content creators who are all like far right VTuber motherfuckers who go around spreading this propaganda and going like, "Oh my God, Asmongold Senpai is so great. Oh my God, we love him." I don't know. I think that the fact that Asmongold's every single one of Asmongold's videos like reach like 1 million views, 2 million views, that is very scary to me. Yeah, every single one of them that is like openly advocating for violence. Because okay, let's just say hypothetically you did replace Asmongold with another conservative content creator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it just seems like in that case, maybe that person is not as like their personality is not the same as Asmongold. They're like they wouldn't have the same kind of influence that he has. Like I don't think they would even be as big at all, even if you were to replace him like that. Like he's only that big specifically because he is Asmongold. Yeah. Not
Yeah, but I'm
because-
just
not because
thinking
of
of
his
like who else
conservative
provides
politics.
what Asmongold provides. Like there's a lot of other kind of like right wing content creators. I'm sure there are some new people that Asmongold brings into the fold because he's a gamer person. But like Hasan is like kind of I think more at the forefront of all the really toxic and bad tanky shit. And I don't know if there's anybody that could necessarily fit the same role that he has right now.
I fully agree with you, but I just think that, like magnitude speaking, Asmongold's like threat is larger.
Well,
Like,
but I
do-
wouldn't
do
just
agree
do
with
if
you
you want
that
to just say
Hasan just
magnitude
did
speaking,
that.
then the question would just be who has the most viewers and gets bad.
I mean,
views,
in
then
that
guess
case,
it would be.
it would still be Asmongold. Right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like that's simple as. That's an easy answer.
Yeah, it's supposed to be easy answered. Like this is why, like, I'm a little bit confused by Radiant, like essentially saying constantly. It's
Well, because I think
Hasan.
the
It's
question was more
obviously
like if you could
Hasan.
delete one person, right? Like I think that Trump's politics, the MAGA shit, or at least MAGA, is pretty fucked, and is kind of sort of like hopefully on the.
Yeah, the context is about who should be covered more in terms of like who needs to be like excised or whatever. Like who should we focus
Asmongold should
more
be covered
on?
more pretty easily. Yeah.
Well, I think right now
I
I
don't
would
think so.
say because the right is like MAGA shit is like collapsing. Like that shit is fucked come midterms. I don't know how much more you can cover like Trump bad, but I think that the Democratic Party finding their identity and separating itself from kind of the more radical left flank, I think is a pretty important fight to have right now.
Yeah. It's not like I'm not advocating for covering Hasan because I still hate him or whatever, and I think that he should be covered. But it's just that I think that if you're gonna kill the fucking Republican Party or MAGA or whatever, you got to make sure that nail is like driven deep into its heart. You know, like got to make sure that it's like dead. And like part of it is that Hasan is so easily hateable. Like he's just so easily hateable in comparison to like like all the conservatives hate him, all the liberals hate him, like all the drama tards also hate him just mainly because like because of the Kaya shit, right? And many other like fucking instances. So it's like
He was just on PodSaveAmerica. I don't know if
like
you saw that.
Asmongold is always on like the good guy side, like interpreted as such. Like not even Ethan Klein is willing to push back against people like Asmongold. Like he still views Asmongold as like this fucking gamer shitter person. Like that's not good. Like this guy has become a real threat, essentially. He's become more like threatening than Nick Fuentes, in my opinion. Because at least Nick Fuentes is open about, you know, his beliefs and he has a smaller audience, like unironically, than Asmongold, I think. And then Asmongold, what's that? What, you don't think it's true?
Wait, no. It's just they're doing excellent. They're doing a vote kick in DGG chat, and it's gotten
Ignore
a
them.
20
Ignore
out of
them.
20.
Let this go. Let this continue. Let this continue.
No,
All right,
dude, I
you-
want to kill myself, bro. I'm like, you fucking this
Bro,
fucking
if
loser,
you-
like
fucking
argument.
Radiant has a
Listen,
weird
if you-
obsession
if
with
you want to
Pushov.
kick me,
you
I
want to
didn't
date?
want-
No, dude,
if
you
you
want
want
to
to
date
kick me,
her or
that's fine.
something. Like, it's like
Okay.
so
Like,
fucking
Stop.
annoying,
Okay, listen,
dude.
listen.
And
Stop. Chill. Jesus, calm down, buddy. I understand the arguments. I think that I feel like Hasan is a much more unique role. I feel like Asmongold's like brand of like the kind of Trump politics stuff, I think is kind of on the downturn right now. So I'm just not as worried about where that's kind of that's. But I mean, I understand how people divide differently.
I would also argue that like it's not just that his brand of politics is about Trump stuff. It goes beyond that, right? Because in a way, he is actually like he declares himself as anti-Trump because they haven't gone far enough. Like that is the reason why. He
Sure.
is,
Here's
like,
how I do
lining
it.
up
If like
in
the
terms
if
of
the
that. Like he
if
is writing the
Asmongold was
failure of
gone
that.
off the internet, right? Another person could theoretically step in. If Hasan was gone, and like that wing of people like disappeared, or at least like separated themselves out more, I think it would be very easy as a unified like democratic coalition to fight against stuff like Asmongold. Like I think it would be very easy if all the left people were kind of like more unified, that people like Asmongold would not be anywhere near as scary because everybody could just have like a consistent like call out against them. So I feel like in a vacuum or in a more unified setting, people like Asmongold are just, they're part of like a big blob of bad things. I agree that he's uniquely big, but like I think Hasan and the threat that he represents to like the Democratic Party is a bit more unique in a bad way. That's.
Oh, I never thought about it like that before. You get rid of Hasan so then you can unite more against Asmongold. Is that what you're saying?
Well, or yeah, it's the right in general. I mean, that's kind of the whole issue with the.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would have to think about that a little bit more. Yeah. That's really about it. Yeah, I don't think there's. Is there any other disagreements or whatever? I don't think so. I don't think there's any more disagreements.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Food Shops. You that was a great conversation. But I would just like to make a statement. I did not move Food Shops in. I don't want to.
And that was Radiant's draft pick. Thank you, Radiant, for that draft pick.
You're so fucking cap. Why are you lying?
Like, please.
All right, and so. Thank you so much, Food Shops. Thank you so much.
It doesn't matter if you dragged her in. You kicked out two other people that said, let's
Thank you so much. And we're going to have Sam.
Why is Terry so drunk?
I'm not part of this. I'm not part of this. Like,
thank you so much, Food Shops. Actually, thank you so much.
Check the audit log.
Thank you. We're actually very thankful.
Thank
you. Yeah, of course. Bye.
Bye. I'm saying.
Darius, just check the audit log.
Okay, so now Sam. Where is Sam here? Samuel.
Well, I don't.
Their hand was up, but I think they put it back down.
They were Sam was literally supposed to be chatting, bro. Add Ink Moth, bro. Just thinks Sam's not doing that anymore. Such a rude ass motherfucker, dude. Deej or Radiant, whoever did that, you broke.
It was Deej. It was 100% Deej. I was laughing. I was saying, Deej, why'd you move them?
You're laughing because you
dragged two people in, bro.
I didn't move Sam in.
Welcome, Ink Moth. Welcome, Ink Moth. Do you have any disagreements, any beefs you would like to hash out?
Yeah, I got beef for Steven here, my beloved Steven. Thank you for fighting the good fight, but you need to get back in the gym.
Okay, I'm on my way, okay?
But you're not. You're lying to me right now.
I would never lie to you, bro.
Get back in the gym. You have to mog the judge.
If you're talking so much shit, dude, show your body, dude.
When was he in the gym?
Let's see your body, dude. Let's see you mog, bro.
Bro, you want me to cam up?
Yeah, cam up and see if you're mog.
Let's go. Let's see those muscles.
If you don't mog, I don't give a shit.
Oh my god. We're about to get a clavicular.
You already look Jewish, so let's see the next. Bro, nah. You are not telling Destiny to get it.
Wait, he's kind of a... Wait a second. Wait.
He got some muscles. He's got some.
He got some muscles, nigga. That's all bone.
It's like...
Bro, you are done.
He just has a small
put this shit on. Dude, you are not telling Steven. You are in the same build as Steven.
I mean,
no,
not at all. Destiny has
you are not. Dude.
He looks like Destiny was
Ink Moth. Get the advantage of the short guy frame.
Ink Moth. 2 years ago, you sent me a personal photo of you, and you were trying to tell me that you were going to the gym. You look way more fit, dude. Look at this photo. I'm posting it in the side chat. You look way more fit than you do now, and you're telling Steven to get in the gym, man.
True.
You're doing the same activity.
This is with a pump, but you're right. You're right.
Dude,
I've been lacking.
I was after a pump. What are you doing today? Did you go to the gym today? You should be on a pump right now.
I didn't.
Oh my dude. Followed by your own fucking example, nigga.
Like
damn.
How would I have a pump, bro?
Oh my god, dude. I cannot believe this, dude. You're not watching my streams, obviously, because I'm going to the gym every day.
Every day.
So, yeah, literally every day. I'm fucking jacked.
Steven, gym to mug the judge, plus it helps with ADHD.
Actually, yeah, if you listen to anything that Clav said, you would just be politically right all the time.
That's all.
Mugged.
I agree.
All right. Well, that was
Why
great.
does he have the nigga picture saved like
all right,
that?
well, FMJ is my #1 draft pick. Let's get it.
Yeah. What's going on, Destiny? How you feeling?
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Yo.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
FMJ.
Oh, yo.
I was just gonna say what's up. I know you had a lot.
Yeah, I
of
came here.
really
I had a couple
hot
questions for
humor.
Destiny.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Is it related to the lawsuit?
I want, I guess partially, and then personal, like about him, I guess. But I just wanted to see how he was doing. We having a chill night, right? It was not like tensions high. We're not gonna dox nobody, right?
No, but like FNJ, he talks hella shit about Destiny, so you gotta bring him out.
Okay,
type
can I
shit.
speak to him? Okay,
No, because you talk hella shit about Destiny. No, you talk no, because you talk hella shit. So like you have to bring it out, right? Type shit. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm trying to speak to him.
You're gonna raise the energy.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm trying to speak to him, Deej. Can you not like talk over?
No, but you talk like hella shit, so you gotta bring
okay.
it out, right, bro? I mean,
Okay,
like-
FMJ. No, listen, we'll get him. All right, listen.
He's
All right,
gonna yell
FMJ,
over me?
could you please? Yeah.
You're stalling. Go.
Okay, so I just wanted to start off by saying, I think that you're like a good guy, right? I wouldn't come speak to you if I didn't think you were, right?
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. How did you get catfished by a pedophile?
I don't know. I mean, who's gonna catfish you? It's not gonna be a normal person, right?
I guess that could be an answer, but like, out of all the people, how did you get catfished by a pet? How long you been on the internet, bro? You ain't
I
like
don't know, man,
asked
not
for like
long enough, I guess.
a video chat or nothing?
I mean, the person was selling porn on fucking the internet. It's kind of a crazy situation, bro.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy, but you've been on the internet for pretty long. You like made a career on it for like a decade plus before that situation, right?
Yeah.
So,
Has a situation like this ever
what
happened
world-
before?
I would be guessing.
Nope.
Maybe.
Nope.
Like
I
it's
don't
just
think
somebody
so.
your
Nope.
stature. You haven't been honeypotted before. Somebody your stature on the fucking internet.
Yeah, but there's
you
usually a lot
expect-
of red flags to check for, and this person.
Like them not being able to get on a one-on-one voice video call with you. Maybe
You don't voice call or
That
one-on-one
would be like
video
a-
call every person you talk to.
That's not true. If I'm gonna be like sending them personal explicit shit, I'm probably gonna like
Mhm.
verify in some way past like.
Oh, on a voice call, and you
What
think that
did
would be
you do?
unfakeable?
Wait, what did you? Okay, no. A video chat is pretty like unfakeable, and it's 2026. Everybody got an iPhone.
I don't know.
You can
I
pick
have
that
no.
shit
You,
up.
I mean, like you
It's-
say that. You can say that like
that's
in
the same
hindsight-
shit.
Oh God, let me know when you're done.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can say
I'm
that in
sorry, I
hindsight,
didn't-
but like,
one
this,
time.
why would this person not be able to get somebody, the person just be on video chat with me?
Yeah, in hindsight, and like I would think like moving forward, you would like pretty like so you because I don't want this to happen to you again, right?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen again. Why? Can you not answer that question? Or?
Yeah, hindsight is 2020. Yes.
No, it's not a
obviously. What the
hindsight.
fuck
I'm
are you
saying
asking? What is
prospectively.
the
No,
question?
you're asking me. You're like, why wouldn't you get on video chat with this person, right? Why would this person not be able
Yes,
to just get
because
on
why
video
would you-
chat with me?
Wait, your question is why would that person not be able to get on video chat with you? What is your question? Please answer.
If the guy was able to get pics and videos from this girl, why would he not be able to get her on video chat with me? If that's what he thought he needed to do.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, nigga. What are we talking
nothing.
about?
Okay,
like
alright,
fairy
gotcha.
tale
Alright,
land for?
gotcha, yeah.
Wait.
Alright, gotcha.
Because that's that's considerably harder to have somebody like your presumably this girl didn't know that it was happening. That came out in court, right? Like she didn't know that he was using the pictures in that way, right?
Wait, no, of course she did. What do you mean? Yeah, she was sending him pictures to send to me. What do you mean? He was the go-between. Yeah, what do you mean?
Okay, even so, that would still be like a level higher that they would have to go to.
Then her
to where
selling
it's
porn
like
online as
they're
a child?
deceiving
Then
you
him
to where they're
then her
deceiving you
pimping her out?
directly. They're
Okay, all right.
Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, if you think this is the craziest shit in the world, I think you just like take a step back and like evaluate how you use the internet, bro. Because it's like, I think that you should just like be able to video chat somebody you're fucking talking to before you send them pictures.
Yeah, but
of, like,
I've already
fucking
addressed. There's no reason why that would change anything, right? If a person is able to
Why,
solicit,
maybe like you being
okay.
able to verify, like
yeah, that they're a person on video.
know like who you're speaking to.
But yeah, but he could have
Because not only did you get, not only was this person a minor at the time, right?
Which going on video chat would never have revealed anything about.
Wait.
Right?
Okay, so you not only failed at verifying their fucking age, you failed at
How would you verify? What am I supposed to do? Look at them look at a
ask for ID. Hey, can I see ID?
What,
if
you
I'm
don't
talking
think
to you over the
people
internet?
Pixie at the time literally had a fucking fake ID? You think it's hard to get a fake ID?
Wait. Okay, why are we talking about fairy tale lands, bro?
We're not talking about fairy tale lands. This person is selling porn online. I feel like that's way
considerably
over the
harder.
line.
Yes, I think that's considerably harder than just lying to your dumb ass.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, you got it. All right, true. Based.
Right? No?
Right? No?
Right? No?
Is that
Wait,
is that not,
it's
am I not right in that?
No, the energy
Okay,
switch
okay,
up is
okay,
crazy
okay.
though, bro. You're so
Can you
docile. You know, I
stop
fuck
sucking
with
dick?
you, bro.
Can
You're
you
so
stop sucking
docile.
dick?
It's like it's
Sucking
annoying
dick.
because like
You're
people
so
talk about
docile.
people
bro.
talk
You're
about
so
come to
you're
a
so
person-
cool of you.
That's not how you have a conversation.
You're
You
so
shut the fuck
docile.
up.
You're so cool, bro.
You yelling fucking insults like a fucking sped. It's not how you have a conversation with somebody. I'm trying to like
You're so
confront them and, like,
docile.
get
You're so
down to
cute.
what
You're
he
so
thinks.
cute. You know what? I really like you,
And
man.
he's sucking
You're
dick.
so
Fuck,
cute.
Destiny,
He's
what were
talking
you
about
saying?
docile and he's
Wait,
yelling
stop,
sucking
stop.
dick.
Destiny, what were you saying?
this is all of this is hindsight, right? Like if I would have asked for an ID and she would have had a fake ID.
Okay, not
then
only it should be
there you go.
hindsight.
Oh,
I feel
God.
like
Yeah,
I feel like
No,
we should build up.
wait, FMJ, wait, just let him finish and then you can continue.
Yeah, if I would have asked for an ID, then they would have
Good
said
boy.
like, why would you just ask for an ID? Like, why wouldn't you check for some other thing? Or if I would have had a video call, they'd say, oh, you don't assume that a person could be like fake on a video call. Or like there's like you can run this back like a million ways. But the reality is that like if you really want to catfish somebody, there's not really much that you could do aside from like I guess meeting the person in real life and going down to the county registrar and getting like a fucking.
I just gave you like two different things, and you said, oh, but they would have to deceive me at that point. Yes. They would, but that would still be like a verification that you would like be putting out there to have like a defense for yourself. No, at
I
this
don't
point,
need to.
like
I don't have to.
You just look like a fucking idiot,
Yeah,
degenerate.
Okay, yeah,
no,
you got it. The fact that you throw in degenerate like as a word, you just
because it is very much. It's very much. You're talking to a fucking child on the internet. It's very much degenerate. Yeah, it's very much so. Yes.
Yeah, who could not have faked an ID or who could not have faked any other.
Who coulda, shoulda, woulda, nigga? I don't care about fairy tale land. What actually happened
You're living
to
in
you?
fairyland. What actually happened was a person was fucking other guys on fucking video for a guy that was traveling her internationally. You don't think this person's gonna get a fake ID? No. I know you don't care about it because you're fucking retarded. I'm saying that in the grand scheme of all the things that you could fake, in the grand scheme of all the things you could fake.
One-on-one conversation that gets somewhere and not
it's
a
not
shit
gonna
conversation.
Yeah, run down the dialogue.
Can we like get to understanding that this like conversation like get somewhere?
What?
Can we get to like an understanding that this is a conversation to like get to a point like the understanding, or are we just gonna be yelling at each other?
Just one at a time. I
can't talk to multiple people. I can't talk. Okay. I wanted to say this thing. I want to say this. I can't talk to multiple people.
He wants to say it, bro. Let him say it.
Let him say it.
Dude, let him say it, bro. Let him say it. Let him say it.
I can't talk to multiple people about what Destiny thinks because these niggas are fucking stupid. You understand that? If I'm gonna talk to Destiny, I'm gonna speak to Destiny alone. Do you understand that? Is that cool? Or I'm just gonna start He wants to. If that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, FMJ.
Yeah, so I feel like we should come up with a game plan which you end up in the same situation looking like a fucking sexual degenerate, no?
I'm good. I think I got it handled.
Wait, am I still blocked by FMJ?
Okay, that was point number one.
Sounds like I am.
Do you still want to go on? Do you still want to go on, or like are you done? Because he just said I feel like I got a hand. I don't feel like that's like a conversation like that we can go. Where are we supposed to?
Wait, have him unblock me.
It seems like that's an end of the talk.
It feels like he's disconnected. I feel like you guys push some buttons.
But nobody's pushing buttons. You just don't have like a real. You don't have anything to say. Like you're just like hindsighting a random situation, and then you're trying to say like this is a thing that could.
It's not random. I feel like it's like very on topic.
Have this chihuahua ass bitch unblock me real quick.
Okay, wait.
Gatherer Old is asking for you to unblock him.
At all. I'm here to speak to Destiny alone. Do you guys understand that this is Destiny versus the world? I want to speak to Destiny.
This guy.
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
This is awesome.
What's wrong with you people? You people are gross.
This is awesome.
Yeah, it's very much so gross.
Stop.
I'm sorry, Radiant. Go ahead. Radiant, go ahead.
No. I just want to just let FMJ go. All right, go. What were you gonna say?
Where's Bam?
Destiny, can I get to the second point, or are we done?
Alright, yeah, go for it. Go. Knock this out.
Okay, what's up with you and like fucking on Nazis and racist bitches?
That's just exclusively what I'm into, I guess.
Okay, do you think can I before I get answer the next question, I want to say I'm asking this as like to like prevent myself from going down the same path. Do you think like you doing that has anything to do with like people on close to you online being like thinking that's cool, like being Nazis?
I don't even know what sentence you just said. Sure.
Do you think that your proximity with Nazis makes it okay for people and your family and like life to like think it's okay to go online and act like Nazis? Do you think you have any blame in that?
Because of my personal relations with people? No.
But you're like you're supposed to be like a very like integral figure in this person's life. You don't think that has any impact on like their fucking outlooks or
that
anything
people
like
are
that?
auditing my relationships, my personal friendships to figure out like what their political ideologies would be? No, I don't think anybody makes a political ideology that way.
No.
That sounds like the most.
Okay, I was talking about somebody that I was talking about like people close to you that are online.
No.
Like your family that are online.
No.
you don't think you have any blame in that, like even if
Well,
like
that's a different. You just asked a different question. Wait, what's your what's your
okay?
question?
I feel like that was the very first question. I feel like you.
Well, the question was
I
the original question was, do you think that relationships you have with okay, go ahead.
You fucking on Nazis? Do you think that makes people close to you think it's okay to go online and act like Nazis?
No.
I would disagree there. It's like, why not?
But because what? Because I don't think people form political ideas or political ideologies that way. It seems kind of weird. Haven't I? If that was going to be the case, then wouldn't anybody close to me? I assume you're pointing at Nathan. Wouldn't the fact this is a weird conversation, but like, wouldn't the fact that I have sex with more progressive? Wouldn't that because you're talking about my son looking to my sex life to form his political ideology? It was kind of weird. But wouldn't the fact that I bang?
No, I'm talking about people close to you. Like,
let me know.
Okay, maybe
I know what I can speak.
Okay, maybe I said fucking on you. Wait.
Come on, bro.
Maybe saying fucking on was like a little bit. Maybe saying fucking on was like a little bit too explicit for you. But people that you bring like close in your like your personal life.
Am I allowed to respond yet?
I feel like you spent like mad time with that person.
Keep going.
You were like on stream in like the same place.
Yeah, keep going.
And they were like on stream calling Darius the hard R and shit. Like, I feel like that's a person that's a person that was like kind of close
FMJ,
to
you have to actually engage. FMJ, you have to
you had a point.
What am I not engaging with? What am I not engaging with? This person was close to you at a point. This person was close to you at a point, and they have like fucking insane ideas. And I feel like that was spread to your fucking people around you, and you think you have no blame in that.
Am I allowed to respond yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if it was the case that the people that I have near me or the people that I'm banging or whatever other weird thing you want to put on here is influencing the people around me, then wouldn't everybody around me be progressive because the people that I have sex with are overwhelmingly progressive type people and the people that I hang around with are overwhelmingly progressive type people?
I would just say like
yeah, that's right. You got nothing. No, you got nothing.
I would just say wait. You say overwhelmingly. Can I respond? You're going yeah. I would say that you letting in the little bit of the toxicity is bad at all. So
yeah, but that's not now. That's a totally different argument. I don't. There's nothing to engage with. If you want to make a totally separate argument, you can make a totally separate argument.
It's not.
But if the idea is that like if you were to bring around 49 left-leaning friends and 2 Nazi friends, that everybody around you is going to turn to a Nazi. This is a retarded position. I don't know how else to engage with it.
Okay. I remembered the other fucking thing that I had earlier. Somebody brought up in the thing. You said that I don't like that you say that you sending shit around. Like explicit shit around, that was just like the culture y'all was engaging at the time. Do you feel like everybody was in that understanding that was engaging in that? Do you feel like everybody was understanding?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
At all points. So when you were like, do you remember when you were on stream arguing with Lav and Lav had made the fucking criticism that you were like fucking every girl that you bring on stream? And she brought up Pixie? And this was like before any of this stuff went public, and then like, so Lav was looked at like crazy, like that. And Pixie was like, "Oh no, that never happened." And
Lav was looked at like crazy. Lav was looked at like crazy.
Yeah, because that. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Lav was looked at like crazy because she was trying to discredit Pixie's opinion or some argument that they were having under the basis that me and Pixie had hooked up once, which was a stupid thing to say, regardless of whether or not it's true.
But at that point, y'all called her a liar. Y'all told her, or y'all said that wasn't true. Or Pixie was saying that wasn't true, right?
Sure, that's on Pixie to lie about her sexual history, and I won't reveal shit if people don't want me to. I'm willing to keep our stuff private. Do you think everybody has an obligation?
Did she ever come to you, confronting you about like how Lav knew that information?
Lav didn't know that information. Lav was just making shit up.
Wait, how did she make up something that was true?
It's called a Gettier problem. Look it up at some point, okay? Study epistemology. I don't know how to help you, buddy. if that's like outside of your IQ range.
She just guessed it and got it on the nose.
Considering that like 90% of the things that Lav admits for girls said. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I? Yes. Considering
can you answer my question?
Yeah, I am answering it. Yes.
She guessed it and she was on the nose.
90% of the things that Lav and Miss Girl said about me were not true. So yeah, that was just another thing that she said. Like the fact that I fucked every girl that came on my stream is also not true. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
She did guess it and she was on the nose. Okay.
On the nose. I mean, like, yeah, when you guess like 50 million incorrect things about somebody, yeah, you're bound to be right every now and then. Yeah.
And then to the other point, not into this wasn't like a culture that you guys are all engaging with. Didn't when it happened, you like tell her that you didn't send this to anybody else?
Nope.
Those wasn't messages that came up between you and what's her name? Fucking Pixie.
What is the question?
oh, I was not sending this to anybody else. Like, how when this was like, how did this sexually explicit content get out of me? Do you like?
She
Or I did
asked
not
me,
send this?
no.
I don't know,
She
I
asked me
didn't
if
send
I
it
had sent it
anybody
to anybody besides the one chick, and I said no, because I went through my shit and I checked, and the answer was no.
Okay, so wouldn't that like not like a thing like, oh, this is probably not like a thing that she'd be okay with if she's like freaking out about like who I'm sending, asking me who I'm sending it to, right?
Or she's freaking out because somebody just posted all of her shit online, and she's wondering if anybody else would post anything else.
Okay, either or, I guess.
Or okay, yeah, true. Whatever makes it easier for you.
That
buddy.
was it. All right, man. You just like, I think we should like, you should go over that plan on like vetting people that you speak to online, because I feel like that's a very important thing. So you
All
end
right,
up
thank
like
you,
a
thank you
fucking
so much,
vet
FNJ.
anymore.
FNJ, I just want to
Indeed,
thank you
suck a
so
big
much.
black dick.
I just want to thank you so
We've
much.
given you a long
I just want to thank you so much,
Who is this
FNJ.
nigga?
I want to
Why does
thank.
he keep on
I am
talking
so
to me?
thankful. I am so thankful
Why does
for
he
you,
keep on talking to
FNJ.
me? What the fuck?
And I'm so thankful.
Yes, you are.
So we're gonna
thankful
have
for me. Kiss
Sam
kiss
come
the
in next.
feet, the ground that I walk on, pussy.
Okay, thank God that
Yeah, I just wanted
black
to mention-
individual is gone, right? You know what I'm saying? All right,
Okay,
so
let's-
Sam, you're up next, Sam.
Finally, Sam. You're
Sam, we're so sorry, but
After
it's
this
your
ban,
turn
we're
now.
good
So yeah.
Sam, no shot, man.
Getting a bit dizzy, guys. I'm getting a bit dizzy.
You're getting dizzy?
Bro.
A bit dizzy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So this guy told me he had a knife and he was gonna hurt himself if he didn't
Jesus
get it.
Christ!
Stop, Darius, stop! Oh my God.
I'm being dead ass though.
Okay, I think we're gonna move to the audience. It sounds like literally drunk out of his mind. But anyway, next, Bam.
I was wondering, Destiny, if you had read Ezra Klein's new article
Yep.
and like what you thought about it and his argument.
I thought it was pretty dog shit. I think it's, if people want to argue with people on the far left or platform them, I think it's fine. But the whole cope of like, oh, they're just edgy, I think is brain dead, and he fell into that trap. So.
Wait, so do you think? So you think he's diminishing his like Hasan's like impact?
Yeah, he's not understanding it at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Cool.
That's
Yeah,
all.
cool. What's up, Bam?
Thank you so much.
Hey.
Thank you,
Hey,
Bam.
what's up? Nice to hear
Not
from
much.
you. Yeah.
Wait, I have another question. Destiny, I'm going to court in 2 days. Do you have any like advice?
What are you going to court for?
I've
I've been to court more than Destiny.
vehicle sort of situation.
You
Why would you ever ask these people for advice?
You have a public defender? Kelly, why do people ask you about medical shit? I know some people say some retarded shit. What are you going to do?
Because people are stupid.
Do you have a
I
public
don't-
defender or?
No, I got a lawyer.
Oh, nice. Well,
He's
then,
dog shit though.
why do you think he's dog shit?
Because I just think he's really bad and he's just being fucking retarded. And I don't know. I can't.
Listen,
I hate
dress
him so
well,
much.
be polite, stand up and sit down when you're supposed to.
Wait, are you?
Good
Is this
luck.
like a criminal? Is this a crime or like a criminal court, or it's like you're getting
No.
sued? Like what? Oh, you're getting
Well,
sued.
yeah,
then.
I guess it is criminal court.
She doesn't really want to go into it.
You don't know?
I didn't commit a crime.
Hey, Bam, can you go look at this video of Darius gets arrested in Oklahoma for a DUI? I actually am dealing with something very similar.
Wait. Okay, sorry.
I wasn't under any substances. I was not under crack, cocaine, drugs, alcohol, none of the four. But they arrested me for a DUI because they thought that I was under it because I have ADHD and I'm a little autistic. So my lawyer isn't communicating with me, but as long as you took a drug test and nothing came out of your system, you're probably fine. I was worried a little bit because there's some things I can't say on stream just in case, because there's people that actually send stuff to the Travis County Police Department. But I was a little worried because it was like a couple days ago there was stuff that happened. But like I'll be fine. As long as like the facts are on your side, you're straight.
I got a
Okay.
wet and reckless.
Reckless?
Wet and reckless.
You were wet?
Yeah.
Is that DUI and reckless endangerment or driving or whatever?
Yeah.
Which one is
Hey,
this? 3 or 4?
reckless?
What? How many do you have under your belt already?
0.
Really?
Also, it was
Oh, I think
unfair.
you're good.
It was literally unjust. I was actually targeted.
Wait, you can't plea out? Are you going to trial or
Wait.
what is
That's
this?
why. That's
Are you
why I
black?
fucking hate my lawyer.
Wait, what race
no.
are you? Play the race card. Are you native?
Wait.
Do you have any Native American ancestry?
Oh, reckless is
No.
a real thing. I thought you were being horny. Okay, wait.
No.
Go actually look at me getting arrested in Oklahoma, because you'll be fine if you weren't under anything. I actually got targeted too because I had a warrant.
You should find a new lawyer and try and plea out. Like, I don't. It's your first offense.
I can't because I signed a contract with the lawyer and I already paid him.
Is that legal? That sounds
Yes.
crazy.
I
You can
know.
legally withdraw your lawyer. So my lawyer right now is not responding to any of my texts or anything. Oh, you were drunk. You were drunk. Were you drunk?
No, wait. She wasn't drunk. Don't say that. Don't answer.
No, I wasn't. I was at the legal limit.
Okay. Did you get drug tested? Did they put you to the
Stop.
hospital?
She's going to trial. Stop.
Wait, did they take you to the hospital and take your blood?
No.
Oh, you're fine then.
I think you'll be fine. You're good. Don't worry. No problem. Darius,
Okay,
you're
you're
fine.
fine.
You'll be
I
fine.
recommend you
got
talk
it.
to another lawyer.
If they didn't take your blood, you honestly could just do a public defender. You're
I think you should talk. I think
And
you
it's
should
your
talk to the lawyer.
It's your first time too. No. Don't even talk to your lawyer. You're literally fine.
Yeah, just show
Like
up.
literally.
Why is she going to trial?
People
Or,
do
like,
this
or
shit
whatever?
literally
Why is she
off the
she's
cuff.
not
It's not a trial act. It's just
No,
it's
it's
actually a
pre-
plea deal or something where I'm fucking
No,
just have
no,
to
it's
show
not,
up.
it's not a plea
organized.
deal. Dude, listen. I've been around the ropes these days that much. Listen, they're just gonna make you do some classes and then you're gonna get it dismissed.
100%.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. Don't even
Like
sweat it.
100%. Don't actually sweat it. I mean that ass. Like I'm not even joking. Look up DUI Oklahoma Darius IRL. I am dealing with genuine discrimination because of my race and because I had a warrant out for my arrest in Texas, and they just wanted to get me on something because they literally they pulled me over and they were like they lied. I was with Curbafine and they told her that I had a ton of drug charges, which no, I've done at most acid,
2 drugs, maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
I've
legally
done
white.
coke, but I've never gone it. What? Yeah, they
Legally white?
No, I told them to put me as black on the thing. I told them to make sure they put me down as that, which I should not have done in hindsight. But no, they were profiling the shit out of me because I'm one, a dark skinned man, and two, because I have a little ADHD.
True.
So, wait, can I ask what state it was in?
No, I'm scared of your
Was it in the? Can you say like the Midwest or?
NAR.
You can't say like.
No,
Seattle or
I'm
something?
scared. This is a doxing server apparently.
Ooh, we found a gesticular.
Yeah, we would like to disprove all those allegations. We have so far banned every docs that we have found on this server. If you have any, please forward it to Deej. But all these allegations of us being
Wait, what is your
not true.
trial?
In 2 days.
Oh, mine's in a
Why
week.
would you say that then if you're trying to?
Mine's in a week. I was gonna say
Actual
I'll let you know what
retards.
I'll let you know what happens after mine, and then I'll give you advice because mine isn't
Kelly,
responding.
why are you so mean?
She's
I
drunk.
don't know. Why are you so stupid?
She's drunk and it's late, and
I'm
she's drunk
just-
again,
I'm
and she's
just
just
trying to-
always. That's just her life. So don't be mean to her,
True.
Who, Kelly or me?
Kelly.
Oh.
She's like a cat lady, but instead of cats, it's just alcohol and Discord.
I'm the only one that doesn't drink. But all right.
Woof. Holy. All right, I'm out.
Thank you, Bam. Thank you so much.
Thank
She wanted a
you.
Burt Peanut rebrand.
Me?
Yeah, no, Kelly.
Okay, I think we've got another person. Miss M, I believe, wants to
Ketamine
join.
Clinic. Ketamine Clinic.
Hold on, wait. I wanted to get Miss
This
M.
is a person Darius dragged in.
Miss M right next, but Ketamine.
Hello.
While ago,
Okay, ketamine first, and Miss M.
They have to use their
Yeah,
video.
I'm
Make
sorry
sure they're
about
on
this.
screen, by the
It's
way.
I'm at the dentist right now, so it's gonna I gotta make this quick. I gotta make this
Wait,
quick.
is that your dentist or is that you?
Yeah, I'm at the dentist. They're gonna do like a really risky surgery. But so
On the
my question
camera.
is, and I sent this to your PO box a couple of days ago, Destiny, and also everyone else in the call. But after like days without a response, I figured I'd ask it here. So I met my fiance on your Discord server a few years ago when I was a femcel, and I keep trying to explain to like my celibate sisters how they can optimize what they're getting out of this platform, but they are. Due to the large number of chuds that permeate your space, kind of hesitant to join. So how do you plan to address the dilemma in the future so that we can facilitate the nuclear family and ultimately bring the birth rate back up? That's my question.
Yeah, we need more Indian immigration because those guys have all the kids, and that's all my plan is. I'm
True.
sorry. Wait, when you say chuds permeate the space, you mean my community or the
Actually,
online
that's
politics
true.
community?
Yeah. D.gg.
I feel like if you think that my space has a significant amount of chuds, then you're probably significantly to the left of me, in which case I don't want those people mating with my people anyway. I hope they keep their sperms protected from your evil femcel friends.
God bless you. Thank you, Destiny.
Wait.
So
wait. Where is she? Wait, that
she just left.
Wait, where is
She
she?
was
That
in,
she's
in the dentist chair.
Yeah, but it's
Apparently, I thought that was her dentist.
It's
Like, it looks like
10:22.
She's at the dentist.
It's 10:22 p.m. It's 7:22 p.m. on the West Coast. It's like 5 or 4 a.m. in Europe. Where could she possibly be that she's at the dentist right now?
She could be in Brazil.
It's
Thank
10
you,
o'clock.
Darius.
in Brazil.
Thank you, Darius.
Dentists
All right.
do out of hours because they make a lot of money doing that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you,
Thank you
Darius.
so much, Dr. Kelly.
All right.
You're welcome.
So, for those who don't know, we currently have Lav
Yes,
in the
Lav.
melting pot right now to confront Destiny. Let's go.
Thanks for announcing that. Did you want to do Miss M first, or did you already drag her out?
Now, did you have any questions? Because I actually have a question for you that I think, or at least something to like get you and Destiny talking.
I just woke up from a nap. I was begged to come on here by Darius, so
Yes.
I came on for a
That didn't
trade.
happen. That never happened.
And me too. Okay, but anyway, Lav, thank you so much for giving your time here. But I know if you remember during our last conversation, you said something about how like Destiny had I believe
Raped
or
a
like there
small
was
child.
besides
All
that.
true.
No, something about how like he like had sex with every girl that comes on his stream or something like that, and you said that like there was God, if somebody can remind me, Deej, you remember what I was talking about, right?
I have no
It was
idea
what me and
you're
Lab
saying
were
to me.
disagreeing about.
Oh,
Like-
okay, I do. It was what FMJ was talking about, how Destiny was saying that Lav was just guessing about the Pixie stuff. Well, Lav was saying that Destiny 100% leaked it to her. That was a contention.
Oh yeah, he's saying Lab. Yeah. Lab was saying that Destiny you had leaked the Pixie encounter to her prior to the release of everything. Is that true? Can you confirm or deny that?
No, why? I don't even know why that would have ever even come up in our conversations.
Because I asked why so many women were crazy over your cock, and then you were like, oh, blah, blah, blah," and I was like, who have you actually slept with from the orbit? And then you named them off after you just got in the Advil in the
Definitely
CVS
not.
parking lot.
No, definitely not. That's
Okay.
a cute. That's a
for
cute
what
story, though.
reason?
That's a cute story, though.
For absolutely what reason would I lie about this?
What do you? Because you lie about literally everything. What do you mean?
I
For
haven't-
what reason would you ever tell the truth about anything?
This doesn't hold any weight anymore, Steven. You are so.
What do you mean?
cooked,
Wait,
your
what
career's
doesn't
so
hold
good,
any
nobody
weight?
believes you
What do you-
about the Lav lies thing. Nobody believes you.
Except, first of all, you and Mr. Girl are the ones whose careers have completely and utterly collapsed, such that you're actually doing full male-female content on OnlyFans after going back and forth on quitting the platform entirely, and then saying you were going to go back and do only educational content, and then now you're like, oh, well, actually, I have to do full-on porn. I have to do full-on fucking porn now after roasting so many women that were involved in it. How crazy!
And that's
really?
not even my job.
So you were
I'm a
lying every
full-time
other time?
student. I'm a social
Full-time
worker.
student?
You
Student
don't
is not
even
a
know
job,
who I am
Lab. And
anymore.
social
It's been
worker?
so many years,
social
you don't
worker?
even
What
know
you
who
do you
I am.
administer to yourself? I don't know if that really makes sense. Or maybe your husband or whatever is the one who needs
Administer to
the help.
myself dude, this is the thing.
Mhm.
You knew me when I was a 22-year-old girl. It's been years. I'm pursuing a master's degree. Like things are so
Of
things
course.
are so
Looking up.
You
I
are
agree.
so out of your
You said you
gourd
just
talking
woke
to
up
me,
10 minutes
Steven.
ago, right? 100%. I agree with you, buddy.
Yeah, it's a what do you mean? Yes, I just
Mhm.
woke up 10 minutes ago. It's a fucking Sunday. I had a little wine with my lunch.
Yeah, you drink a lot at home on your own?
At home on my own? No, I wasn't at home on my own.
Mhm.
I was out with friends getting lunch.
Okay.
What's your
What's
master's
your,
in?
Trying
What's your
so hard.
master's?
It's like actually
Lab, nobody
sad.
has to try hard. You've literally obliterated yourself off the internet. You went from bragging about having the best husband in the world to posting pictures,
what do you mean
faking a miscarriage,
obliterated
to having to do full boy
What,
girl
did you say
porn that now
faked
you're
a
saying you are
miscarriage?
elected to do after roasting
said-
every
wait, you
single
said I
woman you
faked
talk
a
to about doing
miscarriage?
porn? Good one, Lab.
Wait, I'm so sorry. There's so many things happening at once. Can
I know,
you
it's
name
not
them
good.
off again?
I'm sure you'll keep up with them when you go to your Discords every night and spam your nude pictures to get all the guys to like you.
It's been so long since I've even
Oh, since you've done that? So
posted
you did used to do that? Is run around
in
Discords and
any
spam
sort
your
of
nudes everywhere to
Discord
try to
in any one
get
of
guys to
these.
talk to you? Jesus. That's how you got your
Already
current
shaming
husband, right?
Lab.
Yikes.
Shaming Lab for doing porn. That's like
Again, hold on.
90% of your
Hold on.
dating options.
It's been so long since
Yikes.
I've been in
Mhm.
this world. I'm stricken with the fact that you just talk really fast to make people believe everything you're saying. Let's break it down one by one.
Mhm.
So one by one, please. What are you accusing me of?
What is your master's in?
I don't have a master's yet. I'm pursuing a
Yeah,
master's.
well, that's what we're asking. What are you pursuing a master's in?
Psych.
Okay.
Wait, why so uncertain?
Because she did,
Because
bro.
I don't
she
know
had
why he's
lunch and
asking.
wine, bro.
Dude,
Come
she
on.
got him, bro. She got him.
You're trying.
She
you're
had lunch
trying
and wine,
to,
bro.
You're
Chill.
trying to get. You're like again. I asked you to break it down one by one, and then you turned it to me again. So I'm gonna ask you again, one by one, please.
Why would you answer him at all? Just ask him what his master's is in.
Oh my God, Drew Kelly, you own me so
this
hard.
This doesn't. I don't. This doesn't. I'm only getting it because I need it for my job. It's not. I don't feel better than him because he hasn't gotten a
Jesus,
master's.
do you get a pay raise on OnlyFans for having a master's degree now?
Dude, like, are you? Do you think that OnlyFans girls can't have multiple jobs at once?
I don't know. You tell me, love.
You think that OnlyFans is a death sentence for all women forever? They can't have any other jobs?
No, I feel like that was your argument, though, wasn't it? I feel like you made that argument for so long to so many other girls.
No,
but
I
it's
didn't.
Cute
I
now
said that
you're doing
there's
it.
definitely going to be in some field. Like I couldn't work for the government, probably.
Okay. But you could be a social worker. Who do social workers
I
normally work
can't.
for?
I have a better chance being a politician than you do with my OnlyFans, though.
Oh, okay.
Even with my OnlyFans doing hardcore porn,
Uh-huh.
I have a better chance of being a politician than you do, Steven.
Gotcha. We'll see.
I mean, yeah, we will. So again, would you accuse me of faking a miscarriage? Then what did you also accuse me of? Do you even remember, or did you just word vomit to me?
Who? What? I'm not here to be your monkey, Lav. Those days are over. You're retired. Do you have anything else for us?
Oh, dude, that's so pathetic. I used to think that you were stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to think you were stronger. That's crazy.
Don't worry, Lav. There's another bottle of wine waiting for you.
You're getting old.
I think we're good.
Now I'm an alcoholic because I had a glass of wine.
Well, you were an alcoholic before. We all know it's more than a glass, Lav. Come on.
It was one glass.
Mm-hmm.
I
Are
actually
you on the
started
West
drinking
Coast
this
still?
year.
Is it 7:30 over there and you were waking up? Jeez. That day
It's actually
drinking
even
is
later.
hitting hard, I guess.
Wait, you said you were
It's
drinking.
a Sunday. I took a nap. Wait, like, why are you trying to pathologize my nap?
Wait, how are you napping and also drinking? Like,
And
did
what do
you
you
leave
mean
the
used
bottle
to
out?
be an alcoholic? I started drinking for the first time this year. I'm so confused.
True.
I had my
Did-
first drink of alcohol like ever this year.
You seem really excited to fight on this point. You really want to center it on alcoholic, huh?
I am literally, what the fuck is going on? I literally have no idea where you're getting your information.
Aren't you supposed to know? Isn't this what the Masters in Psych is supposed to allow you to do, is read people's minds and stuff?
Well, I'm trying to be good faith. I assume that you're not just like saying a bunch of like fake things because if you say them, people will think they're true. Like I'm guessing that you must have like heard them through the grapevine somewhere, but I don't know. Oh, and you brought up Max too, because Max and I are still like symbolically linked in your eyes for some reason.
Do you still talk to him? Could you get him in the melting pot?
He doesn't join stuff like this. Of course I still talk to him. He's one of my close friends.
Oh, sweet.
Wait, then wouldn't he be
I know, I
actually
thought you
linked?
guys
Then why
were,
do you
like-
say
like,
symbolically
on the
linked when you
outs.
just said he's one of your close friends still? That means you guys kind of still
Well,
have
because
some kind of a
because
link,
we never
right?
talk
wasn't
about
it,
you.
wasn't it
Our
kind of
relationship
weird?
has nothing
Wasn't it
to
kind of
do with
weird?
you. We
Who
never
said your
talk
relationship had
about
anything to do with me? I'm just saying it's funny that you would say you think we're
Well,
linked,
because
but now
you
you're like,
think
oh
that
yeah,
we're
we're
still
best
symbolically
friends.
linked to
You're not
me.
symbolic linked. You're linked. You're like
I
you're
don't
friends
think
with
of-
each other.
No, but I don't think about him in like relation to like online and you. We're like actual.
Yeah, I never
like,
said
friends.
that. I never made that claim. I don't know where you heard that from. Might be the voices talking.
I didn't say that you made that.
I think you're
claim.
like at
I
the
said it was
age
weird
where
for me to
the
hear
schizo
you
things
talk
start to
about
set
us.
in. Is that like mid to late 20s where that happens?
I guess that when it happened for you.
The know you are, but what am I defense? I thought you were stronger than that, Lav. I used to expect more from you. Man, it's hard when you can't just
Dude,
ship nudes into a
you must
Discord to
have-
make
you
everybody
must have
like you.
really
huh?
liked that
Wow.
one so much that you used
Jesus.
it against me. And the nudes in the Discord thing, like you already said I was a sex worker. Yes, I put nudes in a Discord.
Oh, you were charging people for those?
You don't charge people for promo. Are you stupid?
Oh, it was promo in here. I thought it was just for attention to make all the guys like you. Huh.
Promo is attention. Do
Uh-huh.
you know what promotion is?
It's not attention personally. Usually it's for subscribers on your OnlyFans that you said over and over again you're going to
Yes,
shut
of
down.
which I was getting.
Because you had a wonderful husband who was going to pay for everything for you. I remember that. It's all good though.
Well, sometimes marriages don't work out. You'd know best.
Indeed, I do. But I wasn't the one who was sitting on my high horse with my husband that fucking hated me while being a goblin on Discord every night pretending otherwise.
I don't think he hated me. I don't think he hated me at all. I think he doesn't hate me still.
Okay.
I think we're still pals.
That's good. I'm glad. Good for you. All right.
Yeah, I think.
Are we good?
I think that might be hard for you because you
Yeah.
don't know what it's like to like love someone and then it just like sort of
True.
wither
Hold on,
away
wait, hold on, Matt.
after time.
I thank you so much, Lav, for your time. I'm really happy that you're participating here. Your Labyrinth role was great. Also, it'd be awesome. if we
That's
could get you-
it? You begged me to come on just for 5 minutes?
Oh, you
Well,
can
I
stay
just
if
have
you
to have
like.
so many
This was
people.
Radiant's decision
I mean,
to kick you, by the way. This
it's
is all
just-
Radiant.
It's just
No, wait,
how-
no.
I really don't
hold
know
on.
how long Steven
I just
had.
have
Woke me up from
people.
my nap
I
to
apologize.
get me on here for 5 minutes.
Let her
and you
return
didn't
to her
even,
drunken slumber. Come on,
and
guys.
you didn't even. He literally was crumbling into my hands, and you saved him from me.
Okay, well,
just drunk the
yeah, you
default
can keep destroying it.
insult
That's
to
fine.
everybody.
You know what? Actually, you know what? Yeah, you should continue. I'm sorry, Lav. I kneel.
Yes, you
Holy
could-
fuck! Actually saving him.
No,
Saved
I thought
his life.
I thought you actually cooked him at the
No,
end.
no, yeah, I don't mean to.
Yeah, I thought it
My
was.
bad. I'm sorry, Queen.
Have you seen the video of Darius getting arrested, by the way? Sick as fuck.
Yes, if you have a DUI, you can look it up for help on your own DUI. But I don't think you have that. You don't drive, right? You don't have a license. Lavender.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
I drive and I have a license.
you do.
Yes.
I've never seen you drive in my life. I've only seen that one video of you in a car where you're like talking about lying or something. That's the
No,
only time
I
I've
d-
ever seen you in a car. That's in
No,
a
I
driver's
definitely drive. I drive everywhere. I've had the same my same Honda Fit for 10 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, is that the same? Was that the blue one?
It's like slate gray, silvery.
Well, whose blue car is that? That weird looking blue car that I saw during the scavenger hunt.
Oh, that was a rental.
That was a rental?
Yeah, babe. It's in Austin. We live in Illinois.
Oh, that makes more sense. In hindsight. Yeah. Well, yeah, you could just hang around if you'd like. I mean, I don't mind.
I'd love to heckle.
I kind of just, yeah, that's fun. Kelly Jean's here for that as well. So, Prawn wanted to come in. We kind of are like about 2 hours in. Steven, do you have like a deadline? You need to go to bedtime anytime soon? Like, we're just.
Yeah, you got
gotta have a lot of
25
people
minutes. 25 minutes.
25 minutes. Okay, cool.
You're a coward.
Prawn had a question he wanted to go back on. He just raised his hand. So
Well, I was here to raise up Kelly Jean, so maybe I can wait till after.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we can bring in. I think FMJ and gather.
No,
all
we're not
the-
bringing FMJ, you fucking
can
retard.
wait.
Shut the
Yeah,
fuck
They
up.
really
All
wanna
right.
settle.
Let's bring
Can we
in
get the people that
anyone
have
other than
questions?
FMJ.
I mean, that is true. We should go to more other people.
There's a lot of people with their hands up.
We have Miss M in here.
Yeah, Miss M wanted to come bring her. She like told me like a long time ago she wanted this.
Miss M, you got any questions?
Okay, yes, thank you so much to you guys for letting me come up. I appreciate it. And Destiny, okay, I'm very nervous right now, so bear with me. I have 2 questions. The first one is, how do you deal with yourself? And mine aren't really to argue with you. They're just more like general in the space kind of questions. So how do you deal with yourself, but also the people that you got to exchange with when the line gets crossed from I'm a truth seeker and I'm seeking evidence to simply find the truth on the situation versus I'm debating in order to protect my audience's expectations? How do you deal
What
with
is that
manage that
voice?
for yourself
Are you
versus
okay?
or dealing with other people? Yes, ma'am, I am. And the second question is like you, I feel like at one time I identified more as a liberal than a Democrat. But the liberals have gone so extreme that now I'm getting more and more center Democrat. And I more or less identify as a Democrat now than I do a liberal. I don't know if you identify more as a liberal than a Democrat or if you're still kind of on the fence, but I know that you've kind of gone more center. I feel like as Democrats that need to check the extreme left, we need to sacrifice a core value or 2 of the Democratic core values to the Republicans just in order to kind of regulate the extreme left. what core values of the Democrats would you be willing to sacrifice to the Republicans in order to kind of regulate the extreme left? And those are my 2 questions.
I would say for the first one, it just how much you're arguing versus how much you're like truth seeking just depends on the nature of the conversation. Like if you're having a passionate debate with somebody who super disagrees with you, it's probably gonna be more of an argument than anything else. But if it's like a chill convo with people who just have disagreements, it's more likely to have people changing their opinions based on evidence you're presenting. And then for the second one, I mean, I think that the main Democratic platform is popular with most of the center left and center of the country. It's just kind of the more far left, like the really, really super progressive position. So maybe some of the weird, like the ultra like trans athlete stuff, or like the super like far left positions, I guess like on the social stuff. So maybe some like DEI stuff, whatever. Like some of this you could probably chill a little bit on. But I would say that those are my answers. Yeah.
On the first question, do you ever feel conflicted with yourself? Like, am I really seeking the truth, or am I just putting on a show for the audience?
Wow.
Just debating, just debate.
I mean, I feel like for the first one, I feel like it's good to have questions to ask yourself to see if you're trying to stay intellectually honest or not. So like seeing if you can argue both sides of a position, asking yourself, you know, what would it take to change my mind of some particular thing? If you don't have an answer to that, maybe you're a little bit too bought into a position. Like I think if you're checking yourself like that, then you're probably okay.
Great. And I don't want to take up too much time because I know you guys have lots of people and I appreciate you letting me have a couple seconds. The other thing I would just like to leave on is that I also have a master's degree, but fuck that shit because it really doesn't translate in real life. You have more money than me. I would much rather have that. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. And that's all. Have a good one.
Yes. Thank you so much, Miss Piggy, Miss M. Okay, so
What did you just say? Why did you just say that? Why did you just say that? You're actually.
It was a slip. 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 It slipped. It slipped. It slipped. It slipped. It slipped. It slipped. It slipped.
Wait, what did you just say?
It slipped.
Wait, what just happened?
To him. He's black, by the way. Slip whatever you want.
Yeah, I've heard in his voice.
No, bring her back.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss M.
I apologize for everything you said, Miss M. He's not the regular co-host.
Thank you so much.
I actually, if I may, I actually just remembered something. Stephen liked to bring up, you know, my first husband, may he rest in peace, and I'm wondering if he's still so interested in him because he asked to eat his cum out of my pussy.
No, is that what you were offering me? Is that when we were in your car and you were chatting with Gunnar Gooch and then asked you to go rape me in a hotel room so you could brag about it to your online friends later? Was that around the same time as that?
When
you were driving me around and I was like, hey, I'm kind of trying to want to sleep, and you were like, Steven, we should go get you a Red Bull. You were like, Steven, please, Steven, can you please? Do you want to post the screenshots? Do you want to post the screenshots of you begging for my fucking leaked sex tapes? You made a whole Discord server. I think Kelly might have even been in it. You had like 20 or 30 people in there. Like, guys, does anybody have the tapes?
I was never in any server.
Does anybody have the tapes?
This was already debunked.
It's all good. I'm glad that I can live in your brain rent free.
I didn't make
I'm glad I'm
any
still
server.
in there. I'm glad that I'm still in there. I'm glad that I occupy a huge part of your mind. I'm glad that I occupy such a huge part of your mind, Lab. It makes me feel so good, Lab. Listen, Lab, you're just 2 more labiaplasties away from being exactly what to be, okay? I believe in you. Good luck.
My pussy's perfect,
Good luck,
and you
Lav.
know
Good luck, Lav.
Thank you so much, Lav. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That's all you had to say?
See you later, Lav.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
It is so perfect. Thank you.
Good luck with Gunnar Gooch and your master's degree in psych.
Wait, no, why'd you move her? She's.
I didn't. That was radiant. If someone moved her.
No, I didn't. I did not move her.
I think she just left at this point. But.
Okay. If you didn't move her, DJ didn't move her, she left. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Chris,
so,
this other person said they wanted to join.
Why the fuck would I be in a revenge porn server? What would be the purpose?
She said she got moved.
Who did you move her, Darius?
I didn't fucking, dude. I don't even know how, bruh.
Yes, you do. You've been dragging people up the entire time.
Hold on. Lab, raise your hand.
Why would you just lie?
What?
Okay.
I haven't been dragging anybody. I've been clicking the right click and hit invite to server.
Yeah,
I haven't been driving anybody. When I invite them to server, I guess they come.
Okay.
Dude, I know it's you,
who's up,
bro. You're just
it wasn't. Why would I, dude?
Bro, actually.
It was not me. You can check the logs or something, I think. Okay, so who's up next, guys? Who's going to be the lucky person up next? In the melting pot. to debate Destiny. Okay, so it looks like Lav is
Crisco,
now
if Cosmo
wanting to
not-
join back. So Lav is. Thank you so much, Lav, for being back.
Every time I almost fucking kill this guy,
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
try to
saying, man.
silence me.
No
Who
one
is
kicked-
protecting
no one
this
kicked-
fag?
no
Who is
one kicked
protecting
you.
this faggot?
Hold on, Lab,
No
you
one
said
kicked
we're gonna
you.
kick you. No.
No one kicked you.
This
is actually fucking insane.
I'm not even joking. I see him like getting close to ending his stream, and then somebody kicks him, bro. Like actually, like DG. I think it's
It
DG,
wasn't.
deadass. I'm not even joking. I think
Why
it's
would I
DG.
kick Lav? No, I did not kick her. Okay. So let's drag some. Wait, is the Cosman? I don't know how to say.
Yep,
that.
I'm here. I'm here.
No, Cos.
All right.
Cosmonaut has something to say, bro. Come on.
All right. So, Destiny, I wanted to come here because, unfortunately, I want to talk about Israel Palestine, but not really, because actually, like, I want to talk more about like anti-Semitism in the country, and like I feel like I've noticed it a lot, especially among my generation. But like, I wanted to get your opinions on it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's probably on the rise. It's probably going to be taken off, but I mean, there's no really limiting principle or brakes on it anymore. So, I mean, what are you going to do? I'm not Jewish, so I don't think about it.
What do you like? What do you mean limiting principle? Like, what is?
As in,
what
it
do
used
you-
to be the
what
far
do you
left
mean
that
by
would fight against anti-Semitic stuff because that was usually represented by white nationalists and neo-Nazis. But obviously, those people don't give a fuck anymore, and they're on their like anti-Semitic bend. And the right obviously doesn't give a fuck about it. So there's no more like all you have left now are APAC and the ADL, and that's it.
But like, don't you think that's like kind of bad? Like, I
Yeah,
because
I would say
I'm
it's bad.
asking
Yeah, of course it's
specifically-
bad. But I mean, what do you want me to say? It's
It's the
bad.
thing that I'm like kind of doomerish about in a way because
Wait,
like
wait, are you
I've
Jewish?
noticed. No, I'm not. But
Oh,
the
well,
thing
then
is
fuck 'em,
that
bro. See?
bro,
Fuck 'em.
but, okay, but like the real answer, like the actual answer is like I'm 19, so like I graduated high school not that long ago. And a lot of the people that I follow on Instagram, like from high school, back in high school, like 2-3 years
Destiny,
ago.
you need a cold towel?
Haha, good one, Lab.
Can you shut the fuck up?
took you a long time
Okay,
to pick that one
anyways.
up.
Like Jesus. Anyways, I know like a lot of people still from high school, you know, and back when I was like 17, 16, obviously I wasn't like as politically intelligent, I would say, but I would consider those people relatively liberal in like their beliefs and what they told me. But then like looking now, like the reels that they like or like the things that they post on the internet, it's like, oh, like how did you get to this point to be so anti-Semitic? Like, I don't know. It's just people are so negative on Israel, and I understand why. I wouldn't like say that Israel is like a completely pure state or like a good one, but like it's insane. Like these people are like asking and saying insane things and then like liking these insane reels that are literally just like Nazi dog whistles. And it's like, bro, like I don't know. It's kind of bad.
I mean, like, I mean, I don't really know what you want me to say. I agree. It's not good. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Shit is fucked. It's not
Yeah, I
good.
don't know.
But there's
Yeah.
like there's no limit anymore on it because you don't have any like huge political faction to fight against it anymore. So my guess is it's just gonna fucking take off. Yeah.
Yeah, true. I
Unfortunately.
mean, yeah, I just wanted your opinion on it, but yeah, I mean, and then other than that, I think Lab's a fucking retard, but yeah, that's
King.
it.
All right, thanks so much, Cosmo.
Yeah, for sure. Love you.
Love you too. Be careful.
All right, I believe Prawn had one last important question he wanted to ask. So if you could, Prawn, ask yours, and then we'll move on to probably one or two more people. I'm really sorry for everybody else that's waiting here. There's a lot more people than we expected, but we are currently running short on time. But
Wait,
yeah.
doesn't he want to riz up Lav or something? Isn't that like?
No, that was a different thing. No,
Oh, okay.
very important question. My question is, why haven't you been like a better friend to Darius? Like when the hit piece came out, like I think only Darius and Dan were like the guys that stuck by you.
Listen,
I know Darius very well. I feel like
Behind the
Dan, I
scenes,
mean,
I've
that's a
been-
little, you know.
I've been giving Darius thousands of dollars every single month. I've been helping him out. I've been taking care of his cat and dog, and you know.
Is that true, Darius?
We keep it on the DL.
Yeah, we keep it on the DL.
it.
It's like a son, you know. I provide all the
what? He
support in
owes me
private.
money
and just,
also.
you know,
Wait,
so-
what? Destiny's giving you money? You owe me.
Just kidding. Not that much money.
It's not that much. Don't worry about it.
Well, I guess. Do you think you should be a better friend to Darius, or do you think you're adequate right there?
I think Destiny, honestly.
What do you have- what issue do you
I
have
think
particular?
Destiny overlooks me, high key. I think Destiny looks at more value in Mr. Mooten and Dan, who stopped the show with you, mind you, because he was scared of getting his family doxxed while also starting a show and still tying himself to you, just not as closely. And then Mr. Mooten, who just completely disappeared to get a girl pregnant for like 3 years.
I don't
So,
think he
so
cares
I
about
think-
you because you're not a 17-year-old sex worker.
Okay, well,
Speaking of 17-year-olds, Lev, didn't you accuse Paris Jackson of having sex with Hasan when she was 17? Did she send you a cease and desist to make you stop lying about her on the internet? Didn't that happen? When you roasted one of the few
fact
bridges?
that Hasan had sex with someone underage, not every single day of the week.
Oh, wow, that's crazy that you back that off to like a
I've
vague,
been sent
unverifiable
absolutely
claim.
no cease and desist.
That's
and I
crazy.
will
Oh, wait, but
continue
you
to
said
say
it was
this. I
Paris
can't
Jackson
wait until
before,
I'm
the person that
deposed.
you used to be friends with back when you were like a singer, when you were doing more than just like getting fucked for money on OnlyFans, where you
I'm
were
doing
failing
more
a
than that
master's
now,
degree
too.
after getting ditched by your husband because he realized how much of a fucking loser you were. But wait, that
How-
was true.
How do
But that
you
was true,
suppose I
though.
was ditched
Wait,
when I got
wait,
married
Lav,
again 3 months later?
to Gooner Gooch. I rest my case.
Well,
but Lav,
you
no,
can't
no,
say-
last,
Yeah, to
weren't you
Gooner
making
Gooch, the
Lav,
love of
weren't
my
you making?
life?
Yeah, you loved him so much. Weren't you talking to him when you were with your husband?
Yeah.
That kind of weird. Were you cheating on him?
You know who was trying to talk to my husband while they were with you? Melina. Shout out.
First of
Wait, actually,
all,
I have a
hold on,
question.
wait, no, that's
Wasn't
funny.
it-
That's funny. Because first of all, me and Melina were in an open relationship, so I wouldn't even give a fuck. Number two, that's not even true.
So was I.
But number three, you were. Oh, so you were in an open relationship with your husband?
There are videos. There are videos of your wife.
fucking owed you.
Oh,
there are
what?
videos of your life begging
Fucking
for my
owed.
husband's cock
Owed.
online right now.
Lev, we don't even. No one knows who your husband even is.
They do now. Goon, GEWN on Kick. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't think so, Lev. That's a nice fantasy though. But like, why did you back off the Paris
Videos
Jackson
of it
claims? Just
online.
curious.
I never did. Do
Oh,
you
so
want
wait.
me to say it again?
Yeah. So you think that Hasan fucked Paris Jackson when she was 17?
Yep.
Yep. What?
Yep. Is there anything
Yep,
else you want
what?
me to say?
No.
Yep.
Yeah. Wait. What's the claim? You're saying yep. I don't know what the claim is.
Wait, I actually want to hear
Read it
this.
then.
Backtrack.
That's what I
Read
thought.
it.
That's
He
what
wants
I
to-
thought.
he wants to be like, I
You
laughed
got hit up on that.
and
You
saying
knew
that-
you were in the wrong there. You knew why you walked it back. But that's good. But I
No,
thought I
here's
thought
the
I like
difference
all
between us is
Lav
that
never
I
lies,
am not
right?
going
Lav
to talk
never
about
lies.
my friend. What I will talk about
You're not
going to
talk about your friend?
Had sex with
Wait,
someone.
didn't you literally post this for no reason whatsoever on a blog post because you weren't getting enough attention
never
that
said her
week?
name. He
Men had
said her
seen
name.
your tits and your pussy too much on Discord, and you just weren't
never
getting
said her name.
you weren't getting those
I
dopamine
never
hits
said
that
her
you
name.
wanted.
He
Oh,
said her
you
name,
didn't.
and I still won't
You
say her
didn't say
name.
her name. You really didn't put her name in a Substack. You didn't put her name or in
Nope.
on an online blog. People just randomly figure that one out. Are you sure about that?
No, he said. I didn't say that. I said he said her
No,
name.
I don't. Oh, so you said that he said, but you're the one that posted it, no?
I didn't say. No, I said that he had sex with one of my friends when she was underage. He said her name.
He
On
said
stream.
that. Wait, Hasan said that he had sex with Paris Jackson.
Yep.
Yep. What?
Yes,
Yes. What?
that's what he said.
What did he say? I'm just trying to understand.
Are you? So I've already given you the claim, and I told you
Oh
my
my
boundary
God.
that I refuse to say.
Where's the
her
video?
name.
Sometimes I just lie. Oh, I just tell a little lie.
What am I lying about?
What's the next? We don't even know because you won't say the claim. 10 minutes. What do you got left for me, Darius Radiant?
All right.
Wait,
June has a
hold
question.
on. Wait, hold
Lav,
on.
Lav, I'm
Andy.
sorry.
So your
Lav,
problem,
Lav, you're done.
your
Lav,
problem
Lav,
is that I won't say
Lav,
her name.
You're done. Lav.
I'm
sorry.
No. Oh, am
Your
I done,
life-
or are
your
you
life
done
has
being humiliated?
Collapsed.
Dude,
Lav,
Lav,
into
Lav,
nothing.
we have to stop
You've
drinking.
completely
We have to stop.
collapsed into nothing. I'm
okay,
sorry.
hold on, okay,
Lav.
We have,
What
we
the fuck
have,
are you talking about?
sorry,
I have to
Lav.
stop drinking.
I'm sorry,
I think,
Lav.
you can, listen, we can
That
fight Deej in a
sentence was
minute.
not good for you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to help you.
I think you need to go after Deej later to something.
Yeah,
we can
Deej,
deliberate
stop.
later.
We've got a lot of
Deej is
people.
This
honestly
is
dick
the this
riding
has
high
got to be the
shrimp.
faggot that took me out of the
has-
call earlier.
Yeah,
No one kicked you from the call.
No
one
You
kicked
are
you
begging
from the
me to
call.
stop
Rimple
killing
ass.
your
That is a
daddy.
slur. That is a slur.
You
That
are
is a
begging
slur.
me to stop killing your daddy.
Bro,
We don't like slurs
I'm-
here. But
I'm
Yeah,
on
yeah,
your
no,
side,
yeah,
Lav. I'm
Deej,
trying to help
it
you.
probably
This
was
is
Deej.
like, you know what I mean? Like,
I think Deej. No,
No,
you weren't trying to
Deej
help.
did it.
you did.
He told me.
Anyway, so June had a question. Let's get in it.
Yeah, my question is more political, to nothing to do with.
No,
all
that's
this
good. That's
That's
exactly
fine.
what we're talking
Talking
about.
about?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. Like, how do you like keep faith that like anything you do politically is gonna like matter? Because it seems like right now, no matter what Trump does, no matter how insane it is, no matter how stupid it is, people just don't understand the severity or like how bad it is for the country. So like, how do we like?
I mean,
wanting
politics
to be
is
motivated to keep the faith.
There's two things. One is that politics is a slow grind over time. That's just how it works. You're never going to see a huge change overnight on anything. Don't get discouraged. It's common for young people to get discouraged. That's what happens. Two, the second thing is that
It's been 10 years of Trump, though.
yeah, I know. It is what it is. But two, the second thing is that if you want to feel less hopeless, participating in local politics is more fruitful because you can have a more direct impact. You can see the impact of your changes quicker, and you have like more power and control over the things that you can like personally oversee.
And more power and control over the women who are helping you, who are very young and impressionable.
Are you okay, Lav? You're projecting a lot right there. Lav, are you
Is that
okay
not
right now?
what you?
Lav, are you
Did
okay?
he not help you with
Hold on, but let's be
like
respectful
local
of everyone's
elections?
time.
Wait, Lav,
Wait,
who
let's be
messaged?
respectful of
Wait, hold
everyone's
on. Wait,
time.
I'm just curious. Lav, didn't you
Sorry,
DM?
did Pixie
Lav,
not
you
help you
DM
with
me,
local
right?
elections?
I wasn't
I was
hooking
trying
up
to
with
help
Pixie
her.
during that, but Wicked Supreme was, which was interesting enough. But no, yeah, I
Oh,
didn't
you
have any.
Wait, you weren't hooking up with Pixie while she was helping you with any of that stuff?
No, I've only hooked up with Pixie one time in my life.
And you filmed it?
I mean, assuming that's her in the video, I guess.
Interesting.
Interesting.
One time. You filmed
Ooh.
it the only time you ever hooked up.
Interesting. Yeah, crazy how that works, huh? If you read any of the court docs, you might know that. But that's okay, Lav. I'm glad to
Doubtful.
keep you up. Doubtful. Oh, really? Oh, look. This is Lav pretending to have more knowledge of things that have never happened. Crazy how she just
Oh, just
lies.
like you thought. Just like you thought.
Crazy
What
how she
that
just
I
lies like that. Isn't that
just like
wild?
you thought I
wild
like,
and wacky. Jesus.
faked a miscarriage and my husband
Mhm.
left me. And what else did you lie about?
It's okay, Lav. We're here for you. How's your?
Wait, you left him?
Yeah, she
So
definitely
it's
did.
actually
For
you are
Gunnar Gooch.
actually so pathetic. It's like
I'm the
you
pathetic
used
one,
to
Lav.
be
Tell me,
so
yes.
much better at blood sports. You used to actually
True.
like have shit, and you used to like you used to sling shit so
Uh-huh.
much better than you do now. It's like sad. You're a reflection.
Really?
You're just like a
Tell me,
you're like
Lav.
a
Yes.
tiny
The
little
same, yeah, the same two insults. It's not as
You're
easy when you
like
don't have Mr. Girl
smegma
backing you
of
up,
the
when you don't have the
former
whole,
foreskin
when you don't
you
have
used to
Justical
be.
backing you up, when you don't have all your little Discord buddies. It's
You're
rough.
smegma
It's rough
of
when you're
the
not in a
former
server where you haven't
phimosis
shipped
you
like
used to-
35
By the
different
way, did
nudes
you
to
ever get that
every
fixed?
single guy on the
Did you ever
server.
get your
Isn't that
phimosis
isn't that
fixed?
crazy,
All right,
Lav?
great
Isn't that
question,
insane,
Jiang.
Lav?
So I'm
Did
glad
you ever get your
Isn't that
phimosis
isn't that
fixed?
isn't that
Okay,
insane,
wait, I'm
Lav?
sorry. Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt this. We have very little
We need to
time.
get
We
the
want to get.
questions through.
Oh,
We need to get
yeah.
the questions
June, did you
through.
get
I
that
know
local
smegma
politics
is
questions?
a really big topic right now.
We're switching up.
June,
Switching up a lot of
did
you.
you
I'm
still
sorry.
suffice with that answer?
What's up?
I had something else to add.
Yeah,
but-
sorry. Hit us up with the last question.
Interrupted.
Hit us up with the last question.
Hit
Hit us up with the last question. Sorry. They're doing like a sideshow entertainment thing where we talk to failed porn stars from broken marriages and homes. But go ahead.
Lav, you got the responsibility.
Radiant
Lav,
laughed at
we're
that.
gonna-
Radiant laughed at that.
Lav,
I
hold
did
on.
not laugh. Radiant laughed at that.
I
Lav,
can't
write
hear
it down.
June.
Your
can't hear
life is
June.
worse than
I
mine
can't hear June.
immeasurably. You are also a porn star. All of your porn is everywhere with your gross little dick. You have 2 failed
Now it's
marriages.
little too?
Your career is
Lav,
never
can
going
you
to
please
take
shut
up
the
off the
fuck up?
ground. And you're
Destiny's
talking
just
about
about
me
to
and
get out
my
of here and I
life?
wanna
Are you
ask my
okay?
question.
Lav, are you okay,
Come
Lav?
on.
I'm doing fine.
That's good. Okay,
All right,
June,
June.
what was your
Okay,
what was your
more
last
like a
question?
statement. Like a few years ago, when the invasion of Ukraine started, you had a talk with one of the crazy communist guys, not Hawes, the other one, and he said that like
Peter,
Ukraine
Hinkle, I
was
think,
important
or
to the
Jackson Hinkle.
defense of Russia. Yeah, Hinkle. He said Ukraine is important to Russia because like Napoleon invaded through it. Napoleon never went to Ukraine; he went through the Baltics. And you let him say that, and you agreed with him, and that's annoyed me for 3 years. But
I will keep
it's not
that
that
in
big of a
mind
deal.
in the future. I'm sorry. I will remember that if it ever comes up in another debate, though, okay? Deal?
Thank you. That's all I ask.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
All right,
June.
real quick, North, quick, 5 seconds.
Oh, Jesus. This is not a 5-second question, but I'll try to repeat that.
Just- yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
might be, might be,
In
you never know.
the liberal war room debate over accepting people like Hasan or not into the Democratic Party, you mentioned you have 2 opinions on rhetoric that are contradictory. One says that rhetoric doesn't really matter because Trump is able to say whatever the fuck he wants and his base doesn't give a shit, and the Democrats can do the same thing. But then when talking about Hasan's rhetoric is like a poison to the Democratic Party, and you cannot allow his like rhetoric to influence. So does rhetoric matter or does rhetoric not matter?
I don't know if I would ever say that would be kind of a crazy statement to say rhetoric doesn't matter. I mean, like, I would be discarding an entire branch of, I guess, like thought or engagement with public speaking to say rhetoric doesn't matter. If you're talking about things I've said to Trump, what I've probably said with regards to Trump is that his actual positions don't seem to matter because they're so much in control of their little media apparatus that he can just switch positions on a whim and everybody seems to follow suit because they have so much control between like the media and the government for the messaging of the party. But I mean, like, your rhetoric matters.
It
What do you mean?
feels. I swear I've heard you say this before when it comes to adopting more aggressive rhetoric when it comes to MAGA and like the Republican Party, and which you're like, oh, it doesn't really matter because Donald Trump is able to do the exact same thing and he still garners the exact same support.
I'm just trying to. I don't understand how you can go from the statement you just said there to me saying rhetoric doesn't matter, or what? I might have said like maybe maybe somebody might say something
doesn't
like
that inherently mean that like you could just say whatever the fuck you want and that rhetoric is like inherently not It doesn't matter.
Lav plays WoW.
What? No, I think. No, I don't think you can just say whatever you want. What do you like? If Trump were to come out and just start saying the N-word over and over again, it probably wouldn't be good for him. No.
True. Oh, I guess it was just with the. Okay, so. Okay, yeah.
I would have to know what I was making this in context with, but like my guess is like somebody said something about how like maybe you can't message too extremely or something, and I said something like it doesn't matter, like Trump can say whatever he wants. Maybe that's what I meant. Not that rhetoric doesn't matter, but that you can be more extreme depending on what you're messaging in, and some people are not aware of that. Maybe I'm trying to haggle or cobble together what old position I might have had, or what you think I've said on this, but I'm not sure yet. But I don't think I would ever just say rhetoric doesn't matter. I think speaking and everything is pretty important. Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, wait.
All right,
do you want to know a crazy? You want to know a crazy fact?
Sure.
Did you know that Lav is a survival of sexual abuse? That a guy tried to rape her by forcing her to eat his ass? Isn't that crazy?
What?
Isn't that a crazy story?
Holy shit.
That's
amazing.
Yeah, sorry. Okay,
Or not
that's all I
amazing.
got.
It's surprising.
Well, yeah.
Jesus.
Okay, go ahead.
Depending on who's
Are
asked.
you? Do you think that this like hurts me? Are you like trying desperately to hurt me?
It's amusing.
You're so hurt by me bringing up your phimosis that you're trying to bring up the fact, like.
How did you know that sexual
story of me being
insecurity
sexually
is the
assaulted?
one thing, Lav? That's exactly what you've got me on. For a guy whose fucking dick
I
and fuck
think
videos
that
are
me
literally in
laughing at
publicly
you,
hosted
I think
lawsuits.
me
Yeah.
laughing at you and your disgusting penis actually really does get to you. and I
You
think
know
that's
what's funny,
why-
Lav? Is the only comment I ever made that super bothered you was saying that you had mid-Jew pussy. That comment lived in your head so
That doesn't bother me
rent-free.
at all.
It lived in your head so rent-free. That one sent you so much that you think you have the same power to make fun of
Not
me in
at
the
all.
same way. Lav, you failed in every single conceivable metric of your life. There's nothing you could say at this
just,
point.
I don't
That
think
could make
that-
me feel bad,
that
but I
bothered me
appreciate
at
it that you
all.
think it would, though.
I think that it was funny that you tried after you begged to eat my pussy and massage my feet, and I finally obliged. That you thought that you were like big enough to be like, no, I got her, guys.
The night that
after,
I
like,
begged,
you were
hold
on
on,
your
just to be
knees for
clear,
me,
the night
and you
that I
tried
begged,
to make it about
the
me.
night that I begged, this was
Yeah.
the
You
same
tried-
night. This
that
was the
was
same
an
night.
own-
Lav,
that
just
was an
checking.
own
This was
on
the
me, by
same
the
night
way.
where after eating, because I was so fucking tired of doing 4 shows, you were begging me to go to the hotel, right? Where I was
okay,
like, I
then
think I
show me
kind of
proof
just
of
want
me
to.
begging.
I think I kind
Show
of
me
just want to
proof
go
of
to
me begging.
sleep. And then you were like, oh no, let's go.
Okay,
We
show
can get
me
you a
proof
Red
of me
Bull.
begging.
What? Show me proof of me begging.
It's just people
I-
arguing
Oh,
about
gotcha.
who's the biggest
I didn't
loser.
say that you begged me
You
to
didn't
hang
say
out
I
with
begged.
you. You begged me to
Oh,
hang out.
okay. It's all good.
Like,
Lav. Don't
oh,
worry.
I can
no,
actually,
you're
I
the
can
biggest
actually
Watch out for
loser.
those. Watch out for
I
those
know
big
you're
boy
the
asses
biggest
everywhere.
loser.
Okay, you don't want to get
Screenshots,
pulled
and I
into.
have
You don't want to
Anyone
get
in
pulled
here
into
in
another
this
guy's
Are you
asshole.
scared of what I'm
Okay.
gonna say
You
next?
don't want to
Are
get
you
raped
scared
by
of what I'm
anybody.
gonna say
Okay.
next?
Yeah.
Are you scared of what I'm gonna say next, Steven?
Aside from me, I'm getting
Yeah,
$100.
The
I
whole
can
no one
post
kick- no one kick
every
left, no one kick
single-
left.
I can post every single screenshot of you begging to fuck me. Every
Begging.
single
Me
one.
begging to
and me
fuck you?
literally laughing you off.
Love.
Yeah,
It
Destiny,
doesn't.
I'd like to
It doesn't
engage with
even.
you
No.
on that.
If you listen, if you have screenshots of me begging to fuck you, I'd love to see them, Love. Post away.
Yeah, I'll repost them.
Okay,
They
go
are
for it.
in JSTLK, and they
Gotcha.
have been in there
Of
for
me
a really long
begging to
time,
fuck
but
you.
I can find
Of
them
me
again.
begging to
Yeah.
fuck you. Okay. Let's say I'd love to see those, Love. Good
Yep,
luck.
of you begging to eat my husband's cum out of my pussy.
No, I want to see the ones of me
out you
begging
hook
to
up
begging to
with my
fuck you, Love.
husband.
Like, you
Yep.
don't have to
And
go on
maybe-
all of
I
the
post
kinks
them
and
all.
fetishes that
Again,
you wanted
I
to share with
posted
me
them
when we were
last
chatting
year. I can
privately. That's
post
okay,
them
Love.
again.
Yeah, we'd love to see him again, please.
And maybe in the next show we could go ahead and go through the DMs and find out what's going on. But unfortunately, we have hit our time limit, and Steven
No.
has
Wait, I have
to
a
go to
question. I have a
bed.
last question for Lab.
Yeah,
Lab.
Destiny, I have you real quick, bro.
I know,
Actually,
you have
fuck
questions. I understand you guys have questions, but that's great since it's for Lab. You could do it simply after Destiny has his
Oh, man.
bedtime. Steven, it's been great having
No,
you.
Steven, but nah, I'll be back, bro.
Well, where
Wait,
the
what?
Zero Gaddy go? Well, you let him ask this question because Lav just
Well,
wasted
let
that
Zero
time.
Gaddy-
It was like she wasted her ex-husband's time on the fucking marriage. Yeah, what was this guy's question?
I'm just trying to honor
We'll
your.
bring him in. We'll let this guy do his question. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
I can ask you a quick question, Stephen Barnett.
What do you got? Well,
Yes, so the question is, do you think there's any good evidence for theism?
any good evidence for theism?
Yep.
Why does he keep
Yeah, did
leaving?
Lauren
And
Southern ever
why does he keep
convince you?
joining and leaving?
Oh my!
Sorry, what did you say? No, I'm still here.
No, I mean, why does he keep joining and leaving?
No, he's not joining leave. He's when you mute, you get moved to the bottom of the list on stages.
Stop muting.
Yeah.
No, I'm an atheist. So no, yeah.
Oh,
All right, so I'll just render you some evidence, which is fine tuning. Are you acquainted with fine tuning?
tuning, sir?
Yeah.
Talking about LLMs.
Right, and you're going to the Bayesian version, is that correct?
We're not
sir?
doing. No, shit. Okay, kick him out. No, we're not doing the fucking We're not doing the pre-supper arguments. Get him out of here. We're not doing the
Oh,
pre-supper.
my man. Thank you so much.
Definitely
Thank
not.
you so
No, he was
much,
cooking.
Gotti.
Let
Thank you
him
so
cook.
much. Thank you so much.
Well, I would like to make this go on longer. Honestly, in the future, Deej, you got to get your perms removed. I think that you are cucking content all the time.
Please drag another fake Indian, and please, Darius, we need another fake Indian.
dude,
Please,
dude,
please,
yes,
we need
bring
it.
them fake
Please, we need
Indians.
another fake Indian. Please.
I don't mind, dude.
Let me host this next time. Gabe was late.
No, I'm the host. All right, give me
And
admin.
Gabe was late. Gabe was supposed
Okay,
to be
I was late, but I still told Radiant who to drag in, so I still was doing it.
Yeah, one person.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
No,
so you
that's
were
not
puppeteering.
true.
I would never be late for
I don't want to
Destiny.
argue about after stream stuff. Okay, so Steven, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I would love to do another round here. It seems like I've actually figured out a lot here about what people want, what people need. And this honestly seems like a great chat for you to have, kind of like how you used to pop into JSOK back in the day. Maybe the melting pot is the chord to hop into after stream, and not JSCLK's chat. So whenever you have that free time, maybe hop in here and then talk to the peeps, and maybe you don't even have to do these things because you've already answered it in the Melting Pot Discord.
Yes, for all Jewstalkers listening, this is the place for free speech. Okay, no.
This is. We will ban.
clamping down of.
It
There's
is
no ban.
not a
language.
doxing server.
wait.
This is not a doxing server.
Hang on, is he allowed in here? You should let him in here if it's really
course.
free.
He is. Yeah, we
it's
invited
okay.
him
He's
all the
allowed.
time.
He's allowed in here. I actually
But
tried to
he's
invite him here.
scared.
So what happened?
Excuse
was-
me. Excuse
I
me.
got banned from the server
Please
when I
stop
tried to talk
mentioning him.
about
He
it.
is in fear of his life. Okay, he is in fear of his life.
Unironically,
He's scared.
is
He doesn't
scared.
want to be revealed. Okay, his blood sugar is at an all-time high. He's gotten fatter every day. Okay, please be
and his
nice.
Why are you
editor-
talking?
Be nice.
So
Kelly, don't you have like
You're talking about
27
someone
different
being fat when you
autoimmune
have
diseases?
breasts.
Don't you have
You have
27 different
breasts,
autoimmune
Steven.
diseases? Lev,
You
what
have
do
estrogenic
Lev,
fat attached
Lev,
to every
people-
single
Lev,
one of
people-
your bones.
Just
You are
dying
built
from all
like
the
a
work
Are you
pear.
okay, Lev? The
You
only
have
estrogen attached to
breasts and
me.
hips.
Lev, calm down, sweetie. Okay. Kelly, you have too many autoimmune diseases. Lav, trying not to have any more
I don't
miscarriages.
even have one
Good luck on
autoimmune
your
disease,
third or fourth
but
marriage.
okay.
I don't know where you're at. Try not to accuse any other random men of raping people underage. I know you did that with Hasan. Not good. Good luck with Mr. Girl. I'm sorry to hear that he broke up with Shaylin. Hopefully that wasn't because he was still trying to fuck you after he was saying that he saw you as your dad. That was a really awkward thing.
never, ever tried
You
to
did
fuck
post
me
about that
ever.
online, and I know you're gonna refuse that, like you refused the Mr. Girl stuff. But yeah, also
Never
good luck with
posted
your
that Wait,
Destiny,
hardcore porn stuff. We're all waiting for your post. Yeah, what's up, Deej? Quick.
Wait. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for coming to the Melting Pot and doing this with us.
Yeah, no problem.
I just wanted to say a great thank you. Wanted to thank Kelly, Jean, Lav. I wanted to thank Radiant. I want to thank Darius and the Princess for being here for a second. I just wanted to thank all of you guys. This was the 5th Melting Pot episode. Went very well. And yeah, any other closing statements from
Yes,
Darius
I
or
will
Radiant?
be starting up
I
a
hope
GoFundMe
that,
for Destiny's
I hope that Lav,
circumcision.
I really hope that Lav
Please donate
does really
to
well on her hardcore OnlyFans. I hope that she's able to find more guys to bang for her OnlyFans. I know that she said she really didn't want to go back to it, and when she would do educational content, but it seems like the only she's educating people on is how to completely fail at every aspect of their life. So good luck at that, Lav. I hope you have fun being a
Deej, I
social
have
worker
one
with a
thing.
master's degree in psychology. You said you were getting. Maybe you'll learn a little bit about yourself, and you'll make the right choice, and the thickest ropes are the best ones. Good luck, Lav. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. I did my drama for 12 years. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. We're back on the eugenics cry tomorrow. Okay. Good night. Be careful. I love you all very much. We did our dailies, right? Yeah, we did. Okay. Peace out. Good night. Rubino, cappuccino, 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 doing catch you guys next stream. Oh, also, apparently, we might be going to war with the Catholic Church. If you watch Trump's tweets tonight. Be careful, guys. Peace.